1. Chen Xiao, you can go now. Chen Xiao, after consideration from above, it has been decided. You don't have to squat in jail anymore. In view of the fact that the above has issued a specific document recognizing the collective economic form of contracting production to the household and contracting to the household as legal. But since your village has not applied for the relevant business license, your actions, therefore, are still judged as speculation. However, mindful of the previous unclear policy, you were treated lightly. Now, you can go back. In the county, the Du Group leader of the Speculation Special Rectification Leadership Working Group, Du Yunpeng, looking at Chen Xiao, who had been locked up in the detention center for half a month in front of him and was already bearded. A flash of complexity in his eyes, opened his mouth and said, "Has the policy finally been enacted?" And as Chen Xiao listened to Du Yunpeng's voice, he slightly raised his head and glanced at Du Yunpeng, murmuring, "Chen Xiao, before, we were a bit distrustful of you, letting you suffer. However, we also acted in accordance with the law and had no choice, so I hope you understand. When you go out, you must apply for the relevant business license at the first time, and speculating on such things must never be done again. Got it? Also, although the punishment for you is lenient, you don't need to be locked up anymore, and there is no extra fine, but the illegal proceeds to be confiscated still need to be handed over as early as possible. This has already been reported, it can't be undone. Got it?" Du Yunpeng listened to Chen Xiao's mumbling. In his heart, he sighed. Still again, the warning was serious. "Yes, team leader Du, I understand. I will definitely pay the fine as soon as possible." Chen Xiao listened to Du Yunpeng's words and remained silent for a long time before exhaling a long breath. With a renewed sparkle in his eyes, he picked himself up and spoke. "All right, let's go then. That new daughter-in-law of yours has been waiting for you for a long time. Moreover, they have come to see you every day. It's enough to show that your mute daughter-in-law is devoted to you. She's not trying to harm you. And you, as a man, be generous and don't think too much about this time. This time you were reported, it was also done by the villagers of Huangyangtan village where the daughter-in-law of yours is from. It has little to do with your daughter-in-law. Your daughter-in-law didn't know about it either and was the victim. Go back and treat people well." Team leader Du Yunpeng looked at Chen Xiao as she regained her spirit. A smile also appeared on his face as he spoke towards Chen Xiao. "My daughter-in-law is outside? Great. Team leader Du, don't worry, I understand. I will treat my daughter-in-law well." And Chen Xiao heard his mute daughter-in-law waiting outside. The whole person was shaken. A brilliant light bloomed in his eyes, and he couldn't even help but get excited. Speaking incoherently, "I say you, as far as that goes? You're a college student. Seeing a daughter-in-law, look how excited you are." Looking at Chen Xiao's eager eyes, Du Yunpeng couldn't help but laugh lightly. "I just haven't seen her for a long time and miss her, especially. While listening to Du Yunpeng's words, Chen Xiao's gaze trembled. With a hoarse voice, he said, no one knew how much he wanted to see his mute daughter-in-law now. Even less did anyone know how long it had been since he had seen her. In fact, Chen Xiao was a traveler and a reborn. He had traveled from the latter days to this era. And was born again. Chen Xiao, who traveled to this world, married a mute daughter-in-law. In his last life, Chen Xiao led the villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village, where his mute daughter-in-law lived, to become rich. In the end, they were backstabbed by these villagers and reported Chen Xiao for speculation. This led to Chen Xiao's imprisonment. It also caused his mute daughter-in-law, who was pregnant and seeking justice for herself, to fall into the river and die. He led the people of Huanyu Beach Village to get rich, but they caused his family to die? Chen Xiao hated them. So in his last life, Chen Xiao sent the entire village away to bury his daughter-in-law. At the same time, he sent himself away. Because he was also one of the culprits in the death of his mute daughter-in-law. Fortunately, he was reborn. Born again in 82. He had just been arrested by the Speculative Special Remediation Leading Working Group and sent to jail for half a month. And at this time, the Yellowfish Beach Village villagers have backstabbed him though. But his mute daughter-in-law was still alive. And, alive and well. Everything, there is a chance of salvation. And, more than that. Along with his rebirth and return, there is also a golden finger. A system. The perfect life system. As long as you complete the system's tasks, you will be rewarded by the system. With this system, Chen Xiao was like a tiger with wings. He swore that in this life, he would bring his mute daughter-in-law to live a good life. Alright, it's normal to miss your daughter-in-law. Du Yunpeng looked at Chen Xiao and didn't think much of it, standing up, then let's go. While saying this, he led Chen Xiao towards the outside of the detention center. Chen Xiao also hurriedly carried her luggage and followed. Actually, the county party secretary asked me to bring you a message. While walking, Du Yunpeng spoke towards Chen Xiao. What words? Chen Xiao raised her head and looked at Du Yunpeng and asked. Don't be intimidated by momentary difficulties. As long as you are on the right path, the light will eventually come. There is no need to be afraid. You are a living example. Your right to lead the villagers to become rich and start a collective economy. Now that the policy is better, you can even let go and do it boldly. You are now no longer a speculative criminal, but the forerunner of our county's collective economy. Keep up the good work. The county party committee and county government will give you the greatest support for your work. Group leader Du Yunpeng instructed towards Chen Xiao very seriously. And upon hearing team leader Du Yunpeng's words, Chen Xiao instantly raised her head. He understood the meaning of the words conveyed by team leader Du Yunpeng. It was an apology to him from above, as well as compensation for him. In fact, when Chen Xiao was arrested, he gave the leaders of the county that his behavior was right, and that in half a month at most, the relevant policies would be issued from above. As a traveler, this was something that he was very sure of. But the leaders of the county didn't take his word for it. Still, they arrested him according to the statute. But just this past January 1st. It's like Chen said above. A clear policy was handed down. It clearly affirms that the system of contracting production to the household, or contracting to the household later known as the Household Contract Responsibility System, is a form of production responsibility in the socialist collective economy. This policy directly links the fruits of the peasants' labor to their personal income through the distribution principle of guaranteeing what is the state's, reserving what is the collective's, and keeping what is theirs. The promulgation of this policy proves beyond doubt that Chen Xiao had led the villagers to engage in collective economic behavior. Is legal. It is not speculative. This is why Chen Xiao was given a lighter sentence. In theory, Chen Xiao should be innocent. However, since the judgment against Chen Xiao had already been made above and could not be changed, he could only be sentenced leniently. Therefore, the words of the county leader. It's also an apology and compensation for him. The apology is verbal, the compensation is actual. The hidden meaning of these words was that Chen Xiao was given an imperial sword. A Chen Xiao as long as continue to lead people to engage in collective economy, then in the policy aspect Chen Xiao is absolutely all the way to the green light of the imperial sword. Because 2. Dumb wife. This policy, which has just been promulgated, also shows one thing, that the above is beginning to encourage the development of the private collective economy. And Chen Xiao's behavior is not only not criminal speculation. Rather, it is truly a forerunner on the right path. It is more of a forerunner in the collective economy of the entire county. This has an exemplary role for the whole county, and even the whole city. Therefore, Chen Xiao previously led the Yellowfish Beach village to engage in collective economy, leading the villagers to get rich. This kind of thing is no longer illegal. Instead, it became an advanced story in the county. Also, it is a political achievement for the county leaders. But because of the county leaders' distrust of Chen Xiao, it led to this career being completely ruined and their political achievements gone. So, the county leaders hoped that, after Chen Xiao went out, he could continue to work on the collective economy. Continue to lead the villagers to become rich, and make some achievements out. This is a great benefit to the leadership of the county government. So, that's why they asked team leader Du Yunpeng to bring these words to Chen Xiao. To show the county leadership team's apology and compensation. It is hoped that Chen Xiao, a pioneer in collective economy, will not hold a grudge and will continue to fight for the development of collective economic endeavors. But apparently, this was undoubtedly treating Chen Xiao like a monkey. Chen Xiao did jail time and carried the reputation of a criminal because of the distrust of the county leaders. Even the education on himself had to be lost. If he hadn't been born again and come back, maybe his poor mute daughter-in-law would still be dead behind him. It can be said that these county leadership teams are the ones who indirectly caused their own families to die. Now with a single apology, they want themselves to create political achievements for them again? One can understand that he or she has arrested himself or herself because the lack of policy clarity has made them afraid to trust him or her. But it didn't mean that Chen Xiao didn't have a problem with them. Okay, I understand what the leader means. Please take a message to the leader for me as well. Please rest assured, leader, that I will stay grounded in the fundamentals and continue to lead the people in economic development and add to the socio-economic development of the society. Chen Xiao earnestly said towards Du Yunpeng. It is also showing its attitude to the leaders of the county party committee and county government. But unfortunately, Chen Xiao did not have the ability to refuse now. Therefore, there was no way for him not to take a stance like this. He had no choice. He was a man who had just claimed release from the guardhouse, but he couldn't do anything. If he had an opinion, he had to keep it to himself. It is only when one is strong that one has the right and ability to express one's opinion. Good. Your words, I will definitely bring them. Du Yunpeng's face also showed joy when he heard Chen Xiao's words. Chen Xiao's attitude was what he was willing to see, and what the government leaders were willing to see. Aha! Chen Xiao nodded without saying anything else. Following Du Yunpeng, he continued walking towards the outside. But while walking, in the back of his mind, he quietly said, let's not talk about the county's leadership team. This time, the group of white-eyed wolves in Yellowfish Beach Village must not take them to make money again. Since I brought you guys to become rich, and you caused my family to die? Then you guys will stay poor forever. I'll see with my own eyes how you all regret it. Chen Xiao thought with hatred in her heart. The hatred under her eyes almost condensed into substance. Even after being reborn. When she thought of those villagers in her mute daughter-in-law's Yellowfish Beach village, Chen Xiao still hated them with a passion. As a traveler, he was well aware of the policy changes in this era. If it wasn't for this group of guys backstabbing themselves and reporting themselves for speculation, all the circumstances were actually within his grasp. But these white-eyed wolves from Yellowfish Beach village, just because of greed and jealousy, they report themselves for speculation. Sent himself to jail. Even if he was the one who made them rich. They don't care. These people, they are just born white wolves. No matter how good others treat them. Even if someone else pours their heart out to them. They will also feel that others are being unfair to them by not cutting out their flesh for them to eat. Their reporting has brought them to that miserable end. This life. Chen Xiao wants to see them return to poverty little by little. To see their days return to the way they used to be, arguing with each other every day over the ownership of a groundnut. One has to take the people who really deserve to pay for themselves to become rich. Make them repent to the bone. Okay, here we are, get out, your daughter-in-law is waiting for you. Come to the big iron gate. Du Yunpeng opened the big iron gate for Chen Xiao, speaking towards Chen Xiao. He then raised his chin and pointed in a direction, reminding Chen Xiao. Swish. Instantly. Chen Xiao twisted his head to look. It was then that he saw the figure that made his heart skip a beat. Oh. The next moment. Chen Xiao saw that figure rushing towards him like a madman. In the next moment, it directly rushed into his arms and hugged himself to death. Then came the open mouth. Tearful eyes looked at Chen Xiao and cried silently. Tears flowed down frantically, trying to say something in sign language towards Chen Xiao. However, they could not let go of Chen Xiao. Just like that, his gaze was dead on Chen Xiao. With his mouth open, he howled. But because he couldn't make a cry, he only made a hoarse whimper. Silly daughter-in-law. Bark. 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 Chen Xiao also instantly threw down his luggage. Backhandedly, he wrapped his arms around his mute daughter-in-law. Kissed his daughter-in-law on her haggard but still beautiful face. While kissing, over and over again tears were also flowing down. God knows how much pain and regret he felt after losing his mute daughter-in-law in his last life. There wasn't a day that went by that he didn't think about her. Now, at last, he had once again picked up the mute wife he had longed for. He was also mad with joy. The mute wife had been mentally prepared to be taught a lesson by Chen Xiao. Now she was being kissed so furiously by Chen Xiao. And also kissed and froze. Half a long time did not return to God, and even forgot to cry. Until a few moments later, coming back to his senses. Moment. The mute daughter-in-law cried but became even more hysterical. But because she was mute, she couldn't cry at all. Only a dull whimper. Mouths wide open, crying hysterically. And the two little hands hugged Chen Xiao, hugging him to death, not willing to separate at all. Hey! I say you two little couples as far as that goes? We haven't seen each other for half a month, right? See how excited you are? If you want to make out, go home and do it, don't be shy in public. What? Bullying us bachelors? Du Yunpeng next to him looked at Chen Xiao and his mute wife making out and let out a long sigh of relief. Speaking sourly towards Chen Xiao. For Chen Xiao's response program, the county party committee and county government gave him many orders. In addition to asking him to give Chen Xiao a message, it was also for him to observe Chen Xiao's state. After all, this time, Chen Xiao was reported by the backstabbing villagers that he had personally led to get rich. The county government's biggest worry is that Chen Xiao has too much resentment towards these villagers and himself as a daughter-in-law. It leads to a reluctance to continue the collective economy. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for the county. Now that he saw Chen Xiao and his own daughter-in-law, Du Yunpeng was sort of relieved. Afterward, it felt a bit sour with some tastes. He didn't have a date yet. Yes. Team leader Du, we're leaving. We're leaving. Chen Xiao also reacted. A big grin spread out. Lifting his luggage with one hand, he took his mute daughter-in-law, who was still crying hoarsely with her mouth wide open, and took a step toward the outside. This guy. Du Yunpeng looked at Chen Xiao's vaguely smug look and cried a little. This was followed by a loud voice. Remember, go back and get some rest and relaxation, and just start unfolding as soon as possible. It's a good policy now, but there's no time to lose. Du Yunpeng reminded again in a loud voice towards Chen Xiao. Don't worry, team leader Du. 3. The story of the last life. Wow. Back home. The mute bride's crying had finally stopped a little. But stubbornly stood in front of Chen Xiao. Both hands waved like wind and fire wheels. Gesturing sign language to Chen Xiao, expressing his meaning. While gesticulating, his eyes were also filled with self-reproach. She was blaming herself for encouraging Chen Xiao to lead the people of Yellowfish Pond Village to make a career. If she hadn't suggested that Chen Xiao should lead the people of the village into business, she wouldn't have encountered all this. If it wasn't for her, Chen Xiao wouldn't have trusted those white-eyed villagers. If it weren't for her, how would Chen Xiao have stayed in Yellowfish Beach Village for a year, doing his best for those white-eyed wolf villagers? Don't blame you. Really don't blame you. It was me who underestimated the greed of the people in this village. Chen Xiao looked at his mute daughter-in-law who was still constantly blaming herself. With one reach, she took her into her arms once again, hugging her tightly and comforting towards her. Listening to Chen Xiao's words, the mute daughter-in-law broke down in tears again, crying for air. But unable to even cry, she could only hug Chen Xiao tightly, not daring to separate. Afraid that it was all a lie, afraid that Chen Xiao didn't want her anymore. Silly daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao heartbreakingly looked at his dumb daughter-in-law, muttering softly. It was 1960 when he crossed over to this world. At that time, he was a baby, raised on 100 meals. With the succor of the people, Chen Xiao not only survived the most difficult 3 years, but also smoothly passed through the most dangerous 10 years. Even, read a book, but also the first batch of college entrance examination students after the resumption of college entrance examination. Finally, moreover, with excellent grades, became a college student. After graduating from college, he decided to return to his village and use his knowledge to repay the villagers who had helped him. But on the way back to the village, because of the slippery road and rainy days, he fell into a ditch and almost suffocated and died in the silt. In the end, he was saved by a mute girl who was passing by. The mute girl took him back to her village, Yellowfish Beach Village. She even brought him to her own home and took care of Chen Xiao for more than a full month before he got better. During that month, the mute girl gave Chen Xiao all of her food rations, and even spent all of her family's savings to buy medicine for Chen Xiao. Not to mention, she stayed by Chen Xiao's side day and night to take care of her. A month after saving Chen Xiao's life, the mute girl, who was still well-proportioned and delicate-looking, was starved to the bone. She gave all her rations to Chen Xiao to eat, and all day long she relied on irrigation to support her stomach. You can only eat a little bit a day. Sometimes it takes 2 days to get a bite to eat. There is also a lot of heavy manual labor assigned by the village, while taking care of Chen Xiao. With such poor food and rest, the mute girl persisted for a full month. Even the day Chen Xiao finally recovered from her illness, the mute girl directly fainted from hunger. It could be said that if Chen Xiao continued to be sick, the mute girl could starve to death alive in this day and age. Chen Xiao, who knew all this, was heartbroken. From that moment on, he made up his mind that he would take the mute girl as his wife. Everything went well. Just like that, with the mute girl pulling the license and getting married. No ceremony. Mainly because it was just too poor. Not only are they poor, but the whole village where the mute daughter-in-law lives is poor. All the people in the village eat groundnuts 3 times a day. Not to mention rice and noodles. Not many people can afford to eat rice and noodles. It can be said that the whole village is poor and crazy. In order to make a good life for the mute daughter-in-law, as well as the mute daughter-in-law's mother down the village, to change the poor status quo. Encouraged by his mute daughter-in-law, with the foresight of a traveler, and the knowledge he learned in college, Chen Xiao led his mute daughter-in-law's villagers to collectively start fish farming. And, it's a two-front operation. One side pools villagers' funds to jointly charter the village's abandoned 10+ acres of fish ponds for large-scale fish farming, while teaching villagers to raise fish in rice paddies on a scattered basis. A year down, the mute daughter-in-law with a Yellowfish Beach Village fish farming bumper harvest, input directly back to the capital, and even because there is nothing to catch fish in the city, the price is very high, the people are slightly small profits. And the second year, it is directly again a bumper harvest, this time, is pure profit. This time, everyone is earning a lot of money. Yellowfish Beach Village, this is a poor village in a poor county, and the poorest of the poor villages. Directly turned over to become the richest village in the county. Not only does everyone have rice to eat, but they even have meat once every 3 days and fish once every 2 days. It's called a bellyful of food. But all this changed after these villagers realized how much Chen Xiao had harvested in total. Collective economy. To put it bluntly, it is to collectively pool funds to engage in undertakings, and when pooling funds, the more one invests, the more one naturally reaps in the end. In the beginning, when Chen Xiao wanted to raise funds, everyone did not believe Chen Xiao. In the end, Chen Xiao softly persuaded the village people to believe in him. But there was still a large sum of money missing. So Chen Xiao went back to his village and borrowed money from the entire village. It was only then that he was able to gather enough money for that sum of money. Became the biggest contributor to the collective endeavor. The more you put in, the more you get out. In the end, Chen Xiao harvested the most as well, accounting for almost half of all the harvest. This made the village crowd unbalanced. It felt that Chen Xiao was appropriating collective assets. To put it bluntly, it's embezzlement. There have been calls for Chen Xiao to release the accounts. Chen Xiao is not afraid of shadows and has also published all the accounts. There was not the slightest problem with himself. However, a group of villagers were still not happy, thinking that Chen Xiao had earned too much and should share the money with the villagers. But Chen Xiao was naturally unwilling. When these villagers were first told to invest more, the more they invested, the more they would share in the end. Each and every one of them was reluctant. One is compelled to find a way to borrow money to pitch in. Now that you're making money, you've invested more than you've earned. And these people are unbalanced? To make themselves give them money? On what grounds? Chen Xiao naturally disagreed. However, what he did not expect was, this group of villagers saw that they could not take advantage of Chen Xiao. Surprisingly, they directly reported Chen Xiao. Report Chen Xiao for speculation. And at that time, it just so happened to be another time when the documents were issued from above to crack down on speculation. Chen Xiao became a typical example. Busted. Fortunately, it didn't take long for documents to be issued from above to encourage collective economic development. It was the same document that Du Yunpeng had just talked about. It got Chen Xiao a lighter punishment and released. However, this put the charge of speculation on Chen Xiao in the future. Chen Xiao's university graduation certificate completely lost. It can be said that the 4 years of college that Chen Xiao put all his efforts into completely went to waste. Moreover, speculation was subject to confiscation of illegal income and fines. Although the county government, symbolically, waived most of the fines. However, the confiscation of the illegal income was not only earned by Chen Xiao himself, but also by those villagers. But how could those villagers spit out the money they had earned? In the end, all this money to be confiscated went to Chen Xiao's head. Chen Xiao not only lost his college degree, but even owed a huge amount of debt. Not to mention, he couldn't pay back the money he borrowed from people in his own village. He came back with the wish to repay the villagers of his own village. In the end, it turned out to be a liar who deceived them. This series of events also made Chen Xiao hate these villagers. Incidentally, he also hated the mute daughter-in-law who encouraged him to lead these villagers in their endeavors. It felt that this mute daughter-in-law had saved herself before and married herself for a purpose. It was to use herself to bring these villagers money. Now that you've made money, you've sold yourself out. So the last one came out. Chen Xiao did not make another career. Instead, he took pleasure in torturing his mute daughter-in-law and antagonizing these villagers. 4. System. Think Chen Xiao is misappropriating collective assets. To put it bluntly, it is suspected that Chen Xiao has embezzled. They have demanded that Chen Xiao publish the accounts. Chen Xiao is not afraid of shadows and has also published all the accounts. There was not the slightest problem with himself. However, a group of villagers were still not happy. It felt that Chen Xiao was earning too much. Should distribute the money to the villagers. But naturally, Chen Xiao was unwilling. When these villagers were first told to invest more, the more they invested, the more they would share in the end. One by one, they don't trust themselves and are not willing to invest money. One is compelled to find a way to borrow money to vote. Now that you're making money, you've invested more than you've earned. And these people are unbalanced? To make themselves give them money? On what grounds? Chen Xiao naturally disagreed. However, what he did not expect was, this group of villagers saw that they could not take advantage of Chen Xiao. Surprisingly, they directly reported Chen Xiao. Report Chen Xiao for speculation. And at that time, it just so happened to be another time when the documents were issued from above to crack down on speculation. Chen Xiao became a typical example. Any Chen Xiao how to explain the situation to the county is dead unrelenting. Chen Xiao was arrested in this way. Fortunately, it didn't take long for that policy document to be issued from above. Encouraging collective economic development. It's the same document that Du Yunpeng just talked about. It got Chen Xiao a lighter punishment and released. But, although released, the charge already exists, counted in the file, and cannot be expunged. This put the charge of speculation on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's university diploma completely lost. It can be said that the 4 years of college that Chen Xiao put all his efforts into completely went to waste. Moreover, speculation was subject to confiscation of illegal income and fines. Although the county government, symbolically, waived the fine. However, the confiscation of the illegal income was not only earned by Chen Xiao himself, but also by those villagers. The money he earned himself, the mute daughter-in-law had already turned it in. But how could those villagers spit out the money they had earned? In the end, all that money, it was counted on Chen Xiao's head. It could be said. Just because of such a report, Chen Xiao not only lost his college degree, he took the blame for being a criminal. Even, owed a huge amount of debt. Not to mention, he couldn't pay back the money he borrowed from the people of Little Harbor Village. He came back with the wish to repay the villagers of his own village. In the end, it turned out to be a liar who deceived them. This series of events also made Chen Xiao hate these villagers. Incidentally, he also hated the mute daughter-in-law who had instigated him to bring the villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village to make a career out of it. It felt that this mute daughter-in-law had saved herself before and married herself for a purpose. It was to use herself to bring these villagers to make money. Now that he has made money, he has betrayed himself along with these villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village. So come out. Chen Xiao had nothing to worry about and wasn't working on another career. Instead, he took pleasure in torturing his mute daughter-in-law and antagonizing these villagers. He tortures the mute daughter-in-law day and night. At every turn, she is either beaten or scolded, or sneered at with cold words. When you do that at night, it is even more unappreciated. Just to get back at her. On weekdays, it's even all kinds of quarrels with the villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village, picking fights over nothing. Just to take revenge on these villagers, to take revenge on this mute daughter-in-law who has a demon in her heart. As for the debt? Chen Xiao no longer cared. The big deal was that he would be arrested again. He had nothing left and had become a criminal. He didn't care about anything anymore. But the mute daughter-in-law can't say what she's suffering. For the villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village, she actually hated them. How could she not have thought of it? She encouraged Chen Xiao to bring the villagers to make money, and when it was clear that everyone had benefited, she backstabbed Chen Xiao out of jealousy and greed. She hated these villagers with a passion. Facing Chen Xiao, she also blamed herself for everything. Because she was the one who encouraged Chen Xiao to lead the crowd to make a career. And Chen Xiao ended up in this situation. In the end, it was she who had harmed Chen Xiao. Therefore, she didn't have a single complaint about Chen Xiao deliberately picking fights and either beating or scolding her. Silently enduring all of Chen Xiao's torment. Allow Chen Xiao to treat her all kinds of cheap. At the same time, while she endured Chen Xiao's torture, she also tried to make money by all means. She wanted to pay off her debt for Chen Xiao. Because, if Chen Xiao didn't pay her debt, she would be arrested again in the detention center. She didn't want Chen Xiao to be arrested. So, being a mute, she ran to the county to find work every day after enduring Chen Xiao's sarcasm and torture at home. With cheaper prices than others and more desperate dryness. Grab the job and do it. Make a little money and pay it back. Work your ass off to make money. Just for Chen Xiao to stay. At the same time, it was also in the village every day, going door to door and asking for money from the villagers. This is because these villagers have a share in the money confiscated from the illegal proceeds. She wants to give Chen Xiao an explanation. But when she did this, Chen Xiao didn't believe her. Chen Xiao only thought that she was pretending and acting for herself. And so a year passed. The mute daughter-in-law was tortured beyond recognition. But by this time, she was pregnant. But Chen Xiao's mind had long since gone crazy, not believing that the child was his. He suspects that his dumb daughter-in-law is cheating on him. The mute daughter-in-law is aggrieved. But she didn't dare to take a break, and with a big belly, she took care of Chen Xiao while continuing to desperately look for work to do to earn money. Because as long as she doesn't pay back the money, Chen Xiao may be sent to jail. Meanwhile, there are also continued daily arguments with the village. It was not until she was about to give birth that she fell down the gutter while arguing with the village. One body and two lives. After the death of the mute daughter-in-law, Chen Xiao also learned what the mute daughter-in-law had done for herself. That moment, Chen Xiao finally broke down. He finally believed that the mute daughter-in-law was not in league with these villagers. The mute daughter-in-law was not pretending. She has her own children. He then realized that his mute daughter-in-law really hadn't lied to him. Finally, on a calm morning, Chen Xiao sent everyone away through the only well in the village. And also sent himself away. Until the moment Chen Xiao reopened his eyes. Chen Xiao realized that he had re-entered the year 82. Back to the time when he had been locked up in a detention center by the Speculation Special Remediation Task Force. He's crazy happy. Because by this time, he had been reported though. But his dumb daughter-in-law is still alive and well. He could see his mute daughter-in-law again. Until this moment. Chen Xiao hugged his mute daughter-in-law who was still crying uncontrollably. Only then was there a tangible sense of solidity. He said from the bottom of his heart, "Daughter-in-law, it's great that you're still here." Chen Xiao hugged his mute daughter-in-law tightly, coveting her to the extreme. His own mute daughter-in-law, even though she was mute. But also beautiful to the core. Fair skin, proud body, delicate features. If it was put in the later world, it would be a proper AI-level beauty. It's just that it's disliked because it's mute. But Chen Xiao doesn't mind. Chen Xiao has never disliked his mute daughter-in-law either. He only had one thought now. Never again would he hurt his mute daughter-in-law, and he must make sure that his mute daughter-in-law had a good life. In this regard, Chen Xiao had plenty of confidence. Not only because of his own traveler's foresight, but also his cultural knowledge. At the same time, there was also a system that came along with his rebirth. 5. A group of white-eyed wolves. The perfect life system. You can get some system rewards by completing system tasks. And the first task the system gave him was, ding! Life is about making a home and starting a business. The family has been established, the business has not yet been established. How can life be perfect? Please bind your first career as soon as possible. Bind your first career? Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. In this era, to make your own business now, that's simply impossible. Other than opening a store, all private economic behaviors can be called speculation. So, if you want to start a career, you'll end up having to engage in a collective economy. Not only is it safe, but it has policy support at the same time. Chen Xiao thought about starting his own business, not in the collective economy. But in this day and age, engaging in a private economy and any other economic activity other than opening a store is just looking for death. Of course. It's not as if there aren't ways to exploit policy loopholes. That's the red hat. To put it bluntly, it's dependency. You fund your own business, but nominally, you are attached to a collective economic organization. Wearing the label of collective economy, the organization is making its own money. Every year, they only need to pay a certain amount of management fees to the collective organization. This behavior, however, is very dangerous. Because it's not legal. Not legal, which means not protected by the law. If Chen Xiao finances himself and gets his business up and running, and this collective organization gets red-eyed and directly says, "This business belongs to our collective," then Chen Xiao's entire business will be snatched away by this collective. There would not be the slightest room for struggle. Chen Xiao will once again be a basket case. Therefore, Chen Xiao, who had just experienced the villagers' betrayal, did not have the slightest heart to exploit such a loophole. He did not believe in humanity. So in the end, it's a collective economy. Just like before, you put money into it yourself, even if you are a shareholder in the collective economic activity, and you make money. After that, you can do other business little by little according to the policy. However, no matter what business we engage in, it definitely can't be in this Yellowfish Beach village. These wide-eyed wolves, they don't deserve it. It's time for me to go back and see the villagers of my little harbor village. This time, I'm going to take them along for the ride. With policy support and the imperial sword given by the county party committee and county government. I want this group of wide-eyed wolves from Yellowfish Beach Village to watch with their own eyes as I lead the villagers of our Shaojiang village to become rich and prosperous. And they can only return to poverty. They can only continue to eat roasted groundnuts. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and muttered mentally. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and looked at his mute daughter-in-law who had stopped crying and was greedily rubbing against his chest in his arms. "Daughter-in-law, come back to our village with me. From now on, you'll be a member of our little harbor village, okay?" Chen Xiao looked at the mute daughter-in-law and said, "Aha!" The mute daughter-in-law raised her head and nodded frantically towards Chen Xiao. She was willing to do whatever Chen Xiao said now. As long as Chen Xiao didn't abandon her, as long as Chen Xiao didn't hate her. Let her do whatever she wants. Good, then let's get going. When we go back, we'll have to apologize properly to the village head grandpa and the others. This time, I'm the one who screwed up and borrowed so much money from them, they have to blame me to death. Bunch of white wolves. Packed up. Chen Xiao and the mute daughter-in-law, with their large bags, left the house and headed towards the outside of Yellowfish Beach Village. And along the way, one by one, the villagers passing by Yellowfish Beach Village were looking at the two with complicated gazes. Some were even secretly looking at the two through the windows. Chen Xiao looked at the eyes of these people and sneered, ignoring them. Pulling the mute daughter-in-law, she continued to walk towards the outside of the village. Wow! Suddenly, just as Chen Xiao was about to walk out of the village, a group of people suddenly came from the village in great numbers. Chen Xiao, what are you guys going to do? The leader, an old man who looked a bit gray at the temples and was draped in a jacket, led the way and stopped in front of Chen Xiao, asking towards him. What? Secretary 1, don't you know what we are going to do? Chen Xiao stopped and looked at the vast group of people in front of him and sneered. This? Chen Xiao, you're not going to leave our village, are you? Secretary Wen's face came down unsightly, confirming towards Chen Xiao. A kind of villagers behind him were also staring at Chen Xiao with their gazes tightly fixed. Or else. You don't think that I will still stay here and continue to get rich with a bunch of you white-eyed wolves, do you? Chen Xiao sneered and looked at Secretary Wen in front of him. You. Secretary Wen was instantly flushed red and somewhat speechless when Chen Xiao suddenly mocked him like that. Chen Xiao. What are you saying? That's right, even if you're a college student, you can't insult people like that, right? Right. It's not like we're the ones who arrested you. As for the crowd of people from Yellowfish Beach Village behind Secretary Wen, when they heard Chen Xiao's words, they all instantly swarmed and shouted towards Chen Xiao. What? The people who reported me aren't you guys? Chen Xiao was all exasperated and laughed, directly opening his mouth to ask back. Swish. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths. Chen Xiao, however, continued without relief, or is it that the people who reported me to the police because they coveted my money were not you guys? Chen Xiao sneered and continued to ask. While saying that, he stepped forward. 2. The next moment, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. The gazes that looked at Chen Xiao were somewhat evasive, unable to say a word. Chen Xiao, however, remained unforgiving, or maybe the person who smashed up my house and turned it upside down was not you guys? Chen Xiao sneered and looked at the group of people and said. That's right. When he and his mute daughter-in-law came back, he realized that his and his mute daughter-in-law's home had been turned upside down. And the window was smashed to pieces as well. Other than this group of white-eyed wolves, Chen Xiao couldn't think of anyone who did it. It was obviously this group of people who wanted to rob themselves of all that money they had earned, and when they didn't search for it, they smashed Chen Zhao's home in retaliation. Ha! A bunch of white-eyed wolves are white-eyed wolves. And to say that I insulted you guys? You all deserve my insults? I'm just telling the truth. Why are you all in a hurry? Chen Zhao sneered coldly and sneered nonchalantly towards the crowd. Instantly, everyone was furious and gritted their teeth, staring at Chen Zhao with hatred. But all of them could do nothing with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, loved to see this group of white-eyed wolves hate him to the bone, but there was nothing they could do to him. Alright. Get lost. Good dogs don't get in the way. Chen Zhao was also too lazy to continue tangling with this group of people. Annoyed, he waved his hand. Then, with a direct word, he was about to continue walking away with his mute daughter-in-law, who was filled with a look of relief. However, no way. You can't go. The next moment, the village secretary Wen, but unfolded his hand and stopped Chen Zhao. 6. How do you still intend to let me borrow money to make money for you guys? What? Do you still want to torture me? You think the law can't control you anymore, don't you? Chen Zhao instantly condensed his gaze, staring dead at the secretary when in front of him, threatening in a cold voice. You said that you would take our Yellowfish Beach village to become rich. Now the matter is still pending. You can't leave. Secretary Wen, however, was speaking towards Chen Zhao without budging. That is. We agreed to let me earn enough money to rebuild the house, and now our house hasn't even been rebuilt yet. You're just going to leave? That's a lie. That's right. You promised to let me make enough money to get married, and now you want to leave after you've only made a few dollars? That's no way to work. We can't let him go. How can we make money if he leaves? He must take us on to make money. The people behind Secretary Wen were also shouting various things towards Chen Zhao. Each and every one of them was furious. When listening to these people, let alone Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's mute daughter-in-law was on the verge of exploding with anger. That is, she couldn't speak. Otherwise, it could be a day of cursing with these white wolves. But even so, the mute daughter-in-law was also trembling with anger. Slightly rough little hands dancing. Constantly gesticulating sign language. It's almost waving sparks. But apparently the crowd didn't pay much attention to her. One by one, their gazes were on Chen Zhao. It seems that just saying you guys are white-eyed wolves is overestimating you. We also have to add shamelessness. A bunch of shameless white-eyed wolves. Chen Zhao was also furious and cursed. Looking at the crowd's looks of anger rising again, Chen Zhao was not the least bit polite. Pointing at a person behind Secretary Wen, he said, "Now you remember that your house hasn't been rebuilt? What did you do earlier? When you reported me for speculation, why didn't you remember that you hadn't rebuilt your house?" Chen Zhao questioned nonchalantly. The man was so scolded by Chen Zhao that he cowered and retreated 2 steps, not daring to open his mouth. Chen Zhao was again looking at another person. And you, now you remember that you haven't gotten a daughter-in-law yet? Now you know you need money for a daughter-in-law? What did you do earlier? When you reported me, why didn't you think of sending me in, no one to take you guys to make money, and you couldn't get a wife? Chen Zhao cursed at this person. I didn't think of it. That bachelor was also startled by Chen Zhao's questioning. Cowering, he muttered and did not dare to speak. And you? Keeping me around for you guys to make money? How dare you? When I took you to charter a fish pond to raise fish, I made it clear to you that the more you invested, the more you earned. What about you guys? You all don't believe me. A village with close to 150 households, they all put together less than $10,000. Is that ridiculous? I can only go, alone, to the village of Little Harbor and borrow money to make up the difference of $14,000. When I make money and I share more, you guys won't be happy again. Saying that I'm dividing too much. You want me to give you the money? On what grounds? What did you do when you were told to put money in? Seeing that I don't give you your cut, you report me for speculation? Since you guys say I'm speculating, what else do you want me to do to make you money? A bunch of white-eyed wolves. You guys deserve it too? Or do you want to wait until I bring you guys money again, then report me and split my money? Chen Zhao was again looking at a village woman with a shrill-like face and unceremoniously opened her mouth to curse. Can you blame us then? That's still not your fault. If you had shared the money with us, we wouldn't have reported you. You make so much money, why don't you share it with us? Also, you speculated, that's the proof. We didn't say that, the government did. If you want to blame it, blame the government, why should you blame us? The shrill-like village woman, too, did not budge. Not ashamed, but honored to say. What about you? If I remember correctly, your family has quite a lot of savings. Since your family has so much savings, why don't you share it with everyone? Women have many rights and wrongs. This is an unchanging truth. Chen Zhao listened to this ugly face of the acerbic woman, and also nonchalantly asked back. By what right? That's our family's money. The acerbic woman was startled and hurriedly looked around at the other villagers warily, saying, "Then that money I earned is still our family's money. Who are you to ask me to give you guys a share? Just because you guys are shameless? Just because you are white-eyed wolves?" Chen Xiao sneered and screamed towards the snarky woman. The mute daughter-in-law next to her also tilted her small chin with a face of relief, looking viciously at the sour woman. You. The acerbic woman was somewhat speechless, shivering and reaching out to point at Chen Xiao, but could not say anything. "All right. Right at this moment." Secretary Wen waved his hand and called a halt to the two. He then looked at Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, what we did before was indeed a bit unorthodox. We apologize to you," Secretary Wen said and bowed towards Chen Xiao. "Ha!" Chen Xiao, however, did not utter a single word and just looked at him with such a sneer. If not for the timely enactment of the new policy, he was arrested on the charge of speculation and faced the likelihood of being shot or imprisoned for a long time, even if he is now released on a lighter sentence. However, he still can't get his university degree. Moreover, one is burdened with criminals and huge debts. Not to mention, in his last life, this group of people even forced the death of his mute daughter-in-law. This Secretary Wen, with a single apology, wants himself to forgive him? Dream on. Chen Xiao, look, my apologies have arrived too. Should we reconsider? After all, you said before that you would take our village people and make them rich, becoming the #1 village in the province, and even in the country. You're a college student, you can't keep your word, can you? Secretary Wen re-straightened his body and opened his mouth towards Chen Xiao to morally kidnap him again. Ha! Getting rich? The first village in the province? The first village in the whole country? The sneer at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth was almost frozen into substance as he looked at Secretary Wen in front of him and sneered, "You guys are worthy of it too? You!" Secretary Wen's face instantly changed abruptly, and he couldn't help but raise a color of anger on his face. But thinking of Chen Xiao's role, he still suppressed his anger and said towards Chen Xiao, "Then what do you want before you are willing to stay?" "Want me to stay? Fine." Chen Xiao sneered and looked at Secretary Wen, "Pay me back those fines I owe. Pay me back the money I owe the villagers of Shaojiang village. I'll reconsider." Chen Xiao sneered and spoke towards Secretary Wen. "On what grounds?" And Chen Xiao said this. The snarky female screamed once again. "That's your own fine. Why should we pay it back? And the money you borrowed from those guys in Little Harbor Village, that's also what you owe, what's it to us?" The shrill woman shouted towards Chen Xiao. "It is none of our business. Bizarre. You're just dreaming." Everyone screamed out when the shrill woman said this. One by one, they kept yelling towards Chen Xiao. 7 Su? What business is it of yours? What do you think it's got to do with you? If you hadn't reported it, would I have been fined? If you hadn't reported it, my money would have been confiscated, resulting in not being able to pay back the folks in Little Harbor Village? And you are worthy to ask here on what grounds? And you're here to say what's it to you? Chen Xiao gritted her teeth in anger as she listened to the crooked reasoning of this group of white-eyed wolves and opened her mouth to curse angrily once again. "You!" The group of villagers were once again speechless. They could only stare viciously at Chen Xiao, but could not say anything. "All right. Chen Xiao. The folks really can't take this money. Why don't you look at it this way, if you stay in our village, the future harvest of this fish pond will give you another 10% more. What do you think?" Secretary Wen suppressed his fire and once again consulted towards Chen Xiao. However, Chen Xiao couldn't even help but laugh out loud. Afterward, sneeringly, he looked at Secretary Wen and said, "Want to continue raising fish? Fine. But the equipment we bought earlier, as well as the fish and fry in the pond, have all been confiscated. That means that if you want to raise fish again, you'll have to raise funds again. Come on then, cough up the money, $300 a family." Chen Xiao sneered and looked at the crowd. "What? Still have to shell out money?" When Chen Xiao said this, instantly, everyone was confused. They could not react for a long time. "What else? You guys don't think that I can conjure up fish for you out of thin air with all the equipment and fry and feed and stuff taken away, do you?" Chen Xiao sneered and looked at the crowd. "But we didn't have to pay so much money last time." Someone got anxious and spoke towards Chen Xiao. "Why don't you say that last time? Most of the money was padded by me borrowing money from the folks in Little Harbor Village." "What? Still want me to borrow money to advance it? And then rob me again? If you can't rob me, report me again?" Chen Xiao sneered and looked at the crowd. Chen Xiao had never intended to continue bringing this group of white-eyed wolves to continue working. However, he did not mind pitting these guys once. If he could really receive the money, his first priority would naturally be to pay off his debt first. He was carrying a huge debt of close to $50,000 on his own. In this day and age, $50,000, that's a lot of money. In terms of purchasing power, it's equivalent to the latter. $5 million? Pretty much. That's enough money to crush any ordinary person. Therefore, Chen Xiao had no intention of continuing to bring this group of people to work. However, to use it to pit them, he was quite willing. This. Everyone's gazes were a bit averted, unable to speak. Secretary Wen, come on, hit the head and shell out the money. Chen Xiao looked at the silent crowd and gazed at Secretary Wen and said, Chen Xiao, as you know, our village used to be the poorest of the poor villages. The guys didn't have much money in the first place. What little family money we had before was invested into these fish ponds. Then we made some money, and everyone spent almost all of it. The guys ran out of money. See if you can. Secretary Wen said with difficulty. What? You really want me to borrow money again to make money for you guys? The sarcasm at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth was barely concealed. Toward Secretary Wen, he asked rhetorically. Instantly, Secretary Man shut up. All right. What's the bleeping here for no money? Off. Chen Xiao looked at the speechless crowd. It was also too lazy to continue saying anything. After opening his mouth and cursing, he pulled the mute daughter-in-law, who had a relieved face, and prepared to walk towards the outside. But just then, Secretary Wen and the others were also somewhat dumbfounded. Wait. Since you don't want to stay, you'll have to take all the money you made from our village. All that money you earned from raising fish in our village's ponds should all go to us. You must give us that money. Seeing that she couldn't keep Chen Xiao, the shrill woman spoke towards Chen Xiao in a shrill voice again. That's right. People can leave the money behind. Right. That's money earned on our village's fish ponds, it must be returned to us. What belongs to our village, must stay in our village. Upon hearing the shrill woman's words, the crowd's eyes lit up as they screamed towards Chen Xiao. There was a look of forcing Chen Xiao to take the money. And Secretary Wen was standing on the side, not saying a word. What you all mean is that what belongs to your village has to stay in your village? Chen Xiao's face was weird as he listened to the words of the crowd. That's right. The money earned from relying on our village's fish ponds to raise fish must stay. The shrill woman looked at Chen Xiao triumphantly and spoke in a loud voice. In that case, shouldn't the debt that was incurred because of raising fish for your village also stay in your village? That would be great. I'll go to the county and say that the fines and debts against me are the responsibility of your village of Yellowfish Beach. Chen Xiao said, about to pull the mute daughter-in-law towards the main road on the other side. Stop. And Chen Xiao said this. Secretary Wen could no longer stand. Hurrying to block in front of Chen Xiao once again. What? You guys don't just want money and don't want to carry debt, right? Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Wen with an odd expression on his face and said. You. Secretary Wen gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Xiao, itching to swallow Chen Xiao alive. In the end, he still gritted his teeth and said, Go. Leave our Yellowfish Beach village. Don't come back. Secretary Wen's voice, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, made way towards Chen Xiao. Secretary. The surrounding villagers were instantly anxious. One by one, they couldn't help but shout anxiously towards the secretary. All get out of the way. I said let him go. Secretary Wen was so angry that he turned his head toward the crowd and burst out. At this, the villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village then reluctantly made way. I've already said that good dogs don't block the road, but I still don't believe it. Really a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Chen Xiao sneered and swept a glance at the crowd, pulling the mute daughter-in-law, who was tilting her small chin with a smug and arrogant face, and walked out of the Yellowfish Beach Village without slowing down. The people of Yellowfish Beach Village just gritted their teeth and watched Chen Xiao leave, unable to say a word. Until the two's figures completely disappeared. Only then did a rough and burly man, gritting his teeth, say, Secretary, why did you just let them go? If I were to say, wouldn't they behave themselves if you directly beat them up? Nonsense. And when Secretary Wen heard the burly man's words, his eyes glazed over and he shouted loudly, that Chen Xiao is a key college student in the county. If anything goes wrong with him in our village, each and every one of you will be arrested and shot tomorrow. And beaten? Do you dare to touch a finger? Secretary Wen snapped towards the burly man. The burly man instantly couldn't say a word, his face reddening, making the surrounding crowd look at him with sneers. But Secretary, so we're just going to let them go? Just at this time, the acerbic woman still asked unwillingly. Of course we won't let them go so easily. We agreed to take us to become rich and become the #1 village in the province. How can we let them go just like that? Also, the money earned with our village's fish ponds should be our village's. It must be returned. Secretary Wen narrowed his eyes and spoke. But now, the people are gone, how can we ask for more? The shrill woman's eyes lit up as she listened to Secretary Wen's words. But then, helplessly. Don't worry. If we can't control him, there are naturally people who can control him. I'll go back later and write the material. I'll go to the county in a few days. I'll sue him. I just don't believe that there is no justice in this world. 8. Back to the village. Daughter-in-law. Here, this is our little harbor village. I didn't want to bring you back before because I borrowed money from the village people and I was too embarrassed to come back before I paid them back. Now, I didn't realize that after what happened, I was forced to come back. I just don't know how the village uncles and mothers, they are going to blame me. Chen Xiao was carrying a large bag. Holding his mute little daughter-in-law, he walked towards Little Harbor Village. While walking, Chen Xiao spoke towards his mute daughter-in-law with some apprehension. Every villager in Little Harbor Village was his family. He didn't want to do anything to apologize to them. Earlier, he had borrowed money from the people in the village, but he also wanted to double it back to the village after making money. Think of it as him helping the crowd in Xiaojiang Village to invest in the fish farming business in Yellowfish Beach Village. But unexpectedly, the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, out of greed, reported him. The money he was allowed to earn from fish farming was all confiscated before it could be distributed to the people of Little Harbor Village. Not only could he not pay back the people of the village, but he was also burdened with a huge debt. Now, one can only continue to owe money to the crowd. Truth be told, he was a bit ashamed to see the people in the village. And hearing Chen Xiao's words, the mute daughter-in-law violently took a few quick steps and blocked in front of Chen Xiao. Both hands danced into wind and fire wheels, gesturing sign language towards Chen Xiao. Xiao, don't be afraid. If the villagers of Little Harbor Village blame, let them blame me. Let them beat me to death. I'm to blame for this. The mute daughter-in-law quickly gestured towards Chen Xiao to express herself. While gesticulating, her eyes became teary again. Every time she thought that it was because of herself that Chen Xiao had ended up in this situation, she regretted only wanting to cry. Nonsense. But not before the mute daughter-in-law finished her comparison. Chen Xiao, however, raised an eyebrow. Fiercely, she reached out and grabbed her mute daughter-in-law's somewhat rough little hand. Looking at the mute daughter-in-law in his eyes, he said, I told you. This matter, it has nothing to do with you. What killed or not killed? I'm telling you, if you dare to say something like that again, see how I'll punish you. Chen Xiao pushed the large bundle in front of her chest aside and took her mute daughter-in-law into her arms. He viciously slapped his ass on its butt. A stern warning. And when the mute daughter-in-law heard Chen Xiao's words, she was again teary-eyed, her eyes filled with emotion. Alright, stop crying. Our great uncles and ladies in Little Harbor Village aren't that hard-hearted. They can blame me if they want. I'll make sure to make them forgive us with practical actions. And I will definitely bring the uncles and ladies of Little Harbor Village to live a good life. Chen Xiao looked at the mute daughter-in-law, who was crying again, and spoke to her. Xiao, I'll join you in begging the older men and women for forgiveness. We are one. The mute daughter-in-law also nodded solemnly and gestured sign language for a moment. Yes. We're in this together. We are one. Chen Xiao also laughed. Afterward, holding the mute daughter-in-law's hand, she continued to walk towards the mountains. Xiaojiang Village was a village further away from the county and in the middle of several mountains. To get to Xiaojiang Village, you have to go over a mountain. It's all mountain roads. There are no roads leading into it. Not even a country road, not to mention a highway. If you put it in the latter days, this is called a paradise. But in the present, it is called Poor Mountain Village. Chen Xiao set out in the morning with his mute daughter-in-law until it was getting late. When the mountain winds became more and more severe. It was only then that the two of them sort of went over the mountain. Came to the only village in the mountains. Daughter-in-law, we arrived home. Standing at the exit of the mountain. Looking down at the villages below that were all packed up and organized, even though they were all earthen houses. Chen Xiao paused in his steps. Toward the mute daughter-in-law next to her, she leisurely said. The color of closeness rose in his eyes. Although he was a traveler, this village had long been his home. Home. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao and nodded her head. Both hands hugged Chen Xiao's arms. Quietly, he looked at the village at the bottom of the hill. Little Harbor Village, although it is said to be a poor mountain village. It's even more remote than Yellowfish Beach Village. But in reality, Little Harbor Village is living a little better than the previous Yellowfish Beach Village. At least, the people in Xiaojiang Village were able to eat 1 meal of rice per month, and 1 meal of nested rice and salted vegetables. Even every family could still eat meat once or twice a year. It's not as if it's like the Yellowfish Beach Village before. Don't talk about meat. It's a blessing to have a meal of rice in a year. And the reason for all this is because the people of Little Harbor Village are more industrious. That's right. Just more diligent. Because of the labor points system of previous years and the system of equal distribution. It made all the people up and down the country lazy. For the man who works and the man who is lazy are allotted the same amount of labor. And the final distribution of proceeds, too, is the same. So why work well? So, this has led to, among other things, an increase in the number of sneaky people. When the number of lazy people increases, the revenue of the village, naturally, becomes lower and lower. The earnings per labor point exchanged are also getting less and less. This becomes a vicious circle. In the end, it left one village after another, poor. Yellowfish Beach Village is one of them. In the village, the most common thing to see is the lazy man. But Little Harbor Village is different. The people of Little Harbor Village, led by the village clerk, will be beaten up if they cheat. Therefore, hard work is a habit engraved into the bones of the people in this village. The village produces more food with less arable land. This is why, obviously, the environment and conditions in Xiaojiang Village are clearly much worse than those in Huangyutan Village. However, Xiaojiang Village is not as poor as Huangyutan Village. Go back. Chen Xiao quietly looked at Little Harbor Village for a while. Only then did she take a deep breath and lead her mute daughter-in-law towards the village. His palms couldn't help but sweat a little nervously. Aha! The mute daughter-in-law also hugged Chen Xiao's arm tightly, heavily nodding her head. With that, the two of them walked towards the village step by step. After walking through a rice field, they came to the head of the village. Just as we reached the entrance of the village, we met a few acquaintances. Auntie Xiuquan, Auntie Lu, Auntie Wang. I'm back. Looking at the several damsels under the tree at the head of the village while choosing vegetables and chatting, Chen Xiao spoke with some apprehension. Ah Xiao. You're back. Aha. Aunt Xiu Chun was an aunt in her 40s. Seeing Chen Xiao return, she instantly brightened up. But as if he suddenly thought of something, before he could finish his words, his face changed and he snorted coldly towards Chen Xiao. Afterward, picking up the dishes he hadn't finished choosing, he turned around and walked towards the village. Dame Lu. Wang Daniang. Chen Xiao's heart jumped, and she looked at Damiang Lu and Damiang Wang with aggression again. However, humph. There were also two cold grunts. Subsequently, Dame Lu and Dame Wang both got up as well. Patting their asses, they followed Dame Xiuquan towards the village. 9. The attitude of the village people. Looks like the village uncles and ladies are really pissed off. Looking at the three elder ladies, Chen Xiao pursed her lips, somewhat helpless. Then she shook her head. Forget it, let's go into the village first. Pulling the mute daughter-in-law whose face was also filled with worry, Chen Xiao still walked towards the village. Uncle Chunshu, you're back from work? Uncle Jen, I just saw Auntie Xiuchun. She's gone home. None of your business. Sister-in-law Fong, I'm back. You. Snap. Into the village. There were more people. As Chen Xiao walked, she greeted towards the people passing by. But the people who were all still smiling and happy, when they saw Chen Xiao, they all changed their faces and snorted coldly towards Chen Xiao. Clapping their asses, they left. Even, Chen Xiao greeted towards the homes of people passing by. The person even snorted coldly and slammed the door hard. It seems that I am really hated by people and dogs. Chen Xiao sighed, his heart a little hard. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao with tears in her eyes, her heart not feeling good either. Wanting to raise her hand to express something, she gave up. It's okay, it's only right for the older men and women to be angry with me. I've borrowed all their savings before. Now that they haven't paid back a single penny, they really should blame me. Chen Xiao then shook his head. Strengthening her spirit, she continued to walk towards the location of her house in the village, still insisting on greeting every villager as well. But in the end, all they got in return was a cold grunt and a pat on the butt. Chen Xiao was helpless. Until, you kids still knows to come back? A voice came. Chen Xiao twisted his head to look. He saw a hale and hearty old man wearing an old Chinese mountain suit and smoking a dry cigarette. Staring hard at himself. Secretary Chen. Chen Xiao hurriedly shrunk her neck and obediently called out towards the old man. What? After going to college, you don't even know how to call people anymore? But listening to Chen Xiao's words, the old man was cursing towards Chen Xiao. No. Grandpa. Chen Xiao hurriedly waved his hand, and then, obediently called out to the Grandmaster. There was a few moments of relaxation in his eyes. Well. Secretary Chen then loosened his brows and looked at the playful mute daughter-in-law beside Chen Xiao. A faintly unnoticeable flash of delight flashed across his eyes. Then he turned his head toward Chen Xiao and said, "Follow me to the village committee." After saying that, Secretary Chen took the lead and walked towards the village committee. Alas! Good. Grandpa. Chen Xiao hurriedly followed with his mute daughter-in-law. There was a moment of silence on the way. Until they reached the village council. Secretary Chen sat down. Only then did he look at Chen Xiao, who was still a bit apprehensive, and raised an eyebrow. How's it going? It wasn't easy being ignored along the way, was it? Secretary Chen smoked a dry cigarette and leisurely spoke towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was a little silent, and his heart was a little hard. However, it still exhaled a long breath. It's only right that uncle and auntie, as well as big brothers and sisters, blame me. I'm the one who borrowed all the few old money they had at home. And haven't paid it back yet. It's my fault. Chen Xiao lowered her head and admitted her mistake towards Secretary Chen. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an explosive shout from Secretary Chen. Fart! Secretary Chen knocked the table fiercely with his dry cigarette butt and fiercely bellowed. He then stood up and looked at Chen Xiao with a stern gaze. You think those uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters of yours are blaming you for borrowing their money? Do you think that they are blaming you for not paying them back? Secretary Chen questioned loudly towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was still a bit bewildered, raising his head and looking blankly at Chen Xiao. They are blaming you for being bullied. Why don't you come back to us? Where have you put all of us grandparents, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters? Do you consider us your family? Secretary Chen glared and asked sternly towards Chen Xiao. Thump. Chen Xiao froze looking at the fuming Secretary Chen. The heart could not stop beating frantically. You said you. Being bullied by that yellow fish beach village, you don't know to come back to me. Being arrested and not looking for someone to give us a message. He even married a daughter-in-law and didn't bring her back to show us. What, are you thinking that just because you went to a college, you're not from our little harbor village anymore? Secretary Chen sternly rebuked towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was truly feeling a bit dumbfounded. Yeah. Before, I only cared about resenting those people in Yellowfish Beach Village. Also because the money borrowed from the people of Shaojiang Village has not yet been replaced, embarrassed to come back. But what happened to himself did not give the people of Shaojiang Village. Though the thought was to carry it myself. But this undoubtedly also saddened the people of Little Harbor Village, feeling that Chen Xiao did not treat them as relatives. The people were also angry at Chen Xiao because of this. But Chen Xiao thought that the crowd was angry at him because of the money. Until this moment. Only then did Chen Xiao feel that he really deserved to die. I was wrong. Chen Xiao held back the trembling in his heart and sincerely apologized towards Secretary Chen. Wrong? You also know it's wrong? What did you do earlier? Secretary Chen was still not relieved as he chided towards Chen Xiao. While saying that, he also wanted to give Chen Xiao 2 kicks. But thinking that Chen Xiao now had a daughter-in-law, he resentfully withdrew his foot. Alright, don't stand, sit down. Looking at Chen Xiao's secretly relieved appearance, Secretary Chen was also not in a good mood. This is the daughter-in-law you married? When Chen Xiao pulled the mute daughter-in-law to sit down, Secretary Chen again looked at the mute daughter-in-law and spoke toward Chen Xiao. Grandpa, this is my daughter-in-law, called Li Xiaoyun, just can't speak. Chen Xiao instantly raised a smile on her face, pulling the terrified mute daughter-in-law to stand up again and introduced her towards Secretary Chen. Can't speak? Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen frowned, sizing up Li Xiaoyun carefully. This frown caused the mute daughter-in-law to be apprehensive for a moment. Fearfully, she looked at Secretary Chen, just in case he objected. Grandpa, Xiaoyun's mute wasn't born, it was a fever when she was little, and she wasn't saved in time, so she suddenly went mute. Later on, I'll take her to the doctor and cure her. Chen Xiao also spoke apprehensively towards Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen Xiao called Grandpa. It was also really treated as a big grandpa. When he was small, Chen Xiao had a long period of time where he lived in Secretary Chen's house. His own surname, all followed Secretary Chen's surname. Secretary Chen also treated him like his own grandson. So, although there was no blood relationship, it was still a real master-grandson relationship. 10. What? Still want to speculate? If you can't talk, you can't talk. Doesn't matter much. The girl is pretty and looks good for childbearing. Worthy of you. You can talk among yourselves about whether to cure or not in the future. I don't care about you. You don't even treat us as family, so you can cure us or not. Secretary Chen smashed a mouthful of dry tobacco, still with a few moments of exasperation, and spoke towards Chen Xiao. Phew. Only then did Chen Xiao and Li Xiaoyun let out a long sigh of relief. Joyful colors raised on their faces. Afterwards, Chen Xiao was again explaining towards Secretary Chen. Grandpa, I'm not treating everyone as family, I'm just don't want to drag the village down. Speaking of this, Chen Xiao was somewhat unable to continue. He knew that he was truly going to get beaten up if he dared to say this out loud. Between family members, what's the point of talking about dragging or not dragging? Who knows? Secretary Chen, however, bristled and slanted a glance at Chen Xiao and said, anyway, during this period of time, it's better for you not to go to other people's homes. Save yourself from getting beaten up if you go. Secretary Chen reminded nonchalantly. Chen Xiao pursed her lips and still nodded. Alright. Eat. Why does the old thing talk so much? Just then, a loud and clear female voice came from outside the door. It instantly made the 3 people in the room turn their heads to look. They saw an older woman with a headscarf, with 2 other older women, each carrying a rice frame, walk right through the door. Great-grandmother. Second grandmother. Third grandmother. Chen Xiao hurriedly stood up and greeted towards the visitors. The mute daughter-in-law also hurriedly stood up and greeted the visitor with a hand-waving gesture. But the 3 damsels who came were eye to eye and nose to nose with Chen Xiao. They all grunted towards Chen Xiao and ignored him. To the mute daughter-in-law, on the other hand, they all nodded. Still smoking. Still smoking. Sooner or later, I'll smoke you to death. Followed by the big tits in the lead, looking at Secretary Chen, who was still smacking his dry cigarette, said viciously. She snatched the dry cigarettes with one hand. It made Secretary Chen smack his lips helplessly. Wanting to say something towards Big Milk, he managed to keep his mouth shut. Okay, it's dinner time. I'll bring you food. Day in and day out, all you know how to do is talk crap. Eating a full stomach is the most important thing. Big Milk looked at Secretary Chen, who was pretending to be mute, and also rolled her eyes out of habit, paying no further attention to him. While talking, uncovering his lunch basket at the same time, 2 bowls of food were brought out from it. The second and third grandmothers behind them also brought out 2 bowls of food each from inside the rice basket. Fried chicken, roast duck, fish stew, braised pork, and rice in white buns. It looks unusually hearty. Great grandma, second grandma, third grandma. And when Chen Xiao saw these meals, her heart trembled again. He knew that in this era, he was able to eat these big fish and meat. Even before Chen Xiao came back to Little Harbor Village to borrow money. If the villagers wanted to have such a meal, it would cost them a small fortune. Not to mention, 2 years ago, after Chen Xiao borrowed the old capital of the village crowd, the village congregation, not to mention meat, even rice, the congregation rarely ate anymore. But now, the culprit himself had just returned, and the chickens, ducks, fish, and meat had all come together. Just to entertain himself so he can have a good meal. Chen Xiao was able to guess. This must be the money that the people in the village had put together to go to the town and buy the meat to welcome themselves back. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao really had the urge to shed tears. Humph. Big Milk, Second Milk, and Third Milk looked at Chen Xiao. There were also hidden glimmers of tears in their eyes. Pursed his lips. Finally, a grunt. And headed outside without saying anything more. Alright, sit down and eat. These are all bought with the money that your older uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters put together. Your first, second, and third nannies know you put it out today. Guessed you'd come back. Went to town to buy meat just after 4 in the morning. Specially prepared for you to eat. Eat. The dry cigarettes were snatched away by great-grandma, and Secretary Chen smashed his mouth with great interest. At the same time, speaking towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was silent for a while and resumed his seat, taking the mute daughter-in-law to eat her meal. But the rice that went into his mouth could not be swallowed. Chen Xiao intuited that her throat was clogged. You brat! Looking at Chen Xiao's appearance, Secretary Chen also shook his head, then opened his mouth and asked, You came back this time, what are your plans for the future? In order to not let Chen Xiao think too much, Secretary Chen also opened his mouth and asked. I want to, with everyone, continue to engage in collective industries. Chen Xiao put down her bowl. Raising her head, she spoke firmly towards Secretary Chen. Swish! Instantly, Secretary Chen's entire body froze in place. Then, Secretary Chen stood up silently, looking left and right for something. What's wrong with you, Moncler? Looking for something? I'll help you. Chen Xiao watched Secretary Chen's movements and hurriedly got up and spoke. That stick I had before, why can't I find it? Secretary Chen spoke quietly. Chen Xiao's face instantly stiffened. Usually when Secretary Chen said this to him, it meant that Chen Xiao was about to get punched. Chen Xiao had no choice but to say helplessly, Grandpa, I mean it seriously. You haven't learned enough lessons, have you? Want to be sent to prison one more time, don't you? And listening to Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen instantly exploded. Toward Chen Xiao was a loud scolding. No. Chen Xiao hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. But the next moment. Don't you and me. I see you still haven't learned enough lessons. If you dare to do those speculative things again. See if I don't break your legs. Secretary Chen didn't wait for Chen Xiao to say anything before he spoke viciously. Then, with a slap on the table, he directly said, From now on, you're the village chief. Come report tomorrow. If you dare to disobey, see how I'll clean you up. Secretary Chen viciously threatened towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was helpless and could only say, Grandpa, this really won't work. I still owe the government and the village folks a huge debt. I have to do something to make money to pay off the debt and at the same time bring the townspeople along to get rich. Chen Xiao helplessly spoke towards Secretary Chen. The folks' money, you don't have to return it. Folks weren't going to ask you for that money. Secretary Chen waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. How can this be, this? Chen Xiao instantly became anxious and rushed towards Secretary Chen to say something. It's settled. Secretary Chen, however, was overbearing, and then, continued, as for all that money owed to the government. Secretary Chen said, standing up. Walked to the cabinet in the back and took out a few thick envelopes from it. Swish! The moment he saw the envelopes, Chen Xiao's pupils just shrunk. 11. Convinced the old secretary. These, the uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters you don't recognize, put together for you. Enough for you to pay off those outstanding debts. The townspeople have put up all the coffin money this time, so you mustn't fool around anymore. Secretary Chen said, putting the money on the table. Chen Xiao was silent. There was an unspeakable feeling in the bottom of his heart that gave him the urge to hiss out. There was even an uncontrollable urge to shed tears. Obviously, he had already borrowed so much money from the village folks before. Let the folks even have to be careful about what they eat. Obviously, one already owes them so much. Now, knowing that you have a debt. Instead, they once again didn't hesitate to pull out all their old money from the bottom of their pockets. Chen Xiao knew. A large portion of this money was the coffin money of the old people in the village. To put it bluntly, when they took out this money, they didn't think of letting Chen Xiao pay this back, much less thinking about whether they would have a decent afterlife in the future. They just wanted to solve Chen Xiao's difficulties. Do whatever it takes to do so. The people in the village were really raising Chen Xiao as their own child. And next to the mute daughter-in-law, watching all this, also couldn't help but cry out. Both hands gripped Chen Xiao's arm tightly, and his eyes were filled with a moving color. Grandpa, I don't want it. After a long time, Chen Xiao, however, took a deep breath and spoke towards Secretary Chen. You're still going to fool around, aren't you? As soon as Secretary Chen heard this from Chen Xiao, he once again raised his eyebrows and lectured towards Chen Xiao. It's not. Grandpa, listen to me. Chen Xiao pulled back Secretary Chen, who was about to get angry, and sat down again. Only then did she speak earnestly towards Secretary Chen. Grandpa, 2 days ago, the village should have also received the document issued from above, regarding the contracting of production to the household and the contracting of work to the household. Chen Xiao spoke towards Secretary Chen. I don't know. It's true that a document was issued 2 days ago, but in our village, you're the only college student, so besides you, who can read that thing? Secretary Chen pursed his lips and spoke somewhat helplessly. Moncler Outlet Online, that document means that those collective industries that I spontaneously started before in Yellowfish Beach Village are legal. No longer illegal. Moreover, the land inside the village can now be individually distributed to the villagers inside the village. Let the villagers plant it themselves. As long as they pay a certain amount of rations every year. This is no longer considered speculation, much less capitalism. It's reasonable and legal now. Chen Xiao explained towards Secretary Chen. Bull. Secretary Chen heard this but glared again. If it was legal, how could you have been arrested? If it was legal, how would you have taken the charge of speculation? Bastard, I'll give you that, don't you fool me here. Today is let you talk your way out of this. I won't agree to you messing around in the village. Fall into a pit and learn a lesson once. But no more fooling around. Secretary Chen was dead set against it. Bitterly persuaded toward Chen Xiao. Grandpa. Chen Xiao was also helpless. I was arrested, and that was entirely because the policy was enacted late. But if this had been enacted half a month earlier, I wouldn't have been arrested. And, look at me, am I not released now? Master, have you ever seen any speculator who was released so easily? Chen Xiao said helplessly. Hearing this, Secretary Chen was indeed somewhat dumbfounded. As far as he knew, in this era, there were people who were shot for speculation. The fact that Chen Xiao was released so easily did make him a bit confused. And, Moncler, do you know what that speculative special rectification leading working groups do leader said to me when I came out? Chen Xiao was speaking towards Secretary Chen again. How? Secretary Chen couldn't help but live to ask. He said that the county party secretary asked him to bring word that the fish farming thing that I led the people of Yellowfish Beach Village to engage in before was on the right path. It's only because the policy wasn't clear before that I was arrested and charged with speculation. Now, with the promulgation of the policy, although my charge still stands, it also proves that what I did before was correct. The county government has decided to fully support my work as long as I continue to engage in collective industries and promote productivity growth at the village level. This is tantamount to saying that not only did it support what I did before, it also gave me an imperial sword. Just to make sure I continue to do my business. Now, do you understand? Chen Xiao spoke earnestly towards Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen smacked his lips and looked at Chen Xiao suspiciously for a long time. Grandpa, if you don't believe me, ask my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law heard it at the time, you can ask her. Seeing that Secretary Chen still didn't believe it, Chen Xiao spoke towards Secretary Chen again. Whoa. Yes. I heard that. That's what that team leader do said. The mute daughter-in-law also hurriedly nodded her head when she heard Chen Xiao's words. While nodding, her little hands danced fast. Expressing this himself. Secretary Chen looked at his mute daughter-in-law's appearance. His heart was slightly relieved, but he still remained silent, bowing his head in contemplation. Chen Xiao also did not disturb, quietly waiting for Secretary Chen to think. Secretary Chen lowered his head in contemplation for a while before raising his head again. What are you going to do in the village this time? Raise fish? Our village doesn't have such abundant water resources. The water in the village, the water used to grow rice, is all gouged out from under the villagers' mouths. Fish farming is definitely not an option. Secretary Chen didn't say whether he agreed or disagreed, but said directly, Grand Master, I've thought about it. This time, we raise chickens. Raising chickens has a short payback cycle, and it pays off quickly and is well controlled. Moreover, we don't have much open space in our village, and raising chickens doesn't take up much space. The consumption of water resources is also small. Raising chickens is the best option. Chen Xiao thought about it and spoke towards Secretary Chen. This was something he had figured out before when he was locked up in the detention center. Each village's industry was to be developed according to the village's specific situation. Although Shaojiang Village is called Shaojiang Village, in reality, there is a strange lack of water resources. Moreover, being in a mountainous area, the village is not very big. The area of cultivated land is also very small. So the method of taking up a lot of land space for fish farming will certainly not work. Then, raising chickens becomes the best option. Raising chickens? Secretary Chen smashed. Although still a bit skeptical of Chen Zhao's statement. But he still felt quite agreeable to Chen Zhao's idea of raising chickens. With just a cursory thought, the method of raising chickens was something he felt was feasible. Raising chickens and ducks is almost the village's specialty. Moreover, the investment is not too big. Raise roosters that you can sell for meat. Hens are raised to sell eggs. It's not a waste to raise chickens, even if you can't sell them in the end, and give them to the folks in the village to eat for themselves. It can be regarded as a deal that won't lose money. Of course. This is just Secretary Chen's idea. What he doesn't know is that what Chen Xiao wants to engage in is large-scale, industrialized farming. But in general, he was still in favor of Chen Zhao's idea of raising chickens. But what he was still worried about now was, is this really not considered speculation? Will this get Chen Xiao into trouble again? 12. Secretary Fong, that Chen Xiao is a black-hearted man. I still don't believe what you're saying. It's clear that for the past 10 or 20 years, we've been managed by the labor point system. Farming for the state, we get work points. And even split. How did it suddenly change? You also said that you'd give the fields to the townspeople or something. The fields belong to the state. Isn't this sharing national assets? I still don't believe it. Thinking of this, Secretary Chen still spoke towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao also felt a bit of a headache for a moment. Almost everyone in the village had not received an education. Even the children who do go to school have, at most, gone to elementary school. If Chen Xiao had not been determined to go to school from a young age, she would have gone to another village to attend middle school and high school. And later put his best foot forward to get into college. Chen Zhao's diploma in this world was also an elementary school student. Now that Chen Xiao wanted to tell this to Secretary Chen, who had little education, it was really a bit of a headache. However, wait. Chen Xiao suddenly remembered something and brightened up. Fiercely, he looked at Secretary Chen and said, Grand Master, I have a way to prove that what I'm saying is true. What way? Secretary Chen froze and asked. Chen Xiao chestily said, previously, Team Leader Du gave me the word that if you want to continue to run a village-run collective industry, you need to apply for the relevant license. This license needs to go to the county. You don't believe me? When it's time for the license, you come with me to the county and I'll let the county leaders tell you about it. You always believe this, don't you? Chen Xiao spoke towards Secretary Chen. It's also fine. Secretary Chen also brightened up. Smacking his lips, he agreed. Then, looking at the barely eaten meal, he spoke again, alright, you hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, it'll get cold. When the time comes, I'll see if your big grandma doesn't break your legs. Snap. Daughter-in-law. This, from now on, is our home. Finished the meal in the village hall. Chen Xiao also took his mute daughter-in-law back to his real home. Looking at his own yard in front of him, Chen Xiao spoke towards the mute daughter-in-law next to him. His own home, a courtyard at the edge of the village. This courtyard was built by the folks in the village, together, for themselves in the beginning. This family made the mud, that family burned the bricks, this family built the walls, that family sealed the roof. That's how it's done. It can be said that Chen Xiao grew up eating 100 meals and living in 100 houses. Even, he still has the 100-year-old clothes he wore back then. The country was short of supplies back then. Every family had little extra fabric. But in order to make clothes for Chen Xiao, everyone cut a piece of cloth from their own clothes and just sewed it. Hardly a few pieces of clothing were made for Chen Xiao. When Chen Xiao was small, these clothes accompanied him for a long time. In later years, the country's supplies were not in such short supply. Only then did Chen Xiao have really new clothes. But for Chen Xiao, those 100 clothes were the most precious thing to Chen Xiao. Open the door and walk into the courtyard. Looking at everything in the courtyard, Chen Xiao and the mute daughter-in-law both froze. There were no overgrown weeds as expected. Nor was it as ragged as one might expect. On the contrary, the yard was clean and tidied up in a regular manner. Moreover, it looked like it had been tidied up often, without any marks of dirtiness. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao suspiciously and gestured in sign language. Ah Xiao, is this really your home? Didn't you not come back for a long time? Why is this place so clean? The mute daughter-in-law expressed her meaning towards Chen Xiao. It was everyone in the village who helped me pack. They are just hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. That's how it used to be. When I went off to middle school and came back, my yard was always clean. It was the same when I went to college. Every time I came back from vacation, someone always cleaned up the yard from time to time. I had thought that in the past 2 years, when I borrowed money from them and didn't pay them back, they wouldn't help me anymore. I didn't think. Speaking here, Chen Xiao was somewhat unable to continue. Her eyes reddened a bit and she felt her throat clogging up. He was grateful to have such a group of loved ones in this world. Chen Xiao pulled his mute daughter-in-law and walked towards the inside while greedily looking at all this around him. Just then, the mute daughter-in-law seemed to have seen something again and anxiously said something towards Chen Xiao. Subsequently, it was no more than sign language. Directly pulling Chen Xiao, he walked towards the location of the rice vat in the house. When he saw the rice vat, it was already full of rice at this time. In the noodle jar, it was also full of noodles. This was all white rice and white noodles. In the kitchen, it's even put up a variety of dishes. Even, on the counter, there was a piece of meat. These were things that even the village congregation would not have so much of. However, the villagers still scraped together the best things to feed themselves. It could be said that the people in the village not only did not blame Chen Xiao for borrowing their money, they even took out their own coffin books and wanted to pay Chen Xiao's debt. At the same time, it was even trying to find ways to make Chen Xiao eat the most sumptuous meals when he returned. Each family, again, sent good things that they couldn't even afford to eat to Chen Xiao, allowing Chen Xiao to get through this most difficult time. The people of Little Harbor Village had really poured their hearts out to Chen Xiao. Looking at all of this, Chen Xiao could not say a single word. He only felt as if a stone was blocked at his throat. He couldn't spit it out, nor could he swallow it. The mute daughter-in-law couldn't help but cry even more. She was moved to tears. She had been all ready for it. Be prepared to be hated and ostracized by the people of Little Harbor Village when she returned with Chen Xiao. But how could she not expect it? The people of Little Harbor Village could be so nice. Though the mouth is cold, one's heart is so hot. Daughter-in-law, I must bring you, and the folks of Little Harbor Village, to a good life. I must make our Xiaojiang village a true first village in the country. Definitely. Chen Xiao tightly wrapped his mute daughter-in-law in his arms and said over and over again. The eyes were as firm as iron. You are Secretary Fong, right? 2 days later. Secretary Wen of Yellowfish Beach Village. With a few people, he came to the county government. Waited a long time to see the county clerk. Looking at the lean man in front of him, Secretary Wen instantly asked with a trembling look. Yes. I am Fong Yongping, the secretary of the county party committee. You are Secretary Wen of Yellowfish Beach Village, right? What's up? Is there something you're looking for me for? Secretary Fong looked at the trembling Secretary Wen in front of him. His brows furrowed before he opened his mouth to ask. He did not see Chen Xiao's figure within this group of Yellowfish Beach Village people. This made him feel a bit out of place. Secretary Fong, you must do right by our Yellowfish Beach Village. And hearing Secretary Fong's words, in an instant, Secretary Wen wailed and howled. While howling, he also wanted to kneel down. Alas! Secretary Fong was startled and hurriedly stopped Secretary Wen, who was about to kneel down. While helping Secretary Wen toward the sofa, he said, Secretary Wen, please don't. Secretary Fong, the people of our Yellowfish Beach Village are suffering. Secretary Wen's trembling back helped him to sit down on the sofa. Secretary Wen, if you have anything to say, just give it to me. You are my old senior, you must not discount the younger generation anymore. Secretary Fong said as he personally poured a glass of water for Secretary Wen. Secretary Fong, you don't know. Chen Xiao, that bad-hearted college student, lying to us, cheated us out of our money. Secretary Wen, however, continued to say with a look of fake tears. 13 evil people first? Chen Xiao, how did he lie to you guys? Right, why didn't he come today? When Secretary Fong heard Secretary Wen's words, he instantly froze and his brows furrowed. Originally, when he didn't see Chen Xiao among the people of Yellowfish Beach Village today, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Now, hearing this Secretary Wen say this, it really startled him. Secretary Fong, you don't know. Chen Xiao that not only cheated everyone out of their coffin money, he also coveted the village's fish farming money. Now, even more so, he doesn't care about us and just walks away. We, the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, have all been cheated by him, our families broken, our wives separated off. Secretary Wen hypocritically wiped his tears and spoke towards Secretary Fong. What? And hearing Secretary Wen's words, Secretary Fong's face suddenly surged with anger. Afterward, he seriously asked towards Secretary Wen, "Old senior, is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. Secretary Fong, I just wouldn't dare to lie to you even if I lied to anyone. Our Yellowfish Beach village, we were cheated so hard by that bad-hearted Qin Shao." Secretary Wen immediately came to his senses. Even more so, he wailed and spoke towards Secretary Fong. "Yes. Secretary Fong. This Qin Shao married the mute girl from our village, and we originally thought he was a kind-hearted one. So, just trust him to engage in some fish pond to raise fish. But how could we not have expected that this Qin Shao is a man with a beastly face? Not only has he cheated everyone out of their coffin money, he also coveted the money we all earned from fish farming. Just a black-hearted one." The snarky woman who had followed Secretary Wen along next to her also said she was crying, wiping her tears and speaking towards Secretary Fong. "In this way, old-timer, tell me specifically. What has Chen Shao done? If this Qin Shao really has problems, don't worry. I will definitely send him to prison again." Secretary Fong also asked seriously towards Secretary Wen. This was not something he was saying as a lie, though he hadn't had a good impression of the villagers of this Yellowfish Beach village in the first place. After all, Chen Shao had brought this group of people to wealth. But this group of people turned around and reported Qin Shao. He really didn't have a good impression of this kind of village that was envious of the enemy. If he didn't want Qin Shao to continue to lead this group of people to make a career and earn him political achievements, thought it was Qin Shao who brought this group of people here, he wouldn't even meet these guys. But now, what this Secretary Wen said did make him a bit cautious. Could it be that there was really something he didn't know about Chen Zhao's previous efforts to bring the people of Yellowfish Beach Village to raise fish? "Ah, Secretary, you don't know. At first, let's go to the county today, Moncler. Look, I've written all the plans for our follow-up chicken raising program. We'll go to the county today and try to get the business license. After that, our chicken raising business will be reasonable and legal." And in Little Harbor Village, Chen Shao hadn't been idle in the past 2 days either. The people in the village had treated him so well, and he was in no mood to rest. Early in the morning, he brought the chicken raising plan that he had worked out for 2 days and came to Secretary Chen's house. Directly towards Secretary Chen said, "Don't be too happy. If it was really reasonable and legal, would you have been arrested before?" But Secretary Chen had obviously been waiting for a long time. There was no surprise at Chen Zhao's arrival. While smoking a dry cigarette, he spoke towards Qin Shao. "Grandpa, why don't you believe me yet? I even have the plans ready." Qin Shao helplessly placed his handwritten plan on the table and said, "Just fool your grandpa. I see you're using all your fooling skills on your grandpa me." Secretary Chen, however, didn't even look, so he smoked a dry cigarette and spoke towards Qin Shao. Before Qin Shao could say anything, he spoke again. "The more I've thought about it over the past 2 days, the more wrong I've gotten. You're saying what you did before is now legal. But why hasn't anyone from another village done it yet? You're not the only college student in our county. Why are you the only one who wants to do this? Brat, tell me the truth, are you lying to me?" Secretary Chen put down his dry cigarette and seriously reconfirmed toward Qin Shao. "Grandpa, I know, you don't believe anything I say. Didn't we all agree before to go to the county and ask the county leadership team for confirmation? We're going now. I'll have the county clerk, Mr. Fong, give you the word. You always believe that, don't you?" Qin Shao was also helpless and spoke towards Secretary Chen again. "Just go. You think I don't dare to meet the county party secretary?" Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the color of suspicion in Secretary Chen's eyes also dissipated some more, and while speaking, he stood up. "I'm just afraid that you'll lose your face to the county. That's why I'm asking you again now. Since you're not afraid, I'll walk you up to the county. I'd like to see how things that were clearly illegal before are suddenly legal," Secretary Chen said, shaking the jacket draped over his body. Knocked the dry cigarette in his hand, filled the tobacco pouch and led the way toward the outside. "Alas! Grandpa, you're say go and then go. And didn't give Big Milk a word?" Qin Shao looked at the thunderous Secretary Chen and then looked at the plan he had written on the table and also asked helplessly, "What? Are you kids scared?" Secretary Chen outside the door spoke without looking back. It made Qin Shao roll his eyes again. Then toward the mute daughter-in-law next to him, he said, "Daughter-in-law, I'll go to the county with Grandmaster first, so I'll leave the family matters to you. Eat if you're hungry, no need to wait for me. Grandpa and I may eat in the county at noon today," Qin Shao instructed toward the mute daughter-in-law. The mute daughter-in-law nodded seriously, gesturing with her hands. Reassure Qin Shao. "Okay. I'll leave first then." Qin Shao looked at the mute daughter-in-law's expression and also smiled, then also chased after Secretary Chen towards the outside. He. And the mute daughter-in-law looked at the back of Qin Shao, who hurriedly chased out, smiling nervously in fascination. She finally saw Qin Shao in this spirit again. Before, Qin Shao had that disheveled and resentful look after being reported. It was fast freaking her out. For the 10 days or so afterward when Chen Xiao was arrested, she went to the county every day wanting to see Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao didn't see her even once. She thought Chen Xiao resented her and didn't want her. It was driving her crazy. Finally. Now Chen Xiao had finally recovered. Not only had she forgiven herself, but she also had a fighting spirit once again. Everything seemed to go back to the way it was before. Except for being poorer than before with myself, having literally nothing, and carrying so much foreign debt. All things that are moving in a better direction. Chen Xiao has a renewed fighting spirit and is starting a business. And has family members that he can really trust and be close to. One could also stay by Chen Xiao's side forever. Accompany Chen Xiao to live and die together. All of this, it's all too good. Ha 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 ha. The more the mute daughter-in-law thought about it, the happier she became. Until. What are you laughing at, Mr. Chen's little daughter-in-law? It's all leaving Harlequins. A voice full of vigor came from the entrance of the village committee. It woke up the mute daughter-in-law. The mute daughter-in-law's small, white face instantly turned red and she gestured in sign language in embarrassment. Egu. You don't need to gesticulate. We can't read it either. Are you free now? If you're not, come pick some vegetables with us and have a chat. It's okay if you can't talk. Just listen to us. At the door was a somewhat dry and thin-looking aunt. As she spoke, she walked into the village committee with a basket of vegetables. Then, enthusiastically pulling the mute daughter-in-law, he headed outside. The mute daughter-in-law also followed obediently, listening quietly to her aunt's ramblings with wide eyes. 14. Secretary, you must make a decision for us. In the future, I must find a way to build a highway out of the mountains for the village. Huffing and puffing. And on the other side. Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen panted as they went over the mountains and crossed the mountain forest that led out of the village. Coming to the foot of the mountain. Chen Xiao spoke very seriously. Come on. You'd better think about how to get the county clerk to lie for you first. Secretary Chen was also tired and took a drag on his dry cigarette. Afterward, he said nonchalantly towards Chen Xiao. All right. I'll make sure to let the county secretary give me this lie. Coming back for 2 days, Chen Xiao was also gradually restoring her previous appearance in the village. With a slightly mischievous flavor, she spoke towards Secretary Chen. All right. Bastard. Hurry up and go. It's almost noon. Don't wait until we get to the county, it won't be good if the county secretary is off duty. Let's hurry to Lu Jiaba village and borrow bicycles. It's faster to ride a bicycle. Secretary Chen watched Chen Xiao return to her former self, and although her face was disgusted, a flash of laughter flashed under her eyes. Afterward, getting back up, he led Chen Xiao towards Lu Jiaba village. It wasn't long. Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen each rode a bicycle, and they were heading towards the county. When they arrived at the county, Chen Xiao first found the secretary of the county party secretary, Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang, I want to see the secretary now, is it convenient? Chen Xiao asked directly towards Secretary Wang. Convenient? Of course it's convenient. You're the one who's been specially authorized by the secretary to go over and see him whenever you want. How could it be inconvenient? Secretary Wang also brightened up when he saw Chen Xiao. While speaking towards Chen Xiao, he was about to show Chen Xiao the way. No need, we can just go by ourselves. The secretary's office, I'm familiar with it. Chen Xiao, however, stopped Secretary Wang. With a somewhat confused Secretary Chen in tow, he headed towards the county party secretary's office. Secretary Chen really didn't expect it. Chen Xiao would be so familiar with the county party secretary. This made the suspicion of Chen Xiao in his heart also shaken. However, with the two men breezing through the county clerk's office, Chen Xiao, however, was at the doorway and heard a familiar voice. This voice made Chen Xiao stop in his tracks. Ah, secretary, you are not aware of it. At first. Back then, that Chen Xiao passed by our village when he was returning home. Because it was raining and the road was bad, he fell into the ditch. It was the mute girl from our village who saved him from the ditch with hard work, and it was also the mute girl from our village who took care of this Chen Xiao by herself, enduring hunger, before she saved this Chen Xiao. Secretary Wen wiped his tears in a fake manner and slowly narrated towards Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong also sat there, quietly listening. Outside the door, Chen Xiao had a cold smile on her lips and didn't say a word. After the man was saved, that Chen Xiao, in return for his favor, married the mute girl from our village. We just thought, this Chen Xiao is a good young man who knows how to repay kindness. So then he said that our village was too poor to go on like this, and wanted to bring us all together to pool our money to raise fish and get rich. We agreed without even thinking about it. But, when he said this, Secretary Wen looked like he was watering again. Old-timer, quickly drink some water to slow down. Secretary Fong shook his head helplessly as he looked at Secretary Wen and hurriedly spoke with concern. Secretary Wen also hurriedly drank some water before looking calmed down. Ha! And Chen Xiao, who was outside the door, almost didn't burst out laughing when she heard Secretary Wen's words. Agreeing without even thinking about it? Then what about his own behavior of persuading the people of Yellow Fish Bank in every house in the village at the beginning? And what about the fact that he went to Xiaojiang village to borrow money? Chen Xiao couldn't help but want to laugh. But how could we not think of that? Chen Xiao the black-hearted took away the coffin books of people in our village and did raise fish too. But after making money, he took the money he made and embezzled most of it. And said that he deserved it. Secretary Fang Ah. This is clearly something that the village people have invested money to do. How can he, Chen Xiao, do such a thing? He, Chen Xiao, raised fish for our village. Without merit there is hard work. This we recognize. He deserves a little bit of money. We also recognize that. But he can't be the one to corrupt most of the village's money. This is the money for fish farming that the folks of our village put together with their coffin money. If he's so greedy, what will our folks do? Secretary Wen said, again looking like he was trembling and weeping. The more he said, the more aggrieved he became. The more I talk, the more I resent. Spoken as if it were true. Secretary Wen, are you telling the truth? And the play he put on obviously fooled Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang looked serious to the core and once again asked towards Secretary Wen. Ah Xiao, is what he said true or false? And Secretary Wen's words not only fooled Secretary Fang, but even Secretary Chen of Xiaojiang village. Secretary Chen looked serious and asked in a low voice towards Chen Xiao. Of course it's a fake. Have you forgotten about the money I asked the folks of Xiaojiang village to borrow? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and said breathlessly to Secretary Chen, who was easily fooled. Ow. Alas, people are getting old and their brains are not working well. Secretary Chen also reacted suddenly and said quietly, then hurriedly closed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows, with an appearance of not hearing anything outside the window. Of course it's true. But in the office, it was Secretary Wen's voice that came out. The corner of Chen Zhao's mouth couldn't help but tickle again, and in his heart, he said, this old thing, he can really pull his punches. However, he now really wanted to see how far this Secretary Wen could bull. Even more so, he wanted to see how this Secretary Wen would look when he realized he had heard all this at the door and saw himself later on. How wonderful it would be. Chen Xiao forced herself to resist her urge to go out and expose Secretary Wen. Continuing to listen intently. Secretary Fang, you may feel that Chen Xiao brought us fish farming to make money, and the people of our village, in turn, reported him that it was us, the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, who did the unorthodox thing of being gracious. However, does anyone know that Chen Xiao was the one who coveted so much money from us that the villagers couldn't even collect their pension money back? We were really forced to report him? Secretary Fang, you must do right by our Yellowfish Beach Village. On behalf of the villagers, I kowtow to you. Speaking here, Secretary Wen was even more aggrieved. He said that he was about to kneel down towards Secretary Fang again. Alas, alas, alas. Old senior, you can't do that. Secretary Fang keenly noticed Secretary Wen's behavior. Hurrying to get up, he once again stopped Secretary Wen, who had stood up trembling and was about to kneel down towards Secretary Fang. Old senior, don't worry. What grievances your Yellowfish Beach Village has suffered, feel free to boldly give it to me. I've written it all down. If it's confirmed later, I'll definitely send that Chen Xiao to jail myself. Secretary Fang helped Secretary Wen back onto the sofa and once again assured towards him. Grand Master Chung Tian. It's really a great lord of the blue sky. Secretary Wen was again trembling and wearing a high hat towards Secretary Fang. I'm sorry. Old senior, we are all serving the people. County Party Secretary Fang hurriedly waved his hand and said. Right. Serving the people. It's good to serve the people. Secretary Wen also spoke with a trembling voice. Afterward, another sip of water was taken before he continued to speak. We had thought that after this Chen Xiao was arrested, we would be able to get back all that money that belonged to our townspeople. Take those coffin books of the townspeople and return them back to the townspeople again. But 15, Secretary Wen, tell me instead. But how did we not think of it? Chen Xiao coveted that money, and not only did he not recoup it. Even those fish farming things in the fish fry and the fish pond that we had previously bought with our coffin money were confiscated. This Chen Xiao is actually leading us to do illegal things. All the people in our village have been cheated by him. Being cheated by him has made us suffer. Our coffin money, completely gone. Clerk Wen said this, again with an aggrieved look on his face. And the acerbic woman next to him was also teary-eyed, looking like she had suffered a lot of aggression. But in the face of what Secretary Wen said about this, Secretary Fang, the county party secretary, really didn't know what to say. Whether it was Chen Zhao's arrest or the confiscation of the fish farming facilities in Fish Fry and Yellowfish Beach Village. This is all required by government policy. Government agencies, too, can only act in accordance with the policy. He cannot say that there is something wrong with the policies above, can he? Ah Xiao, you. As for Secretary Chen, who was still pretending to be oblivious to what was going on outside the window outside the door, when he heard Secretary Wen say this, he couldn't help but look at Chen Xiao again, wanting to ask something. But just opened his mouth. Thinking of how easily he had just been fooled, he hurriedly closed his mouth again. Don't worry, Grandpa, you'll know later. Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Chen's appearance and smiled, not saying much. And at this moment, in the office, the voice of Secretary Wen continued to come. But the folks' coffin money is gone. This Chen Xiao, however, went in for a few days, only to be released again, not guilty at all. Just come out. We're thinking of having Chen Xiao take out all that money he coveted and distribute it to the townspeople. The folks don't expect to make any money, they just want to recoup their coffin money. But what about this Chen Xiao? Not only is he unwilling to come up with this money, he even called us white-eyed wolves. Then, he ran away with the mute girl from our village. When Secretary Wen said this, his voice choked again. Snap. What? He ran away? But when Secretary Fang heard Secretary Wen's words, he frowned and his eyes instantly glazed over. With a slap on the table, he directly stood up. All of this that Secretary Wen had said earlier had made him skeptical though. But, in the end, it wasn't too much on his mind. After all, the matter between Chen Xiao and Yellowfish Beach Village was a muddled account. As the county party secretary, he could not possibly be biased. What's more, Chen Xiao will follow up with a collective economy. The village of Yellowfish Beach will also benefit again. There is no point in continuing to count on this muddled account. But now, Chen Xiao ran away. This is a serious problem. Because he was still counting on Chen Xiao to make something happen and bring him enough political achievements. If Chen Xiao ran away, where else could he get political achievements? Not to mention, Chen Xiao still owes the Speculation Special Remediation Leading Working Group tens of thousands of dollars in fines. These money, but the county party committee and county government's leadership team special authorization, only to let Chen Xiao temporarily do not have to pay back the fine, can first go back. If Chen Xiao really ran away, then this fine will be spread on the head of the leadership of their county party committee and county government. Money is not a big deal. But the problem is, if Chen Xiao runs away, that would be a serious political mistake. A bunch of them, the leadership, have to be punished. With this punishment, it would be much harder for him to go further. There are a lot of people who run away from debt in this day and age. After all, in this day and age, there is no internet. Communication between places is extremely difficult. When a person owes a debt or kills someone, he or she simply runs away and there is little that can be done about the local conquest. This is the norm in this day and age. But how could he not expect that Chen Xiao, such a college student, would run? Yeah, he ran. Not only did he not pay back the money from our folks in Yellowfish Beach Village, it also ran away straight away. Secretary Wen was taken aback and almost had his mood interrupted. Still, he tried to keep his emotions in check and spoke. Don't worry, I'll call right now. Have someone arrest Chen Xiao back. He can't run away, you put. Secretary Fang also did not hesitate. Directly picking up the phone next to him, he was ready to make a call. But just then, Secretary Fang, don't bother. I didn't run away. Not only did I not run, I came to see you. Just then, Chen Xiao's voice came from the doorway. Secretary Fang's hand movements lurched as he looked towards the doorway. He saw Chen Xiao leading Secretary Chen, step by step, into the office. His eyes were still staring straight at the stunned Secretary Wen of Yellowfish Beach Village as well as the acerbic woman. Yo! Secretary Wen, hello again? How come you've learned to make believe after not seeing each other for a few days? Your rate of progress is quite fast. Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Wen and the acerbic woman who had their mouths wide open and were shivering. The smile at the corner of her mouth was not even hidden anymore. Speaking in a conspiratorial manner towards Secretary Wen. You. I. Secretary Wen completely trembled. Stuttering, he couldn't say a word. Sweat even began to break out madly on his brain. How could he not have thought that he wanted to secretly sue Chen Xiao for a sum of money and send Chen Xiao to prison again? And yet, he didn't expect it. His words of adding fuel to the fire and pointing at the deer were clearly heard by Chen Xiao. And his behavior behind the scenes was even more clearly seen by Chen Xiao. Now facing Chen Xiao's ridicule, he all hated to find a crack in the ground. Chen Xiao, you didn't run away. Secretary Fang also breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw Chen Xiao. Even a slight smile spread across his face as he spoke towards Chen Xiao. Secretary Fang, look at what you said. My home is here. More than 100 families in Xiaojiang village raised me little by little. I have to die in Xiaojiang village, how can I possibly run away? Chen Xiao said with a smile. While saying this, he was also nonchalantly pouring a glass of water for Secretary Chen who was following his own restrained lead. Frighteningly, Secretary Chen gave him a look several times. Chen Xiao winked towards Secretary Chen, signaling him to relax. You still really treat this office of mine as your own home. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao's skillful movements and also shook his head with a smile. Redoing the chair. That's not true? If it wasn't for your help before, how could I have made this career in Yellowfish Beach Village? Chen Xiao smiled. Afterwards, he was looking towards the secretary one and the acerbic woman on the side who were still in a stunned state. It's just that I didn't expect to come to your place either, but it really let me see a big drama of turning black and white and pointing at a stag as a horse. Seeing people really. Hearty ah. Chen Xiao said with a smile as she looked at Secretary Wen, who couldn't stop shivering. Upside down? Calling a deer a horse? When Secretary Fong heard Chen Xiao's words, he was also taken aback for a moment and made it to his own chair and said, "Can it be that what Secretary Wen said, there is something wrong with it?" Secretary Fong pretended to be unaware and said, "Of course there are problems. The problem is huge." Chen Xiao sneered and looked at Secretary Wen, who had his head lowered and didn't dare to speak, and said word for word. Afterward, flirtatiously, he asked towards Secretary Wen, "Secretary Wen, you said that when you believed in me and didn't even think about it, the people of Yellowfish Beach Village gave me all the coffin books?" Chen Xiao leisurely asked towards Secretary Wen. "Yeah. The folks. Didn't the folks give you the money?" Secretary Wen shivered and spoke towards Chen Xiao. "But how to say it is not bottomless." 16. Then why report me? That makes me wonder. Who, in the first place, went from house to house, working on one house to another, explaining the situation. In the end, but also patted his chest to ensure that you can certainly earn money, not earn money, I make up for you, you are willing to pay? Secretary Wen, you say, who is this person? Chen Xiao sneered and looked at Secretary Wen and said, It's you. Secretary Wen didn't even dare to look at the gaze of the county party secretary next to him, lowered his head and shivered. And who, for the sake of your Yellowfish Beach Village's fish farming business, went to find someone to borrow money to make up for the money you didn't put together enough to finally raise fish? Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Wen with another sneer and continued to ask. It's you. Secretary Man's head went even lower, and he couldn't stop shivering. The county clerk listened to Secretary Wen's reply. Narrowed his eyes slightly. How could he not have expected a fish farming incident to have so many things in it? Oh, it's me too. Does it make sense for me to split my portion of the money based on what I put in? With a sudden realization, Chen Xiao asked again towards Secretary Wen. Reasonable. Clerkman stammered in a voice that was a little unclear. Then I wonder. Since I borrowed money to put toward this cause. At the end of the day, when the fish farming is making money, it makes sense for me to take my share. Then what gives you the right to a sentence I'm greedy for your fish farming money? But the next moment. Chen Xiao spoke and suddenly exploded. Toward Secretary Wen was a loud roar. Boom! Chen Xiao suddenly burst out. It startled Secretary Wen with a shiver. Almost kicked over the small tea table next to him. Ugh! Little Chen! Chen Xiao's sudden outburst startled the county party secretary as well, and he hurriedly stopped Chen Xiao, who looked like he was about to make a move. The acerbic woman was also startled and lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. But Chen Xiao had no intention of letting Secretary Wen off the hook. One bite at a time. I've coveted your Yellowfish Beach Village's fish farming money. Then let's reconcile the accounts again. Now that Secretary Fong is here, we have Secretary Fong to testify. Today, if it's found out that I've embezzled money, I'll go straight to jail. But if I didn't embezzle money, and you're the one who slandered me? The crime of slander and libel can be no less serious. If the circumstances are serious, 3 years in prison won't be able to escape. Then you're ready to go to jail. Under Secretary Fong's block, Chen Xiao also controlled her temper. Again, he opened his mouth and spoke with a cold smile. Swish! Chen Xiao's words instantly caused Secretary Wen to raise his head. Incredulously, he looked at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's words were really scaring him. Going to jail. He's 50. Going to jail? Or 3 years? Wouldn't that kill him? Prison? The snarky woman also blanched in fear. Dumbfounded, she looked at Chen Xiao, her body shivering. Chen Xiao. I misremembered. I'm old. Maybe I'm misremembering. As you know, I have a bad memory. Look, now that it's over and done with, and I don't have my ledger with me today, why don't we just forget about it? What prison, not prison, that is not. The next moment. Secretary Wen shivered and pleaded towards Chen Xiao. However, it's okay, you didn't bring your ledger? I brought it. Now, let's do some math. I'm greedy or I'm not. Chen Xiao, however, did not give Secretary Wen the slightest bit of face. While pulling out a ledger from the bag he was carrying, he looked at Secretary Wen with a sneer and spoke. This. Secretary Wen's old face instantly paled. Subconsciously, he looked at Secretary Fong for help. However, suck it. Secretary Fong sat there sipping his tea as if he didn't know anything. Obviously. This was Secretary Fong's revenge for Secretary Wen acting in front of him just now and deceiving him. Likewise, he knew that Chen Xiao had a fire in her heart for the previous backstabbing by the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, and was now venting it. Therefore, he also let Chen Xiao vent. That is, to make his own heart comfortable, but also to make Chen Xiao's heart comfortable. Two birds with one stone. Secretary 1, you see, when the villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village and I added up, for the cause of fish farming, the total investment of $24,000. And the village out of 30 acres of fish ponds, accounting for 40% of the shares. The amount of money I put in at the beginning was a full $14,380. The money I put in alone accounted for nearly 60% of the total amount of money put in. However, although I put in a large portion of the front, in order to take care of you all, for the sake of my daughter-in-law, even if I put in more money, I'll also share the remaining 60% with the villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village on an equal basis. That is to say, I alone will take up 30% of the shares exclusively, and everyone in Yellowfish Beach Village will take up 30% of the shares. And in these 2 years, the total profit we made from raising fish and rice paddies in fish ponds was $81,600. I get 30% of that, or $24,480. No problem, right? Chen Xiao said while placing the account book in front of Secretary 1. Looking at Secretary 1, who seemed to have aged several years, he said, "Yes. Yes." Secretary 1 responded dolefully. The accounts in the ledger were clearly remembered. He couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. He was really scared now. When he had slandered Chen Xiao before, he had been reckless and felt that it didn't matter even if Chen Xiao knew about it. But now he realized. It turns out that it is possible to go to jail for slander and libel. This really scared the hell out of him. Chen Xiao. I admit, it's me. It's me who's senile. It was me who remembered wrong. You're not greedy. Not only did you not covet, but you took the initiative to give more money to the villagers of our village. We should all thank you. It's us who have wronged you. Secretary 1 was terrified, afraid that Chen Xiao would send him to prison. Shivering, he hurriedly opened his mouth and apologized. But Chen Xiao didn't buy it and once again said in a loud voice, "Is this how you thank me? Reporting me. Make me lose my degree, make me incur huge debts, and leave me with a record of breaking the law on my file. And this is how you thank me?" Chen Xiao yelled loudly towards Secretary 1. I. Secretary 1 wanted to say something, but nothing came out. But Chen Xiao spoke again with crimson eyes, "And that I led you to do illegal things without your knowledge? At that time, did you really not know about the illegal fish farming? Did I clearly tell each and every one of you in the village committee that our fish farming was illegal at that time? But that's because we were in a time of policy turmoil, and our behavior, while illegal, was on the right path. It won't be long before policies are put in place to justify our behavior. All we need to do is wait, and we'll be able to ride out the dark night before the policy is introduced peacefully. Did I ever tell you guys that?" Chen Xiao once again questioned in a loud voice towards Secretary 1. There is a crimson color in his eyes. Obviously, wait another 15 days. Wait 15 more days until the policy is in place. Then we will be able to apply for a business license for the collective economy of the village of Yellowfish Landing. That way, the matter of him taking Yellowfish Beach Village to raise fish privately could be transformed into something legal. But, just because of the greed of this group of people in Yellowfish Beach Village, hard to report themselves on the eve of dawn. Not only did he ruin his education, but he completely destroyed the business of fish farming. Said. Secretary 1 responded under his breath. 17. Since you dare to do it, you have to bear the consequences. Then why do you guys still report me? Just for that little bit of greed on your part. You've ruined me. Ruined the business of fish farming? Do you know that if you hadn't reported me, we would have gotten a legal license by now, and our fish farming would be legal? Moreover, after 2 years of fish farming, this industry is already on track, and those 30 acres of fish ponds have already created a steady output. The fish catch produced this year will at least allow us to earn more than $100,000. By then, even if you take away my share, your village committee and villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village will be able to make at least $70,000 or more. But what about you guys? A single report not only ruined me, but also completely destroyed this already stable and mature industry. The machines for fish farming were confiscated. The newly placed fry in the fish ponds were confiscated. Even the adult fish that hadn't been sold yet were confiscated. Even the fish feed was confiscated. Everything is gone. Is that what you want? Chen Xiao questioned with a cold voice towards Secretary 1. 10. 100,000? And Secretary 1's eyes widened as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. He hadn't thought about it carefully before. But now, Chen Xiao just did such a simple math and really stunned him. The fact that he had earned a total of $80,000 in these 2 years already made him feel amazing. But now, Chen Xiao said that he would be able to make more than $100,000 in 1 year this year. Secretary Moon regrets it. Completely regretted it. How could he have gotten larded and reported Chen Xiao? 100,000? The snarky woman was also stunned. Dumbfounded, she looked at Chen Xiao for a long time. At this moment, he regretted wanting to scratch his chest. That's $100,000. Earning $80,000 in the previous 2 years had made all the villagers mad with joy. To make $100,000 this year? How big of a cut could she get? She can't even think about it. She really regretted it too. But then, she couldn't help but feel some resentment. Resentment against Chen Xiao. Resent Chen Xiao for not saying it earlier. That's not all your fault. We didn't know this would happen. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said it earlier, we wouldn't have reported you. You should have been blamed for this. You're the one who destroyed our fish pond, and you have to compensate us for all this money we can't earn. The acerbic woman's eyes were crimson and she gritted her teeth, screaming towards Chen Xiao. While listening to the shrill woman's words, Secretary Fan's brows were furrowed. Wanting to say something, but looking at Chen Xiao, he suppressed his desire to express himself. Dead woman, you. And Secretary Chen listened to the fire in her heart. Without saying a word, he stood up and was about to hit towards the snarky woman. However, Chen Xiao hurriedly stopped her. This was the county party secretary's office. If this grandpa of his own hits someone, if the other party calls the police, then he can't tell the truth. Stop, Secretary Chen. Chen Xiao turned her head and looked at the acerbic woman. Ha! Blaming me? If it wasn't for you guys being greedy and wanting to covet my portion of the money, how could you have caused this result? If you guys didn't have to go and report me, how could this result? I'll give you this, all of this that you guys are experiencing right now is all of your own making. What seed you sow bears fruit. Since you want to covet my money, you'll get nothing. You guys just deserve it. Since you dared to report me, you should suffer the consequences. Regretting it now? It's too late. And ask me to pay for it? Ha! Dream on. Chen Xiao sneered at the acerbic woman, and while helping Secretary Chen to sit down again, she said without mercy. What greed? We reported you obviously for your own good. How can you resent us? Isn't it for your own good that we reported you? We don't want you to go astray. You're a dignified college student, you can't do anything illegal, can you? Although you've given us advice on what's right and wrong, we're all uneducated peasants, what do we know? It's for your own good that we report you, so that you don't go astray. You're a college student, why don't you understand the pain of the folks? And you resent us for destroying our fish pond. The snarky woman was unforgiving. With crimson eyes, she was making a fuss towards Chen Xiao. Standing up while speaking, he also looked like he was gnashing his teeth. It was as if Chen Xiao was her father's murderer. Ha! For my own good? Chen Xiao was all laughed out of anger. Fine, then I'll do it for your good for a bit too. Since my previous behavior, you guys said it was for my own good, fearing that I would break the law before sending me to jail. Now I've been punished, and all the money I made by breaking the law has been confiscated. So shouldn't you also hand over the money I made with you by breaking the law? After all, that's illegal income. It's to be confiscated. Chen Xiao was also nonchalant and directly said towards the snarky woman. By what right? That's the money we invested ourselves to raise fish and earn. Why should we confiscate it? The snarky woman screamed instantly. She had just lost $100,000 herself. Chen Xiao now had to ask her for the money she had earned before. Isn't that asking for her life? What? Not willing anymore? I'm doing this for your own good. All that money you're making is illegal. Chen Xiao, however, looked at the snarky woman with contempt and said, playing tricks with yourself? Playing backward with yourself? Don't even look at your own IQ. No way. You. Chen Xiao. You really are a bad seed. The shrill woman was stunned, screaming and cursing towards Chen Xiao. Whether I'm a bad seed or not I don't know, but it's a certainty that you'll pay back the money. Chen Xiao, however, sneered and spoke towards her, then looked at the nearby Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang, before, when we raised fish, it was something that the joint venture did collectively. To say it's illegal, it can't be considered illegal for me alone, right? The people of this Yellowfish Beach Village and even the leadership of Yellowfish Beach Village can all be considered illegal. Since the new policy is now in place, it's impossible to get them arrested. But I can't be the only one to bear the illegal proceeds that should be confiscated, right? I only earn 30% of the illegal proceeds, yet I'm being asked to pay back all the $80,000 plus dollars earned by the entire Yellowfish Beach Village. Isn't that bullying? Shouldn't this issue of allocating responsibility for the fine be resolved anew? Chen Xiao ignored the snarky woman and spoke directly towards Secretary Fang. And as the acerbic woman listened to Chen Xiao's words, her eyes grew wider and wider and wider. The final hit even looked a little scary. And Secretary Wen, who was on the side, was stunned. With his mouth wide open, he looked at Chen Xiao with disbelief. How could he not expect it? Originally, he wanted to sue Chen Xiao today, and in the meantime, he knocked on the door and asked Chen Xiao to take out the portion of money he had earned before and give it to the people of Yellowfish Beach Village as well. After all, it's money earned from their Yellowfish Beach Village's fish ponds, and it should stay in their Yellowfish Beach Village. But how can I not expect? The money did not ask for their own back to sue people's scandal directly be discovered. It was even learned that what they had done before had made them $100,000 less today. Not to mention. Now $100,000 is gone, not to mention the whole village, but also soon to be burdened with a huge amount of foreign debt. How can this be? 18, fine, then my debt is on your heads. No way. Secretary Fong. This fish farming thing we're doing, it's Chen Xiao who had to lead us into it. We were forced to do it. That money, it's all folks' coffin money, but we really can't confiscate it. The next moment, Secretary Wen directly stood up trembling, and then knelt down towards Secretary Fong. But this time, Secretary Fong ignored him and only looked towards Chen Xiao. Yo! Since I forced you guys to do this, why were you so happy when you took the money? And, since you guys don't want to raise fish for money, wouldn't it be more in line with what you guys want to do to hand over all this money you've earned? After all, it's money earned illegally, and it doesn't deserve to be your coffin money. Wouldn't it be bad if it dirted your way to the Yellow Springs? Chen Xiao, however, sneered and spoke towards Secretary Wen. You. As Secretary Wen listened to Chen Xiao's words, his eyes suddenly widened and he opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. On the other hand, the acerbic woman looked at Chen Xiao in awe and no longer dared to speak out of turn. How could she not have expected it? She was only trying to retrieve the $100,000, but she had taken more money in. She wondered if college students were all so terrible. But Chen Xiao, too scary. However, Chen Xiao didn't pay any more attention to the two men and looked directly at Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong, since it is confiscation of the illegal income, the responsibility to be borne, naturally, should also be based on the share of income to allocate the responsibility to be borne. I can't say that I alone bear the entire responsibility for them making money, right? That doesn't make sense. Chen Xiao spoke seriously towards Secretary Fong. This was one of the purposes of his visit to the county this time. That's right. After Chen Xiao was caught raising fish with the people of Yellowfish Beach Village earlier. Although released. But the fine remains. And the amount of the fine is all the income from fish farming. What Chen Xiao had earned before was all illegal income, and it was all confiscated. However, the more than $80,000 that he had earned before could all be counted against him. In other words, together with what he had earned, Chen Xiao would have to pay back a total of more than $80,000. That's right. Chen Xiao's debt is actually not $50,000, but $80,000. If he added the money owed to the townspeople of Xiaojiang village, it would be $95,000. It was only because the money that Chen Xiao had earned had been confiscated, so if he didn't count the money owed to the townspeople of Xiaojiang village, there was only a debt of more than $57,000 left. However, Chen Xiao had never intended to pay back the rest of this money from the beginning. Only intending to pay back the $10,000 or so borrowed from Little Harbor Village. The portion that I earned myself has already been paid back. Why should the villagers and the village pay back the illegal income they earned? Since these Yellowfish Bank villagers reported themselves for speculation, causing themselves to incur so much external debt, then whoever's in debt carries his own. When they reported themselves, they didn't think about the fact that they were on the same rope as themselves. Now, then, the consequences of the report should be borne by whoever bears the responsibility. Chen Xiao had no intention of paying off their debts. They could get away with confiscating their own illegal proceeds? This was one of Chen Xiao's purposes for coming to the county today. To pay back all the debts that don't belong to him that he should pay back. This. Secretary Wen was going crazy. Wanting to say something. But with his barren cognition, not a single word could be said at this moment. He could only look at Secretary Fong pleadingly. The shrill woman also heard the situation and was also scared pale. If the government really wanted to take back the money it had earned before, it's no different than taking her life. She regretted it. Was really sorry. Why did she talk too much just now? For the first time she hated her mouth. But now, she had no solution. One could only look at Secretary Fong with the same pleading. Comrade Chen Xiao, this matter you mentioned is indeed a problem. Since the distribution of proceeds is reasonable, then the burden of responsibility should also be spread over everyone's head. If you're the only one to bear the responsibility, wouldn't that be exploiting the policy's loopholes? Secretary Fong, however, ignored Secretary Wen and the snarky woman. Instead, he spoke earnestly towards Chen Xiao. Afterward, he swept his eyes at the trembling Secretary Wen and the acerbic woman and said, "Back there, I will convene the county leadership team to discuss on this issue. Definitely give you a satisfactory result." Although Secretary Fong said so. But Chen Xiao knew that this matter was basically settled. Then thank you, Secretary Fong. Chen Xiao instantly beamed with joy. The first thing that he had come to the county for himself was solved. Secretary Fong, no way. We were tricked by Chen Xiao. As soon as Secretary Wen heard Secretary Fong's words, he was also anxious. Fiercely, he stood up directly and pleaded towards Secretary Fong. Secretary Wen, do you mean that what you just admitted to was all a lie? Secretary Fong, however, looked at Secretary Wen with an indifferent expression and said, No. Secretary Wen was going crazy. His face was even covered in cold sweat. Wanting to say something, he couldn't say anything. Since you didn't lie, that means that what Comrade Chen Xiao said was right. You guys do know that raising fish privately is illegal. But you still did it. And even accepted the proceeds of fish farming in peace. Comrade Chen Xiao broke the law, yes, but you, too, are complicit. You guys go back. I will discuss the outcome of this matter with the county's leadership team. I will send the subsequent handling results, in writing, to your Yellowfish Beach village. Secretary Fawn also looked cold and solemn as he directly issued an expulsion order towards Secretary Wen. Aye. Secretary Wen wanted to say something, but nothing could be said. And right at this moment, the secretary who was guarding the door walked in and politely spoke towards Secretary Wen. Secretary Wen, please still return. While saying that, he pulled Secretary Wen towards the outside of the office. And the snarky woman stared at this in disbelief. It wasn't until Secretary Wen was about to walk out of the office door that she snapped out of it. Fearful and resentful, she glanced at Chen Xiao. However, he did not dare to continue staying here and similarly walked towards the outside. But when she was close to going out, she suddenly remembered something and turned her head violently. That fish pond, it's our village's, and since it's making money off of the fish raised in our pond, and he, Chen Xiao, has left our village, his share of the money should still be able to go to our village. Otherwise, why should he, an outsider from the village, use our village's fish pond to make money? The snarky woman said with great conviction. But the next moment. Good. Then the share of the debt that belongs to me will be counted against your village. Just as well, I'm debt-free. Take the money. Chen Xiao, however, said easily. 19, two things. Swish. In an instant, the shrill woman's face paled to a crisp. Yup. She wants to covet the portion of money that Chen Xiao earned. Now to confiscate that money, it was natural to assume Chen Xiao's portion of the debt. This visit had already caused such a large external debt to Yellowfish Beach Village out of thin air. It would have been better to take over Chen Xiao's debt. Then she really does want to die. Stupid woman. Go. And Secretary Wen wanted to kill the snarky woman at this point. Turning his head, he fiercely cursed towards the snarky woman. Snarky woman didn't dare say a word. Hurriedly following Secretary Wen towards the outside of the county government. Really, I don't know what's going on. Watching the two of them shrivel up and leave like defeated roosters. Chen Xiao sneered. He himself, a traveler plus a reborn person, was still a college student. If you can't clean up such an uneducated village secretary and illiterate village woman, he wouldn't have to live. Just hate the people of this Yellowfish Beach village so much? Secretary Fang asked with amusement as he watched Chen Xiao relieved of his dark curses and sat back down again. Of course I hate it. Hate it to the point of itching at the roots of my pressure. Chen Xiao also turned her head. Looking at the Secretary Chen, who did not say a word, the tea in the quilt was gone. Shun Han to Secretary Chen first added a cup of tea, before quietly said. At first, I saw that Yellowfish Beach Village was my daughter-in-law's maiden village, and I saw that they were just too poor. So, in order to let my daughter-in-law have a good life, and in order to make the village she stood in a better place, only then did I lead this group of white-eyed wolves to find a way to get rich. When I voted for the money, I gave these guys the word to vote more and get more. But these guys don't believe me, they're all stingy and don't want to invest. In the end, they barely scraped together $10,000. It's not enough to raise the fish. In order to accomplish this, I licked my face and went to my family's little harbor village to borrow money to make up for the money needed to raise fish in Yellowfish Beach Village. When I made money behind me, when I saw how much I earned, one of them became red-eyed. Want me to share the money that belongs to me with you too? On what grounds? They reported me for speculation when I didn't want to. Let me be arrested, let me be punished. Now, the hens that laid their golden eggs, the fish farming thing, have also been penalized, and all sorts of fish farming facilities and fish fry have been confiscated. They're in a hurry? What did they do when they reported me? I told them a long time ago that I was doing the right thing by taking them to fish farming. It's just that it's going to take a little bit of time for the policies up there to be regulated and put in place. As long as the policy is introduced, we will be able to do this completely legally. But these guys? People's hearts are not enough to sell me out for such a small profit. Now that they see I'm gone and can't keep the fish, they're in a hurry? And they're still here to accuse me of something bad? I wouldn't feel good about myself if I let them get away with it. They just deserve to be poor. Chen Xiao, still angry and gnashing her teeth, spoke towards Secretary Fang. You ah. Secretary Fang looked at Chen Xiao's childish appearance and also shook his head and laughed. Secretary Chen, on the other hand, looked at Chen Xiao with some heartache in his eyes. It was only now that he realized what had happened to Chen Xiao. How could he not have thought that the people of this Yellowfish Beach village could be this bad? He was truly a little heartbroken. His own grandson, just his own heartache, I guess. But after looking at Secretary Fang, he still didn't say anything. Painful now? Secretary Fang also took a sip of tea and spoke towards Chen Xiao again. Painful. Painful. Chen Xiao exhaled soundly. He sat down opposite Secretary Fong. When it hurts, let's talk about what you came to see me about today. You don't come to me for nothing. Secretary Fong was also not polite and spoke directly towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao also straightened her sitting posture. Speaking towards Secretary Fong, he said, Secretary Fong, before I say what I came for, I want to confirm two things to you. Turning his head, he looked at Secretary Chen, who was sitting next to him with a cautious face. Chen Xiao smiled and asked towards Secretary Fong. You say? Secretary Fong raised an eyebrow and turned toward Chen Xiao. Secretary Fong, in the future, I will lead the villagers to become rich in the collective economy. It's not considered speculation, right? Chen Xiao asked directly towards Secretary Fong. Of course it doesn't count. When Secretary Fong heard Chen Xiao's words, he then looked at Chen Xiao in a somewhat strange manner. He did not understand why Chen Xiao was asking when he clearly knew it already. I won't get caught again, right? Chen Xiao looked at the quietly relieved Secretary Chen next to her, pursed her lips, and asked again. Of course you don't need to, you led the villagers to become rich, it's not a criminal act, why should we arrest you? Secretary Fong noticed Chen Xiao's movements. It was also roughly understood why Chen Xiao was asking these questions in a superfluous manner. It also smiled and patiently answered. Look, Moncler. I've given you the word. Now that the national policy allows it, my previous behavior is not considered speculation. From when Chen Xiao heard Secretary Fong's words, he then turned his head and spoke towards Secretary Chen. There were a few smug smiles on his face. Looking at Secretary Chen's fierce glare at himself, Chen Xiao only turned his head again. Sorry, Secretary Fong. It's really this grandpa of mine who was dead set on not believing that what I did before was legal. Afraid I'll get caught again. So, there is no choice but to bring him to you for proof. Chen Xiao also explained towards Secretary Fong. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Old-timer, don't worry. What Comrade Chen Xiao did before was right. It's right. It's only because the policy wasn't introduced in time that it led to such an oops. It also caused Comrade Chen Xiao to suffer great loss and aggravation. Our county leadership team, we all feel sorry for Comrade Chen Xiao. Now, you don't have to worry. If Chen Xiao does this kind of thing again in the future, it will be reasonable and legal, and he won't be caught again. Secretary Fong also waved his hand and seriously explained again towards Secretary Chen. It allowed Secretary Chen to completely relax. With a face full of joy, he responded. That's good. That's good. I'm really grateful to Secretary Fong for taking care of our Chen kid. I'm here to thank you. Secretary Chen completely put down his heart and said earnestly towards Secretary Fong. Alas! You're too kind, old-timer. Secretary Fong rushed forward and helped Secretary Chen. Helping Secretary Chen back to the side, he sat down on the sofa. Well, Moncler Outlet Store, the matter is settled, it's time to get down to business. Chen Xiao's face was also serious down at this time. Looking at Secretary Fong, he said, Secretary Fong, I came to the county this time for a total of two things. The first thing is that I'm going to bring the people of Little Harbor Village to make an industry. As for what to do, Chen Xiao said, rummaging through her bag. A thick plan was pulled out. 20 congratulations to the host who has gained. Secretary Fong, this is what I'm going to do next. I've already made a plan. I came here this time because I want to apply for a business license for Little Harbor Village to engage in village collective industries. But, I guess I should be the first one to engage in this village collective industry, right? So, it's necessary for you to step in and help. Chen Xiao spoke seriously towards Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong did not speak. First, he took Chen Xiao's plan over and looked at it critically. Raising chickens? Looking at the project above that Chen Xiao was going to take Little Harbor Village to engage in. Secretary Fong froze and couldn't help but look at Chen Xiao. That's right. Raise chickens. Chen Xiao nodded. Can't you continue raising fish? You are already experienced in raising fish, this chicken raising. Secretary Fong frowned and couldn't help but say. Fish farming is not suitable for Little Harbor Village. For one thing, because of the lack of water in Little Harbor Village, there is simply not enough to dig fish ponds, and, moreover, the usable area of the village is not very large. It's impossible to raise fish on a large scale. If it can't be done on a large scale, then there's nothing too good about it. So, I finally thought and decided to raise chickens. Chen Xiao said here, seriously towards Secretary Fong, raising chickens not only has a short payback cycle, but also, it won't cover a large area. This is the best farming species for Xiaojiang village. Chen Xiao explained to the county secretary in detail. But, do you know how to raise chickens? I remember. That's not what you studied in your college program, is it? Secretary Fong was still a little worried. Don't worry, Secretary Fong, the courses I studied in college, not to mention being related to chicken raising, are not related to the entire animal husbandry industry. Didn't I still raise fish? I'm still raising fish. There is nothing difficult in the world but only people who have the will. No matter what you do, if you put your mind to it, you'll always do well. Chen Xiao said towards Secretary Fong. The tone was confident. This confidence was not given to him by the system. Rather, it was his confidence in his own abilities. He studied electrical engineering in college. Scientific level stuff. Nothing to do with animal husbandry at all. When raising fish, he just studied all kinds of things ahead of time and did his homework. When raising fish, he is also active in solving all kinds of problems encountered. It was only in the end that fish farming was made possible. Now it's just a different animal to keep, nothing more than learning all over again. He had nothing to worry about. He was even able to learn the intricacies of motor technology, so how could he not learn how to raise chickens? Tack. Looks like your mind is made up. I'm not going to persuade you of anything. You've proven your ability to raise fish before, and I believe in you. Today, I'll accompany you to the Commerce and Industry Bureau to give you the business license for the first village collective industry in our county. Secretary Fong looked at Chen Xiao. It was also roughly looking at Chen Xiao's plan. Not finding any problems, he didn't nitpick anymore. Straight away, he stood up and spoke towards Chen Xiao. That's great. It's really flattered. A smile blossomed on Chen Xiao's face as he retrieved his planner. Secretary Chen, who was smoking a dry cigarette next to him, also had a smile on his face. He knew that Chen Xiao's matter was done. Right, didn't you just say that you came here for two things? The first thing was to get a business license, so what about the second thing? While packing up his things, Secretary Fong asked curiously. Second thing, want money. Chen Xiao was also nonchalant and spoke directly towards Secretary Fong. Want money? Secretary Fong froze, not understanding what it meant. Secretary Fong, raising chickens requires money. I've just finished being fine, I only have a few dollars left on me. You can't make me do things with those few dollars, can you? Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and said helplessly. Ah Xiao. No nonsense. Secretary Chen was startled when he looked at Chen Xiao's self-centered appearance. He hurriedly stopped Chen Xiao. Then, again, he hurriedly came forward and fumbled to pull out a few envelopes from his own bag. Ah Xiao, this is the money that the townspeople put together earlier to let you pay off your debt. Now since you don't have to pay your debt, this money, you can just take it and raise chickens. The folks won't say anything. Secretary Chen spoke towards Chen Xiao. As he said that, he handed the money to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's heart trembled. No matter how many times the villagers of Xiaojiang village had done everything to him, he could not help but feel his heart tremble. Taking a deep breath. He, however, did not take the money handed over by Secretary Chen. Instead, he pushed it back and spoke, No need, Grandpa. Folks have already lent me so much money before. I can't take any more money from folks. I can get a loan from the county credit union. I'll take the money that folks lent me before as an equity stake for them. In the future, I will not only pay back the folks' money, but I will also give the folks a share of the money. Don't worry. Chen Xiao spoke earnestly towards Secretary Chen. Nonsense. You don't want the folks' money, but ask to borrow from others? Can others lend it to you for nothing? It's all about interest. Aren't you wasting your money? Secretary Chen, however, was unpleasantly reprimanding towards Chen Xiao. While saying that, he was trying to stuff the money to Chen Xiao again. Grandpa, there's really no need. I'm taking out a loan from the bank, not just for the townspeople, but also for Secretary Fong and the county leaders. Chen Xiao smiled and helplessly spoke again. For Secretary Fong? Secretary Chen was a bit bewildered. Grandpa, you don't know, if I take your money to raise chickens, Secretary Fong might actually be afraid that I'll run away. But if I were to take a loan from the bank to raise chickens, Secretary Fong wouldn't be afraid. After all, the energy of the banking system is, well, powerful. Unless one never uses the bank in the future, it is impossible for one to run away. Right, Secretary Fong? Chen Xiao smiled and spoke towards Secretary Fong. What are you talking about? You're the first college student in our county to lead the villagers to become rich, can I still not trust you? However, you're right, you really can't use the villagers' money anymore. The state has supportive policies for collective economies. It can give you loans. I've got some face, I'll call the bank and get someone from the bank to talk about it, and when the time comes, you'll just go directly to the bank. Secretary Fong glared at Chen Xiao angrily and spoke towards Chen Xiao. Obviously. What Chen Xiao said was indeed what he was worried about. So, although on the surface, he blamed Chen Xiao for not believing him. Doing what he did, he was still wary of Chen Xiao. What's more, giving Chen Xiao a loan would give Chen Xiao a chance to pay back the favor he had done by arresting Chen Xiao earlier. It will also allow Chen Xiao to continue to shine. Two birds with one stone. That's kind of the best way to handle it. Hey! Thank you, Secretary Fong, then. Then I'll have to trouble you for this loan. Chen Xiao also climbed up the pole and spoke directly towards Secretary Fong. Don't worry, you are the first in our county to engage in a village collective enterprise, there would have been policy support. This is all what should be done. Then let's go. It's just as well, I've got a little time on my hands now, take you to the business bureau and the bank, and get it all done together. When it's done, you'll be able to start work sooner, won't you? Secretary Fong didn't waste any time and packed up his things. He led the way towards the outside. Gotta. Let's go then. Chen Xiao also hurriedly helped Secretary Chen up and followed Secretary Fong towards the outside. By the way, Chen Xiao, how much money are you going to lend this time? Quite a lot. Ding. Congratulations to the host, finding the first career-raising chickens. Chicken raising business mission branch opens. Ding. The host has completed the binding career task and is now handing out rewards. Congratulations to the host who has earned 21 mission completion, mission reward, new mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host, finding the first career-raising chickens. Chicken raising business mission branch opens. Ding. The host has completed the binding career task and is now handing out rewards. Congratulations to the host, you've gained the poultry chicken breeding knowledge chapter. Ding. The main mission of the cause is hereby issued. Task 1, please raise 10,000 egg-laying hens, with an average annual egg production of 300 hens. Task 2, please raise 10,000 broilers with an average annual meat yield of 12 pounds per chicken. And with Chen Xiao having processed the business license. In Chen Xiao's mind, the system's prompt sounded as well. Chen Xiao was stunned. This is completed the system mission? Chen Xiao muttered mentally. Subsequently, before he could think much about it, buzz. Countless information began to pour into Chen Xiao's mind at a rapid pace. Selection and optimization of broiler breeds. Selection and optimization of breeds for laying hens. Notes on the construction of chicken coops. Feed program for laying hens and broilers. Instructions for chick breeding. Detailed explanation of broiler castration technology. Optimized breeding program for breeding chickens. Program for the formulation of feed for high egg production. Ratio of feeds for fast-growing broilers. Vaccine formulation for poultry disease control and prevention. Countless kinds of knowledge about raising chickens that transcended the time surged madly into Chen Xiao's mind. This is simply a big help. Chen Xiao looked at the contents and his eyes suddenly blossomed with splendor. He had thought. After taking care of the relevant documents, he could not start raising chickens straight away. One still needs to learn for a long time. After all, one doesn't study chicken farming in college. But now, the system has given itself all the knowledge it needs to learn about raising chickens. Not only does it include the current chicken raising model, but also the chicken raising model that goes beyond this era, the latter days. It even includes notes on the construction of chicken sheds and the making of feed for laying hens and broilers. Breed selection for laying hens and broilers. Notes on the breeding of chicks. It even includes the specific configuration plan for the vaccine drug formulation for chickens are available. Suffice it to say, the system's rewards systematically gave Chen Xiao everything he needed to know about raising chickens. Extremely comprehensive. It certainly sped up his chicken raising process tremendously. With this knowledge, after he went back and refined it, he could basically just start working on raising chickens. And, in fact, the knowledge given by the system is not only this little benefit. I had thought that it would be a longer process to get back on your feet by raising chickens. But now it seems the speed of returning capital will be much faster than I thought. And, frighteningly fast. Joy blossomed in Chen Xiao's eyes. In this content, it also included about the selection of breeds for egg and broiler chickens. For example, before this knowledge, Chen Xiao might just as well have purchased ordinary breeds of chickens from ordinary farmers' homes, from bazaars and other villages. This common breed of chicken, if it is an egg-laying chicken, the annual egg production is 120 eggs. In a year, an egg-laying chicken is able to earn a little money, but it is pitifully small. However, according to this selection of chicken breeds, a breed of chicken that was available in this era was mentioned, the white Lihang chicken. This is an imported chicken breed. It is an egg-laying hen with a very high yield, and when it comes to the laying period, the annual egg production of a year is 330 eggs. Even if it is a high-level breed of white flight chicken, the laying capacity can even exceed 330 eggs. It can be said that the egg production of white Lihang chicken is close to 3 times more compared to the ordinary breed of chicken. This is equivalent to a threefold increase in the earnings of an egg-laying chicken, compared to an ordinary breed of chicken. This gain is extremely exaggerated. For example, raising 10,000 average breed laying hens produces 1.2 million eggs a year. If Chen Xiao was able to get 10,000 white Lihang chicken laying hens, the annual egg production would be 3.3 million eggs. This difference, it could not be said to be exaggerated. Not to mention that within this knowledge is the selection of high meat-yielding broiler breeds. Regular quality broilers will produce at most 4-5 pounds of meat out of the pen. But if you choose another breed of broiler, it can reach 10 pounds or more. Meat yield can likewise be doubled. It can be said that the knowledge given by these systems is really a big help. Not to mention, in this knowledge, there are also breeding programs to improve the quality and quantity of meat in broilers. and breeding programs to improve egg and meat production, chicken breeds, etc., etc., etc. And, with this knowledge, not only has it improved output by nearly 2 times, even, the new tasks issued by the system could be completed. At that time, when the new mission was completed, Chen Xiao did not know what new things the system would reward him with. Chen Xiao was getting more and more excited, looking at the business license in his hand. The more you look at it, the happier you are. Brat, isn't it just a piece of paper? See how happy you are. Secretary Chen watched Chen Xiao giggle as she looked at the business license. The corners of his eyes also brought up some smiles and spoke towards Chen Xiao. Grandpa, you are not aware that this business license represents that our upcoming chicken raising business is thoroughly recognized and protected by the law. Our small harbor village, there is a fundamental to get rich. Of course Chen Xiao would not expose the system. With a brilliant light blooming in his eyes, he spoke towards Secretary Chen. Anyway, I don't understand, you're on your own. Right, since we can raise chickens now, when we go back later, we'll just buy a batch of chicks to go back. At that time, organize every household to receive chickens to raise at home, and this chicken raising business will be settled. You'll have to take out a loan later, so we'll raise the chickens earlier and make money earlier to pay it back. It's a good business to raise chickens, all the villagers know how to raise chickens, you can't lose money. You didn't study in vain, you brat. Secretary Chen smiled and also spoke towards Chen Xiao. While Chen Xiao heard Secretary Chen's words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Secretary Chen clearly thought that what Chen Xiao was going to engage in was still the old model of raising free-range chickens. This model, with its high cost and low output, is simply not in Chen Xiao's consideration. Munkler, the chicken farming I'm going to engage in is not this kind of thing you're talking about. Chen Xiao explained helplessly. Not the kind I'm talking about? Then what other kind can it be? Isn't this how chickens have been raised throughout the ages? Secretary Chen was a bit bewildered. Originally, he had thought that he didn't know much about Chen Xiao's handling of these documents. But as a pure farmer, raising chickens was something he knew a lot about. But now, listening to Chen Xiao, it's not the same? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be vigilant in his heart. Brat, I'll give you this, you've just been released, you can't fool around anymore. Secretary Chen spoke towards Chen Xiao with some insubstantiality in his heart. Grandpa, you can rest assured. I know it in my heart. Raising chickens on a large scale can't be like the old days. When I go back, I'll give you a detailed explanation. Chen Xiao had wanted to give Secretary Chen a good explanation. Just then, he saw that Secretary Fang had already come out of the office accompanied by the director of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. Chen Xiao also stopped talking and greeted him. 22, Team Leader Do, you guys are the good guys? But how is it, the documents that should be done, have they all been done? Secretary Fang also asked with concern when he saw Chen Xiao greet him. All right. The business registration, industry license, tax registration, organization code certificate, bank account opening license and labor employment license are all done. Chen Xiao joyfully looked at Secretary Fang, counting the individual documents and certificates in her hand while speaking towards him. Okay. Since it's done, let's go to the credit union. Open an account for you, and also give you a loan. Secretary Fang looked at Chen Xiao and also said towards Chen Xiao with a smile. Alas. Good. Secretary Fang, please. Chen Xiao hurriedly rushed over and said. The secretary of the county party committee personally accompanied for various documents. Chen Xiao is also considered to be the first person in the past and present. Looking at Chen Xiao's doggy-like behavior, Secretary Fang couldn't help but lose his smile. This brat. Secretary Chen also muttered and cursed as he looked at Chen Xiao, who was familiarizing himself with Secretary Fang. The bottom of his eyes, however, were filled with laughter. Listen up, Yellowfish Beach Village. Because of your previous fish farming, you have been characterized as speculators. It's illegal. Therefore, according to the relevant punitive damages regulations, all of your illegal gains are to be confiscated. Your fish ponds have already been seized before. However, the related illegal income was not confiscated. Now, according to the account book provided by Comrade Chen Xiao, your Yellowfish Beach Village Committee needs to return the illegal income of $32,640. And the group of villagers from Yellowfish Beach Village, you need to return the illegal proceeds of $24,480. If not surrendered, the village's 30 acres of fish ponds will be confiscated for auction contracting, while the 30 acres of land in Yellowfish Beach Village will be confiscated and similarly auctioned for contracting. The above is a notice issued by the county government. Do you understand? 2 days later. Yellowfish Beach Village. The head of the Speculation Special Rectification Leadership Working Group, Group Leader Du, came to Yellowfish Beach Village with the order to refine the debt issued by the county government of the County Party Committee. Directly summoned the entire Yellowfish Beach Village people for the village assembly, notified the County Party Committee and county government issued notice. Obviously, after the County Party Committee and county government leadership team study, the illegal proceeds from the previous fish farming are no longer all counted on Chen Xiao's head. The debts that should have belonged to the people of Yellowfish Beach Village were returned to the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. Wow! And with these words, team leader do. The entire Yellowfish Beach Village crowd that came to the meeting was in an uproar. What? Want my money? No. I don't have any money. Exactly. Why should we pay it back? That's our money. Raising fish is the work of that Chen Xiao guy, what's it got to do with us? We won't pay it back. The entire crowd of Yellowfish Beach Village was in a frenzy. There was all sorts of shouting on the stage. Damn you! I didn't realize that this would actually dare to do this. To have really dared to make our entire Yellowfish Beach Village pay back the money. Isn't he afraid of offending our entire Yellowfish Beach Village? Secretary One of Yellowfish Beach Village was also stunned at this time. He had thought that what Chen Xiao had said before was merely to scare them. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao had dared to actually do this. Chen Xiao did this, but it was the same as offending their Yellowfish Beach Village to death. How could he do that? I won't. It's obvious that Chen Xiao broke the law, why do we have to pay too? This account should be settled on that Chen Xiao. Hearing that she had to be made to spit out the money she had previously earned, the snarky woman instantly became red-eyed. Standing up fiercely, she shouted towards Team Leader Du on the stage. Group Leader Du's brows furrowed as he listened to the shrill woman's words, and he directly said, "Don't forget that Chen Xiao's behavior is considered speculation. But you guys are grasshoppers on the same line as Chen Xiao. You guys are doing this fish farming thing with Chen Xiao, you're considered accomplices. So, naturally, you guys have to be punished just like Chen Xiao." Team Leader Du looked at the acerbic female with a cold expression and said, "Nonsense. We're clearly the ones who reported the speculate's fingerprints. How is that complicity? If you put it like that, then there are no good people in this world who report criminals. Those who report others become accomplices." The snarky woman continued to speak relentlessly. "Then I'll ask you, did you guys get a share of the money you ended up making from the fish farming before?" Team Leader Du was also nonchalant and asked directly in return. Although we also shared the money, but how much did we only share? And how much did that Chen Xiao share? He's the culprit. We're still the ones who reported it. We shouldn't have been like Chen Xiao. The only one who should be punished should be that Chen Xiao. Those money that should be paid back should be counted on Chen Xiao alone." The shrill woman screamed at the top of her voice. And as she opened her mouth, there were answering voices all around her. "Right. That's right. That's right. It should be on that Chen Xiao's head. Right. We're all good people who report lawbreakers, how can we be made to pay back the money?" One by one, the villagers were also shouting loudly towards Group Leader Du on the stage. There was a look of anger in the crowd. "You guys are good people?" Group Leader Du was on the verge of laughing with anger as he listened to the crowd. "Since you are the ones who reported Chen Xiao, that means that you are aware that Chen Xiao's behavior is speculative. Since you guys know that Chen Xiao's behavior is speculation, why didn't you report it earlier? And even invested money in him? And, in the end, when it comes to dividing up the money, you're all hands off. You guys don't think that these behaviors are legal, do you? These acts of yours are called criminal facts. Speculation and deliberate harboring. It's actual complicity." Team Leader Du sneered as he looked down at each of the clamoring Yellowfish Beach Village villagers on the stage. Unceremoniously, he said. Then, even more so, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "And, to say that you're a good person? Knowing full well that their actions are against the law, they still did it and deliberately harbored it. Is this what a good person can do? When dividing money, coveting people's money. When you can't covet it, you report people. You call this a good man? And call your actions righteous? Heh, I'll give you that. Your behavior, both public and private, you are no good. And good people? Heh." Team Leader Du nonchalantly sneered at this group of Yellowfish Beach villagers who were full of filth. Without mercy, he tore off their cloth of shame. "You!" And listening to Team Leader Du's words, everyone was enraged. Eyes spewed fire as they stared dead at the too superior Group Leader Du. The acerbic woman opened her mouth to say something, but she couldn't say it again. Team Leader Du, however, ignored her. "Moreover, your act of reporting Comrade Chen Xiao is not called reporting. To put it nicely, it should also be called surrender. Because you are Comrade Chen Xiao's accomplices. You also have the facts of the crime. If I were to put it badly, you guys know the law and break it. The crime is aggravated. Every one of you should be arrested. Now that you haven't been arrested, go ahead and be happy. Still dare to scream here? And call yourselves good people? Heh." For the anger of the crowd. Team Leader Du was unimpressed. Unflinchingly, he turned toward the crowd. 23, $100,000 from fish farming? And he said this. Instantly, the stage went silent. These villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village under the stage knew that they were also criminals. One by one, they were also frightened. A congregation that had just experienced the most dangerous decade in over a decade. It was so fraught that they had to be careful what they even said. Not to mention, now wearing the hat of a criminal. Each and every one of them was white with fear. When they invested money one by one, they were not willing to invest, and when they made money, when they saw that other people made more money, they thought of coveting the money that other comrades Chen Xiao made. Seriously, I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen you guys so stupid. When you guys reported Comrade Chen Xiao, did you really not realize that you and Chen Xiao are grasshoppers on the same thread? He broke the law. Do you think you guys got away with it? It's really ridiculous. Group leader Du, who had thoroughly understood the whole thing long ago when he arrived, nonchalantly disliked back towards the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. To be honest, he quite despised these Yellowfish Beach Village people. Purely a bunch of white-eyed wolves. And a stupid bunch of white wolves at that. Dumbasses who could be in a museum. Chen Xiao is bringing them together to make money. If they report Chen Xiao, will they be better off? Chen Xiao's behavior is against the law. They're with Chen Xiao, aren't they breaking the law? Just kidding. Okay, I don't care to talk to you guys. I've already given the notice anyway. You're still not still yourselves. I'll go first. Group leader Du looked at the group of people in front of him and was too lazy to continue to pay attention to this group of people. Standing up, he was ready to leave. Alas! Team leader Du, please wait. Seeing that team leader Du was about to leave, Secretary Wen couldn't sit still either. He hurriedly stood up and walked over quickly. Took hold of team leader Du. These 2 steps, that is called a dragon walk, which still have half a bit of trembling appearance? Secretary Wen, what are you doing? I'll tell you, this notice is the county's decision. You just leave me behind and it won't be of the slightest use. Team leader Du subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Secretary Wen warily. In this day and age, the convergence of the penniless villagers in these villages was the equivalent of half an illegal organization. Not to mention a group of agitated villagers, which jumps back and forth between ordinary villagers and a mob. Don't look at him as a leader in the county. But in these villages, it's not much use at all. If they are really pissed off, this group of villagers don't put anyone in their eyes, and they will fight if they say so. He didn't want to suffer this kind of flesh and blood. Team leader Du, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood. Secretary Wen looked at team leader Du's wary look and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Afterwards, he moved closer to team leader Du and said, Team leader Du, look, can you be accommodating? Our Yellowfish Beach Village is considered the poorest village in our county. People really can't get that much money either. Can we please ask the government to be merciful and give our Yellowfish Beach Village a little bit of life? Secretary Wen pleaded in a small voice towards team leader Du. Team leader Du looked at Secretary Wen with an odd expression. You guys? Poverty? If I remember correctly, in the past 2 years, Chen Xiao has brought you guys to make money from fish farming, so your village has long been out of the category of poverty, right? Moreover, every family eats white rice. And from time to time, they can even eat meat. You call that poverty? Not to mention, the money Chen Xiao took you to earn is still sitting in your village's account, right? This is all illegal proceeds, isn't it right to hand it over? How come there's no way to live? Team leader Du unflinchingly exposed Secretary Wen's selling of misery and directly said, This. Secretary Wen froze, then, with an ugly face, said, Team leader Du, say so. But our village, originally because of fish farming, has just gotten out of poverty and is living a good life. If you want to take this money back now, aren't you going to make our Yellowfish Beach Village go back to its previous miserable life again? Isn't this going to cut off our livelihood? Secretary Wen said with an ugly face. And you guys know that it's because of fish farming that you're living a good life, huh? Then you guys still report others, Comrade Chen Xiao? If it wasn't for Comrade Chen Xiao leading you to raise fish, would you be able to live such a good life as you do now? Wen Zai-san, you're an old party member too. You should also know that you have to bear the consequences of your report if you have reported someone else, Chen Xiao, right? So it's not that I'm going to cut off your lives, it's you guys who cut off your own lives. You guys this is self-inflicted. Team leader Du didn't have the slightest bit of politeness with Secretary Wen Zai-san. He spoke without mercy. As for Wen Zai-san, his face was completely ugly when he heard group leader Du's words. Team leader Du. If you say that, don't blame us for disobeying the organization's decision. It's not easy for us to live a good life, we mustn't let you ruin it like this. Wen Zai-san was also suddenly hardened and vaguely threatened towards team leader Du. Then what do you want? Team leader Du's brows furrowed as he asked towards Wen Zai-san. This money, it shouldn't be counted as ours. It should be counted as that Chen Xiao's. Wen Zai-san said nonchalantly. Ha! Team leader Du sneered and shook his head. That's impossible. This is a joint decision of the county leadership team. This. Wen Zai-san was somewhat speechless. But he also knew. This matter was not something that team leader Du could decide. Then. We can return this money, but we have 3 conditions. Wen Zai-san thought about it and then gritted his teeth. Speak. This time, however, team leader Du relaxed his tone and spat out a single word towards Wen Zai-san. First, the time for us to repay the loan, we have to delay it. It can't be repaid now. When Zai-san thought about it and spoke. Why? Team leader Du asked with a frown. Because, we're not on it yet. When Zai-san said with a look of I'm poor and unjustified. Team leader Du looked at the rogue When Zai-san and had a bit of a headache. Then when are you going to pay it back? 1 year later. When Zai-san pursed his lips and opened his mouth. 1 year later? How can I be sure that you won't take advantage of this time to roll up the money and run away? Team leader Du also asked nonchalantly. We won't run. Not only won't we run, we'll stay here and continue to have a good life. Because, with that money, we are going to continue to raise fish. This is our second condition. When Zai-san also didn't care and directly stated his plan. Fish farming? Group leader Du instantly drifted off, a glint flashing in his eyes. That's right, that Xiao said that if we continue to raise fish this year, we can make $100,000. After a year, when we make money, we'll pay this back. When Zai-san spoke towards team leader Du. 24. Collusion between government and business? This way, Team leader Du narrowed his eyes. Thinking quietly. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but think. I didn't think that I'd really let the secretary guess right. This group of Yellowfish Beach Village people really don't intend to pay back the money. And, also as the secretary guessed, this Yellowfish Beach Village's people are really prepared to continue raising fish. In fact, when team leader Du came to Yellowfish Beach Village, Secretary Fong met with him specifically to talk about his predictions for the behavior of the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. Secretary Fong guessed that the people of Yellowfish Beach Village would certainly not be willing to pay their debts. Therefore, the people of Yellowfish Beach Village will definitely make a move. Either that or they'll resist repayment and play rogue. Either that or you're delaying repayment. And, not only that, but they will take the money they made from previous fish farming and refarm them. Because, Xiao had said in front of Wen Zai-san that this year, if it was normal, he would be able to make $100,000 from fish farming. With the greed of Wen Zai-san and these Yellowfish Beach Village people, there was no way they would let go of this deal. So, we'll definitely think about continuing to raise fish. One could say. All of this that happened in Yellowfish Beach Village was expected by Secretary Fong. Thinking about all this, team leader Du also had to admire Secretary Fong's shrewdness. However, for that matter, Secretary Fong also gave clear instructions. That is, yes. Group leader Du looked at Wen Zai-san in front of him and spoke directly. That's right. The instruction given by Secretary Fong was to agree with Wen Zai-san's idea. Secretary Fong decided to give the people of Yellowfish Beach Village a chance. This may seem like a bit of a sorry excuse for Xiao though. However, it was in line with the plan that Secretary Fong had in mind. It was a sure bet for Secretary Fong. For the people of Yellowfish Beach Village to make $100,000 from fish farming, Secretary Fong didn't know. But he knew. Whether the people of Yellowfish Beach Village earned it or not, there was nothing to lose for him. Because if the people of Yellowfish Beach Village make money and completely get out of the hat of poverty, he will be able to make one more political achievement. If the Yellowfish Beach Village people did not make money, but also have to pay back the debt, cannot pay back, he can Yellowfish Beach Village fish ponds and heaven and earth auction contract. Even. He's thinking about who he's going to contract out to. Naturally, it's Xiao. Let Xiao expand the industry of Xiaojiang Village and get more political achievements from Xiao. At that time, not only did he get political achievements, he could also sell another favor to Xiao, killing two birds with one stone. So, for Secretary Fong, this is a surefire deal. But it just seems a little bit sorry for Xiao right now. Secretary Fong naturally knew how much Xiao hated the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, so doing so did seem a bit sorry to Xiao. But come to think of it, Xiao was also able to understand. Good. When Wen Zai-san heard team leader Du's words, he also instantly brightened up and opened his mouth. Then after thinking, he spoke again. There is a third condition. And? What condition? Team leader Du frowned. This was out of Secretary Fong's expectation. We need to know what Xiao is planning to do with Little Harbor Village. Also, the county is going to help us get legal documents that will enable us to raise fish. When Zai-san was speaking again. What kind of things is Xiao going to do? Why are you asking this? Team leader Du frowned and spoke vigilantly. Helping Yellowfish Beach Village with their documents was not a big deal. But this one Zai-san inquiring about what Xiao was going to do, this was a bit unusual. There was no guarantee that the people of this Yellowfish Beach Village wouldn't sabotage what Xiao was doing. This is our business, you don't have to care. You just need to tell us what he is planning to do. Man Jae-san did speak vaguely. This definitely won't work. If you guys deliberately sabotage other people's Xiao, I'll deserve to die for my sins. Team leader Du nonchalantly refused. You? When Zai-san gritted his teeth. There was a twinkle in his eyes. Apparently, he had actually thought that just now. This was followed by a somewhat helpless assurance. Team leader Du, I assure you that we will never deliberately sabotage what Xiao is trying to do, is that alright? Not enough. Group leader Dude directly said. Then what else will it take before you're willing to tell me? When Zai-san opened his mouth and asked helplessly. If there is any sign of man-made sabotage in what Chen Xiao is going to do, I will count it against your Yellowfish Beach village. Do you dare to guarantee that? Team leader Dude directly said. After all, what Chen Xiao is going to do next is a top priority for the county. Whether it was himself or the county's group of leaders, it was impossible to allow Chen Xiao things to be deliberately sabotaged. This is about their future. When Zai-san hesitated. It wasn't until a moment later, as if he had thought of something, that he clenched his teeth and said, good. Team leader Du hesitated and hesitated before speaking, raise chickens. Team leader Du didn't really want to say it. After all, this was all considered selling trade secrets on some level. It's just that, in this day and age in this country, there's no such thing. But now, look at the determined Moon Jae-san. Team leader Du didn't want to do anything more. That is, he said it directly. Raising chickens? Chen Xiao is going to bring the people of Shaojiang village to raise chickens? When Zai-san froze and muttered somewhat indistinctly. Alright. I've told you all what I should have told you. When you want to apply for your papers later, look for me in the county and I'll take you there. I'll be leaving today. Remember, 1 year from today, you must return those confiscated illegal proceeds. Seeing that the matter is done. Team leader Du also didn't stay any longer. Packing up his things, he looked at the group of villagers who could not hear the whispers of his and Secretary Wen's words from the stage. Then he rode his bicycle and went back towards the county. Old Branch, how is it? Do we still have to pay this debt? As soon as team leader Du left, the captains of the 2 brigades of Yellowfish Beach Village under the stage, as well as the acerbic woman, all came together and anxiously asked towards Wen Zai-san. Alas! Still have to return. Wen Zai-san also came back to his senses and said with a sigh. What? On what grounds? How much money have we only earned? Why should we pay it back? That's right. That Chen Xiao should obviously pay it back. This is too bullying. We're obviously good people who report lawbreakers, and we even have to pay back the money. Moment. All 3 men were gnashing their teeth in anger and cursing. Secretary 1, it must be that Chen Xiao who gave that county party secretary some favor. That's what made those people in the county side with that Chen Xiao. They're colluding with the government and business. Let's go to the city and sue. I don't believe that there is no justice in this world. The shrill female also spoke in a shrill voice. While saying that, she was also about to walk towards the stage. You stop. And watch the snarky woman move. Man Jae-san frowned and shouted sternly. Secretary 1, they are too bullying. We can't be bullied like this. The acerbic woman turned her head and said through clenched teeth. You're saying that people are colluding with business and government? Do you have proof? How can you sue someone with just a mouth? By then they'll backtrack and say you're slandering them, and you'll be going to jail. Have you forgotten what happened 2 days ago at the county government? Go ahead and sue, now. When Zai-san's voice was cold and stern as he spoke towards the snarky woman. The acerbic woman was shocked for a moment, and she didn't dare to say any more. Then, Old Branch, what should we do now? That fine, it's not a small fortune. Is our hard-earned money going to be confiscated like that? The captain of the first team asked anxiously towards Wen Zai-san. 25, this is Chen Zhao's method, will it not be profitable? Don't worry. I've already made plans. When Jai-san, however, waved his hand. Afterward, no more was said. Took his place on the stage and turned on the loudspeaker. Folks, the county still wants us to pay back that fine. That means we'll have to lose all the money we made from fish farming before. Looking at the crowd whispering under the stage. Without the slightest concealment, when Zai-san directly opened his mouth. Wow! Instantly, there was an uproar down there. How is this going to work? We, Yellowfish Beach Village, have been living a good life for so many years, isn't this making us live a miserable life again? Right. Are they so unable to see us as good? Old Branch Book, let's go and sue. Let's tell the city that some officials are bullying us commoners. We'll sue them to death. The hundreds of people under the stage were instantly clamoring in anger one by one. A ferocious light was revealed in their eyes. Folks. Looking at the angry crowd of folks, a flash of joy flashed under Wen Zai-san's eyes. Afterward, he shouted loudly several times before calling off the angry crowd. Suing is useless. You can't twist your arm, they're all in cahoots, we can't fight them. Wen Zai-san sighed and spoke towards the crowd. Then, Old Branch Secretary, what do you say? Are we to be bullied by them like this? Yes, Old Branch Secretary. We can't be bullied like this. Big deal, we'll fight for our lives. I don't believe they're not afraid to die. The crowd under the stage yelled again. Among them, there was no lack of extra-legal maniacs who were not afraid of wearing shoes with bare feet, shouting at the top of their voices. All right, folks. This is a civilized society. You can't just randomly fight and kill again. The county has to put a debt on our heads that doesn't belong to us. And there's nothing we can do to fight it. It's sort of already the most critical time for our Yellowfish Beach village. We must find our way out. It just so happens that I just fought for a year's repayment time from team leader Do as well. We can pay this back after a year. Also, I've got some ideas about a solution to this debt. Now I'll take it out and discuss it with everyone. Wenzai-san was startled to hear the clamor of the villagers and hurriedly spoke. Hearing that Wenzai-san had a solution, the crowd calmed down a little. And the captains of the two brigades came to the stage with their acerbic women. Sitting down, they continued to listen to Wenzai-san's words. Wenzai-san said this and swept a glance at the group of villagers whose faces were red with anger. Again, he opened his mouth. Earlier, we had already learned in the county that before, Qianxiao had taken us to raise fish illegally. But now, because of the policy issued from above, if we continue to raise fish, it's legal now. I was just thinking, is it possible for us to raise our own fish? Wenzai-san paused as he spoke. Fish farming is legal? That's great. Then we can still raise fish. Although it's good that fish farming is legal, but how can we raise them when Qianxiao is gone? What's wrong with him being gone? We can't raise fish if he's gone? And when Zai-shan said this, instantly, the villagers under the stage all brightened up and began to talk. Until a few moments later. Folks, listen to me. Not only did we get the news that fish farming is legal when we were at the county courthouse earlier, we also got the news. Qianxiao himself said that if we continue to raise fish this year, we'll be able to net $100,000. Right at this moment, when Zai-san threw out another heavy news towards the crowd of Yellowfish Beach village people. Boom! This news shook the brains of everyone in Yellowfish Beach village. Until a few moments later. How? How many? 100,000? Or pure profit? This. How much does $100,000 have to be? Everyone was stunned. Unbelievably, they looked at the Tai Shan's when Zai-san. Folks, what do you say? Fish farming, is it still possible? When Zai-san looked at the crowd and spoke again. Raise. Of course it can be raised. It's $100,000. If you can't raise this, what else is there to raise? Raise it. It must be raised. Instantly, all the villagers were boiling. One by one, they all shouted at the top of their lungs. But just then. But old branch secretary, then without Qianxiao, can we raise fish? Can we do it? The captain of the first team, who couldn't help but call off the crowd, asked somewhat apprehensively towards Wen Zai-san on the stage. However, as soon as his question came out, he didn't wait for Wen Zai-san to speak. The next moment, the surrounding villagers were all screaming with crimson eyes. Why not? That Qianxiao doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. It's so simple to raise fish. We've been following him for 2 years to raise fish, and we've seen it all, right? How can it not work? That's right, now without him, we raise our own fish, this $100,000, but it's our own share. How much will it cost? Yeah. Those methods Qianxiao used to raise fish, I've long since seen them. They're simple. We can raise them ourselves. One by one, the surrounding villagers were eagerly and somewhat maniacally shouting loudly towards the captain of the first team. The captain of the first team was still a little apprehensive in his heart, but looking at the villagers who had already fallen into a frenzy, it was not good for him to continue saying anything. Good. Since everyone agrees to raise fish, then this matter is settled. We'll raise our own fish. When Zai-san saw the crowd agree, he also smiled and settled the matter directly. Then, looking at the equally happy group of villagers, he spoke again. Villagers. Actually, I don't think it's enough for us to just raise fish. When Zai-san spoke loudly again. Ha? Raising fish isn't enough? Then what else? Right. Fish farming we know can be profitable, but the rest? A group of villagers were confused. Looking toward Wen Zai-san on the stage, they looked at each other again. Folks, I think that we should not only raise fish, but also chickens. Wen Zai-san was speaking towards the crowd again. But this time, not many people were up in arms. Instead, each and every one of them looked a little hesitant. Secretary Wen, raising chickens. Can it make money? Yes, Secretary, although we all know how to raise chickens, but making money. Can we make money? Secretary Wen, why don't we just raise fish? In case we lose money raising chickens, wouldn't that be work for nothing? One by one, the villagers were all a little retiring again, speaking loudly towards Wen Zai-san. No. Raise chickens, you'll make money. Wen Zai-san, however, shook his head and exclaimed. The crowd all looked at each other in disbelief, looking at Wen Zai-san, who had sworn his oath. To support or not to support? Folks, actually, I just got a message from Team Leader Du. Qianxiao has returned to Little Harbor Village. And he's going to bring the people of Xiaojiang Village to raise chickens. You guys, what Qianxiao is going to do, will it not be profitable? When Zai-san was speaking towards the crowd again. 26. Using Qianxiao's method to make more money than Qianxiao? Wow. The next moment, the crowd all lit up again and began to talk. Qianxiao wants to raise chickens? Raising chickens must be profitable then. That's right, let's not talk about Chen Zhao's character, but he does have a good brain. Raising chickens will definitely make money. Right. After all, he's a college student and knows more than us. If he's raising chickens, then he can definitely make money. A kind of villagers were all talking between words, although they hated Chen Zhao with all their teeth. Yet they had an absolute trust in Chen Zhao. It sounds unusually bizarre. Folks, I've just mulled over the whole chicken thing. This business is pretty good. I have to admit that Chen Zhao, worthy of being a college student, found such a good business at a glance. Raising chickens, it's a surefire business. Chickens can lay eggs when they get big. If they don't lay eggs, they can eat meat. If they don't eat meat, they can sell them for a profit. You can't raise them at a loss anyhow. Besides, raising chickens, our village, who doesn't know how to raise chickens? It's our farmer's specialty. He's a college student, how many chickens has he raised? How can he compare to us? If we raise chickens, how can he compete with us? When Zai-san boasted confidently towards the group of villagers. The villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village, being bragged about, were all puffing out their chests with a look of pride. Only then did Wen Zai-san continue. So, I was thinking, let's do it this time, both ways. Raise both fish and chickens. Make double money. Not if you raise fish. As for raising chickens, if he, Chen Zhao, can lead Little Harbor Village to raise chickens, we'll do the same. And, to raise more and on a larger scale than Little Harbor Village. How many people do they have in Xiaojiang Village? Just 100 or so families. Even if everyone in the village raises chickens, and one family raises 20 chickens, they can only raise 2,000 chickens. But we, Yellowfish Beach Village, have 146 households. If each of us raises 20 chickens, that's close to 1,000 more than Little Harbor Village. We can lay 1,000 more eggs than Little Harbor Village. How can they compare with us, Yellowfish Beach Village? Speaking of this, the smile on Wen Zai-san's face grew even wider. Delightedly, he said towards the group of excited villagers under the stage. Not to mention that Chen Zhao before, in order to raise money to raise fish, he borrowed all the money from the people in Xiaojiang Village. Now all the money that Chen Zhao made from raising fish has been confiscated again. That Chen Zhao can be said to be penniless. And by relying on their small harbor village to pool their money, how much more can they come up with to raise chickens? $1,000? Or $3,000? I'm afraid even if all of them took out their coffin books, it would still be $10,000, right? But what about us? We've put money into the fish ponds from every household before, but how much have we put out? Now, because of the fish pond, I'm afraid that every family has already returned their capital, right? Moreover, they've even made some money. Not to mention, the 40% net profit that was shared with the village committee from fish farming before, the village committee hasn't touched it yet. That money alone is more than $32,000. We'll take some of this money and use it to raise fish. And then we'll put the rest of it together with the folks' money and casually come up with a few more tens of thousands of dollars, which we'll use to raise chickens. I've done the math, we'll be able to invest a total of 50,000 yuan in raising fish and chickens, and that'll be enough. I'm afraid we won't be able to come up with this amount of money even if Little Harbor Village puts its life on the line. And with this money, we will not only raise more chickens than Little Harbor Village, but we will definitely earn more than them in the end. Plus fish farming, that Chen Zhao has said that if we can continue to raise fish this year, we can make more than $100,000 in net profit. Then even if we can't make more than $100,000 from raising chickens, we can always make $40,000 to $50,000, right? 100,000 plus 50,000, that's $150,000. We put in $50,000, but we're able to make $150,000. To make so much money, I'm afraid that Chen Zhao wouldn't even dare to think about it. When the time comes, we'll split the bill based on the percentage of money invested. Before, $80,000 was a big split, so what about the $150,000 now? How much can you all share again? Secretary Wen counted towards the village people. And as he did a little bit of rough math, it made the eyes of the entire village go wide. The eyes were even red, and their breathing was ragged. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Zhao had brought them fish farming before, they would never have believed that raising fish and chickens could make so much money. However, with Chen Zhao taking them fish farming before and making a huge amount of money, everyone knew that it was a good camp that could make money. Although they were jealous of Chen Zhao, they were also extremely sure of Chen Zhao's ability. If Chen Zhao felt that he could make $100,000 from fish farming, then he could definitely make $100,000. Chen Zhao thinks that raising chickens can make money, then it will definitely make money. This was the absolute confidence that Chen Zhao brought to them. They only saw Chen Zhao leading them to make so much money easily by raising fish. But they didn't see the knowledge that Chen Zhao had learned and played a leading role in this matter. Do you really think anyone can make money raising fish? Don't be ridiculous. What's more, what Chen Zhao said about continuing to raise fish today to earn $100,000, that's $100,000 in the previous 2 years of raising fish to form a stable output. Hatching the fish eggs themselves and producing a constant catch of fish according to batches. Make your own fish feed, with specific mechanical aids. With a steady fish output. It takes that kind of harvest. Now, there isn't even a single fry in the pond, and the oxygenator and pumps and everything have been taken away. On what basis can they continue to make $100,000? Not to mention, does Chen Xiao really have no money? This group of people, they just don't know what a loan is. But now, this group has gone completely insane with the accounts that Secretary Moon has been settling. Raise. Must raise. Raise chickens and fish together. Right. We must raise them. We farmers, we can raise chickens easily. Yes. $150,000. What a large sum of money that must be. I can't even think about it. The villagers of Yellowfish Beach Village were all screaming madly. The huge benefits made everyone's blood boil. Old Branch, let's finalize this matter. Not only are we going to raise chickens, we're going to raise them on a larger scale than Little Harbor Village. Not only are we going to use Qin Zhao's method to make money, but we're going to make more money than him. Piss him off. The acerbic woman was also excitedly screaming at the top of her lungs towards Man Jae-san. She was also thoroughly excited. No one else was. She knows it all. Before, Chen Xiao did say that he could earn $100,000 this year by raising fish. So, it must be true. She was naturally more excited than the others. Good. Since everyone agrees, then let's finalize this matter as well. Raise fish as well as chickens. We're using that money-making method of Chen Zhao's to make it bigger than him. Use his method to make more money than him. Get mad at that. When Zai-san saw this, he also breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. It was also instantly slapped the board and finalized this matter. Looking at the villagers under the stage, each one of them excitedly struck a pendulum. The smile on his face increased. This account, not to mention these villagers. It is before he roughly calculated, are excited trembling. He couldn't wait to earn so much money now. It wasn't until a few moments later that the villagers calmed down a bit. Well, now that it's confirmed. Then, it's time to get the money together below. This time, I'm not going to be too persuasive. Anyway, you all know that at this time, the more money you put in, the more you'll earn later. You guys watch yourselves. Moon Jae-san spoke leisurely towards the crowd. 27, Moncler, the chickens I want to raise are different. Wow. The next moment. Everyone was abuzz again. Everyone knows what this means. It means that the more you put in now, the more you will, in the future, make. Just like Chen Xiao. Me. I'll chip in $400. I'll chip in $300. This is my coffin money. And me, $320. All of it. Obviously. Do not know the loan this kind of thing Yellowfish Beach Village people, do not know, Chen Xiao in order to raise chickens loan investment, but they are twice as much money. A full $100,000. The profit that Chen Xiao envisioned was even more of a figure that they couldn't even think of. However, Chen Xiao is also having a headache right now because of the loan. What? $100,000? You took out a loan of $100,000? In Xiaojiang village, Secretary Chen was stunned at this time as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. Unbelievably, he looked at Chen Xiao. Yeah. What's wrong, Grandpa? Chen Xiao casually grabbed a melon seed from the table at Secretary Chen's house and got high while talking. Hiss. And hearing Chen Xiao confirm it, Secretary Chen's hand shivered in fear and almost threw the dry cigarette in his hand. I. Where's my medicine? Then, Secretary Chen looked like he was about to pass out, gasping violently. One side of his mouth shivered. Grandpa, how many years have you been doing this play, and you're still not tired of it? But Chen Xiao is still not slow to get high on melon seeds, but also the Secretary Chen's water cup directly snatched over, his fierce irrigation a big mouth. Rolling his eyes, he spoke towards Secretary Chen. You brat. Being exposed by Chen Xiao, Secretary Chen also stopped acting, glared fiercely at Chen Xiao and spoke, Brat, you've been too nonsensical this time. This is $100,000. Do you know what $100,000 is? That's if all of us in Little Harbor Village were sold, we wouldn't be able to pay back this amount. Brat, this time you must listen to Grandpa, hurry up and go, and pay this money back. Just take the folks' money and raise chickens in peace. It's not much money, so let's raise fewer. How much interest do you have to pay back on a loan of this much money? What if you can't pay it back by then and you get arrested again? Ah Xiao, it's not easy for you to get out, at this time, you mustn't mess up again. Although not acting anymore. But Secretary Chen was speaking seriously towards Chen Xiao. Obviously. $100,000 did scare Secretary Chen. After all, in this era, it has just reformed and opened up and started to implement the household contract responsibility system. In this era when a caddy of rice and noodles cost 20 cents and a caddy of pork $1, farmers were poor. Each year, after food and drink, they could save only $20 or $30 of their annual income. That's $100,000. That's more money than a farmer could make in thousands of years. No wonder Secretary Chen wasn't scared. Grand Master. Just don't worry. If I dare to lend so much money, I'll be able to pay it back. Moreover, you don't see me taking out a lot of loans, but I can use that money to make more money. In less than a year, by raising chickens, I'll be able to pay back all my loans. Chen Xiao then comforted towards Secretary Chen. Nonsense. That's $100,000. I've never heard of raising chickens to make $100,000 a year. Aren't you talking nonsense? But Secretary Chen scoffed as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. Grandpa, talk about you still don't believe me. This debt is on me, I can cheat you, can I still cheat the bank? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and said helplessly. I don't know if you can fool the bank, but I know that you can't fool me. I'm a farmer at least, and I'm good at raising chickens. I'll take the simplest account. It takes 5 or 6 months to raise a chicken, starting from a seedling and raising it until it lays an egg. That means that half a year has already passed just by raising the chicken. Then the chickens started laying eggs. But I know that a chicken, it takes 3 days to lay an egg. It only lays 120 a year. For half a year, I'm counting at 60 eggs, that's 5 or 6 pounds of eggs. Eggs on the market now are 90 cents a pound. You're just raising 100 chickens for a year, and it's only $90. If you raise 10,000 chickens, it's only $9,000. And that's without throwing out the cost of raising your chickens. How many chickens do you think you'll have to raise before you can make your money back? And make $100,000 a year by raising chickens? You're just lying to your grandpa. Secretary Chen rolled his eyes, not believing a word of Chen Zhao's bull. Grandpa, the chickens I raise are different from the chickens you raise. And, the way we raise chickens, is also different. I raise chickens and I really am able to make $100,000 a year. Chen Xiao helplessly opened his mouth to explain. Still talking tough. Secretary Chen was not at all convinced. Then tell me, we all raise chickens, how is it different? How is it that just because you raise chickens, you can make $100,000, and I raise chickens, I can't even make $10,000? Secretary Chen smacked his dry cigarette and said very nonchalantly. It's just right, I came here today and was about to talk to you about this matter. In the past 2 days, I have recustomized a plan based on the situation. Take a look at. Chen Xiao said, putting down the melon shells in her hand, and from the bag she carried with her, she once again took out a plan. It was pushed in front of Secretary Chen. I'm not looking at this contraption of yours. I can't read it. Just tell me. Secretary Chen, however, skimmed Chen Zhao's neatly written plan in disgust and didn't bother to look at it. Gotta. Then I'll tell you about it. Chen Xiao also had no choice but to open her mouth. Didn't you just ask me why I was able to earn $100,000 a year from raising chickens, but you couldn't? The chicken raising you were thinking of before should be that we buy the chicks and then distribute them to the households in the village, so that folks can raise a little bit of each, right? The way I'm going to raise them, but it's completely different from your old way. Master, do you know about large-scale farming? Chen Xiao directly said towards Secretary Chen. Scale farming. What the hell is this? Secretary Chen really froze, pondered for a long time, and didn't understand. Scale farming, to be clear, is to concentrate the to be raised, and carry out unified management and feeding. Chen Xiao explained towards Secretary Chen. Oh. It's like an army? Secretary Chen probably understood what it meant and mulled it over. It's kinda graphic. Chen Xiao smacked his lips, not knowing what to comment on Moncler outlet online The Aura. That's right, it's the army. Chen Xiao finally nodded, then added, my farming method is the army, then the kind of method you mentioned is the militia. What do you say, is the fighting strength of the soldiers raised by my kind of army-style method stronger, or is it the militia's fighting strength? Chen Xiao asked directly. 28, by Lai Hang Chicken. That must be the army. How can the militia compare? Secretary Chen rolled his eyes and said. That's right. Chen Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Raising chickens is the same, centralize all the chickens, let these chickens eat big canteens, and carry out different farming methods according to the different growth levels of the chickens. This way, the chickens that are raised consume less. And, the chickens raised are better. You say, this large-scale farming of mine, is it not better than the one of yours that comes from free-range farming? Chen Xiao spoke towards Secretary Chen. So, it's not bad. Secretary Chen smacked his lips and muttered. Secondly, what would you say is the difference between the chickens I raise and the chickens you raise? I'll give you that, the difference is huge. Chen Xiao spoke again. What's so different about it? Aren't they all chickens? Secretary Chen was confused again. People are different from people, let alone chickens from chickens. Chen Xiao directly said. Then, it was towards Secretary Chen who said, Grandpa, this chicken you're raising is the ordinary chicken we usually see. It takes close to half a year to raise a chicken from seedling to egg-laying stage. Moreover, after they start laying eggs, they can only lay 120 eggs a year. But, did you know that there is a breed of chicken called the white-laying chicken? The corner of Chen Zhao's mouth hooked up slightly as he spoke towards Secretary Chen. You kid, flirting with your grandpa that I haven't gone to school for a few years, right? Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Secretary Chen's old face reddened and he became a bit annoyed, waving the cigarette stick in his hand, looking like he wanted to beat up Chen Zhao. Good. Grandpa, I won't ask anymore, can't I just say it? Chen Zhao hurriedly scrunched his neck and stopped selling out. Moncler, by Lai Hang chicken, is a foreign breed of chicken. This kind of chicken, do you know how long it takes from the chickens to the ordering period? Chen Zhao again couldn't help but ask. But just after asking, he saw Secretary Chen's eyes that glared over and hurriedly shrunk his neck and continued. It's 3-4 months. It's a full 2 months faster than ordinary chicken chicks. Chen Zhao directly stated the answer. Secretary Chen instantly rounded his eyes and looked at Chen Zhao with disbelief. No way? How can it not be? This has been specifically and precisely researched by other people's scientists. By Lai Hang chicken not only grows extremely fast, but also, the feed consumed is 1 to 2% less than that consumed by ordinary chickens. It can be said that they eat less and grow faster. Chen Zhao said directly towards Secretary Chen with certainty. I'm dropping a good boy. There's still this kind of chicken in the world that eats less than other chickens and grows faster? How did this grow? Can it be that it's an immortal chicken? Secretary Chen swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with incredulity. What immortal chicken? Grandpa, you're getting more and more feudalistic and superstitious. Chen Zhao rolled her eyes fiercely as she listened to Secretary Chen's words. It's a characteristic of this type of chicken that it has a high conversion rate to feed. It's the equivalent of having the same high nutrient absorption capacity as some. Like, there are people who eat a bowl of rice and get thinner the more they eat. And there are people who eat the same bowl of rice, and the more they eat, the fatter they get. That's the difference between adequate and inadequate absorption of the nutrients from the grain. But despite sputtering, Chen Zhao still gave Secretary Chen a detailed account of the difference. So it's like this. It's the relationship between giving the 5 valleys a long face or not. I understand. Secretary Chen was instantly enlightened. Then, he frowned again. However, there is no such thing as perfection in this world. This chicken grows so fast, it should not lay many eggs, right? Secretary Chen tried to guess. Wrong. Chen Zhao listened to Secretary Chen's words, but he hooked up the corners of his mouth. Grandmaster, this white lie-hanging chicken, not only does it grow fast, but the eggs it lays are also beyond your imagination. A white lie-hang chicken can lay 330 eggs a year. Chen Zhao calmly burst out a figure. How much? Sure enough. The next moment, Secretary Chen was just stunned. He instantly stood up and looked at Chen Zhao incredulously. 330 PCS. Chen Zhao burst out the number once again, and then added with a smile, moreover, if it's raised well, this number will be even higher. Chen Zhao looked at Secretary Chen with a smirk. This. Secretary Chen was a little unsure of what to say. Truly. How could he not have thought that in this world, there could still be chickens that laid 330 eggs a year? This shattered his worldview. Yankee stuff, it's good. After a long time, Secretary Chen slowly sat down again. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Indeed. Chen Zhao smacked his lips and was also a bit unsure of how to reply to this. In this era, the things of foreign devils, they do work well. Forget it. It's not important. With that, Chen Zhao shook his head and again said towards Secretary Chen, however, you're right, there's no such thing as perfect in this world. This white Lai-Hang chicken breed is good, and accordingly, the price of the chicks is expensive. Chen Zhao spoke again. Chickens are expensive? How much more expensive can it be? It's not just a chicken seedling. Secretary Chen heard Chen Zhao's words, but he said disdainfully. I estimate. Between 50 and 80 cents. Chen Zhao pursed her lips and roughly guessed. How much? Secretary Chen was stunned again. An ordinary chicken fry is only 10 cents. By more than 10 cents for 2 chicks are sold. This one what chicken, want 80 cents? Is this a money grab? Secretary Chen said with an indignant face. Chen Zhao spoke helplessly, Moncler, that's why I took out a loan of $100,000. We're probably going to spend quite a bit of money just to buy the chicks. Chen Zhao said helplessly. But this chicken seedling is so expensive, plus the feed and stuff, can there still be profit? Secretary Chen still said with some uneasiness. Don't worry. There is profit to be made. I've done the math. A white flight chicken is able to lay 330 eggs a year. The eggs laid by a white chicken are slightly larger, about 65 grams each. Calculated, one chicken can lay close to 40 pounds of eggs a year. The price of eggs on the market now is about $1. We ship in large quantities, the price is calculated as slightly lower. 70 cents a catty shipping price, this is already very low, right? Calculated this way, a white Lai-Hang chicken, a year to be able to earn $28. And I'm going to raise 10,000 white Lai-Hang chickens at a time. In 1 year, that's a profit of $280,000. And for 10,000 white Lai-Hang chickens, the feed for a year, that's about $70,000. Chickens are priced at 1 yuan, so that's 80,000 yuan. The remaining 20,000, I'll build more chicken sheds. And all kinds of machines and stuff. That means my cost, which is about $100,000. Make $280,000 a year, throw out the costs, and make a net profit of $180,000. Grandpa, do you still think how much I loaned this $100,000? Chen Xiao simply gave Secretary Chen a quick calculation. 29, Yellowfish Beach Village put together the money. And as Chen shouted more and more math, Secretary Chen's eyes widened. Until the moment he heard the figure of $280,000. He was completely stunned. With his mouth wide open, he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Until a few moments later. He only regained consciousness. Swish. In the next moment, he stood up violently. Brat. Let's go, let's hurry up and buy chickens. Raise this what's her name chicken now. Now. Secretary Chen's eyes were red as he spoke anxiously towards Chen Xiao. While saying this, he was about to pull Chen Xiao towards the outside. Wait. Chen Xiao had no choice but to hurriedly pull back Secretary Chen, who was glowing in his eyes with excitement. Grandpa, in this place of ours, we don't come to sell chickens for nothing. Chen Xiao said helplessly. Ha? We don't have it here? What about this? Secretary Chen was confused, followed by an anxious sweaty brain. That's why I came to see you today. Chen Xiao smiled and said helplessly, I want you to accompany me to Wuxi tomorrow. There is a state-run farm in Wuxi that specializes in cultivating this chicken. Let's go and buy the chicks. I didn't expect it. These guys, usually each one of them says they're too poor to uncover. Look, aren't they all rich? That's a whole $48,000. When you do the math, it's like 2 brigades in the whole village. Each family basically took out $300. That's $300, just take it out. Usually, one by one, they still cry poor to me, saying all day long that they can't afford to eat here and there, really. Yellowfish Beach Village. When Zai-san is counting the money gathered by the villagers of Huanyutan. The smile on his face barely stopped. As he counted the money, he muttered something. Yeah, old branch. I was worried before that I wouldn't get enough money together. Now it seems we don't have to worry at all. And at this moment, by the desk of the village council, Lu Changlin, the village head, Hosania, the village director, Jean Changlin, the captain of the first team, and Zhou Yuanping, the captain of the second team, were all sitting around the conference table in a hangdog manner. When Zai-san was counting the money with a smile on his face at this time. The village chief, on the other hand, was sitting there quietly, not saying anything, not knowing what he was thinking. Village director Hosani was scribbling away at his accounts. And next to Wen Zai-san, a stocky man with 2 glowing eyes looked at the money in Wen Zai-san's hand. Opening his mouth, he spoke. This person was Jean Changlin, the captain of the 1st Production Brigade of Yellowfish Beach Village. Yeah. The problem of the money we invested up front in raising fish and chickens is sort of solved. But old branch, the fish and chicken raising we discussed earlier should come together. Fish farming aside, that Chen Xiao, although he's not a very nice person, as a college student, he's still capable. With him setting the tone for us, how to raise fish, we probably all have it in mind. Before, it was that Chen Xiao who guarded the fish pond every day and put in feed and stuff. Big deal, we'll rotate each household. It's not even a problem. But old branch, this chicken raising. Although we raise them in every household, but now we are trying to make it a large-scale business like fish farming, how is this a way to raise them? At this time, on the other side, a dry and thin man squatting on a long bench at the village committee meeting table. While smoking a cigarette, he opened his mouth with some concern. Is this not simple? With this money, our village committee will uniformly go to the supply and marketing center inside the county to buy chickens. Once the chicks are bought back, they will be distributed evenly to every household in the village. Who among the folks in our village has never raised chickens? Who doesn't know how to raise chickens? When the time comes, these chickens will be distributed evenly to each household so that they can raise them, that's all. What's so difficult about that? When Zai-san heard the words of Zhou Yuanping, the captain of the second team, but glanced at him and said with a confident chest. However, listening to Wen Zai-san's words, the look of worry on Zhou Yuanping's face did not dissipate but instead became more and more intense. But, old branch secretary, letting the folks put in their efforts to raise chickens, this is certainly nothing. Chickens need to eat feed. Chickens don't count for much, but the feed to raise a chicken consumes a lot of food. In the past, families also raised chickens, but they only raised 2 or 3, and they couldn't eat much feed, so this chicken feed is something that every family can afford on their own. Just feed some of their own corn and so on, self-supporting and self-feeding, not much cost. But it's different now. We are a large number of breeding, each family, at least a few dozen must be raised. This chicken feed money cannot be a small amount of money. If we let the townspeople bear the burden themselves, then the townspeople are going to revolt. Zhou Yuanping, the captain of the second team, spoke worriedly towards Wen Zai-san. Ha! It's Old secretary, what this old Zhou said is really a good point. Several other people also looked serious. All of them likewise looked at Wen Zai-san with worry. What are you afraid of? If you can think of something, can I not think of it? Wen Zai-san, however, without lifting his head, organized the pile of money in his hand and spoke nonchalantly. Of course I know that the feed is what costs the most money. And if we're going to raise chickens in large quantities, I'm afraid that all the corn that our village folks keep for themselves won't be enough to feed the chickens. That's why I wasn't prepared to let the townspeople take care of the feed in the first place. The feed, we're definitely going to have to buy it from outside. Otherwise, why would we invest tens of thousands of dollars in raising a chicken? When Zai-san sorted out the money before raising his head, scanning the crowd and speaking disdainfully. Then, while tying up the pile of money in his hand with a string, he continued to speak. How much does a chicken chick cost? It's just a little over 10 cents. Even if we buy 10,000 of them, it's only $1,000. Why do I need to ask folks to chip in so much money? Isn't it because it's the feed for the chickens that costs the most money, and I'm making preparations for the money for chicken feed? While saying this, when Zai-san carefully put the money into an envelope. I have it all figured out. We'll buy back the chicks and let the folks raise them for us. But the feed, bought uniformly by our village committee. After it's bought, it's distributed to each family according to the ration, just like our big collective before. But this time, instead of the grain that the folks eat themselves, the distribution is fodder for raising chickens. This way, the folks don't have to bear the cost of this feed. And what about raising chickens? It's also for them to raise for themselves, and they also know that the better the chickens are raised, the more money they'll make in the future, and the more money they make, the more they'll naturally share. So, in terms of work, they'll definitely all put their hearts into it. Not to mention, they put money into it. Doesn't that make it the best of both worlds? When Zai-san loaded the money, the smile on his face unchanged. Slapping the table, he spoke of the plan he had in mind. 30. Profiteering? And as soon as he said this, the tense colors on the faces of the few people around him relaxed. Admiringly, they looked at Wen Zai-san. So the old branch secretary has long had plans in mind. Still has foresight. No wonder the old branch secretary has been an old branch secretary for so long. The captain of the second team, Zhou Yuanping, also revealed a smile and patted his ass towards Wen Zai-san. All right. What is this? If I didn't have a point in my heart, would I be able to fight that Chen Xiao? Wen Zai-san was also nonchalant, speaking with a bit of arrogance. Also, the captain of the second team also nodded when he heard this, his smile widening. Then, he couldn't help but ask, by the way, old branch, how many chickens are we raising, this time? I've thought it all out, raise 3,000. The old secretary didn't hide it, and while saying so, he handed the money to the village director next to him. Subsequently, shaking the clothes off his back before speaking. 3,000? That's so many. How much would that cost? This. Raise so many in case. What if we lose money? The captain of the second team heard this figure. Eyes snapped open. Unable to resist gulping, he opened his mouth apprehensively and asked. Although he was the captain of a brigade in the village, he really had never seen so many chickens. 3,000 chickens, this is a number he could not even think of. How big an industry is this? Don't worry, I've done the math before. You can't lose money on this chicken farming. I've inquired in the county before, and the price of a chicken chick is only between 10 and 20 cents. We want 3,000 chicks at a time, this must all count for 10 cents. That means we'll only spend $300 on the chicks. This is all spending less. The point is the feed. Feed I've probably done the math on before, and it's about $9 a year to raise a chicken. This adds up to a chicken's annual input of $9.10. 3,000 chickens, that's $27,300. Just about what we thought before, and with the fish farming down the line, the total investment is just a little over $51,000, just right. And a chicken, a year is laying 120 eggs. That's almost 12 pounds of eggs. Eggs are 90 cents a pound on the market right now, and that price is still going up. I guess it will go up to $1 by the time our chickens can lay eggs. A pound of eggs for $1, 12 pounds is $12. That means we can make $2.90 a year, minus costs, on one chicken. With 3,000 chickens, we'll make close to $9,000 a year. And a chicken that lays eggs for 4 or 5 years. That means we can make a steady $9,000 for 4 or 5 years straight. That's a total of $45,000. That's a huge profit. When Zai-san smacked his lips as he exclaimed. He hadn't felt anything before when he hadn't calculated this account. Afterward, he did the math. He had to once again marvel that Chen Xiao, a college student, had a good brain. Thinking of such a lucrative job. Hiss, $45,000. Oh my god. When the time comes, how much money will each family in our village, Yellowfish Beach, have to share? Really? Good days are coming And listening to Wen Zai-san's words. Kim Sung-rim, the captain of the first team, murmured with a face full of shock. Yeah, good times are coming. It's a pity, if we didn't have the tens of thousands of dollars of outstanding debts that Chen Xiao that pushed onto our heads, our days would be better. Wen Zai-san also couldn't help but sigh. But then he thought of the words given to him by the leader of the Speculation Special Rectification Leadership Working Group's leader, Group Leader Du, earlier. Again, he could not help but hate and gnash his teeth as he said. At these words, several people in the village council shut their mouths. There was a glint of hatred in their eyes. Until a few moments later, the village chief, who had finally finished keeping score, looked up. By the way, old branch chief, we were planning to raise fish and chickens together from the start. Put in a total of $51,000. But now that folks have chipped in, it's $48,000. So does our village council make up the difference so we don't have to put money into it? The village head directly skipped the village chief and asked towards the old branch secretary. No, the village committee still has to vote. Not only do we have to invest, the village must take the lion's share, whether it's fish or chicken farming. If you raise fish, the fish ponds are the village's, and these fish ponds account for 40% of the share, but the village has to contribute another 20% of the money. A total of 60% share. The villagers will take a 40% share. As for raising chickens, it's not necessary for the village to contribute land, so the village will contribute the bulk of the money, which is a 60% share. When Zai-san spoke without hesitation. If that's the case. Old clerk. Our village committee needs to put in $24,380 and return $21,080 to the villagers. The village head quickly finished the math. Speaking here with some regret, he looked at the several large envelopes placed on the table. Then return them. It must be retired. Whether it's raising fish or chickens, we're a collective industry, so it must be 60% occupied by our village committee, no more and no less. When Zai-san spoke without hesitation. Okay, then I. Hearing the old secretary's words, the village chief glanced at the village head, who was beside him without saying a word. Afterwards, he also nodded directly, ready to respond. And just then, wait. Suddenly, the captain of the second team, Zhou Yuanping, called out to him. The crowd all turned their heads to look. They saw Zhou Yuanping, the captain of the second team, pursing his lips as he asked towards the village director, Director Ho, if I remember well, the village is left with this $24,000, right? If all of it was invested into this fish and chicken industry, there wouldn't be much money left in the village, would there? The captain of the second team smashed a mouthful of dry cigarettes, pursed his lips, and asked towards Director Sun. Yeah, after throwing in all this money, the village's books are already at the bottom. There's only $100 left. The village chief also said helplessly. The captain of the second team nodded. Again, he looked at Wen Zai-san, old branch secretary. You also said before that the more chickens we raise, the more money we will earn, right? The captain of the second said with a glint in his eyes. Yes. When Zai-san nodded, not knowing what this captain of the second team wanted to say. You see, old branch secretary. We're raising 3,000 chickens now, and we'll make $9,000 a year. So what if we use the rest of this money that we have left over and are going to return to the folks to buy chickens as well? With more than $21,000, we can buy another 3,000 chicks and feed if we save it, right? Even if it's really not enough, the difference will be made up later when we make money. That way, we'll be able to raise 6,000 chickens. 6,000 chickens, doubled, then we can double the amount of money we make in a year. That's $18,000. The captain of the second team did some brief math. When he did the math, his eyes directly widened. Secretary Wen, $18,000, that's not a small amount of money. The captain of the second team spoke word for word towards Wen Zai-san. 31, Yellowfish Beach Village's reckoning. No way. Absolutely not. But the next moment, when Zai-san was unflinchingly waving his hand, directly rejecting it. Secretary, how can this not work? Is it wrong to make more money? And after listening to the second team leader's calculations, and listening to Wen Zai-san's balking words, the first team captain was anxious. Opening his mouth, he asked anxiously. He was now sort of mesmerized by the $18,000. I just said it. Whether it's raising fish or chickens, the village council will have to take the lion's share of this. If we put in all this money from the villagers, wouldn't our village committee take a small share? How can we manage the chicken raising industry in the future? What's more, this village committee doesn't even take up the lion's share anymore. Can this still be called a collective industry? Don't forget, Chen Xiaoke was just arrested for this very thing. In case the top finds out then and convicts us of speculation or taking the capitalist road, who among us can afford to take the blame? Will you guys go to jail, or will I go to jail? When Jai-san wasn't swept away by this huge gain, directly opening his mouth, he asked a rhetorical question. Instantly, everyone shut up. But one face was still filled with resignation. Finally, the captain of the first team couldn't help himself. But old secretary, this is $18,000. With this much money, although our village committee's share is smaller, the overall money earned becomes more. The money that is divided in the end becomes more. The captain of the first team couldn't help but speak anxiously. Yes, old secretary, don't forget that we are still carrying the debt that Chen Xiao pushed on us. That's tens of thousands of dollars. Old secretary, I think the idea of the second team leader will work. The captain of the first team listened to the old secretary's words even more anxiously and opened his mouth to persuade. Nonsense. But when Zai-san was opening his mouth to rebuke, "I'll ask you, in case the county comes to check the accounts at that time, and people see that our share of this collective industry village committee is too small, and convict us of taking the bourgeois road, who of us will go to jail?" When Zai-san also did not waste time and spoke directly. The captain of the first team fell silent, not daring to say anything further. The crowd was silent, their eyes flickering with unwillingness. "But old secretary, can't we just take this money as a loan from the folks?" The captain of the second team also said with some reluctance. "Can the folks be willing then? If the folks find out later, who will take the responsibility?" When Zai-san glanced at him disdainfully and spoke directly. The captain of the second team was also unable to speak. Wait. Right at this moment, the village director Hosania suddenly had a flash of light. "Secretary 1, do you think it's possible for us to make a secret account? On the surface, let's write down the account as the village committee taking the lion's share. The money will be treated as a loan from the townspeople, and if the above checks the account, we'll show them this open account book. But secretly, we realistically keep the account according to the share and make a dark book. Go by the actual share. When we make money in the future, when we share the money, we will also share the money according to this ledger. Even if the townspeople know about it, they won't tell. After all, this is the ledger that allowed them to get more money. They can't turn us in, can they? What do you think?" The village chief spoke with some apprehension. And as soon as the village head said this, everyone's faces flickered with hesitation. After all, making false accounts was not a small matter for all of them. "Will this work?" When Zai-san asked with some apprehension. "I think so." At this time, the captain of the first team clenched his teeth and suddenly opened his mouth. "Old secretary, this matter, only those of us present know about it. As long as we don't say anything about it, no one will know about it. Old secretary, this is $18,000. We mustn't lose a lot of money for a small amount." The captain of the first team persuaded somewhat anxiously. The net profit of $18,000 had made him red-eyed. "Old secretary, if I'm not mistaken, I remember you saying that Chen Xiao is also going to raise chickens, right?" Right at this moment, the captain of the second team suddenly spoke towards Wen Zai-san with a twinkle in his eyes. "Yes, what's wrong?" When Zai-san was still hesitating, and when the second team leader interrupted him like that, he asked with some confusion. But in the twinkling of an eye, when Zai-san seemed to have thought of something else, and his face flushed. "Can't it be that you want to go and wreak havoc? I'm telling you, you mustn't do that. But if anything goes wrong on Chen Zhao's side, the county will really have to take action against our Yellowfish Beach village." Thinking of this, when Zai-san was startled and urged sternly towards the captain of the second team. "Where were you thinking of, old secretary? You've already reminded us before that we can't do any willful damage to the chicken raising in Xiaojiang village." We all remembered. The captain of the second team heard this and hurriedly spoke. Only after seeing when Zai-san's face ease up did he continue to speak. "But we can't do anything directly. Can't we still do anything from the side?" The captain of the second team narrowed his eyes and spoke towards Man Jai-san. "Flanking? How lateral?" When Zai-san was even more puzzled and opened his mouth to ask. "Old secretary, think about it. Since you want to raise chickens, then Chen Xiao must also need to buy chickens in large quantities, right? But right now, the folks in the various villages selling things are all sneaky, usually even more so. They don't dare to specialize in cultivating chickens, and what can be collected in the county market is only 5 or 6,000 chicks. So, if we can buy all these chicks empty at once, then wouldn't Chen Xiao have no more chicks to buy? Without chicks, how else will that Chen Xiao raise chickens?" The captain of the second team said this, his eyes flickering as he looked at Wen Zai-san, who had a look of intent on his face. Seeing that Wen Zai-san couldn't make up his mind, he continued, "Old secretary, we can't be considered to be deliberately destroying. We're just competing on a normal business level. The county can't deny us permission to buy chickens, can it?" The captain of the second team opened his mouth to persuade again. And with these words he spoke. It made Wen Zai-san and the captain of the first team, as well as the village director, brighten up. "Right, why didn't I think of that? Before the light thought of waiting for that Chen Xiao raising chickens, give him something to do out, but unfortunately also called by the old secretary, cannot get. But now, we ourselves also want to raise chickens. Is normal to go to buy chickens? He raises chickens, we also raise chickens, both have to buy chickens, we buy all the market chickens, he will not have no chickens to buy? In this way, he can't blame us for not being able to raise chickens, right? At that time, even if he waits until the next batch of chickens comes on the market, it'll be a while. In that case, we'll raise chickens before that Chen Xiao, not to mention that we'll invest more money and raise more chickens than him. The money we make in the future will definitely leave Chen Xiao far behind as well. And as long as we do better business than Chen Xiao, the county will naturally value us more. Our voice inside the county will also be greater, so why should we be afraid of this Chen Xiao when the time comes, right?" The captain of the first team spoke quickly as if he had opened up the second chakra, his eyes lit up. 32, little poor daughter-in-law. This is really a good idea. When Zai-san's gaze also flickered, his eyes flickering with intent. But in that case, it would require us to buy the market chickens clean. This quantity definitely can't be less than 5,000. This amount of money from the folks is definitely needed as well. So old secretary, you make the decision. Are we going to do this or not? The captain of the second team also opened his mouth at the right time, once again asking towards Wanzai-san. Man Jae-san sat there for a long time without saying a word. His face was cloudy. It wasn't until a few moments later that he stood up with a slap on the table. Then do it. Wanzai-san said through gritted teeth. If it was for that little bit more money, he probably wouldn't have agreed. However, if it was for the sake of giving Qin Xiao a hard time, he would be willing to do it at any price and risk. He hadn't forgotten the feeling of being crushed under Qin Xiao's feet in front of Secretary Fong, the secretary of the county party committee, before. That had torn his face clean off for all these decades. Therefore, he was happier than anyone else about causing trouble for Qin Xiao. We're going to use the Qin Xiao's idea of raising chickens to make more money than him. We'll force him and Little Harbor Village to go nowhere. This is what happens when he dares to betray our Yellowfish Beach Village. Just do it. Daughter-in-law, I'm going to the county tomorrow with Grandpa to buy some building materials and then go out of town. I'll leave the home to you. Don't worry, we are going to buy chickens and we'll be back soon. In Xiaojiang village, Qin Xiao was at this time eating the meal cooked by his daughter-in-law in a beautiful manner. And the mute daughter-in-law didn't eat either, just sitting at the dining table, leaning on her chin, smiling and looking at Qin Xiao. The big eyes were filled with the color of infatuation. Qin Xiao looked at his mute daughter-in-law and smiled. While eating, he spoke towards the mute daughter-in-law. The mute daughter-in-law froze when she heard Qin Xiao's words. Afterward, the two little hands danced rapidly, gesturing their meaning towards Qin Xiao. So when are you coming back? Where are you going? Is it dangerous? The mute daughter-in-law asked as she gestured her sign language towards Qin Xiao. Don't worry, Grandpa and I are going to Wuxi. There's a state-run farm there that specializes in breeding chicks, and there are chicks there that I want. Don't worry, we're going by train, there's no danger. When we come back, I guess we'll have to charter a train to transport the chickens as well, so don't worry about safety. Qin Xiao said with a light smile. That's good. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, the mute daughter-in-law let out a long sigh of relief and gestured towards Qin Xiao. Afterward, she stood up again and gestured towards Qin Xiao. Xiao, you eat first, I'll go pack up your things for you. While gesticulating, he was about to turn around and walk towards the bedroom. Wait. Qin Xiao, however, hurriedly stood up. With one hand, he pulled the mute daughter-in-law back. Then with a force, he directly pulled the mute daughter-in-law into his arms. Eat first. Every time I eat before you eat, you just have to eat my leftovers, don't you? Qin Xiao looked at the mute daughter-in-law whose big eyes were filled with confusion, pinched her delicate little nose and spoke towards the mute daughter-in-law. The mute daughter-in-law blushed at Qin Xiao's intimate movements. But in her heart, she was happy. Raising his hand, he kept gesturing towards Qin Xiao again. You are the backbone of our family. When you are well fed, our family can walk through a good life. So you eat first, make sure you have enough, I'm okay with that. The mute daughter-in-law spoke beautifully as she gestured toward Qin Xiao. Pa! But the next moment, the mute daughter-in-law's fat little ass just received a slap from Qin Xiao. What doesn't matter? You think I don't know, huh? How much rice can I have left over when you do just the amount I do every day? How can you survive with just that small amount of food every day? Tell me, are you worried that my husband can't afford to feed you? After slapping, Qin Xiao was again heartbroken while gently rubbing his mute daughter-in-law's fat ass, soothing her pain. While talking, the mute daughter-in-law was in a hurry when she heard Qin Xiao's words. Hurriedly, she gesticulated with her hands to express herself. Big eyes looked at Qin Xiao blearily. No, Xiao is the best. It's just that I don't have much to do around the house, it doesn't take much effort, and I'm not really hungry. So just eat less. Besides, our family borrowed so much money. It's owed to the village folks and to the bank. If I eat less, I can save a little more money out of it. And just a little sooner I'll be able to pay back the folks in the bank. The mute daughter-in-law earnestly gestured toward Qin Xiao, expressing herself toward Qin Xiao. Pa! But the next moment, the dumb daughter-in-law received another slap on her fat ass. Well, the mute daughter-in-law's fair face also turned even redder as she beamed her little mouth and looked at Qin Xiao blearily. You, don't be like this in the future. You don't have to be afraid of the money thing, I can fix it. What's more, don't look at the amount of money we owe now, we'll make more money in the future, more than you can imagine. There won't be a shortage of this bite of food for you, daughter-in-law. From now on, you'll eat well, and you'll eat well every time. If I know you secretly don't eat again, starve your little butt to lose weight again. I'll make sure to whip your ass fat, you know? Qin Xiao looked at his stupid daughter-in-law with a heartbroken look. Holding it tightly in his arms, he said. This silly daughter-in-law of his own, she does this every time. Good food and good drink are offered to yourself. Whenever anything happens, they always think of ways to stand in front of them to protect them. You go out alone and suffer the consequences. Even if you encounter great difficulties, you must protect yourself well. now that you see that your family owes so much external debt. She was worried in her heart. Just wanted to rely on herself to eat less and save some meal money out so that Chen Xiao could pay off her debt as early as possible. Not even caring about his own body. Chen Xiao is truly heartbroken. The mute daughter-in-law's big eyes flooded with tears, and again she gestured toward Chen Xiao. Xiao, I'm really okay, I'm not afraid of hunger. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao and gestured earnestly. But I'm afraid you're hungry. Chen Xiao, however, grabbed the mute daughter-in-law's slightly rough hand and placed it on his mouth, kissing it gently and said, if you follow me, and if you are hungry, it will make me feel that I am an incapable man who can't afford to feed you. Chen Xiao greedily kissed the mute daughter-in-law's small hand and spoke earnestly towards the mute daughter-in-law. When these words came out, the mute daughter-in-law was directly anxious. The mute daughter-in-law anxiously withdrew her hand and quickly gestured towards Chen Xiao. Xiao, you are the best. You're a college student, and you can bring folks to make money. You are the most powerful and capable of all. It's not that you don't have the ability to raise me, it's that there are bad people out to get you. The mute daughter-in-law anxiously spoke toward Chen Xiao, fearing that Chen Xiao would think too much. 33 second-hand dealers? Then be a good boy and eat properly. I left all the extra money at home. When you're short of food or drink and want something, you take your own money and buy food and drink. Don't save me money. If you get skinny from starvation, I won't even want to have sex with you at night. A small s makes it uncomfortable for us to do things at night. You have to fatten yourself up for me, you know? Chen Xiao tightly wrapped his arms around his mute daughter-in-law's slender waist and spoke towards her. When the mute daughter-in-law heard Chen Xiao's words, her face became even more red as if it was on fire. However, she still nodded her head towards Chen Xiao in a well-behaved manner and looked at Chen Xiao blearily. That's good, eat. Chen Xiao watched her mute daughter-in-law nod her head obediently, which raised a smile. He gave the mute daughter-in-law a few hard kisses on her red face. Then he pulled his daughter-in-law to sit down and eat the meal together. The mute daughter-in-law didn't scrimp and save any more deliberately. It also took a big bite of the meal. While eating, she squinted her big eyes and smiled as she looked at Chen Xiao. The eyes were filled with a color of infatuation. What? Only 100 chicks? What's that for? And at 15 cents a chick, you're all poor? At the county's supply and marketing center. At this time, when Zai-san and the captains of the 2 brigades of Yellowfish Beach Village are here to buy chicken fry. However, to their surprise, the county's supply and marketing center, surprisingly, did not even sell chickens in large quantities. This makes the two a bit dumbfounded. Okay. Love to buy or not, if not, get out. But the poor service attitude of the supply house clerks in this era is notorious. Hearing the words of the 2 men, they rolled their eyes disdainfully and went to the side, no longer paying attention to the 2 men. You. The supply clerk's attitude pissed both of them off. Looking at the supply house clerk for a while, he gritted his teeth. But the supply house clerk didn't even bother to look at them. Old clerk, let's go. Don't buy chickens from this supply house anymore. Anyway, it's their loss if they don't sell them. The captain of the second team looked at the arrogant supply house clerk and gritted his teeth in anger. But the supply house clerk just gave him a disdainful look and didn't say a word. Not buying? Where are we going to get chickens if we don't buy? When Zai-san also hated his teeth, but was helpless. The captain of the second team looked at the supply house clerk, who gave the 2 of them a disdainful glance, thought for a moment, but still spoke. Old secretary, let's go first, I have an idea. The second team captain said, and was pulling the old secretary towards the outside. The old secretary looked at the disdainful sales clerk and then at the second team leader. Gritting his teeth, he still followed the second team leader away. Say it, what's your solution? I give as you say, but I have the cause of our Yellowfish Beach Village, there is a good thing for you. In addition to the supply and marketing center, came to a remote corner. When Zai-san shook the coat draped over his body and said without a good mood, Old secretary, this supply and marketing center, it's not working now. The goods they sell are not good, not to mention that they're expensive as hell. We can't rely on this supply house. A flash of anger flashed in the eyes of the second team's captain as he listened to Wen Zai-san's words of shirking his responsibility. Still, he endured it and spoke towards Wen Zai-san. Then you say, besides the supply and marketing center, where else can we go to get so many chicks? Wen Zai-san couldn't help but say as he listened to the second team leader's words. The black market. The second team captain said without hesitation. And his words caused Wen Zai-san to freeze, then incredulously said, What? Black market? You're asking me to do illegal business? Wen Zai-san said suspiciously. Old secretary. There's a new policy now, the black market, it's no longer against the law. Moreover, the price of the black market can be much lower than the supply house. The goods are also complete. The captain of the second team heard Wen Zai-san's words and said somewhat helplessly. It's not against the law? Wen Zai-san froze and looked at the second team captain, somewhat puzzled. The second team captain opened his mouth and explained, "That's right, since the release of the new policy, the black market is no longer a black market, and the folks in my brother's village are allowed to trade privately. So, the black market breaking the law is also gone. However, if a single person's trading volume is too large, it is also easy to be convicted of speculation." The captain of the second team explained towards Fumi J-san. "Isn't that still bull? We're buying 6,000 chicks, that's a several $100 business. Not to mention, we have to buy a lot of feed and stuff. That's tens of thousands of dollars. If we go to the black market to buy these, we're definitely going to get caught." When Zai-san was instantly displeased. Looking at the captain of the second team, he said, "That's why, old secretary, we can't just go to the market and buy large quantities openly. We have to find acquaintances. Buy and sell privately." The captain of the second team heard Wen Zai-san's words, but he said with confidence, "Looking for an acquaintance? Who are you looking for? You have an acquaintance?" When Zai-san heard the second team leader's words and instantly understood what the second team leader meant, his gaze flickered and he opened his mouth to ask, "Hey, old secretary, I really do know someone. This person, called Jin Juanfu, used to be in the black market, considered the biggest two-way dealer in the black market in the whole county. Now, with the release of the new policy, this Jin Juanfu, even more so, has become the second-party dealer of all the markets in the entire county. It's rumored that this person has someone behind him. If you go to this person to buy chickens, the price is not only lower, but it's also safer if you buy and sell in large quantities. Why don't we go find this person?" The captain of the second team spoke towards the old clerk. "Is that so?" When Zai-san narrowed his eyes as he looked at the second team captain's attentiveness, knowing that there was definitely something fishy going on here. This second team leader is designated to have some kind of private deal with this Kim Jun-bak. However, and he didn't care. Anyway, as long as it didn't affect his ability to buy chicks. "Okay. Then let's go and meet this Jin Juanfu." After a moment of silence, when Jai-san took a deep breath and still spoke. "Alas. Good Lu. Old secretary, let's go this way." Jin Juanfu was already waiting at the state hotel. "Let's hurry over there." The captain of the second team heard the old secretary agree. Instantly his eyes lit up. Immediately, he nodded his head and led the way in front. When Zai-san didn't say much either. Following the captain of the second team, he walked slowly. It wasn't long. The two came to a state-run restaurant. "Go inside." There was only a very powerful-looking man, sitting at a table, leisurely eating dishes and drinking a small wine alone. Seeing Wen Zai-san and the second team leader who walked in. When he looked up at the two, he lowered his eyes again. "Brother Jean. I've brought the old branch secretary of our village here. This is the old branch secretary of our village, the one who can do big business with you." When the captain of the second team came in and saw this mighty man, he just hurriedly fawned and came up to say. Jin Juanfu glanced at him, and then at the old branch secretary who was covered in dirt, frowned, and did not speak. He directly lowered his head and continued to eat his food and drink his wine. 34. Big business? Old secretary, this is what I told you, brother Jean. He's one of the most powerful men in our county. He knows the entire county's market like the back of his hand, and the connections behind him are unfathomable. Looking at Jin Juanfu not giving himself the slightest face, the captain of the second team was a little embarrassed, but still seemed to force a smile, and was again turning his head towards Moon Jae-san to introduce Kim Jun-bak. "Young man, you're the one who was able to get a large batch of chickens?" When Jae-san frowned as he looked at Kim Jun-bak, who was dangling and looked as if he didn't put himself in his eyes. He was also not polite and directly sat down across from Kim Jun-bak, leaning on his old man to ask. And as he leaned on his old age, the man in front of him, named Kim Jun-bak, just glanced at him lightly without a word. Kim Jun-bak's action made Moon Jae-san even more uncomfortable. He was the head of a village and was in charge of 700 to 800 people. How could he be treated so disdainfully by such a young man? Ouch! The captain of the second team next to him, keenly sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, hurriedly let out a strange cry and spoke, "Secretary, I forgot to tell you. Brother Jean is extremely divine. Whether it's chickens or fish fry, he can get as many as he wants. Moreover, Jean is known as a warm-hearted person in the county, and the prices he gives are extremely fair. Finding him would be no problem at all." The captain of the second team spoke once again towards Wen Zai-san. After saying that, he was looking towards Jin Juanfu again, nodding his head and saying, "Brother Jean, don't blame the old secretary. The old secretary usually doesn't come to the county very often. He hasn't heard of your prestigious name, so it's inevitable that he's a bit rude. Please don't mind it yet. However, in our business, we emphasize that harmony makes wealth. The old secretary asked me to bring him to you this time, but he wants to do a really big business." The captain of the second team was again indicating the two's intentions towards Jin Juanfu. "But big business? How big a business can it be? $5 and $10? Or $50-$100? Kim Jun-bak listened to the second team leader's words, but he snorted out a laugh in disdain. In fact, he was quite happy when the second team captain gave him the word that he had brought him a big deal. Was waiting here early. After the two came. He was watching Wen Zaisan from the moment he entered. But to his disappointment, Wen Zaisan was just an old farmer. It's not like the captain of the second team said that he's the one who can bring him big business. Being the head of the biggest two-timer in the county in almost any market. Naturally, he was too lazy to pay attention to such two rednecks. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an acquaintance with one of the second team leader's relatives, he wouldn't even bother with the second team leader. Heh, young people just don't have much insight. How can you call a few dozen dollars a business? What we're going to do is a business of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Do you dare to do it? And when Jaisen couldn't help himself as he listened to Jin Juanfu's taunts and immediately opened his mouth. Oh? Thousands and thousands of dollars of business? And listening to Wen Jaisen's words, Jin Juanfu was also stunned and couldn't help but take another look at the old farmer in front of him. Narrowing his eyes, he finally sat up straight. Some solemnity was also raised on his face. Finally, after carefully sizing up the two of them a few more times, he couldn't help but say, with all due respect, I can't see that you guys look like people who can do thousands and thousands of dollars of business. Kim Junbok narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. Young people are still uneducated. You can't judge a book by its cover, haven't you heard that before? And listening to Jin Juanfu's words, Wen Jaisan snorted again nonchalantly. Then tell me, old man, what business of yours can be worth thousands and thousands of dollars? Jin Juanfu looked at the bottom of the old secretary, also no longer wasting time, directly opened his mouth to ask. It's like this, Brother Jin, we want to buy a batch of chickens in large quantities. The captain of the second team glanced at Wen Zaisan and took the initiative to speak at the right time. Buying chicks? That's all there is to it? You call this a big business? And listening to the second team leader's words, Jin Juanfu's eyes once again flashed with contempt. How many do you guys want? Dozens of them? Or hundreds? Kim Junbok asked towards the two without hiding his contempt. 6,000 only. Right at this moment, Moon Jae-sen calmly spat out a number. Ha! And as soon as this number was spat out, Jin Juanfu's eyes cleared instantly, and the disdainful look on his face stopped instantly. Narrowing his eyes, he looked towards Moon Jae-sen. 6,000 of them, that's quite a number. This was followed by a disinterested statement, however, it's just a business of a few $100s, it's not a big business. Although Jin Juanfu's tone was a bit more solemn, however, he still didn't take it too seriously. A few $100s, although quite a lot, was not much money for him. With this business, he'll just make a few $100s, which is a small snack for him at best. It's not much of a meal. Brother Jin, this is where you think less. And at this time, the captain of the second team was the one who opened his mouth with a roll of his eyes. Jin Juanfu didn't put up a front anymore and looked at the second team leader. Oh? How? Brother Kim. Think about it. What are we buying 6,000 chicks for? Isn't it just to raise them? Since we have to raise the chicks, we need feed, don't we? The feed needed for this, 6,000 chickens, that's tens of thousands of dollars of feed. That's the big head of this business. Brother Jin, don't say you can't get feed for 6,000 chickens. The second team leader's eyes flashed with complacency, and with a haughty posture, he spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Oh? Kim Junbok instantly sat up straight, the solemn color on his face increased, narrowing his eyes and muttering, this is really a big deal. Nan Nan gave a cry. Jin Juanfu solemnly looked at the two, this old secretary, and this brother. It was really my dog's eye view before. I'm here to apologize to the two of you. It's me, Kim Juanfu, who has wronged you too. The two of you have really taught me a good lesson. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. As an atonement, this way. The final transaction price of today's chickens, no matter how much it is, I'll give you 2 1-cent less as my amends, how about that? Jin Juanfu clasped his fists towards the two of them and spoke earnestly towards them. Indeed. The business of chickens is not too big or too small for him. However, the business of chicken feed is also a really big business for him. And, it's the big business that can make him a step up. Raising chickens. The biggest consumer, not of chicks, but of chicken feed. A chicken seedling is only 1 or 2 cents, but if a chicken wants to be raised, it's $8 or $9. If you're not skilled, I'm afraid it'll go up to $10 or more. So, those 6,000 chicks are just a small thing. But if they are used to raise them, the amount of feed needed at a later stage is huge and unimaginable. Jin Juanfu just made a slight estimation and knew that it was a big business of tens of thousands of dollars per year. Inside this business, even if he only had 0.1% draw, that would be a few $1,000s of income. In this day and age, this was by no means a small amount of money. Not to mention, raising chickens is a lasting endeavor. That means that if this business is stable, every year he has this much income. It's a lot of money, not to mention it's stable and long-lasting. This business, indeed, is a big business and a quality one at that. Therefore, he also took the initiative to lower his head towards the two. 35, the complacent man Jae-san. That's why, young people, they're just not practical. What can be accomplished by staggering around all day? Moon Jae-san looked at the lowly Kim Jun-bak and lectured him in a soothing mood. It was like he was leaning on his old man and holding up his old man's frame. Yes. The old senior's lesson is correct. Kid has been taught. Jin Juanfu looked at Wen Jae-san, who was leaning on the old man in front of him, although his heart was disgusted. But for the sake of this business, he still respectfully pretended to be taught. Since you've admitted your mistake, I'll be magnanimous and not take it personally. Now talk about it, 6,000 chicks. Can you get them? Looking at the cotton-looking Kim Jun-bak, Man Jae-san, who had taken enough action, but smacked his lips tastelessly and asked directly. Not really. Jin Juanfu heard the old secretary's words, but hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. What? You can't even manage a few thousand chicks? How dare you say you have a good eye? When Wen Jae-san heard Jin Juanfu's words, he frowned. This. Old senior, you don't know. Now that the new policy has just been enacted, most people haven't had time to react yet. The number of people doing business was already small. What's more, these chicks are usually sent to the county by some villagers from various villages in the county, sporadically, to be sold. The number of home-hatched ones is not much in the first place. Not to mention, the crackdown on speculation is tight these days, and those who come to sell their chicks are even more afraid of being caught, so there are fewer of them. So, even if the whole county's chickens are pooled together, the chickens that can be taken out, I estimate that there are only about 2,000 of them. Jin Juanfu mulled it over roughly based on the current situation and spoke towards the two. Ha? Only 2,000 of them? What can you do with that amount? As soon as the captain of the second team heard Kim Jun-bak's words, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. 2,000 only? Wen Jae-san also frowned when he heard that. This quantity was too far from what he thought. But... And just then, Kim Jun-bak spoke hesitantly. But what? Moon Jae-san raised an eyebrow and pressed towards Kim Jun-bak. However, if you're not in a hurry, you can purchase them in 3 batches. Jin Juanfu spoke directly, the first batch of 2,000, and it is estimated that in another week's time, another 2,000 chicks will be delivered to the county. Then in another week, another 2,000 will be delivered. If we buy them in 3 batches like this, we'll be able to get 6,000 chicks together. Do you think that's okay? Kim Jun-bak spoke towards the two men. Old secretary, I think this method will work. When the captain of the second team heard this, his eyes lit up and he turned his head towards Wen Jae-san. Yes, old senior, although it was bought in 3 batches, but in reality, there is only a week difference between this batch of chicks. A week is nothing, right? It won't have much of an impact. Kim Jun-bak also opened his mouth to persuade Moon Jae-san. That's fine. After thinking about it, Moon Jae-san also slowly nodded his head. When Jin Juanfu heard this, he also revealed a smile. That's right. Don't worry, in the future, as long as the county has chickens, I will definitely send them to you at the first time. That's good. Wen Jae-san's heart stirred when he heard this, and he nodded with satisfaction. And the captain of the second team next to him quietly said, Old secretary, in this way, the entire county's chickens will be swept away by us. Our people have already gone to Xiaojiang village today to look around, and that Qin Xiao hasn't bought any chicks yet. Now that Qin Xiao wants to buy chicks, but he can't buy a single one. Without seedlings, I'll see how he raises chickens. Old secretary, our plan, it worked. The captain of the second team spoke furtively towards the old secretary. Yes. In this way, the chickens are bought empty by us. I'll see what Qin Xiao that can do. When Jae-san narrowed his eyes and also said viciously. There are some things that are one slow step at a time. He believed. Their village of Yellowfish Beach invested more money in raising chickens than the village of Little Harbor, and even more so, they bought empty chickens first. Can that Qin Xiao still make chickens out of nothing? Even if Qin Xiao bought the chickens later, it would be at least half a month later. Being more than half a month behind them by almost a month, how could Qin Xiao possibly catch up with their progress? Raising chickens would be 1 step late, and when the chickens laid eggs, they would naturally be 1 step late. By the time the chickens Qin Xiao raised laid eggs, their chickens had already laid eggs for half a month. Half a month was enough for their eggs to supply the county's market. Even if Qin Xiao had the eggs, he couldn't sell them. That's it, 1 step forward, 1 step back. It's just a shame. Insight determines height. They obviously don't realize that there are chickens in this world that consume less feed, grow faster and lay more eggs. Their calculations are destined to fall through. Elder, this brother, what do you mean by that? Why do I don't understand? Jin Juanfu looked at the two men and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. You don't have to care about that. Anyway, you must make sure that whenever there are chicks in the market, you send them to us. Never sell them to anyone else, got it? Man Jae-san listened to Kim Jun-bak's words, but he directly ordered without any hesitation. Okay, I promise. Jin Juanfu was made more and more irritated by Moon Jae-san's tone, but still patiently said. Alright, then let's talk about the price of your chickens. Wen Jae-san also did not care and directly opened his mouth to continue asking. Old-timer, you also went to the supply house asked, the supply house chicken seedlings, one is 15 cents. I'm not going to screw you, you only need 12 cents at my place. I collect chicks from folks for 10 cents a piece, and for each chick, I make 2 cents, that's fine, right? Jin Juanfu also said with sincerity. But listening to Kim Junbok's words, Moon Jae-san frowned and thought for a moment and said, it's too expensive. 10 cents. Moon Jae-san said nonchalantly. This. Old senior, this would be meaningless. You can't let me not earn a single penny, right? Jin Juanfu's face turned ugly. This one Jae-san really didn't give him any face at all. Anyway, look. If it works, if it doesn't, I'll find someone else. But when Jae-san said with an indifferent look, he also saw it. This Jin Juanfu was looking at the big business of the feed in the back. Therefore, he also took advantage of this business and wanted to knock Jin Juanfu hard. A little bit of saving is a little bit. This. And looking at Moon Jae-san's rogue appearance, Kim Junbok's face sank. Unexpectedly, he, Kim Junbok, was still being taken for a ride. The scene fell into silence for a moment. 36. Price of white lie hanging chickens. It wasn't until a few moments later that Jin Juanfu slowly opened his mouth. Old-timer, I think you know that I gave you the initiative to sell the chicks at a depressed price for the sake of your feed business behind you. I can do it at this price, you said. I can do it for a penny. But, you also have to give me a guarantee that the feed business must all be given to me. And, I have to be given a suitable price. Jin Juanfu also did not make any more peace and harmony, but spoke directly towards the two. This. Man Jae-san was a bit hesitant, but after thinking for a moment, he still spoke. I can promise you. However, you have to promise that your feed must be prioritized for us. If anyone else buys feed from you in bulk, even if the price is higher than ours, you must give us priority in selling it to us. When Jae-san's gaze flashed as he spoke. This was what he had just thought of. They needed feed to raise chickens, didn't Chen Xiao need it? However, this large-scale raising of chickens required huge amounts of feed. If what the captain of the second team said was true, and this one Jae-san was the biggest second-hand dealer in the county, then Chen Xiao would definitely have to look for this person if he wanted to sell chickens and feed in large quantities. If he made a pact with this Jin Juanfu to prioritize the supply of feed to them, then it would definitely be another trouble for Chen Xiao. With regards to finding trouble for Chen Xiao, when Jae-san was happy to do so. This. Old senior, you are overly concerned. Aside from you, who else could be looking for me to buy such a large amount of fodder? Jin Juanfu opened his mouth as he listened to Wen Jae-san's words. Just say whether you'll agree or not. Wen Jae-san, however, did not hesitate and pressed again. This. Good. I promise. Jin Juanfu held his heart and said helplessly. Okay. It's settled then. Yuan Ping, you stay and discuss with little Jin about how to supply the goods. I'm going back first. I'll settle the bill when the goods arrive. When Jae-san nodded his head in satisfaction, and as he said that, he walked towards the outside. The captain of the second team responded respectfully. When Moon Jae-san left, he was to stay behind and discuss with Kim Junbok about the matter of supplying the goods in the back. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that the captain of the second team also left with a cheerful face. 2 bumpkins. Until after both people had left. Only then did Kim Junbok's face turn completely somber. Every time he thought of the commanding tone that Man Jae-san had used on him just now, he was furious. And the way he killed the price and left no room for himself at all made him grit his teeth. He couldn't help but curse at these 2 greedy bumpkins. Then, his face turned cloudy again, but fortunately, these 2 bumpkins don't even know the base price I charge for the chicks. The Supply and Marketing Center charges folks 5 cents for chicks, I charge 6 cents. Now, sell them to these 2 bumpkins for 10 cents. I make 4 cents a chick, 6,000 of them, that's $240. Not bad, kind of a nice snack. Kim Junbok ghostly made a calculation and nodded in satisfaction. Then, looking at the direction the 2 left, he narrowed his eyes again. However, these 2 bumpkins are so unintelligent, we can't just let them go. Above choosing the chickens, I really have to put some thought into it. Kim Junbok murmured as he narrowed his eyes. The goodness of the chickens was related to the subsequent breeding results. The healthier the chicks are, the faster they will grow naturally and the less likely they will get sick. The poorer and weaker the chickens are, the faster they grow naturally and the more likely they are to get sick. Obviously. Kim Junbok is ready to take good care of Moon Jae-san and the second team leader. Also, I heard these 2 talking about Chen Xiao before. Is it possible that this Chen Xiao is also a chicken farmer? Then he must need feed too, right? Maybe, this is a big business too. Gotta go ask around. One thought. Kim Junbok walked towards the outside while doing so. What? 80 cents? Do you know how much a regular chick costs 10 cents? You've increased the price 8-fold. Isn't this a money grab? And at a state-run farm in Wuxi. Chen Xiao looked at the factory director of the state farm in front of him and stared at him with wide eyes, not daring to freak out. The secretary Chen next to him looked at Chen Xiao in surprise, a little strange. He was the one who remembered. When Chen Xiao had done the math before, he had calculated it at $1 per chick. Now how can 80 cents make Chen Xiao explode? But thinking of what Chen Xiao said before, asking him to say less and look more, and thinking of how easily he was fooled at the county government, he didn't open his mouth. Quietly, he stood on the side in an old-fashioned manner. This comrade were an imported breed, white Lai Hang chicken, not the normal ones we usually raise. The director of the state farm, looking at Chen Xiao, couldn't help but open his mouth to explain, fearing that Chen Xiao would just leave. This state-run farm, a farm that specializes in breeding all kinds of chickens. But in just over a decade. Because of the policy, the people dare not raise chickens in large quantities. Keeping 3 chickens at home is socialism, while keeping more than 3 is capitalism. That's why this state farm of theirs hasn't made much of a profit in more than a decade. It is the wages of the workers in the factory that are owed for some years. To this day, this state-run farm is gradually moving towards the point of being disbanded. If the state farm is no longer able to generate revenue, then it won't be long before the state farm is really disbanded. So, this state plant manager is in a hurry. Very urgent. When he heard that Chen Xiao was coming to buy chickens in large quantities, he was almost ecstatic. Not only did he personally receive Chen Xiao at the first time, hearing that Chen Xiao wanted to buy white Lai Hang chicken chicks. More than that, without saying a word, will be the price of chickens pressed to the minimum, almost only earn the cost of fees, to reflect their own sincerity. Hope Chen Xiao can order. But what he didn't expect was, even though he had minimized the price, Chen Xiao still thought it was too expensive. But this was normal. A normal egg-laying hen chick is only 10 cents a piece, and even if you buy them in large quantities, the price is even able to go up to 5 cents. So, it was normal for Chen Xiao to feel that it was expensive. But, white Lai Hang chicken chicks, not an ordinary breed. Although the cost of cultivation is lower than that of ordinary chicken chicks, but as an introduced exotic breed, the cost of those dozens of breeder chicks at the very beginning, that is strangely high. That's what you have to pay for with American dollars. It's more like it was shipped over individually in an airplane. Just a few dozen breeder chicks, but it cost a few $1,000s US. In this era of extreme shortage of foreign exchange, a few $1,000s US, that's a lot of foreign exchange to consume. That's all going into the cost of the chickens themselves. Plus the breeding of tens of breeders from back then to tens of thousands of chicks now. The cost consumed therein is even more. Plus the state farms have to make money too. So the price of white Lai Hang chickens chicks, in the end, is fantastically high. One chick, that's 80 cents. This era. For 80 cents, you can buy a pound of meat. That can't be so expensive. I'm buying 10,000 chicks. At 80 cents a piece, that's $8,000. That's too expensive. Chen Xiao was still a bit dissatisfied. 37. Factory Director Wang's meal. But Comrade Chen Xiao, this price, it's really the lowest. It really can't be any less. The State Farm Factory Director's head was sweating as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. However, looking at Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen frowning and not speaking, the State Farm Director thought and thought, but still spoke. Let's put it this way, the two comrades have traveled a long way, so I guess they haven't eaten lunch yet, right? How about I invite the two of you to join me for lunch? Try our local specialties. The State Farm Director said towards the two. Good. Let's eat first then. Chen Xiao was also slightly relieved, and with a flash of light in her eyes, she opened her mouth. The next meal was the real highlight. Good. Both of you come with me. The State Farm Director was also relieved and led the way first, leading Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen towards the outside. 82. All over the country, there's an air of dirt. This dirtiness is due to poor infrastructure, dust, and dirt roads everywhere. So, it is inevitable that the people of this era, no matter how you look at them, will be filled with earthy styles. The earthy here is not an exaggerated adjective, but a realistic one. This is why people in this era are particularly keen on foreigners, in particular. Because a foreign country with better infrastructure and better economic development is a day in paradise for the country right now. That's why this era is the era of the runner's great explosion. Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen followed the director of the State Farm Factory and found a state-run hotel all the way. After ordering a few dishes, while eating his meal, Chen Xiao couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Plant Director Wang, I'm actually quite surprised. Theoretically, the State Farm responds to the demand policy of the country above, and it's all about purchasing and selling everything that's produced. You should have no shortage of sales. Besides, it shouldn't be in line with national policy for you to sell me chicks privately, right? Why would you be so eager, even somewhat disregarding the policies above, to sell me selling chicken chicks individually? While eating his meal, Chen Xiao opened his mouth to ask. Alas. And upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Factory Director Wang just couldn't help but sigh. It's not that we have to do this illegal business, but if we don't do it again, this farm of ours will completely fail. Factory Director Wang looked at Chen Xiao in front of him and said helplessly. How can this be? Theoretically, the chickens you produce will all be purchased by the above. Not to mention high-quality egg chicken breeds like white Lai-Hang chicken. How did it get to this point? Chen Xiao was even more puzzled and opened her mouth to ask. As for Secretary Chen, who was next to him, he secretly glanced at Chen Xiao with his afterglow, and a color of confusion flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Chen Xiao should have known the exact reason for these circumstances. The situation of this state farm was the first thing he inquired about when he and Chen Xiao arrived here. These basics were pretty much understood long ago. It was just that I didn't know why Chen Xiao was knowingly asking these questions now. Alas. How can I tell you? Actually, these problems is that the people around here all know. Factory Director Wang sighed again and opened his mouth. Our factory was built in 65 years. Back then, our factory was much bigger than it is now. Because at that time, we were a specialized breeding farm for all kinds of breeders. It can be said without modesty that at that time, our factory was a collection of all kinds of breeders from all over the country. At that time, large chicken farms from all over the neighborhood had to come to our factory to beg for chicks. Because we have the most types of chicks here, and the best bred chicks. Our factory, moreover, is the place where other people beg to come in as workers. When Factory Director Wang said here, he couldn't help but raise his wine glass and dry a cup with Chen Xiao before he spoke despondently, but the reason for everything all stemmed from those 10 years. After speaking, he tilted his head, pouring the wine into his stomach. With a sad face, he swallowed the white wine into his stomach. Those 10 years, because of that trend, it made our factory, to fulfill one by one, simply impossible task index. The people in our factory, affected by that ethos, not only didn't achieve higher production targets, but instead produced even fewer chickens. Those people, in order to look good on the books, just grabbed and sold one quality breeder after another. We lost close to 80% of the breeders in our factory. Even the remaining breeders are sparse and few. They're all dead. Our factory, from producing tens of thousands of chicks a day in the past to later on, is even about to be unable to produce chicks. Those 10 years caused our factory to suffer heavy losses. It can even be said that our factory was scrapped. Factory Director Wang's eyes glistened with tears as he said this. Chen Xiao looked at Factory Director Wang's graying temples and knew that this Factory Director Wang had sort of gone through a lot. At that time, after our factory was unable to produce chickens, naturally, we were unable to generate revenue. The workers' wages, too, were gradually not paid out. In the beginning, I was able to create an area in the factory dedicated to raising chickens and giving the workers eggs and chicken meat to use against their wages. But, then, the workers all left and ran away, too. In our factory, we don't even have anyone who specializes in raising chickens anymore. It wasn't until the beginning of 5 years ago that our factory, completely, had no way to make payroll. The workers, too, were pretty much gone. Factory Director Wang said this and poured himself another glass of wine. Chen Xiao listened quietly. In due time, he poured a glass of wine for Factory Director Wang. Until 3 years ago. After that wind passed. The local government, mindful of the fact that it was not easy for our factory to survive. And considering the situation of our factory back then. So it was decided to save our factory by giving it policy and financial support. At that time, it was already penniless, just me and dozens of workers left in the factory. When I learned the news, I was also very happy and prepared to do something big. Repurchase the breeders and little by little make our plant. At that time, we thought about the breeders from all over the country and were hesitant to make up our mind about which breeder to acquire. It wasn't until I learned that there was a breed of chicken out there, the white Lai-Hang chicken. Able to grow to egg-laying stage in 3 to 4 months, half as fast as ordinary chickens. Able to lay more than 330 eggs a year, 3 times more than ordinary chickens. It also eats 10-20% less feed than ordinary chickens. At that time, when I saw the information about this chicken, my eyes went straight. I knew that this chicken is definitely the best egg chicken of the breed. This chicken can definitely be the best breed of egg-laying chicken for our factory, and more than that, it can make our factory come back to life. So, at that time, I lobbied various departments in the hope of being able to grant our factory a batch of foreign exchange to be used for the introduction of the white Lai-Hang chicken breeder. I also gave everyone the assurance that with this batch of chicken breeders, our factory would do better than before. I made it. Got $5,000 in foreign exchange. But I didn't expect to succeed or fail in by Lai-Hang chicken. Speaking here, Factory Director Wang shook his head again bitterly. A mouthful of the wine in the wine goblet was poured down. 38, an extra dime? Chen Xiao was also silent as she added a glass of wine to Factory Director Wang. After we introduced the breeders, it took us half a year to finally breed the first batch of chicks on a large scale. The chicks are fine. There's no soil and water problems. This solved most of the problems. The next step is to hand it over to the top for unified purchasing and marketing. I'm thinking that such a good chicken chick must have caught fire all of a sudden. But I thought wrong. By Lai-Hang chicken's chicks not only didn't explode, but instead, there are not many people buying them. Wang Factory Director said here, the figure are more hunched. Secretary Chen also sighed as he listened, taking out his dry cigarettes and continuously smacking them. Listening to some melancholy. They've all been through thick and thin. Although Chen Xiao was also listening with a despondent face, in the bottom of his eyes, he was flickering with a refined aura. Why? It shouldn't be. Chen Xiao frowned, pretending to be unaware and said. Sighing, Factory Director Wang glanced at Chen Xiao and continued, first of all, it's the price. Our white Lai Hang chicken is an imported breed that costs a lot of foreign exchange. The cost is naturally counted on each chicken seedling. I priced it at the beginning at $1 a chicklet. However, after the above UBP took away the chicks, they couldn't sell them. Because too expensive. Regular chicks are 10 cents, ours are $1. The people don't want to buy them, and the state-run chicken farms, they don't want to buy them either. Even when I told them how good our white Lai Hang chickens were, they didn't believe me, thinking I was the one who stirred up the storm in that decade, and was lying to them on the strength of my lips. Factory Director Wang said here and shook his head, somewhat helpless. In the end, by now, because our Bai Lai Hang chicken chicks can't be sold out, it also leads to the above no longer large quantities of unified purchase and sale. Because we can't sell our chicken chicks, a lot of them died, and it's totally a loss-making business. So, after more than 2 years, we now have only 10 workers left in the factory. These workers are the old people who were willing to stay in the first place and follow me to put up another fight. I owe them 5 or 6 years of wages. Now, it's just a matter of desperation to at least get them their paychecks. As for the factory, I've run out of ideas. Factory Director Wang sighed and spoke. But after more than 2 years, hasn't a single commoner realized that Bai Lai Hang chickens are really a good breed? As long as there is one commoner who discovers the benefits of the white Lai Hang chicken, it should also spread by word of mouth and open up the market from then on, right? How did it come to this? Chen Xiao frowned again and couldn't help but ask. You're thinking wrong. While Factory Director Wang listened to Chen Xiao's words, he shook his head. First of all, the people in the village are not as simple as you think. More than that, they are selfish. There are those who have our plant's chickens who secretly raise their own even though they know our white Lai Hang chickens are great. Not to others. Because folks in the countryside are good climbers and can't see others doing well, so even if they know such good things, they won't tell others. Factory Director Wang said helplessly. When Secretary Chen heard this, he felt that it was a bit biased and wanted to refute it. But thinking of Chen Zhao's previous experience in Yellowfish Beach Village, he fell silent again and continued to smack his dry cigarette. And, not only that, there are also policy issues. Raising 3 chickens is socialism, more than 3 is capitalism. This policy makes folks afraid to raise chickens, much less buy $1 a chicken to raise. The cost is too high. So there were fewer people who could have raised our white Lai Hang chickens in the first place, plus human nature made it so. Our factory, too, has come to this point. Factory Director Wang spoke despondently. Speaking here, he looked at Chen Xiao and said sincerely, so, Comrade Chen Xiao, 80 cents a chick is really the lowest price I can give. Seriously, after giving out this batch of chicks to you, and giving the money to the workers for their back pay, the factory doesn't even have the money to cultivate the next batch of chicks. It's not that I'm not willing to lower the price anymore, but really can't be lowered any further. If it goes down any further, there won't even be any paychecks. Factory Director Wang spoke seriously towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was silent. The entire table fell into silence for a moment. Secretary Chen, who was next to Chen Xiao, looked at Factory Director Wang and then at Chen Xiao, opened his mouth, but still did not speak. He wanted to plead for mercy for Factory Director Wang, but thought that he and Chen Xiao were in the same wave. He still kept his mouth shut. Besides, Chen Xiao's money didn't come from the wind. That's a loan, and it has to be paid back with interest. So, after thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to let Chen Xiao make that decision. He would stay out of it. It wasn't until a few moments later that Chen Xiao spoke, this price. I agree. Not only do I agree, I can even add 10 cents to your price. Chen Xiao suddenly raised her head and opened her mouth towards Factory Director Wang. With an inexplicable glint in his eyes, he said. What? Really? Factory Director Wang instantly stood up in surprise and exclaimed. Secretary Chen, who was smoking a dry cigarette next to him, was also startled and almost choked on his dry cigarette. He couldn't help but look at Chen Xiao. Couldn't help but have some admiration in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao not only agreed to the deal, but was also willing to add an extra $1. That's right. I'm willing to purchase white Lai Hang chicken chicks for 90 cents apiece. Chen Xiao spoke again to confirm. This. Factory Director Wang was a bit incoherent, looking at Chen Xiao excitedly. Comrade Chen Xiao, how could you suddenly add an extra dime? Factory Director Wang seemed to have thought of something, his eyes flushed with a touching color as he asked towards Chen Xiao. Sympathize? Chen Xiao sighed and spoke. I don't want to see a sentient and righteous factory director like you, Factory Director Wang, just lost because of these messy situations. Even more so, I don't want to see the sentient and righteous worker brothers, who have followed you for so many years without complaint, not even get their paychecks. Chen Xiao shook his head and said. However, with a glint in his eyes, only Chen Xiao himself knew what calculations he had in his heart. Comrade Chen Xiao, I don't know how to thank you. Tears even welled up in the eyes of Factory Director Wang as he raised his hand and grabbed Chen Xiao's hand, shaking it vigorously, not knowing what to say. However, Chen Xiao shook his head and said, Factory Director Wang, I haven't finished yet, I'm willing to give an extra dime, but there are also conditions. Chen Xiao said towards Factory Director Wang. Comrade Chen Xiao, just say it, as long as I can accomplish it, I will definitely be obliged. Plant Director Wang immediately patted his chest and assured. I'm willing to give an extra dime. I also hope that, you and the workers of the factory, can pick some of the better quality chicks among them for me. I'm willing to let you guys make money, and I also hope you can let me not suffer too much. Chen Xiao spoke directly. So this is the matter. Comrade Chen Xiao, don't worry. Even if you don't say anything, I'll bring the workers and personally pick the best 10,000 chicks for you. Never let you suffer. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Factory Director Wang also let out a long sigh of relief and patted his chest to assure him. The touched look in his eyes increased. He knew that although Chen Xiao had made a condition, this condition, in fact, was the same whether he said it or not. Even if Chen Xiao didn't add that 10 cents, as long as it was open towards him, he would still try to pick good chicks for Chen Xiao. This was his gratitude to Chen Xiao as a big customer. Chen Xiao's willingness to add that extra dime was purely to take care of him. In his heart, he was also completely determined to pick the best chickens for Chen Xiao. 39, a penny counts. Okay. Then let's go to the factory and load the chickens. I've called for the trucks, as soon as the deal is done, it has to be sent to load the train. We have a train this evening. No delays. Chen Xiao didn't waste any more time and led Secretary Chen towards the outside under the leadership of Factory Director Wang. Brat! What you did today? Beautiful. At night, in a train car that Chen Xiao had specially chartered. Layers and layers of neatly stacked dozens of trays of white chicken chicks. A full 10,000 white lie hang chicken chicks. There's also feed stacked in the corner. It's feed for these chicks for a day or so. The train has left. About tomorrow's morning, this batch of chickens will be able to reach the county. Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen, at this time, were also in this carriage, tending to the chicks while chatting. As they chatted, they talked about what happened during the day. Secretary Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards Chen Xiao and said. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao's appearance and couldn't help but give a smile, followed by some doubts. Brat! I remember, as soon as we arrived, didn't you inquire about the situation of this state farm? Didn't you know all the things that Factory Director Wang said? Why are you asking him again today? Isn't this a waste of time? Besides, didn't you think at first that you could accept $1 for a chick? Why do you still think it's too expensive when he said 80 cents? And then he added another 10 cents? Why? Secretary Chen asked suspiciously. Of course he told the story himself so I could get what I wanted. Chen Xiao opened his mouth and spoke. You wanted something? Did you ask that Factory Director Wang for anything? Secretary Chen was puzzled and asked towards Chen Xiao. That's a better quality chicken fry. Chen Xiao smiled. If you want good quality chicks, just give it to Factory Director Wang directly. Why do you have to wait for him to finish his story before you give it to him? Secretary Chen was even more puzzled and asked towards Chen Xiao. Because, only in this way, can we make this Factory Director Wang feel that we are good people? At this time, I added a dime to him, this dime, to maximize the value. It will also make Factory Director Wang feel that I am a good person with a kind heart who thinks about him. Chen Xiao explained with a light smile. Aren't we supposed to be good people? Secretary Chen was completely confused, not understanding what Chen Xiao meant. Secretary, do you know why I want good quality chicks? Chen Xiao sighed and opened his mouth to ask. Why? Secretary Chen was confused. Because, chickens with good character will be healthier in the future and lay more eggs. Chen Xiao spoke directly. An average quality chicken fry will only lay 250 eggs a year, but a good quality white lie hang chicken can lay 330 eggs a year, and even, a small number of them can reach more than 350 eggs a year. This is a difference of 80 eggs, or 4 pounds of eggs. It's like, for a chicken of good quality, I can earn $4 more. 10,000, that's $40,000. That's why I'm going to offer to give him an extra dime and still make him think I'm a good guy. It's so he can pick me the best quality chicks. It's like I'm paying a total of $1,000 more for $40,000 more. Do you think I should do that? Chen Xiao smiled and said towards Secretary Chen. Gulp. And listening to Chen Zhao's calculation of this account, Secretary Chen couldn't help but gulp again. Then, again, he stammered with some doubts, that you don't have to pay that dime, you don't have to listen to his stories, keep a closer eye on it, and supervise that Wang factory manager more, he will also pick good quality chicks for you, right? Why do you have to go through all the trouble of listening to him tell the story all over again, as well as paying that extra dime, just to talk about this? Secretary Chen asked with a dry voice. Because passive and active are two states. If I hadn't made him think I was a good person and hadn't paid that extra dime. When factory director Wang picks out the chicks for me, he picks out the better ones as much as he can, but to him, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just a guy who came to buy chicks, just make do. He might pick me some good chicks, but for the most part, he won't care too much. As Chen Xiao said this, she again got up and checked the chicks in the various small cages before continuing to speak. However, if I listened to his story and agreed to his price, and even took the initiative to give him an extra 10 cents, this would make him think that I'm a good person. And I, in turn, harvested his touch. With that emotion in him, he'll actively look out for me. Bad chicks, he'd even be embarrassed to give them to me. Because, how can he bear to let me suffer when I'm such a good person? That way, all my chicks will be of good quality. Chen Xiao said as he finished inspecting the chicks and resumed his seat, saying. So, if I hadn't listened to his story and hadn't added 10 cents to him, these 10,000 chicks I bought would probably have at most 1,000 of good quality. But now, these 10,000, every one of them is of good quality. They are all good chicks that can lay more than 300 eggs. That's what I got in exchange for listening to his stories and that 10 cents. Now, do you still think that what I did was useless and a waste of time? Chen Xiao smiled as she finished explaining towards Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen directly stayed in place, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Until a few moments later, he was a little hesitant to say, "Brat, when did you, more so much heart?" Secretary Chen swallowed his saliva and asked. "Grandpa, business world, we have to talk about business world. Things like feelings are the great taboo of the business world and the quick sword of the business world. It can be utilized, but not exploited. This truth, but it's a truth I know by touch." This was a truth that Chen Xiao knew before he crossed over. Therefore, he never got emotional in the business world. "Brat, in the future, you won't do the same to me and to the townspeople, right?" Suddenly, Secretary Chen asked somewhat dryly. Hey. Grandpa, yes. But in the face of Secretary Chen's inquiry, Chen Xiao was a thief and smiled, and said meaningfully towards Secretary Chen. "You brat." And seeing Chen Xiao's appearance, Secretary Chen instantly relaxed. He also understood that Chen Xiao would not play such heartfelt games against him and the townspeople. Chen Xiao was still Chen Xiao. That Chen Xiao who, after hours, thievishly went to every house every day to dabble in food. The Chen Xiao who could shyly ask folks for good food even when he wanted it with a big face. Ha. Chen Xiao also laughed and did not say much. There were some things that did not need to be said much. To the townspeople of Little Harbor Village, he reports the most sincere enthusiasm. He will never forget that he was raised by all the villagers of Shaojiang Village. He will always remember this favor. But, brat. Then all those feelings you moved in front of that factory director Wang today were all fake? Secretary Chen smacked his cigarette for a while and couldn't help but say. 40, Yellowfish Beach Village is also going to raise chickens? Of course. You think I'm like you, ears so soft, people say what they believe ah? To put it bluntly, it's none of my business whether his factory is good or bad. I just came here to buy the chickens. Now that the chickens are available, it will be hard to deal with them in the future. Why do I have to act like I'm sympathizing with him? It's not about good quality chicks. Chen Xiao opened his mouth as a matter of course. Then you didn't know to remind me? Watching me make a fool out of your grandpa, right? Secretary Chen instantly blew his beard and glared as he lectured towards Chen Xiao. I didn't expect it either. People's mouths have two skins. You still don't have a long memory by now. Before in the county party secretary there, that Yellowfish Beach Village of Wenzai-san how to slander me you forget? Now people tell a story and you empathize. What can I do? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and was speechless. Good you brat, you dare to lecture your grandpa me? I think you're just looking for a fight. Hey. Master, this is a train, it's dangerous. Noon the next day. Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen returned to the county. Arranging for the old secretary to escort the car to send the chickens back, Chen Xiao, however, stayed in the county. Found a person. Kim Junbok. After finding Jin Juanfu, Chen Xiao directly opened his mouth and asked. Yikes. Brother? You're here. Sit down. Have you eaten? I'll have someone stir-fry a few dishes for you. And the moment Jin Juanfu saw Chen Xiao, his eyes lit up. He greeted him with a fervor and said. No need, I'm looking for you this time, just like last time, to buy something. Chen Xiao ignored Jin Juanfu's flattery and directly took a seat opposite Jin Juanfu and spoke. Yo! As expected, you are my god of wealth. Tell me, what do you want this time? Fish fry? Don't worry, I'll make sure to get it done for you. Never. Jin Juanfu was not angry either, and while enthusiastically offering to pour water for Chen Xiao, he opened his mouth and spoke towards Chen Xiao. No. But before he could finish, Chen Xiao spoke directly. Ha? No? Jin Juanfu froze, a bit baffled. Yes, he and Chen Xiao knew each other. It's just that the people of Yellowfish Beach Village don't know about it. Because, Chen Xiao before raising fish a series of acquisition and selling process, this Jin Juanfu are in addition to the big effort. 2 years ago, Chen Xiao asked him to do a big business of tens of thousands of dollars. Buying fish fry, buying fish feed, buying fish vaccinations and whatnot. And later on, when the fish are sold, again he is the one who collects the fish and sells them. Kim Jun-bak is responsible for receiving and selling, and is responsible for making the difference in price in the middle. It can be said, in these 2 years of doing business with Chen Xiao, he had made a lot of money. And he was comfortable doing business with Chen Xiao. Although Chen Xiao was also very powerful in killing prices, it was just right. It left him enough room to make money. And do things in a disciplined manner. For him, it's definitely a high-quality big customer. Now that he saw Chen Xiao, he was like seeing his own father. Naturally he was overjoyed. He had thought that Chen Xiao was still looking for him to buy fish fry and buy fish feed. But surprisingly it wasn't. It froze him a bit. I suppose you've heard a little about me? Some time ago, I was arrested and charged with speculation. The fish pond was closed, and the fish fry and equipment were confiscated. The money I earned was also confiscated. So, I don't keep fish anymore. Chen Xiao spoke directly towards Jin Juanfu. So, the speculative head case that was making a lot of noise in the county some time ago was you? Look at me, I didn't even know you were arrested. If I had known, I would have gone to see you. A flash of realization flashed in Kim Jun-bak's eyes. Some time ago, the county had arrested a speculative leader, which had startled him. Thought some of his men had been arrested. But then he checked and realized that nothing had happened to any of his men. Finally, after inquiring for half a day, he realized that something had happened to someone he didn't know. Or was reported by someone from his own village. Who he thought it was. Didn't expect it. Surprisingly, it was this big client of his. He narrowed his eyes and spoke hurriedly. It's already been resolved. Chen Xiao shook his head without saying much. Then, looking at Jin Juanfu, he said, Now, do you still dare to do business with me? Chen Xiao asked towards Jin Juanfu. Then what's there to be afraid of? Not to mention that the policy is better now. Even if the policy is still the same, I'm at your service whenever you need me. Kim Jun-bak's chest thumped. Assured towards Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao just smiled noncommittally and didn't say anything. Whether it was true or not, we would know once we did something. Well then, I do need to continue doing business with you now. However, it's no longer a business of selling fish. Instead, it's the sound of chicken feed. Do it or don't it? Chen Xiao spoke directly towards Jin Juanfu. Chicken feed? Jin Juanfu froze, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he couldn't help but say suspiciously, You wouldn't be Chen Xiao, right? Jin Juanfu asked with some uncertainty. That's right. Although Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu have been in business for 2 years, but have never revealed their identity. After all, the policy was not clear before and the crackdown on speculation was severe. Chen Xiao also dared not expose himself to avoid trouble. So, the transactions between Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu were all private transactions in specific places. As to what Chen Xiao's status was, which township or village, Jin Juanfu had no idea at all. But now, Jin Juanfu thought about the words of Wen Zai-san and the captain of the second team from Yellowfish Beach Village 2 days ago, as well as Chen Xiao, who also wanted to raise chickens, who was mentioned in their mouths. Combine that with the fact that Chen Xiao was now going to buy chicken feed. He suddenly realized something and couldn't help but ask. You investigated me? Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed towards Jin Juanfu. No. Only doing business without checking the bottom line, this is our rule, I won't do anything that breaks the rule. What happened to you? I heard from the mouths of 2 people from Yellowfish Beach Village. Jin Juanfu hurriedly waved his hand and spoke towards Chen Xiao. Yellowfish Beach Village? How do you know them? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked with a frown. Before, when he did business, he was in direct contact with Jin Juanfu, and the people of Yellowfish Beach Village did not even know of Jin Juanfu's existence. But now, the people from Yellowfish Beach Village had actually found Jin Juanfu directly. This made him a bit strange. It's like this, the captain of the second team of Yellowfish Beach Village is a relative of my friend. Dragging this relationship, the people of Yellowfish Beach Village found me. They came to me the same way you did, to buy chicken feed and chicks. I'm in charge of selling them chicks and feed. So, they and I got to know each other. When they were talking, they mentioned your name. And they said that you were going to raise chickens in large quantities too. Now you're also going to buy feed in bulk with me, so I probably guessed and got the idea. Jin Juanfu's gaze flashed. Not all of the circumstances of that day were told. Thinking about that day when Zaishan and the captain of the second team, to monopolize the whole county's chickens. And the thing that made him sell all of his feed, all of it, to Yellowfish Beach Village, not letting him sell it to Chen Xiao. He also probably guessed the whole thing. It was nothing more than the people of Yellowfish Beach Village having some kind of grudge against Chen Xiao. knowing that Chen Xiao also wants to raise chickens, so they directly bought up all the chicks and chicken feed in the whole county and told him not to sell them to Chen Xiao. So that Chen Xiao had no chicks to buy and no feed to use. It's just a deliberate attempt to trip Chen Xiao up. However, for this kind of thing, 41, the trouble brought about by the village of Yellowfish Beach. However, he was quite happy about this kind of thing. Because it meant that he, the middleman, was able to capitalize on the situation of the two and make more profit. Naturally, he would not say anything more. The village of Yellowfish Beach. Raise chickens too? Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. With just this one piece of information, he probably surmised the current situation. It seems that the group of people from Yellowfish Beach Village should not be able to pay back the debt that was forced by that debt to do something about it. It's just that I didn't expect that they would also raise chickens. And also knew that I also raised chickens. Apparently, someone told them that I'm going to raise chickens, and they thought that raising chickens would definitely be profitable, so they're going to raise chickens too. Incidentally, pit me again. And they should not only be raising chickens, but fish and chickens together. I don't believe that, seeing the money I made when I raised fish before, they'll give up raising fish. Ha! Chen Xiao presumed roughly in his head. Just, who told them about me raising chickens? Thinking of this, Chen Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly. The only ones who know that I want to raise chickens are now my daughter-in-law, grandpa, and the county party secretary, Secretary Fang. My daughter-in-law can't even talk, so it's impossible for her to tell, and Monkler is with me these days, so it's impossible for her to tell either. Then there's only one. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao's heart moved. It seems that this Secretary Fang is quite greedy, wanting both. Planning to step on both boats. A coldness flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. This county party secretary clearly knew about his grudge with Yellowfish Beach Village. Even more so, he knew how bad the character of these Yellowfish Beach Village people was. And yet, he still leaked the fact that he wanted to raise chickens to Yellowfish Beach Village. It's nothing more than a point. On the one hand, from their own side of the political achievements, on the other hand, in the Yellowfish Beach Village that have dates without dates to hit a stick. With so many liabilities, Huang Yutan Village is definitely not willing to pay off the debt. But it can't afford not to do so. They'll just have to find a way to stay in business as before. Fish farming was certainly their first choice. However, with their greedy nature, fish alone cannot feed them. So, they will definitely be interested in what they want to do afterward. They are subpar people, but they have a lot of trust in their business acumen. What they do on their own, they feel will make money. And the county clerk saw exactly that, so he took Chen Xiao's business and leaked it to Yellowfish Beach Village. This is properly considered to be leaking a trade secret from the latter days. As to whether or not it will bring trouble to oneself, will it aggravate oneself? What is his own aggravation in front of his political achievements? This is tantamount to letting yourself be aggravated to arch his political achievements. It seems like it's better to change your attitude towards the Secretary Fang in the future. Chen Xiao said in his heart. Although he had never felt that he should trust the Secretary Fang's humanity from the very beginning. However, the fact that this Secretary Fang was doing something so unorthodox still made his heart go cold. Secretary Fang, Secretary Fang. Since you went down too. Then this game, we'll have to play it properly. It's fine if you want to step on two boats. But if you make me suffer, then be prepared for the chickens to come home to roost. You want to help Yellowfish Beach Village, then I'll beat him to death completely. I'd like to see what you can do, Chen Xiao secretly said in his heart. For the Yellowfish Beach Village, his hatred remained. It was just that the debt to the villagers of Shaojiang Village was now on him, so he had to focus on his own affairs. It's okay now. Since Secretary Fang wants to help Yellowfish Beach Village go against him, then retaliation against Yellowfish Bank Village and getting rich are two things that can be done together. He wanted to see if this Yellowfish Beach Village could resist his attack. But now, surprisingly, the people of Yellowfish Beach Village dared to pit themselves with the fodder thing. Then it's time to have some fun. From within Jin Junfu's words just now, Chen Xiao felt a bit of a doorway. Obviously, the first trouble brought by this Secretary Fang, who had now told the people of Yellowfish Beach Village about his business, had come. If Chen Xiao guessed well. After Yellowfish Beach Village knew that they also raised chickens, they definitely intended to pit themselves from the feed side. Chen Xiao doesn't believe that Yellowfish Bank Village found this Jin Junfu simply to buy feed and chicks for themselves, but did nothing else. Just now, Jin Junfu said. Yellowfish Beach Village also want to buy chicken feed in large quantities. That says it all. In general, when you buy feed for your chickens, you don't need to buy too much at once, just thin it out and buy a week's or month's worth at a time. In this way, there is not much pressure on money. You will be able to set aside enough money to deal with unexpected situations. And being able to adjust the feed ration according to the different growth conditions of the chickens. Although Chen Xiao did not believe that the people of Yellowfish Beach Village knew anything about such things as the so-called different feed ratios. But she knew that Yellowfish Beach Village must not be willing to so easily take out so much money and buy so many feeds at once. But now, the village of Yellowfish Beach still does it. Then there's only one possibility. The village of Yellowfish Beach, wanting to leave themselves without feed to buy and ruin their chicken business. And, if I guess correctly, the people from Yellowfish Beach Village, I think they let you sell your feed and chickens only to their Yellowfish Beach Village, right? After thinking for a long time, Chen Xiao raised his head and looked at Jin Juanfu in front of him with a smile on his face. Jin Juanfu's face stiffened. He couldn't help but look at Chen Xiao. How could he not expect that Chen Xiao's eyes were so poisonous? Just through the short exchange just now, he was actually able to tell that he had a private deal with Yellowfish Beach Village. This made him a little unsure of how to react for a moment. What are you going to do? Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu's reaction, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider as he opened his mouth. Jin Juanfu was somewhat silent, and after a moment, spat out 4 words, "The highest bidder wins." Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with a burning gaze. Ha! Chen Xiao laughed coldly in his heart as he listened to Jin Juanfu's words. Before, when he and Jin Juanfu were doing fish business, there was no such thing as the highest bidder wins. As long as it was one's own business, it would always be the highest priority here with this Jin Juanfu. But now, Kim Junbok is saying to himself, the highest bidder wins? Then there's only one reason. This Kim Junbok is seeing that he doesn't think he's that important after he's been arrested, confiscated all his income, and can't raise fish anymore. So, although he didn't beat up on him, he didn't have his own priority with him anymore. There are a few people who have gone away. What was the price given by the village of Yellowfish Beach? Chen Xiao had anticipated these situations in his heart. Originally, they were businessmen, all profit-oriented people, what feelings to talk about? He didn't bother to waste time and spoke directly. 10 cents. Jin Juanfu's eyes flashed as he spoke towards Chen Xiao. 10 cents? You're lying to the devil? Chen Xiao immediately snorted and said. This is the price given by Yellowfish Beach Village. Jin Juanfu, however, flashed his eyes and said forcefully. In reality, the price given by the village of Yellowfish Beach is 9 cents a pound for mixed chicken feed. He agreed. Only, he could see the grudge between Chen Xiao and Yellowfish Beach Village, so he just added an extra 1 cent. It was that he wanted to use his ability to monopolize the business to force more money on Chen Xiao. 42. I'm waiting for you to come back to me. Chen Xiao shook his head and was too lazy to stay longer. In that case, I'll bother you today. Chen Xiao did not waste any time and stood up, about to walk towards the outside. Jin Juanfu took a look and instantly became anxious, also standing up. Boss Chen, as you know, I have an agreement with Yellowfish Beach Village that the feed is exclusively supplied to them. You have to let me earn a little bit of money for breaking the agreement, right? Jin Juanfu said unwillingly. He knew that Chen Xiao already knew that he was going to rip Chen Xiao off. But how could he not expect that Chen Xiao would be so dry? Just because of such a small amount of money, he said he would leave. Doesn't Chen Xiao raise chickens too? Don't you want feed? You and Yellowfish Beach Village have talked about an exclusive business, how can I let you be the bad guy? Chen Xiao, however, spoke without any hesitation. Afterward, it continued to walk towards the outside. Don't you want feed anymore? I know, you want to raise chickens on a large scale. But I bet I'm the only one in the whole county who can transfer large quantities of feed. Jin Juanfu watched Chen Xiao's footsteps not stop and became a bit anxious. Once again, he said loudly. Boss Jin. Business is booming. Chen Xiao, however, spoke indifferently. Continuing to walk towards the outside. You. Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao's figure that was walking further and further away. He couldn't help but bite his teeth. He really didn't expect to steal a chicken. Wanted to make more money from Chen Xiao did not earn, but instead Chen no sin. However, when he thought of the way Chen Xiao had simply left just now, he also couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. I'm the biggest supplier in the entire county's market. I'd like to see, if you don't do business with me, where are you going to buy such large quantities of chicken feed? When your chickens are going to starve to death without chicken feed to eat, you come back to me, and that price won't be 10 cents. Chen Xiao, I'm waiting for you to come to me. Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth and muttered with a flickering gaze. Ha! 10 cents? What a way to treat me like a ghost pit. And the departing Chen Xiao couldn't help but sneer as well. The chicken feed on the market nowadays is not the kind of full-price chicken feed of the latter days. It's just chicken feed with a simple mix of corn, bran, and soybean cake. Although it can basically ensure that the chickens eat, but the nutrient content is not high. If you want to add other nutrients, you have to buy it separately. So, the price of a pound of chicken feed in this day and age is only 6-7 cents to hold out. He dared to say that the offer from Yellowfish Beach Village to Jin Juanfu was definitely no more than 8 cents. But this Jin Juanfu opened his mouth and quoted himself 10 cents. Obviously, is to eat their own large-scale chicken, want to buy chicken feed in large quantities, is bound to look for him as a second-hand dealer situation. Coupled with his own grudge against Yellowfish Beach Village. That's why he's punking himself so much. But that's quite a lot of chicken feed I have to buy. An average breed of chicken has to eat about 120 grams of chicken feed a day. For 10,000 chickens, that's 1,200 kilograms a day, or 1.2 tons. The feed consumption of white Lihang chicken is more than 10% less than that of the common breed of chicken. One white Lihang chicken a day is to consume about 108 grams. 10,000 white Lihang chickens, that's 1.08 tons. 1,080 kilograms. 2,160 pounds. And that's just one day's consumption. I'm definitely going to buy more than a week's worth at a time. That's at least 8 tons. There are already fewer chicken feed sellers nowadays, and even fewer who can supply this much chicken feed at once. If you want to buy chicken feed in such large quantities, you really have to rely on people like Jin Juanfu. But after doing the math, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. However, although people like Kim Juanfu are needed, they can't be pitted by him like this. Not to mention, now that he dares to proceed with the Yellowfish Beach Village to bet on me, then I can't step back even more. This Jin Juanfu really teach him a good lesson. Chen Xiao thought with a brilliant light blooming in his eyes. However, when he thought of this, the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a chesty smile. However, to teach Jin Juanfu a lesson, I don't need to make a move. Yellowfish Beach Village is enough for Jin Juanfu to drink a pot of water. What kind of virtue those people from Yellowfish Beach Village have, if others don't know, don't I know? Yellowfish Beach Village buys feed from Jin Juanfu here in large quantities, but they have to take out a lot of money at a time. Is Yellowfish Beach Village willing to take out all the money at once? The smile at the corner of Chen Zhao's mouth grew wider. Before, he dared to turn around and leave. In addition to being disdainful of Jin Juanfu's practice of pitting himself, he was certain that this fodder business between Jin Juanfu and Yellowfish Beach Village would definitely not go on. Because he knew clearly what kind of virtue the people of Yellowfish Beach Village had. If he could take advantage of them, he would take advantage of them, and if he could make a pitfall, he would make a pitfall. Yellowfish Beach Village to buy a large amount of feed at a time, to spend a lot of money can also be quite a lot of money. Chen Xiao didn't think that Yellowfish Beach Village would be willing to take out all of this money at once. Previously I took the village of Yellowfish Beach to raise fish and they made a total of over $50,000. If they want to raise fish and chickens together, an investment of $24,000 for fish farming is not a bad idea. The rest is just under $30,000. If this $30,000 is used to raise chickens, it will only be able to raise $3,000? If they were ruthless and took out their coffin money and put together another $30,000, they could raise $3,000 more, or $6,000. With 6,000 of them, the feed consumed in a day is 1,440 pounds. In a year, that's 525,600 pounds. That's 262 tons. If they want to monopolize the feed for the entire county, they'll have to buy enough for a year at a time. Only then will they be able to sweep up all the feed in the entire county at once for a short period of time, leaving me with no feed to buy. And with Jin Juanfu's tactics, Yellowfish Beach Village will certainly not be able to take advantage of anything here in Jin Juanfu, and it's estimated that the price per pound will be at 8 cents. That is to say, they'll have to buy $42,048 of feed at once. And let's not even talk about whether they're willing to come up with that much money at once. Even if they are willing, they are raising fish at the same time. And buying fish feed. There's a much greater need for cash flow. Do they have enough money? Ha! Chen Zhao's smile widened at the corners of his mouth as he thought of this. Looking back at the state-run hotel not far away, Chen Xiao muttered, Jin Juanfu, Jin Juanfu. I'm waiting for you to come to me. By then, the price won't be up to you. Chen Zhao's smile grew more and more confident. Then he shook his head. Forget it, let's not think about him for now. Kim Junbok's matter can't be over in a day or two. I still have to go scatter and buy some feed first, otherwise, the 10,000 chicks I just bought will all starve to death. Although the feed store in the county can't supply me with enough feed for a long period of time, but a week's amount can still be put together for a while. Let's go buy feed first. Chen Xiao thought as she walked towards the place inside the county that specialized in selling feed. 43. Can mute disease affect fertility? Little girl, you and Xiao that brat are married for 2 years, why do not you want a child? At this time, Little Harbor Village. The mute daughter-in-law is choosing vegetables and chatting here with the village matrons. The mute daughter-in-law could not speak, so she just quietly listened and chatted with the crowd. At this time, the topic of conversation came to her. This made the mute daughter-in-law couldn't help but freeze. Ugh! The mute daughter-in-law froze. Then she pursed her lips and gestured sign language toward the crowd, ready to express something. However, wait. Forgot, you can't talk. Tell you what, we'll ask and you just nod or shake your head, okay? An older woman next to her watched her mute daughter-in-law pencil in sign language, so she had a headache and hurriedly called a halt. Aha! The mute daughter-in-law hurriedly nodded. Ugh, little girl, don't be so scared all the time. It's not like we're going to eat you. Looking at her mute daughter-in-law's nervous appearance, the elder woman smilingly reached out her hand and grabbed her with a comforting cry. Only then did the mute daughter-in-law relax a little. It was only then that the eldest mother spoke. Little girl, you and that boy Xiao, do you not do any housework? The eldest mother asked quietly, and the next few eldest mothers also perked up their ears and hurriedly listened. The mute daughter-in-law blushed and hurriedly shook her head. In that area, she knew how greedy Chen Xiao was. Nights were necessary, days were drawn out. As long as there was spare time, Chen Xiao would not let her go. How can it be less? So, you guys are on birth control? Don't want children? Da asked again when he saw the mute daughter-in-law. The mute daughter-in-law again hurriedly shook her head. Chen Xiao had never been a fan of any birth control. Ha? None of it? Then why hasn't there been a child for so long? Seeing the mute daughter-in-law's look, the elder woman became even more puzzled. Then isn't something wrong with that brat Zhao's body? Again, the eldest mother couldn't help but ask. The mute daughter-in-law again hurriedly shook her head. Although she hadn't examined it, as the person who mainly endured the attacks every day, she naturally knew how strong Chen Xiao was. If such a strong Chen Xiao also had physical problems, then all the men in the world would have problems. Then it shouldn't be 2 years and still no child. What is the situation of you guys? Can it be? Is it you? The elder woman was even more puzzled and subconsciously asked. But without asking, she saw that the dumb daughter-in-law's face suddenly turned a little pale. Instantly reacting, she hurriedly closed her mouth. A few of the surrounding damsels also gave this damsel an angry look, obviously blaming this damsel for talking too much. And the mute daughter-in-law was indeed shocked in her heart when she heard the elder woman's words. Couldn't help but be a little flustered. Yeah. Could the fact that the two haven't had kids in so long be because? Herself? Could it be that it's because of this dumb disease of mine that prevents me from carrying a child? The mute daughter-in-law thought subconsciously. She was not very educated and wondered if her being mute would affect her fertility. But what if it did? In the past, she and Chen Xiao were both busy with their careers, and when they were idle, Chen shouted that to her. There was no time to think much about having children. Now that she was being talked to by the elder woman, she was suddenly a bit scared. If it really was true that she couldn't have children, what should she do? The more the mute daughter-in-law thought about it, the more scared she became, and she couldn't help the color of fear flashing in her eyes. Little girl, don't be afraid. It's okay. Auntie is talking nonsense, it must have nothing to do with you. Just put your heart in your stomach, got it? The eldest mother looked at the mute daughter-in-law who was a bit out of it, her face getting paler and paler, and her face was also filled with self-reproach. She couldn't wait to smack herself 2 big mouths. How could she be so talkative? The mute daughter-in-law raised her head and forced a smile towards the elder woman to show that she was fine. Little girl, you really don't need to be afraid, it's definitely fine. You believe in auntie. Looking at the mute daughter-in-law, who was in a trance, with hidden tears in the corner of her eyes, the elder lady painfully held the mute daughter-in-law in her arms and comforted her. The mute daughter-in-law shook her head, indicating that she would let the elder lady rest assured. But this pitiful look made the elder lady even more distressed. Little girl, you. The elder lady was about to continue opening her mouth to say something. Just then. Brat's little daughter-in-law. Quick! The chickens have been bought back. The brat said that things over here have been arranged for you and asked me to come find you. A majestic voice came from the distance. A crowd of women looked up. They saw Secretary Chen striding towards this side, and as he did so, he spoke loudly towards the mute daughter-in-law. Aha! When the mute daughter-in-law heard this, the worried look on her face was swept away. A smile of surprise instantly appeared. Nodding hurriedly, he got out of the elder woman's arms and gestured, signaling Secretary Chen to follow him. Secretary Chen looked at the group of women next to him. Alright, you group of women, don't chew the cud. I'll leave first. Toward them, he instructed, not waiting for this group of big women to reply. He also hurriedly followed the mute daughter-in-law to leave. Secretary Chen followed the mute daughter-in-law all the way towards a mountain forest outside the village. Well, how did you guys build the chicken coop inside the mountain? Will it work with the chicken coop built in here? As he gradually entered the mountain forest without seeing the shadow of the chicken coop, Secretary Chen couldn't help but ask. The mute daughter-in-law looked back and raised her hand to gesture something again. Expressing herself. Secretary Chen instantly froze and hurriedly called for a halt. Alright, Brat's little daughter-in-law, you don't have to give me a gesture, I can't understand it either. It's better to wait for Brat Chen to come back, I'll ask him again. Secretary Chen hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt. A flash of disappointment and self-condemnation flashed in the eyes of the mute daughter-in-law, who also nodded and said no more. Continuing to currently lead the way. The bottom of his heart is getting heavier and heavier. Not long after, the mute daughter-in-law led Secretary Chen to a mountain nest. Entering this encircled mountain nest, Secretary Chen instantly felt that the surrounding mountain winds had all but disappeared. There were only wisps of fine wind blowing. Instead of that chilly feeling, it felt comfortable and airy. This is Leeward Slope? And it's still such a big piece of empty land without bamboo. Great place. Secretary Chen instantly brightened up and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. When the mute daughter-in-law heard this, she also turned her head and smiled proudly. Her hand also gestured, indicating that this piece of land was found by Chen Xiao. The pride in his eyes was almost overflowing. You're the same as that brat, no wonder you were able to come together. Although Secretary Chen didn't know what the mute daughter-in-law was expressing. But looking at the mute daughter-in-law's appearance, he also guessed. Couldn't help but laugh. After saying that, he couldn't help but survey the surroundings again. This mountain nest was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, like an inner 8 mouth. The small opening is the location of entry and exit, and the large opening is blocked by a stone wall. And this mountain nest is on a leeward slope. Although the small opening is an entry and exit channel, the wind coming in is not strong. It was silky and cozy. What's more, aside from that stone wall, the 2 surrounding sides, though also steep, were not high enough to block the sunlight. The ground under the feet, moreover, was all stone ground, very hard. And in the middle of this mountain nest. 44. Getting Chen Xiao a concubine? A chicken coop built with large shed film and bamboo is standing there. It was not a small area, it looked like it had to be about 2 acres. This place, once you get the gate at this flare, is a natural chicken coop. With these 3 stone walls blocking the way, and the doorway made good, these chickens, even if they want to run, can't run out. Why didn't we realize this before? Secretary Chen said in admiration as the more he looked at this place, the more he liked it. Then, looking at Chen Xiao's mute daughter-in-law, who was still beaming with pride, she also spoke. Alright, you wait here, I'll take the townsfolk and go get the brat's chickens back. The road leading out of the village has long been blocked by mudslides, the cars can't drive in, I'll bring some people to carry the chicks back. Just wait here. Secretary Chen said, and then he was striding towards the outside again. The mute daughter-in-law wanted to help too. But in a flash, Secretary Chen had already walked away. She thought about it and thought about it again, but she stayed at ease. After watching Secretary Chen walk away. After thinking about it, she entered the shed to check again if there was anything missing in the shed. This shed was built by her and Chen Xiao 2 days ago after exhausting themselves. All the bamboo was used for the structure inside. It's built like a vegetable greenhouse. The last thing that's missing here is bamboo. There's bamboo all around the mountains. On the outside, it is wrapped in a plastic film all over. Even the floor inside is wrapped in plastic wrap. At first, she had even asked Chen Xiao why the floor was wrapped in plastic wrap as well. Chen Xiao told her that as long as the chickens run on the ground less, the probability of getting diseases will be much lower. He also said something strange like, as long as both feet are off the ground, the virus is shut down, and the smart IQ will reoccupy the high ground again. He. The mute daughter-in-law couldn't help but burst out laughing at the thought. The large eyes narrowed like a crescent moon. But just before he laughed twice, he remembered what the older woman had just said. The fact that she hadn't gotten pregnant with Chen Xiao's child until now was most likely her own problem. The smile on her face was gone again. The color of worry flashed in her eyes again. But looking at the chicken coop in front of her, she shook her head and swept away the distractions, continuing to check the chicken coop for any problems. In the chicken coop, there were large wooden boxes that looked like drawers sitting on the floor. Neatly arranged, they were for catching chicken manure. On top of the box, more than 10 centimeters above the box, there are layers and layers of drawer-like bamboo made of a fine grid of small cages are used to put chickens. Inside each of these cages, there are 2 rows of bamboo halves with hollowed-out center sections for chicken feed and water. All of these things, Chen Xiao asked the village folks to make. In the end, after the folks made them, he paid for them. Sort of adds to the folks' income. The mute daughter-in-law inspected the shed carefully and didn't find any omissions, so she relaxed. Re-entering the outside of the chicken coop. Sitting on a rock next to it, he waited for Secretary Chen and the others to bring the chickens over. However, at this time, she again couldn't help but ring in her mind the words that a few damsels had just said. The child's problem. This caused a look of worry and fear to well up on her face once again. She and Chen Xiao had been married for 2 years. Room service hasn't been uncommon. Previously, when he was in Yellowfish Beach Village, Chen Xiao was busy leading the people of Yellowfish Beach Village to raise fish. He himself was also busy following Chen Xiao. Usually there was no time to pay attention to whether there were children or not. Much less think much about it. But now, there was no way for her not to think about it more. Could it be, is there really something wrong with my body? I'm mute, could it be that this mute disease is affecting my ability to have children? The mute daughter-in-law sat there, unable to stop herself from thinking. There was a look of panic in her eyes. She was mute and not yet very educated. She felt that God loved her when she was able to marry Chen Xiao. However, as Chen Xiao's daughter-in-law, her main task was to give Chen Xiao children. She was afraid that if she could not give Chen Xiao a child because of her mute disease, then she would be harming Chen Xiao. She didn't know if her being mute would cause her to not be able to carry a child, but she was afraid. A little unsure of what to do. She just sat there quietly, getting more and more scared the more she thought about it. But the mind couldn't stop rambling. Wait. Yesterday the village matron said that some people in the city can't have children in their homes either. The men just go out and find little wives to give themselves babies, leaving their wives separated. Suddenly, the mute daughter-in-law thought of this and brightened up. Right. If I can't give birth, it would be good to find a woman for Xiao who can. The mute daughter-in-law's entire body was agitated at the thought. As long as I can give Xiao a child, I'm willing to let Xiao find a concubine. If she doesn't want to, then I'll give Xiao a concubine and she'll be the first wife. As long as she's willing to give birth to Xiao and on. If that doesn't work, then I. The mute daughter-in-law murmured mentally. But when she thought of this, she suddenly blanched, a bit unable to think any further. Could it be that if that woman was unwilling, she was going to leave Qiao? She didn't want to give up. After a moment, she couldn't help but shake her head. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Xiao still has a lot of things to do right now. I'll help Xiao watch and find one first. Xiao is a college student, educated. He's also so powerful, he can make so much money with everyone. I must find Xiao a little wife who can be worthy of Xiao to give him children. Can't be like me, a mute, not to mention unable to bear children. The mute daughter-in-law's eyes gradually firmed up as she thought of this. For the mute daughter-in-law, Qiao was her heaven. Her admiration for Qiao was embedded in her bones. She had always had low self-esteem and felt that she was not worthy of Qiao. She always wanted to fight tooth and nail to try and do more for Qiao. But now that she had been married to Qiao for 2 years, she hadn't been able to conceive a child. This made her unable to help but be terrified. The biggest thing I can do for Qiao is to pass on the family name and have children for Xiao. But now, I may not even be able to give birth to a child, which is the same as not being able to give Qiao a complete family. How sad is Qiao? Besides, I'm still mute. Even if there's nothing wrong with me and I'm able to carry a child, what if the child that comes out is mute, just like me? No way. Whether I can have children or not, I can't. Xiao already has a mute daughter-in-law dragging him down. I can't give him another mute child to continue dragging him down. Thinking of this, the mute daughter-in-law's eyes almost glowed with light, and her eyes grew more and more determined. I have to find a little wife for Xiao. It has to be healthy, prettier than me, and educated. Healthy and surely won't give birth to any problematic children. Being educated means she's smart and gives birth to smart children. The ones that are prettier than me, that's good blood. Xiao is so powerful, he deserves the prettiest woman. Right. That's it. The mute daughter-in-law pursed her lips and thought firmly in her mind. Just as the mute daughter-in-law was rambling, little by little time passed. Finally, Secretary Chan's majestic voice came in from outside this small valley. Little girl, quick, we've sent the chickens over. Quickly open the chicken coop. 45, that Kim Junbok will come back for me. My God, I'm exhausted. In the village committee, Qiao finished the water in the cup with a mouthful of cow's drink and exhaled a long breath and said, Of course I'm tired. If you want to make money, of course you have to take this pain. How can you make this money without suffering? Secretary Chen looked at Chen Zhao's appearance and couldn't help but laugh a little, also speaking with a tired pant. Grandpa, we can't eat hard without suffering. This is more than 10 tons of fodder. We take the folks, a trip over the mountains to carry 2 trips to finish. Can this be done? Grandpa, this won't work. If we want to get rich, we have to build roads first. Without roads, it's too inconvenient. We have to build roads. Qiao couldn't help but say after he had caught his breath. It wasn't that Qiao was complaining. He just got off the train today, and as soon as he came back, he ran all over the entire county as well as some of the surrounding towns and villages. Bought 12 tons of chicken feed piecemeal. When they came back, they couldn't get in because there was no road into the village of Shaojiang, and the car went beyond the mountains. Qiao could only seek help from Secretary Chen. Let Secretary Chen call on the townspeople to help him carry in this chicken feed. 12 tons of chicken feed. Almost half the village is out helping Qiao. But even then, it was still several trips back and forth to carry him. Only then did they finish carrying the 12 tons of chicken feed. Not to mention Qiao and Secretary Chen. Most of the people in the entire village were now panting with exhaustion and resting at home with water. And that's just the first time, 12 tons. These feeds will only last a maximum of 10 days. After 10 days it's going to have to come back that way again. In a year, it's over 400 tons of chicken feed to raise these 10,000 chickens. That means it needs to be carried close to 40 times. Once or twice folks didn't complain, but those 40 times. Even if the people of Shaojiang village were nice to Qiao, they would have to have complaints in their hearts. Therefore, Chen Zhao's first thought was to repair the road. Repair the road? With what? Fix it with your mouth? Do you know how many people it takes to build a road? How long it takes? How much money it costs? You just build roads. Think one thing at a time. Secretary Chen heard Chen Zhao's words, but he couldn't help but roll his eyes and directly said, "Grandpa, don't I remember that our village has a road that can go out? It's only because it's in disrepair that it can't be open to traffic. Can't we fix this road?" Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask. This road has long been deserted. The road was built in the past to transport soldiers and hide grain during the war. Later, after liberation, we still use this road. But some years ago, for some reasons, there was no need to use it anymore, and there was no one to maintain it. The whole road has long been blocked over the years because of landslides and mudslides. It's too difficult to rebuild and unblock it now. Secretary Chen said as he pulled out a dry cigarette and spoke towards Chen Zhao. But Moncler, this just can't be any harder to fix. Otherwise, there will be more and more things to trouble folks with back there. There will always be a day when folks don't want to. Wouldn't that be a shame for the folks? Chen Zhao smacked his lips and still opened his mouth to persuade. You think we don't want to fix it? We want to fix it too. But the question is, who's going to fix it? How to repair it? Who will ask for the money needed to fix the road? There are so many questions. Secretary Chen rolled his eyes and spoke towards Chen Zhao. Who's going to fix it? Of course it's our village folks who will come out together to fix it. As long as we work together, this road is just blocked, it shouldn't be hard to fix it. As for how to fix it? It's not that simple. This road, it's ruined because no one maintains it, and there are so many body slides and mudslides that they block the road. Then won't it be fine if we go and dig up these piles of rocks and mud? Folks can't do much technical stuff, but they can dig and move rocks, right? As for the cost, it's just a matter of rerouting old roads. How much can it cost? Big deal, I'll pay for this, and I'll save some of the money from the loan and use it to repair the road. That should be enough, right? Chen Zhao took a sip of water. Roughly estimating the repair of the road. Dao. You boys think too easy. For all intents and purposes, it would take at least a month or two to repair this road, wouldn't it? Right now the folks are busy packing up their homes and preparing for the new year. After the new year, it'll be time for spring plowing, so you'll let the townspeople spend a month or two together to get this road cleared. What about the spring plowing? What about the spring plowing? Besides the spring plowing, folks are busy from beginning to end of the year. When can they be free? Spring plowing, fall harvesting, and water draining in the summer, and in the winter everyone has to prepare the New Year's goods and pick up the house for the new year. This year round, there is not a free time, you say. Where to get a month or two to repair this road? Secretary Chen said as he stuffed his dry cigarette with tobacco while glancing toward Chen Zhao. It's really. The folks in our village are considered to be the most diligent within the neighboring villages. It's always busy all year round, and it's really hard to stay idle. This road is another section of the mountain road, a full 20 to 30 kilometers. Want to completely dredge really need a month or two of time. This is really a problem. Chen Zhao's brows were also furrowed, and he had a bit of a headache. This is still just one of them. And two, on top of this road, there's not only dirt, but also stakes and rocks. Forget the dirt and stuff, this is something we can dig away with a shovel. But the rocks, those are big rocks that are as tall as a man, and even quite a bit taller than a man. These stones, you can't move them by folks. This stuff, you have to use dynamite to blow it up. You tell me, where do I get this dynamite? Besides, even if you have the explosives, can you blow them up? If you can't get it right and then injure someone, then it's not a big problem. Secretary Chen lit a dry cigarette for himself and took a puff beautifully. Again, he spoke toward Chen Zhao. This. Chen Zhao's frown tightened. It was also feeling a bit tricky. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Zhao frowning and thinking hard, also smiled and shook his head. As for the issue of the money needed. Actually, that's the least of the problems. The village's accounts, more or less, still have a little money, buy some tools, explosives and so on or take out. But the most important problems are the first two. The problem of time, and this technical problem. It's all difficult. Secretary Chen sighed quietly as he smacked his dry cigarette. Chen Zhao didn't say anything, her brows deeply furrowed. This was indeed a big problem. But building roads is a necessity. Whether you are raising chickens now or doing something else in the future, the road must be repaired. It is not for nothing that roads must be built before we can be rich. But the reality now is that the road is not good. What should be done about it? Come on, don't even think about it. This road, it can't be repaired in a while. You should think about the feed now. We carried a lot of feed today, but I'm afraid it's only enough for those chickens of yours for 10 days or so. You ran all over the county today, or used a couple of 9 cents to get this much, so what about next time? Keep going to all parts of the county to collect feed? Isn't that too costly? Secretary Chen was frowning again at this time. Don't worry, Moncler, this is only temporary. It won't be long before that Jin Juanfu will immediately come back to me. At that time, not only will he give a lower price, but also, he will be able to collect more fodder. Chen Zhao heard Secretary Chen's words, but she said confidently. 46. That Chen Zhao's fish farming technique, it doesn't work at all. Didn't you say that his feed has been collected by the people of Yellowfish Beach Village? And for the group of bad-hearted ones from Yellowfish Beach Village to deliberately make things difficult for you. Can this kind of people who see profit and forget righteousness still be used? Secretary Chen heard Chen Zhao's words, but he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask. Grandpa, just don't worry. People like Kim Jun-bok are people who are only interested in profit. He'll recognize whoever can give him enough profit as his father. But this kind of person, again, is very capable. As long as he can be harnessed, he is definitely an extremely handy tool. Chen Zhao smiled and spoke towards Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen nodded in understanding. But again, he couldn't help but say, then how can you be sure that he will definitely come back for you? Hasn't he already done business with Yellowfish Beach Village? Secretary Chen asked again with some confusion. Because, I know Jin Juanfu, and I know the people of Yellowfish Beach Village even better. Precisely because of that understanding, I know that they can never piss in the same pot. One only looks at immediate benefits, the other is stingy and unwilling to give. Master, you watch. It won't be more than a few days before this Jin Juanfu obediently comes to me with fodder. I used to give him a lot of profit to eat out of the corner of his mouth. Now that he sees I'm out of the picture, he's waiting to make a sale on me. Deliberate extortion. If I don't teach him a lesson to hurt him, he really thinks I'm a soft touch. Chen Zhao, however, had a gleam in his eyes and said with confidence. There was a ferocity in his eyes. Anyone who wants to do something in this day and age has to be fierce. Chen Zhao has been raising fish for the past 2 years and has raised this ferocity. You kid. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Zhao, a flash of complexity in his eyes. Unconsciously, the little fart who used to steal chickens and dogs all day long had now grown up. Not only has he married a daughter-in-law, but he has the means and ability to do so. It gave him a sense of time and place as well. Well, Moncler, I'm off to find my daughter-in-law. I haven't gone to meet my daughter-in-law till now. Gone. Just then, Chen Zhao seemed to remember something. With a greeting towards Secretary Chen, he grabbed a large handful of melon seeds on his table and headed outside. Looking at the sparse few melons left on the table, Secretary Chen's mouth twitched, rolled his eyes, and cursed viciously towards Chen Zhao. This brat stoned you with a mouthful of bubbles. In reality, what neither Chen Zhao nor Secretary Chen knew was, don't say it's been a few days. Kim Jun-bok regrets it now. He even had the heart to kill Wen Zai-san and the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. At this time, Yellowfish Beach Village. Yang family senior, are you sure you bought the fish fry correctly? How come I look at this fish fry of yours, it's so much smaller than the one Chen Zhao bought before? Moreover, why is this just one kind of fish fry? I remember that Chen Zhao, didn't he buy several kinds of fish fry before? When Zai-san stood at the edge of the fish pond and looked at the young family's 4 children who were putting in the fish fry, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. At this time, Kim Jun-bok had already delivered the fish fry he bought. When Zai-san and a group of people from Yellowfish Beach Village were watching the 4 children of the young family in the village release the fish fry. But looking at the captain of the second team and the fish fry bought back by the young family's 4th child, I always feel that something is not right, and I can't help but ask. Old branch secretary, you can rest assured. This fish fry, but I personally picked out the good ones with my second uncle. There's no problem. Listening to Wen Zai-san's words, the captain of the second team and the young family's 4th child both flashed their eyes, and the young family's 4th child opened his mouth to speak. Obviously, there was something fishy in there. Wen Zai-san was vaguely aware of something, but he didn't know what kind of foul play it was. Nor did he say anything. The young family's 4th child, however, continued. Moreover, I wanted to say before when that Chen Zhao raised fish, how can you put so many varieties of fry in one fish pond? Another grass carp, another crucian carp, some chub, or something. With so many varieties of fish fry, can they be raised well? How about so many fish, all eating different feeds? This fish farming is just like farming, old branch. Do you think wheat can be planted inside a rice paddy? It's the same thing. You have to keep your fish clean to keep them well. If that Chen Zhao hadn't put in so many messy fish fry before, we would have made more money. Old branch chief, just watch. We'll definitely make more money from fish farming this time than what that Chen Zhao said. Yang family Siwa was a young lad. The first time he was in charge of such a big thing, he was also excited. With a fluttering brow, he made his military orders. This is reasonable. When Zai-san listened to the words of the young family's 4 children, thought about it, and also put down his heart. Indeed. Can rice and wheat be planted together? That's a definite no. But then, he looked at the surface of the clean and dry fish pond, and again, he couldn't help but say, but Yang Jia Siwa, I remember when that Chen Zhao raised fish before, he went through a lot of effort and got some kind of machine. And got some kind of medicine. It cost a lot of money. Why didn't you get that machine and medicine? Can you do it without this machine and medicine? When Zai-san again couldn't help but ask. Old branch secretary. Raising fish is supposed to be a simple matter, you shouldn't think about it too complicated. That Chen Zhao from before, I think he's just playing a trick. Trying to capitalize on this name of this whatever machine, whatever medicine, he wants to greed our money. Old branch secretary, it's not like no one in our ancestry has ever raised fish. Did we need to feed them medicine to raise fish back then? No need. Do you need any machines? No, I don't think so. So, that Qianxiao raises a fish, making it seem like it's so powerful, but in reality, it's not useful at all, it's just used to cheat us out of our money. Old branch secretary, if you don't believe me, we saved a few $1,000s on the cost of raising fish this time. This means that this Qianxiao has screwed us over at least a few $1,000s before. That Qianxiao is a black-hearted one. Young family's 4 children poured all the buckets of fish fry in their hands into the fish pond while speaking towards Wen Zaisan. It seems. It's really so reasonable. Wen Zaisan smacked his lips and thought carefully. Feeling that this young family's oldest, what he said seemed to be quite right. He also stopped saying anything. Well, old branch, I'm off to spread feed for the fry. Just don't worry. As you know, my young family's ancestors were fish farmers. Can I not know how to raise fish? It was that Qianxiao who dared to be an officer before, so I just didn't say anything. In terms of fish farming techniques, our family is an ancestor. Can that Qianxiao be compared to us? The oldest member of the young family finished releasing the fish fry. He also moved the several bags of feed next to him, one by one, onto the wooden boat. While moving them, he spoke towards Wen Zaisan. The 30 acres of fish ponds at Yellow Fish Beach were connected in one piece. It was as big as a large lake. Whether it's feeding or spreading fry, it has to be done by rowing. Row. Then young family old 4, I'll leave this fish pond to you. If anything goes wrong back there, I'll put you to the test. Hearing Yang Laosher's words, the old branch secretary glared and reprimanded towards Yang Laosher. Afterward, he lifted his leg and walked towards the shore. Kim Jun-bak was still waiting here with a car. Old-timer, how is it? I didn't drop the ball for you with this fish fry and fish feed, did I? The quantity is also okay, right? Jin Juanfu leaned against the side of the truck and looked at Moon Jae-san, who was walking over, and took the initiative to welcome him and asked. 47, Moon Jae-san's calculation. No problem. You've done a good job, kid. When Zai-san shook the clothes draped over his body. Appreciatively, he glanced at Kim Jun-bak and said. That's good. That's good. Thanks for the compliment, old-timer. By the way, old senior, there's also the first batch of 2,000 chicks that have been delivered. You've just counted them as well, and the quantities are all correct, right? As Kim Jun-bak listened to Moon Jae-san's words, the smile on his face grew even wider as he spoke. There's no problem either. But how come those chicks don't look too spry? Man in the mountain also nodded, then, again, he frowned and asked. Old senior you have to sympathize. In order to find these chicks, we drove all over the county, village by village, looking for them. It was hard to get enough for 2,000, so we rushed to bring them to you. The chicks aren't in good spirits, probably because they were bumped in the car. Feed them for a few days back there, and I guess they'll be fine. Kim Jun-bak's gaze flickered as he spoke towards Moon Jae-san. Well, that's fine. No problem then. When Jae-san also slightly lowered his heart as he listened to Kim Jun-bak's words. Phew. Kim Jun-bak also let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Moon Jae-san's appearance. In reality, this is some of the chickens that Jin Juanfu specifically picked that are not too good in quality, just to get back at Wen Zaisan for pressurizing the price for him before. Now looking at Wen Zaisan's stupidity, he couldn't help but snicker in the bottom of his heart. However, his face was motionless. Since that's the case, then old senior, do you think we should settle the money for the fish fry and the money for this chicken fry-off? Jin Juanfu immediately spoke towards Wen Zaisan again. Oh, how much? When Moon Jae-san heard Kim Jun-bak's words, he raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. Old-timer, as we agreed with before, I'll count you 10 cents for each tail of fish fry. The total is 30,000 tails. That's $3,000. The chicks, too, are 10 cents apiece, totaling 2,000. I'll count $200 for you. Chicken fry and fish fry is also $3,200. There's also follow-up chicken feed and fish feed, which is estimated to arrive tomorrow. You want a large quantity, the first batch totaled 100 tons. According to the price we agreed on, chicken feed is 8 cents a pound, 50 tons is $8,000. The price of fish feed is $137 a ton, 50 tons, that's $6,850. The price of the first batch of feed tomorrow is $14,850. With the chickens and fish fry, that's $18,050. But since the feed hasn't been delivered yet, you don't have to pay all of this $18,050 now. Just give me $8,050 for the fry, plus a portion of the deposit for the feed. For the rest, you can just settle it to me tomorrow when I deliver the feed. Kim Jun-bak immediately counted the bill while speaking towards Moon Jae-san, and a smile appeared on his face. The job was done. And it's finally time to collect the money. As long as this Wen Zaisan settled the bill, he would not only be able to settle the bill for those other merchants. He himself was also considered to have made a big profit. He'll make at least $4,700 in the middle for this one deal alone. Definitely a windfall in violence. But the next moment, What's that? $18,000? What's so much money? But when Zai-san heard Jin Juanfu's words, the whole person, however, froze and subconsciously said. Eyes were wide. While Jin Juanfu's brows furrowed as he listened to Wen Zai-san's words, old senior, this price, we had an agreement. Whether it's the feed or the chicken fry or the fish fry, I didn't overcalculate for you. Moreover, you only need to pay a deposit of $8,050 now. For the rest, tomorrow, when the feed is all delivered, you can just pay me another $10,000 bucks. For the rest, there are 2 batches of chicks and 2 batches of feed, also one and the same, just settle the bill after it's delivered later. Kim Jun-bak looked at Moon Jae-san. In his heart, he had some bad feelings. Opened his mouth and spoke in detail towards Wen Zai-san about the accounts. No. How can it be so much? I feel like we didn't buy much either. How can we spend so much money? Xiao Jin, you're not fooling an old man like me again, are you? Wen Zai-san still couldn't accept it as he spoke. His eyebrows wrinkled into a chuan. While it was true that he had enough money to. However, taking out so much money at once still made him a little uncomfortable. He was reluctant to take it out. Old-timer, this price, we've discussed it all, plainly. The accounts are all here. I haven't overcharged you a penny. Kim Jun-bak's brow furrowed as he spoke again to emphasize. Moon Jae-san looked up at Kim Jun-bak and pursed his lips. Still not willing to take out so much money at once. So after thinking about it, he spoke, this. Comrade Xiao Jin, how about this? Aren't you still 4,000 chicks short of being delivered, as well as isn't that first batch of feed still to come? Why don't we do it this way? When you deliver the chicks and feed, we'll settle the bill together, how about it? When Jae-sen spoke towards Kim Jun-bak. And as soon as these words came out, Jin Juanfu's face suddenly changed and became bad-looking, old senior. This can't be done. If you do this, you will have no credibility. I have sent you the goods, you do not pay, there is no such reason? Jin Juanfu's frown tightened. He looked at Moon Jae-san with a hidden threat. You youngster. How do you talk? What's with the lack of credibility? You mean I'd be worse off with your little money? I'm just saying, now that your feed hasn't been delivered yet, you're making me pay you, and what if I have to pay and you run away? While listening to Jin Juanfu's words, Wen Zai-san was not happy. With a glare, he asked back towards Kim Jun-bak. Even if you say that I haven't delivered the feed yet, and you're afraid that I'll run away and not give the deposit, but the chicken fry and fish fry have already been delivered. You have to pay me for this chicken fry and fish fry, right? Listening to Wen Jae-san's words, Jin Juanfu's face became even more ugly. Speaking again, he said. That makes even less sense. Now chicken fry and fish fry you sent is good. But how are we going to raise them without feed? Just in case I settle your bill now and you turn around and break our agreement and sell the chicken feed and fish feed to someone else. Wouldn't that be a bad thing for us? Moon Jae-san, however, was again speaking with vigor towards Kim Jun-bak. You. Kim Jun-bak's face turned red with anger as he listened to Moon Jae-san's crooked reasoning. His eyes stared ferociously at Wen Jae-san in death. It was as if he was about to make a move the next moment. And the crowd of Yellowfish Beach Village, not far from the side, had obviously noticed the situation over here as well. One by one, they were all looking at Jin Juanfu with vigilance. As long as Jin Juanfu dared to make any movements, these people would surely swarm on them. Little Jin. Just relax. The money for this feed is the big one. When your feed is delivered, we'll settle this bill together, won't that make everyone happy? What? Are you afraid I'll run away? This fish fry have been put in, is it possible that I can still fish them out and run away together? When Jae-san couldn't help but smile smugly as he looked at Jin Juanfu. Leaning on his old posture, he spoke towards Kim Jun-bak. 48, it's not good, old branch secretary, Chen Xiao has bought the chickens. I've been hunting geese for years, but I've been pecked blind by them. Often walking by the river, but really wet shoes. Kim Jun-bak's lungs were about to explode as he looked at Moon Jae-san. Earlier, he was dazzled by the big business that this Moon Jae-san had brought in. I really forgot about the character of the villagers of the Yellowfish Beach Village of this Wen Zai-san in the hall. Now think about it. Chen Xiao led this group of people to become rich, but this group of people turned their backs on Chen Xiao and reported him. This kind of goods that were enmity and revenge were definitely not considered to be any quality collaborators. He himself had even offended Chen Xiao for this group of people. Regret. It's real regret. Kim Jun-bak tried hard to suppress the fire in his heart. His eyes vaguely glanced at the several peasant Hans not far away whose gazes were fixed on this side. Patiently, he said, old-timer, this definitely won't work. Just as you're worried that I'll run away, I'm worried about you too. Now I've sent you all the fish fry and chickens and you won't even pay me. Then tomorrow I'll send you the feed as well, and when I get to your village you're going to refuse to give me any money. What will I do then? I can't do anything about your whole village on my own, can I? Kim Jun-bak narrowed his eyes and tried to maintain a conciliatory tone as he spoke. Look at you saying that. Comrade Xiao Jin, would we from Yellowfish Beach Village be this kind of person? I promise you, tomorrow, as long as you deliver the goods, we will definitely settle your account. Fair trade, right? Besides, these feeds you're sending now are only the first batch. These feeds are only enough to feed the chickens and fish for more than 2 months. We'll have to continue to buy feed from you, we're in this for the long haul, are you afraid we'll screw you over? Wen Jaisen said nonchalantly towards Jin Junfu. And Kim Junbok's face was as gloomy as water as he watched Moon Jae-san look like he was dead set on paying. The bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. Especially after hearing Wen Jae-san say that he would continue to do long-term business? He's not stupid, how could he fall into one hole twice? After doing this business this time, he would never have any contact with this Yellowfish Beach village person again. For the sake of such a business, offended Chen Xiao not to mention. I didn't expect to settle the bill so painlessly now. This group of people and Chen Xiao are really far from each other. It's still most comfortable to work with Chen Xiao. Kim Junbok thought in a depressed manner in his heart. But now that he was looking at the smug Moon Jae-san, he was still a bit powerless. The work was now half done. It's gone down the ditch. He'll have to accept it if he doesn't. He could only hope that tomorrow when the feed was brought in, Wen Jae-san would really be able to give him a painful settlement of the bill. Otherwise, it's really a steal. The Golden Army Service thought of this. Narrowing his eyes, he turned toward Wen Jae-san and said, then I'll give this face to the old-timer. After you come tomorrow, the $18,050 will be settled in one go. I hope old-timer won't go back on his word. Kim Junbok stared at Moon Jae-san with a gloomy face and spoke. The tone was not without a few threats. Okay. No problem. I'll settle your bill tomorrow when the goods are delivered. When Wen Jae-san heard this, a smile appeared on his face as well. With a seemingly grandiose wave of his hand, he spoke towards Wen Jae-san. Alright, old senior, then I'll leave first. Jin Junfu also wasted no time. With a final word, he turned around and got into the car. Along with the driver, they left. What a little yakuza. What's the point of being horizontal in front of me? Why don't you just obediently give me a plate now? When Jae-san watched Kim Junfu leave with his men, before he smiled smugly again, and cursed viciously. But then, he was thinking about the account that Jin Junfu had just calculated, and his face turned ugly again, but 18050. How can it be so much money? This is still only the first batch of feed. Another batch of fish feed will be enough. But there are several batches of chicken feed to follow. One batch is so much money. Several batches later, how much will this cost? When Jae-san heartbrokenly broke his fingers and counted. Originally, he had planned to settle the bill today. However, as soon as he heard that he had to give away such a large amount of money, he couldn't give it up. That's why so many things were made. This is indeed too much money. We'll have to renegotiate the price with this Jin Junfu tomorrow when he delivers the feed. For so much money, isn't this a pitfall? This price has to be renegotiated. Wen Jae-san thought about it and couldn't help but say again as his eyes lit up. Wen Jae-san was pondering what kind of price to negotiate tomorrow, while walking towards the village committee. But just then, a panicked figure ran in from outside the village. Panicked, he ran towards Wen Jae-san. While running, he was also screaming with a face full of panic. Old branch secretary. It's not good. That Chen Xiao, I don't know where he got the chickens. It's already been sent to Xiaojiang village. Running towards Wen Jae-san was a dry and thin young man. His words caused Wen Jae-san's face to change. Sun family Erwa. You say that again. What happened to Chen Xiao then? Wen Jae-san fiercely took 2 steps forward to meet him. With a gloomy face, he opened his mouth towards the Sun family's Erwa and asked. Old branch secretary, that Chen Xiao, got a large batch of chicken chicks and has already sent them to Xiaojiang village. Sun Jia Erwa panted and spoke towards Wen Jae-san. Sun family Erwa, are you sure you're not mistaken? Wen Jae-san's face became even more gloomy. What was he looking for Jin Junfu to buy so many chicks at once before? Wasn't it to monopolize the county's chickens so Chen Xiao would have no chickens to raise? But now? Chen Xiao's chickens, where did they come from? Old branch, I'm sure I'm right. That secretary of Xiaojiang village, Chen Youfu, personally pressed a car that stopped until it reached the entrance to Xiaojiang village. After that Chen Youfu left, and I snuck up to take a look. That cart, it was full of chickens. Moreover, that chicken fry is different from ours, it's white. I don't know what kind of chicken it is. The Sun family's Erwa swallowed his saliva and spoke with conviction. How could this be? Wen Jae-san's face was as gloomy as water. Gritting his teeth, his voice almost squeezed out from between them. Unexpected. He had gone to this extent in order to leave Chen Xiao with no chickens to raise, and Chen Xiao was still able to get chickens. Where did this chick come from? Do you see roughly how many chicks are in there? Wen Jae-san thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out, so he opened his mouth again and asked. I think it has to be 8 or 9,000. Chattering and chirping extraordinarily. The Sun family's Erwa thought about it and spoke with conviction. This is impossible. But as soon as the Sun family's Erwa finished speaking, Wen Zaisan couldn't help but say, 49, that Chen Xiao is a sham. 8 or 9,000? Wouldn't that be raising more than us? Xiaojiang village was emptied of his borrowed money before. It probably couldn't even come up with $10,000. 8 or 9,000 chickens? How can he raise them? Where does he get the money to raise them? You must have read it wrong. Wen Zaisan's face was gloomy and watery, but he said with great certainty, Old branch secretary, I can't possibly be wrong. When that driver went to take a leak, I went into the car and counted the plates. I didn't finish counting, but I estimate from what I counted that there must have been 70 or 80 plates anyhow. And inside each tray, the chickens are densely packed, so there must be 100 chickens at any rate. 100 chicks per plate, 70 to 80 plates, how can it be 7 to 8,000? Sun family Erwa anxiously explained. You're telling the truth? Hearing the Sun family's Erwa speak with such conviction, Wen Zaisan also had to believe it. Although the Sun family's Erwa was unreliable, he wouldn't lie about such things. Damn it! This Chen Xiao, how did he get so lucky? Where did he get the chicks from? Didn't that Jin Juanfu say that all the chicks in our county were collected by him and sold to us? This Jin Juanfu. Why is he so fussy about things? Wen Zaisan's face turned completely ugly. He had thought. His own village bought the county's chickens empty, and Chen Xiao had no choice but to stare. Let Chen Xiao watch with his own eyes as he and others use Chen Xiao's money-making ideas to make money, but Chen Xiao can only watch dryly. They, Yellowfish Beach Village, would also be able to give a good outlet for their grievances. This was the price for Chen Xiao daring to betray Yellowfish Beach Village. And yet, I didn't expect it. One's first reckoning had fallen through. Chen Xiao didn't know where he had gotten the chickens from, and, moreover, had gotten 7 to 8,000 of them. It was more than the number of chicks that one had to raise in their own village. This is simply. Wait. Suddenly, Wen Zaisan seemed to have thought of something and his eyes narrowed slightly. Right. 7 to 8,000 chicks, Chen Xiao and Little Harbor Village didn't have much money left. Where did he get so many chicks to raise them? Wen Zaisan's eyes flickered slightly as he thought of this. Right. Besides, 7,000 or 8,000 chicks need a lot more feed than we do. If we raise 6,000 chickens, we'll need close to 270 tons of feed a year. 88 cents a catty, it's more than $42,000. Even in our village of Yellowfish Beach, we have to count in the extra $20,000 odd that the townspeople have scraped together to have enough to raise these 6,000 chickens. This Xiaojiang village was emptied out by Chen Xiao's borrowed money before. How much money can it come up with now? I'm afraid it's less than $10,000. $10,000 for 8,000 chickens? I'm afraid Chen Xiao doesn't have enough money to buy feed, right? Heh, still a college student. What a false reputation. It seems that the Yang family's 4 children are right. This Chen Xiao just doesn't have much ability, and being able to take us fish farming for money before was just chance. This time, this Chen Xiao will definitely have to make a big mistake in raising chickens. Wen Zaisan made a calculation in his heart. The more you do the math, the brighter your eyes become. There was still a sneer on his face. Moreover, although this Chen Xiao got the chickens from who knows where, the feed has to be bought from the county. Earlier, I had asked Jin Juanfu to sell all of the county's chicken feed to our Yellowfish Beach Village. Tomorrow that Jin Juanfu will be able to deliver it. Chen Xiao, I'd like to see how you're going to raise these 7,000 to 8,000 chickens without chicken feed. Then, when Zaisan was thinking about the feed again, the color of triumph raised even more on his face. He was very proud of his previous foresight. If he hadn't purposely negotiated the chicken feed specialization business with Jin Juanfu, how could they have dug such a big hole for Chen Xiao? In the end, the corners of Wen Zaisan's mouth were hooked up as he murmured in triumph. Chen Xiao, Chen Xiao. Without chicken feed, I'll see what you'll do when your chicks starve to death alive. Daughter-in-law, how's it going? Did you feed the chickens? Another run out of town to buy the chickens, and another escort all the way to the chickens. Another run all over the county a little bit to collect feed. Chen Xiao, who was tired for 2 whole days. Yesterday, he came to the chicken coop and gave the mute daughter-in-law an explanation of the matters of raising chickens. Then he couldn't carry on and went back to rest first. After a good night's sleep, came to the chicken coop early in the morning. I saw the mute daughter-in-law who was adding water to the chickens in the chicken coop. Looking at his daughter-in-law's slender back, the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth hooked up. While walking over, he opened his mouth and asked, The mute daughter-in-law instantly turns around in surprise. She then saw the godly Chen Xiao walking over. The large eyes instantly narrowed into a crescent moon. Then, hurriedly, he put down the long-spouted kettle he was holding to refill the chicken's water. A quick gesture was made in his hand. Ah Xiao, you're here. I've already fed the chicken once. The chickens are now being fed water filled with glucose and vitamins as you said. The mute daughter-in-law smiled and spoke towards Chen Xiao. Good daughter-in-law, great job. Chen Xiao also had a bigger smile on her face when she heard this. Habitually, he directly swept his mute daughter-in-law into his arms and rubbed her little butt hard. The mute daughter-in-law's small white face reddened, but she didn't refuse. Instead, her large eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she looked at Chen Xiao with a smile. Ah Xiao likes big asses. If you find a little wife for Ah Xiao, you have to have a big ass as well. In his heart, he was secretly poking and prodding. Wait. Silly daughter-in-law, why do you look so tired? Suddenly, Chen Xiao keenly noticed the lingering look of exhaustion on his daughter-in-law's face. Instantly frowning, he opened his mouth to ask. The mute daughter-in-law hurriedly gestured her hand, trying to say something. Chen Xiao, however, ignored her. Instead, he pushed her away a bit and looked at the situation on his daughter-in-law. After taking a closer look, he looked at the clothes he hadn't changed on his daughter-in-law, and the dirt that had dried on top of his cloth shoes. Instantly, his face sank. Tell me, did you not go back to bed last night, did you? Chen Xiao wrapped her arms around her mute daughter-in-law's waist and looked at her sternly. The mute daughter-in-law was startled by Chen Xiao's gaze, looking at Chen Xiao with baffled eyes. The hand hesitantly gestured sign language. I slept in the chicken coop for a while yesterday. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao blearily and gestured. Pa. But the next moment, her fat little butt just got slapped. Still talking nonsense. Tell me, last night, did you stay up all night, staring at the chickens here? Chen Xiao's voice was still stern. The mute daughter-in-law was scared like a quail and didn't dare to speak. Wide-eyed, she looked at Chen Xiao with a look of anxiety and fear in her eyes. You. Chen Xiao sighed even as he looked at his mute daughter-in-law's pitiful little look. You have to love yourself a little. You're my daughter-in-law, if you get exhausted, isn't that killing me? Chen Xiao also couldn't bear to continue reprimanding this foolish daughter-in-law of his. Taking her into his arms fiercely, he opened his mouth and spoke. With difficulty, the mute daughter-in-law put her hand up and gestured a simple meaning. I can do it. It's okay. The mute daughter-in-law said. 50. The true capacity of the system. You can't do this even if you can. You were supposed to be here all night. And last night, you went back to wash my feet and clothes. This morning, he went back to cook for me again. An iron body can't take all this work. Silly daughter-in-law. Never do that again, okay? Now, just go back to bed and get some sleep. No more coming over here without my permission. Chen Xiao looked at his mute daughter-in-law with heartache and opened his mouth to sternly instruct. After getting up this morning, he felt like he was stripped of his clothes and his feet were cleaned. When he went out, he even saw the clothes that had already been washed and dried, and a good breakfast. Chen Xiao had thought. It was the mute daughter-in-law who came back to do it after she had finished working in the chicken coop after she fell asleep yesterday. After doing it and sleeping together, they got up early this morning to make breakfast and came to the chicken coop. How could I have imagined? This silly daughter-in-law of his simply didn't sleep all night, taking care of herself again and keeping an eye on the chicken coop. How can that be? When the mute daughter-in-law heard Chen Xiao's words, she was in a hurry. The sign language was gesticulating like a wind turbine. Anxiously, he spoke toward Chen Xiao. Ah Xiao, it won't work, you said it yesterday. This batch of chicks is all ready to warm, but because of the long-distance transportation, there's some stress. It has to be taken care of with care. Otherwise, it's easy to die in large numbers. Ah Xiao, you borrowed so much money to raise these chickens, if something goes wrong with these chickens, it's over. Ah Xiao, just let me stay here. I'm sure I can take care of the chicks. After comparing sign language, the mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao blearily, her big eyes filled with anxiety. Pa. Saying no means no. You have to go back to bed. I'm here. Don't you trust me? Chen Xiao was the one who smacked her little butt hard again. It was very domineering and said. The mute daughter-in-law, however, did not budge in any way, and again quickly gestured her sign language. Ah Xiao, these jobs are too dirty. You have to feed and water again. What's more, you have to clean up the chicken poop. Chicken manure is so dirty. You're a college student, an educated person, how can you do these things? The mute daughter-in-law was stubbornly expressing her meaning towards Chen Xiao. Pa. How come I can't do it? I'm the one who proposed raising chickens, and how to raise them on a large scale is also my idea. How can I not do it? Anyway, you're just going to have to go back to bed for me now. Otherwise, I'm really going to get angry. Chen Xiao very sternly said as she slapped towards Sulpa's daughter-in-law's little ass. Well. The dumb daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao, who was really a bit angry. There was also a flash of fear in her big eyes. In the end, it nodded obediently. Lovingly, she climbed up from Chen Xiao's arms. Taking 3 steps back, he walked towards the outside of the chicken coop. This stupid daughter-in-law, so unloving. Watching the dumb daughter-in-law finally go back to rest, Chen Xiao was relieved. Heartbroken, she said. Well, it's my turn to work next. The mute daughter-in-law left. Chen Xiao also moved his arms, lifted the long-spouted water pot that the mute daughter-in-law had just used, and began to continue adding water to the chickens that hadn't been refilled. Ding! Detected that the host has animal husbandry behavior. Open the animal husbandry skill. Current skill progress, animal husbandry LV1, 50-10,000. However, when Chen Xiao had just finished adding water to a cage of chickens, suddenly in his mind was the sound of a system alert. This caused Chen Xiao to freeze. This system, it can still perform skill upgrades? Didn't it say that it gives rewards for completing tasks? Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. He had thought this system was also a system that gave rewards for completing tasks. But now, this sudden awakening of animal husbandry skills made him feel incredible. But he didn't wait for him to think more. The next moment. Buzz. Suddenly. There was another stream of information that poured into the mind. This is? Chen Xiao instantly froze again. The next moment. He then hurriedly closed his eyes to absorb the information. A moment later, he opened his eyes and felt incredible. These, surprisingly, are the experiences of raising various animals? Before, although Chen Xiao had been rewarded by the system for his knowledge of raising chickens, it allowed him to understand the various breeds of chickens, their habits, feed requirements, and whatnot. This knowledge, however, is just data. And now, it's just real experience. At this moment, Chen Xiao was like an old herdsman who knew the habits and states of all the animals like the back of his hand. With just a glance, he was able to tell what state the farmed animals were in. Are they thirsty, hungry, or sick? It's all the same to be able to tell. And just then, ding! Congratulations to the host, awakening the first life skill. Gain an additional reward. Private space unlimited. Please keep up the good work for a perfect life, host. Suddenly, another beep sounded. Swish! Instantly, Chen Xiao's eyes widened strangely. If anything, that countless farming experience before had made him already feel incredible. Then now, this private space is a divine ability. It's just a little bit of a shock to him. This system. It's hard to believe that it's not a simple life-oriented system? Chen Xiao gulped and couldn't help but mutter. He had thought that the system's greatest ability would only be to give him something on the level of knowledge. But now, with the emergence of the private space ability, he was a bit confused. Forget it. I don't care what kind of system this is. As long as it allows me to give my stupid daughter-in-law a better life, and the folks of Little Harbor Village a better life. To be able to support me in making Little Harbor Village, the nation's, no. It should now be the world's #1 village would be fine. A moment later, Chen Xiao cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and opened his mouth to murmur. Being able to return reborn this time, he knew that he had come to atone for his sins, as well as to repay his kindness. The small harbor village that gave him life, the mute daughter-in-law who gave him a second life. As long as he could make them well, he was willing to do anything. But it's better now. Before it was a headache, it was a pain in the ass to get in and out of Little Harbor Village without a road, resulting in a headache both in the delivery of feed and later on when the chickens lay eggs and go outside the village to sell them. After all, with 10 and 20 tons of feed, manual labor to move it can still barely hold up. However, to raise 10,000 chickens, it would take more than 400 tons of feed. If we let the folks move it, it would be too hard on the folks. If we get people to move it, the cost will be too high. Now, with this private space, and an infinitely large private space at that, no matter how much feed I buy, I, alone, will be able to move it with ease. A light blossomed in Chen Xiao's eyes. If he had said that the previous old herder's experience in animal husbandry still made him feel that it was just icing on the cake. Now with the private space, it would truly be a transformation from man to God. Also, having this private space ability will allow me to do more things. 51. Kim Junbok's regret. To put it in the simplest terms, if I were to use this private space ability to smuggle, in less than a month, I'd be a millionaire. Or even in a short period of time, I can become someone who is worth over $100 million. In this era, being worth over $100 million. It's comparable to a certain yun in the latter days. Moreover, with this ability in place, one will never have to worry about being caught. It's a huge profit. Only, this is against the law after all. Why do something illegal when I can make money through regular channels? So there's just no need to do it. Chen Xiao had a smile on his face. Countless ideas exploded wildly in his mind. The ability of private space brought him great excitement. It gave him a higher outlook. Forget it. Let's not think about this mess for now. One step at a time. Probably the biggest use of this private space right now is to solve the feed problem. Chen Xiao shook his head, temporarily clearing his mind of those pie-in-the-sky thoughts. Focusing on the most important issue right now. Why did you have to buy feed from the county before? It's because transportation costs are so high in this day and age. Buying from the county can minimize the cost of transportation to the minimum. Combined with shipping, the cost of a pound of feed is able to be 6 cents or less. However, if you buy the feed from the city, the price of the feed itself may be even lower, but if you ship it over, that price will reach 9 cents, or even up to 10 cents. So, before, I had to rely on Jin Juanfu's feed channels to supply myself with feed on a large scale. Even, to find ways to play tricks to force Jin Juanfu to come to me and cooperate with me. But it's okay now. With this private space ability, it will be convenient for me to just go out of the province to buy feed. I can also completely detach myself from relying on Jin Juanfu's feed supply channels. A light blossomed in Chen Zhao's eyes. At this moment, he finally didn't have to laboriously calculate this and that. With the private space ability, he had the capital to break all laws with one force. All the worries in his heart were put down. Kim Jun Bak. Man Jae-san. Yellowfish Beach Village. Secretary Feng. Next, we can have some fun. Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly again. Previously, he was busy raising chickens to pay off his folks' debts. He was also cautious in doing things, afraid of doing something wrong. I don't dare to do anything to the village of Yellowfish Beach. Even if his heart was filled with hatred for Yellowfish Beach Village, he didn't dare to do anything more. Afraid to cause his chicken business to be ruined because of the mess. Now well, things have to be done little by little. Now, let's just keep feeding the chickens. Raising chickens is the right thing to do now. I just don't know how the proficiency of this animal husbandry skill is raised. A few moments later, Chen Zhao shook his head, temporarily sweeping away the distractions and continuing to carry the water jug. Adding water to the chickens. And as Chen Zhao continued to add water to the chickens. The next moment. Ding! It is detected that the host is performing the act of animal husbandry. Animal husbandry skill proficiency plus 50. Animal husbandry LV1, 110,000. The bastards. I didn't realize that I, Jin Juanfu, have been hunting geese for years, but now I've been pecked blind by a goose. These sons of ES piss me off. In the county town. Jin Juanfu was in the same state-run hotel where he always is. Whispering and hissing. The eyes were crimson with rage. Every time he thought of when Zaisan's shameless and smug look in front of him yesterday, he just gnashed his teeth in hatred. The village of Yellowfish Beach was a strange collaborator. He thought about doing business with Yellowfish Beach Village and how things might go wrong. But he didn't expect that it would go wrong. He did not expect Yellowfish Beach Village people can be so shameless. Fair trade, one hand pays, one hand delivers. Now that he has delivered the goods, the village of Yellowfish Bank is unwilling to pay. It's not that there weren't people like this before, but the people who dared to play with him in the past with this kind of mindset can't even find their bodies now. But how could he not expect that? Now someone else was playing that mind game with him. And he still can't do anything about the other person. It was fast driving him all mad. I should have known that I would have continued this chicken feed business with Chen Zhao. Even if that Chen Zhao doesn't have much money now, and doesn't necessarily raise as many chickens as the people in this Yellowfish Beach Village, he at least knows the rules. He settles his bills well. These damn things from Yellowfish Beach Village dare to play with Master Zhao like this. What a regret. Kim Jun Bak was really feeling regret. Earlier, after he knew Chen Zhao's identity, he learned that Chen Zhao had just been released from the detention center. All of his property had also been confiscated. Just think, now that Chen Zhao has had his money confiscated, he doesn't have any capital left. Can't do any big business. Just look down on Chen Zhao by a few points. And because of the business that Yellowfish Beach Village brought him, it made his blood run cold and momentarily shook his eyes. Then he gave the Yellowfish Beach Village a standing ovation, thus offending Chen Zhao. But how could he not have thought that he had offended Chen Zhao by standing up for the people of Yellowfish Beach Village? The people of Yellowfish Beach Village, however, played him like a ghost. Doing things too unruly. One hand pays, one hand delivers. That's the rule of the trade. But what about the people of Yellowfish Beach Village? He supplied the goods himself, but this Yellowfish Bank Village did not settle the bill. Not to mention breaking the rules. Because he still can't do anything about the other guy when he's on his own turf. This really made him not know what to do for a moment. Larded up. I am larded. If I had done the chicken feed business with Chen Zhao, even if the business was smaller, I'm afraid that all the money I should have made would have been in my hands by now. But now. Not to mention the fact that I haven't made any money, I still owe the fish fry seller a few $1,000s. When did I ever do this kind of business? Kim Jun Bak continued his tirade through clenched teeth and, in his heart, he became more and more regretful. And it's not just the money for the fish fry. Now there's also money owed for 50 tons of chicken feed and 50 tons of fish feed. If we deliver these to Yellowfish Beach Village today, that old thing won't settle the bill again. Then I'll really be stealing from a chicken. Not to mention making money, I'm afraid all the money I've earned over the years will have to be lost into this business. These bastards. The thought that he might go bankrupt all at once because of this business. Kim Jun Bak couldn't help but curse out fiercely again. After a few more moments like this, suddenly a high-calling voice came from outside the door. Brother Fu, I'm back. Jin Juanfu heard a panting voice coming from outside. Suddenly, he looked up. A dry, thin figure was seen running quickly into the state hotel from outside. Toward Jin Juanfu, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Luzi. You're back? How was it? Did you find out what I asked you to inquire about?" Jin Juanfu's eyes instantly lit up. Toward Xiao Luzi, he asked. "Brother Fu, don't worry, the things you asked me to inquire about are already in place." Xiao Luzi gasped for air and first responded towards Jin Juanfu. Afterward, with a dry mouth, he picked up the cup of water to the side and drank it in a fierce gulp. Only then did he continue. "Brother Fu, I've inquired, that Chen Xiao does want to raise chickens, and he's raising quite a lot of them." Xiao Luzi finished drinking water and said with a ragged breath. 52. When Zai-san is not going to settle the bill again? Oh? You really want to raise chickens? Then how is he doing now? Did you buy the chicks? Where's the chicken feed? When Jin Juanfu heard Xiao Luzi's words, a flash of light exploded in his eyes and he hurriedly asked after him. While asking, he poured Xiao Luzi another cup of water. "Truthfully, since I came back from Yellowfish Beach Village yesterday, it had the intention to give up the chicken feed business with Yellowfish Beach Village to continue. It wanted to turn around and continue doing business with Chen Xiao. After all, the character of the people of Yellowfish Beach Village really made him not dare to continue doing this business. And Chen Xiao, who also wanted to raise chickens, was naturally his first choice. So, early this morning, he sent out people to help him inquire about Chen Xiao's current chicken raising situation, to ascertain the accuracy of the news that Chen Xiao was raising chickens. Now that he heard Xiao Luzi say that Chen Xiao was indeed going to raise chickens, it instantly brightened his eyes. He himself was the biggest two-timer in the county. If Chen Xiao were to raise chickens, then the chicks and chicken feed would definitely have to come to him. Although he did offend Chen Xiao for the sake of Yellowfish Beach Village. However, the sky is the limit. All one has to do is go to Chen Xiao, apologize and pay a price. Chen Xiao would naturally still do business with him. After all, Chen Xiao wanted to raise chickens, and the demand for chicks and chicken feed was huge. In the entire county, only he himself could supply Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao is not a little cutie. Naturally, she wouldn't have to go against herself. As long as you do this business with Chen Xiao, he wouldn't have to hang on to Yellowfish Beach Village by a thread. Stop in time on the business of Yellowfish Beach Village. Still able to not lose the big business of chicken feed. Therefore, he is now especially eager for Chen Xiao's news. "Brother Fu, I've inquired. That Chen Xiao has bought chickens now." Xiao Luzi wasn't polite either. Again, he picked up the cup of water and finished it in one gulp before his breath calmed down and he opened his mouth. "What? Bought it? Where did he buy it from?" Kim Junbok's eyes instantly widened and his brows furrowed. There was a bad feeling in his heart. This wasn't what he thought it would be. Chen Xiao actually got the chickens without relying on him? In this county, besides him, who else could get a large batch of chickens? "Brother Fu, I don't know where I bought them from, I only know that the chicks came next from the train. I guess it's not bought from our city. It should have been bought from out of town." Xiao Luzi spoke directly towards Jin Juanfu about the situation. Bought out of town? And Xiao Luzi's words even made Jin Juanfu's entire body shake. A flash of realization flashed in his eyes. But the bad feeling in his heart was even worse. How could he not have thought that Chen Xiao would break away from him and buy the chickens from out of town? This gave him a sense of crisis. The ultimate sense of crisis. It wasn't because he couldn't sell the chickens to Chen Xiao anymore. How many dollars could you make from a chicken fry? Rather, it was because Chen Xiao was able to get away from him and buy the chicks from somewhere else. What about feed? Couldn't Chen Xiao also break away from him and buy it from somewhere else? Also, this shows an attitude of Chen Xiao. It wasn't like Chen Xiao couldn't do business without him, Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao doesn't want to play with him anymore. He realized, yesterday he had offended Chen Xiao for the sake of Yellowfish Beach Village, and now, it had finally borne bitter fruits. He also wanted to take advantage of Chen Xiao's business to stop the loss in time. Now it's probably not going to work. He was certain before that Chen Xiao would definitely come back to him and continue to approach him for the chicken feed business. Now it was good. People Chen Xiao broke away from him and bought goods from out of town. His previous certainty was now like a joke. He's like a clown. What about the quantity? That Chen Xiao, how many chicks did he buy? Jin Juanfu regretted to the extreme in his heart. However, he still gritted his teeth and unwillingly continued to ask towards Xiao Luzi. Chen Xiao was now unwilling to do business with him. He could only hope that Chen Xiao didn't raise as many chickens as Yellowfish Beach Village. That way, he wouldn't have to regret it so much. 10,000. According to the brothers over at the train station, it's a full 10,000 chicks. Xiao Luzi looked at Jin Juanfu's gritted teeth, pursed his lips and opened his mouth. What? 10,000? But Xiao Luzi's words caused Jin Juanfu's entire body to freeze. It took a long time to react. 10,000. That's 10,000 chicks. That meant that Chen Xiao would have to raise 10,000 chickens. To know. Yellowfish Beach Village has only raised 6,000 chickens, and the feed he has to buy is a big business for him. And Chen Xiao was raising 10,000 chickens. That would require more feed than Yellowfish Beach Village. This business is bigger. Bigger than he could even think of. It also meant that he would make a lot more money if he took the business. Even double what Yellowfish Beach Village made. But now, just because he offended Chen Xiao, this business, most likely, will have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, the remorse in Jin Juanfu's heart was like a tidal wave, crazily impacting his sanity. In the end, it couldn't be helped. Cursing out in anger to the extreme. Damn it! Why did I make the stupid mistake of offending Chen Xiao for that group of scumbags from Yellowfish Beach Village before? This was a typical case of picking up the sesame and losing the watermelon. Obviously Chen Xiao's business is bigger, the people are more familiar, and the checkout is more painful. Yet because of this group of scumbags from Yellowfish Beach Village, not only did I miss out on such a big business, I also offended such a good partner like Chen Xiao for such a bunch of rotten people from Yellowfish Beach Village. How could I be so stupid? Kim Jun-bak gasped. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Just because Chen Xiao was arrested, he momentarily had some disdain for Chen Xiao and wanted to take advantage of the Yellowfish Beach Village to pinch Chen Xiao. Now well, Chen Xiao is not happy. Directly disengaged from him, not doing business with him. What this has led to now is that he's not only stumped a bunch of lousy people to do business with. Money can't be recovered, not to mention. And, it's missing out on bigger business. Even the business of borrowing Chen Xiao to give himself a timely stop-loss could not be done. Jin Juanfu was truly gritting his teeth in hatred. Forget it, this is already the case now. The business with Yellowfish Beach Village will have to continue. Otherwise, we'll really lose a lot of money this time. Later on, let the fleet of vehicles pull the chicken feed over first, and see how the Yellowfish Beach Village settles the bill. If today is still like yesterday, dragging out the settlement, then we'll have to have some fun with these scumbags. Old timer. The first batch of feed, 50 tons of chicken feed and 50 tons of fish feed, are all here for you. Why, do you want to inspect the goods? Afternoon. A convoy of 15 trucks arrived at the village of Yellowfish Beach. It was Jin Juanfu and the others. But this time, instead of driving the truck into Yellowfish Beach Village, Kim Jun-bak stopped right at the intersection. He called over Wen Zai-san and the captains of the 2 brigades from Yellowfish Beach Village alone. However, Moon Jae-san was obviously full of wariness of Kim Jun-bak as well. He brought more than 20 village Hans. Oh little Jean, why did you park your car here? We're going to the village first. Once we get to the village, eat something, and drink some water, we'll just take our time. Moon Jae-san's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kim Jun-bak, who was sitting in the passenger side of the truck with no intention of getting out. Putting on an amiable appearance, he spoke towards Kim Jun-bak. Just as Kim Jun-bak had feared. That's right, Moon Jae-san still doesn't intend to settle the bill today. 53, can't we go by the previous price? Yesterday he thought about it and decided that it was still too much money. So it was thought. As long as Jin Juanfu entered Yellowfish Beach Village, he was not afraid that Jin Juanfu would run away with the goods. He planned to have the village people force Jin Juanfu to put down the goods and leave first, just like he did yesterday. The bill will be settled later. It was just that he didn't expect that Jin Juanfu with his caravan didn't enter the village. This caught him off guard. Don't! This Yellowfish Beach Village of yours, I'm afraid I can get in, but I can't get out. You can start with this point. After ordering the goods and settling the bill, we can be considered to have a good cooperation. Jin Juanfu, however, sneered at Wen Jae-san's words. With a glance, he could see that Wen Jae-san was moving against himself again. There is no politeness, directly sneering towards Wen Jae-san said. You! Wen Jae-san looked at Kim Jun-bak's blatant defense against him not giving him face, and his entire face was gloomy. The group of Hans from Yellowfish Beach Village that Wen Jae-san had brought with him naturally also heard Jin Juanfu's mockery. One by one, they all looked at Jin Juanfu angrily. But Jin Juanfu wasn't the least bit intimidated either. Dang it! Kim Jun-bak was seen pounding on the bodywork, making a piercing sound. The next moment. Swish! In an instant, 2 heads full of ferocious gazes poked out from the head of one of the truck compartments. That's right. Kim Jun-bak didn't come alone this time either. He brought 30 people with him as well. Moreover, all of them were stout and strong, and dared to fight. So, for these 20 or so people brought by Moon Jae-san, he just sneered at Wen Jae-san, who was suddenly speechless. He did not say a word. As a perennial black marketer, he didn't have any fewer people on his hands than the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. Yesterday he was caught off guard by Yellowfish Beach Village. Got him cornered. But this time, who's afraid of who? So there's no need to whisper. Little Jean, what do you think you're doing? Didn't we work quite well together before? You're bringing so many people here, isn't this a defense against our Yellowfish Beach Village people? Wen Jae-san had the intention to bring the villagers to directly grab the goods. But looking at each of the burly men sitting in the other party's trucks, and looked at the group of skinny village people he had brought with him. Knowing that Moving Strong would definitely not be able to fight, he could only dryly snapped. So, old-timer, want to inspect the goods? Jin Juanfu looked at Wen Jae-san with an even more sneering gaze. Directly said. Moon Jae-san looked at Kim Jun-bak's appearance and felt even more uncomfortable. But he could only be patient. That's fine, little Jin, then we'll unload and inspect the goods. With a twinkle in his eye, Wen Jae-san opened his mouth again. As long as the goods are unloaded from the car, when the goods are inspected, delay the time, and let the people go and call the people in the village over. As long as the village people arrive, when the time comes, Jin Juanfu will still have to keep these goods. Don't! You'd better bring someone and inspect the goods directly in the car. Don't worry, we've brought all the scales and stuff. After inspecting the goods and making sure they're correct, after settling the bill, we'll send the stuff directly to your village. If not, there's no need for us to waste time. Kim Jun-bak spoke directly, not allowing Moon Jae-san to say anything. When Jae-san's face became even more ugly and couldn't help but say, "What? Little Jean, you don't intend to do this business? I wouldn't say anything if you brought someone to defend me. But now, you won't even allow the unloading of the truck for the inspection. I'll tell you what, if you don't want to do this business, then you don't want to settle the money for yesterday's chicken fry and fish fry. That's a few $1,000s, this loss, it's not small." Seeing that his calculations had once again come to naught, Moon Jae-san's face was ugly as he directly threatened towards Kim Jun-bak. When Jae-san, the money for that batch of chicken fry and fish fry, big deal, I don't want it. Count me as blind for choosing the wrong person to do business with. But I'd like to see what you're going to do with your chickens and fish without me supplying you with chicken feed and fish feed. Jin Juanfu had people under him today, and he didn't flinch in the slightest. Immediately, he also threatened back. You! When Jae-san's face instantly turned ugly to the extreme. How could he not expect that Jin Juanfu would dare to threaten himself? But thinking about the chickens and fish that the village just started raising yesterday, the feed won't last more than a few days. When Jae-san could only barely pull out an ugly smile, and once again patiently said, "Xiao Jin, look at what you're saying, aren't we cooperating quite well? What's the point of saying these words? Just do as you say, don't unload the truck, we'll inspect the goods in the truck." Man Jae-san forced a smile and spoke towards Kim Jun-bak. After saying that, he turned his head and waved his hand towards the two brigade leaders behind him. The two men instantly led a group of people and were ready to separate to inspect the goods on each vehicle. Kim Jun-bak didn't say anything either. Just watched with cold eyes. When Jae-san also didn't say anything, standing there with his eyebrows lowered and eyes closed, not saying a word. There were more than 20 people in Yellowfish Beach Village. 15 people came out and got into a car one by one. Under the gaze of the two big men in the car, they weighed the feed in the car a little bit with fear and trepidation, at the same time checking the quality of the feed. Until more than half an hour later, when Jae-san was all tired of standing, so he sat on a rock to the side and waited quietly. Finally, after everyone had finished inspecting the goods, they all came back panting. They communicated with each other and made sure that the goods were okay. Only then did Moon Jae-san look at Kim Jun-bak, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat with his eyes closed, and said, "Little Kim, we've finished inspecting the goods. The goods are fine." When Jae-san's eyes flashed, and he spoke towards Jin Juanfu again. "Let's settle the bill then, a total of $18,050. Kim Jun-bak didn't waste any time and directly headed towards Moon Jae-san. "This. Little Jin Look, this account of ours, can't we let it go a little longer? After all, we still have several batches of feed business to do behind us, we'll do it next time." When Jae-san's eyes rolled and he once again spoke towards Jin Juanfu. But he hadn't finished his words yet. The next moment, Kim Jun-bak was turning his head toward the driver of the car, drive. He had already guessed as to what Moon Jae-san had said. When Jae-san was really playing him like a ghost. Then there's no point in him continuing to waste time. Thunderbolt was about to leave. Ugh. Wait. When Jae-san heard Jin Juanfu's words, instantly his gaze flinched, 3 or 2 steps blocked in front of the car. "Little Jin, what do you think you're in a hurry for? I didn't say I won't give you the check, you. Drive." Jin Juanfu once again spoke towards the truck driver. The truck driver didn't hesitate and immediately drove and prepared to rush up. In this era, doing business, there are not so many precepts and legal provisions to protect the latter days. In this era, business has just begun to grow savagely, often accompanied by extremely bloody violence. Fights, clashes, deaths. These are common things. So, even all of this when Jae-san was so scared that his face went white. Immediately shouted, "I'll end it. End it now." The truck, which had just started, stopped instantly. "Money." Kim Jun-bak poked his head out of the car window and indifferently looked at the clown like Moon Jae-san do. "This bill, I can settle it. But not at the previous price. The price of chicken feed must be 2 cents lower. Seeing that it's already torn up." When Jae-san also breathed a sigh of relief, no longer hiding his face, and directly said, 54. Kim Jun-bok's choice? You can't go by the previous price? Hearing Moon Jae-san's words, Kim Jun-bok was furious and laughed. He was only willing to do the business after agreeing on the price before. If not at the previous price, why would he do the business? When Zae-san was just deliberately blackmailing him because he had already transferred the goods and had to sell them to Yellowfish Beach Village. Jin Juinfu, I've asked around, the county sells fodder for only 6 cents. And you're selling it to us for 8 cents. The price is too high. Aren't you screwing us? So it has to go according to the county's feed prices. When Zae-san also said forcefully towards Jin Juinfu, 6 cents? Jin Juinfu was completely exasperated and laughed. Looking at Moon Jae-san, who was standing in front of the car, he didn't even know what to say. Shameless people he had seen a lot. However, it was not common to see one so shameless who also hit the other side of the fence. Chicken feed inside the county is indeed marked at 6 cents a pound. But there is always some room for maneuver. The price of 6 cents, that is, people like him who have connections and access to large quantities of goods can only take goods at this price. Jin Juinfu dared to say, when Zae-san if can be lower than 9 cents in the county to get their own goods, he can follow when Zae-san's surname. But now, this one Zae-san, not only do not tell the credibility, their own goods pulled to pressure the price. Also press the price of 2 cents at a time, so that they cannot earn a penny. Then what is the point of working so hard for days to dump supplies? Doing good deeds without leaving a name? Isn't that a joke? Drive. Kim Jun-bok also didn't bother to pay attention to Moon Jae-san and directly said towards the driver once again. Kim Jun-bok, don't you know no better? Who else can you sell to in the county now except us who can eat such a large amount of your feed? If you can't sell it, this batch of feed, sooner or later, will have to fall into your hands. You might as well sell it to us cheaper. Moon Jae-san watched Kim Jun-bok's movements and threatened with a gloomy face. Old thing, you think too highly of yourself. Don't say you don't know Chen Xiao. Don't you want me to sell you all the fodder just to cut off Chen Xiao's feed path? Now, if I were to sell this batch of fodder to him, what do you say, would he be willing? Jin Juinfu, however, was also sneering towards Wen Jae-san. You. When Zae-san's pupils suddenly shrunk and a flash of anxiety flashed across the bottom of his eyes. This was what he was most worried about. Chen Xiao had also started raising chickens now, so naturally, he needed feed. What was the reason he had previously worked so hard to negotiate down with Jin Juinfu and asked him to supply him exclusively? Wasn't it to cut off Chen Xiao's source of feed? Now if this Jin Juinfu sells feed to Chen Xiao, then what is he doing all this for? When Zae-san anxiously was about to say something, but suddenly seemed to think of something else, and the anxious look on his face suddenly calmed down again. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and said, do you really think that Chen Xiao could want your fodder? Man Jae-san asked towards Kim Jun-bok. Old thing. What do you say? Jin Juinfu snorted at when Zae-san's question, then he stopped paying attention to him and said towards the driver, drive. Jin Juinfu, I have to remind you once, if that Chen Xiao doesn't want your fodder. If you come back to me again, the price I'll give you won't be the same price as it is now. And if you come back to me, this batch of feed, if you sell a little bit to Chen Xiao, I won't even charge you for the feed anymore. You're on your own. Moon Jae-san, however, swore with conviction and threatened again towards Kim Jun-bok. However, in the face of his threats, Kim Jun-bok only spat out 2 words. Drive. The next moment, this lengthy caravan was slowly leaving. Damn it. Moon Jae-san watched Kim Jun-bok leave after all, his teeth creaking as he gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly, the final threat still didn't make Kim Jun-bok stay. Old branch secretary, what can we do about this? This Jin Juinfu, he even broke the contract to sell the fodder to someone else. Or sell it to Chen Xiao. Too much lack of credibility. The captain of the second team spoke towards Moon Jae-san with righteous indignation. And at that moment, the captain of the first team also came over and anxiously said, yes, old branch, those feeds we are stockpiling now will only last for 3 or 4 days. If we didn't have this feed, we wouldn't be able to raise our chickens and fish. Old branch secretary, we can't let him sell the feed to Chen Xiao. If we sell it to Chen Xiao, we'll really be finished. Watching the convoy leave, the captain of the second team couldn't help himself and hurried over, asking anxiously, don't worry. This Kim Jun-bok, he'll be good enough to send back this batch of feed. When Zae-san, however, said with confidence, why? Wasn't it all torn apart just now? The captain of the second team was a bit confused. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Because, Chen Xiao can't eat this feed. A smile even raised on Wen Zae-san's face as he spoke with confidence. That's right. That's what he just thought of. What do you mean? The captain of the first team remained a bit confused and said. Chen Xiao and Xiaojiang village, now though, have gotten 7,000 to 8,000 chicks from somewhere and started raising chickens. But don't forget. Chen Xiao was fined all her money and didn't have any on her in the first place. Even if the entire Little Harbor village pooled their money together again, they would only be able to come up with $10,000 at most, having already been borrowed by Qin Shao once last time. Even if Jin Juanfu goes and sells this batch of fodder to Chen Shao, I'm afraid Chen Shao won't be able to eat this batch of fodder. So, this Jin Juanfu will definitely come back to me. At that time, we'll be able to buy this batch of feed back at a lower price. Wen Zai-san said with a confident chest. When the captains of the first and second teams heard this, they also flashed a dazed look. Completely relaxed. But the captain of the first team was again unable to resist asking, "But old secretary, if that Jin Juanfu sold some of the feed to Chen Shao so that Chen Shao has chicken feed to use, what can we do?" After hearing this, the second team captain rolled his eyes and said, "Ouch. You're stupid. Didn't the old branch secretary just say so? If that Jin Juanfu dares to sell a bit of chicken feed to that Chen Shao, we won't want any of Jin Juanfu's feed. This is forcing this Jin Juanfu to take sides. He'll either pick us or that Chen Shao. Make it impossible for him to go right or left. But Chen Shao doesn't have enough capital to buy his feed. If he sides with Chen Shao, he'll just wait for that batch of fodder to completely smash in his hands. So, he knows in his own heart who to choose. That's why the old branch said that he would definitely come back." The second team leader opened his mouth towards the first team leader and explained. "So that's how it is." The captain of the first team instantly dawned on him, then touched his head and looked at Wen Zai-san with admiration. The old branch secretary deserves to be an old branch secretary. Awesome. A flash of smugness flashed under Wen Zai-san's eyes. However, he was not proud of it and said, "All right. Don't talk about these falsehoods. Send someone to keep an eye on Little Harbor Village. Let's go back." After saying that, Wen Zai-san also shook the clothes draped over his body. With that, he led a group of Yellowfish Beach Village villagers and headed back towards the village. 55. Skills Enhancement Approach. Ding. Current Animal Husbandry Level LV1, 5,000 10,000. Please raise the number of farmed animals. Listening to the system's prompt, Chen Shao also shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that this animal husbandry level increase would be tied to the number of animals raised, rather than having anything to do with whether or not one is engaged in farming behavior. Chen Shao put down the kettle in his hand. After awakening to the new features of the system yesterday, Chen Shao was constantly trying out the upgrade conditions for his skills. At first, he thought his skill upgrade was related to farming behavior. As long as there were farming behaviors like feeding water and feed to the chickens, the proficiency would be upgraded. But after feeding water and feed to all the chickens yesterday, no matter whether he continued to feed or water the chickens, the proficiency could not be raised any further. He studied it for a whole day. It wasn't until now that the system gave a specific condition for promotion. Only then did he realize. It turned out that this livestock level proficiency increase had nothing to do with how many farming behaviors one had. As long as one has produced a breeding behavior on any one animal, it would be determined by the system that the animal belonged to Chen Xiao's breeding animals. At the same time, each additional animal would give Chen Xiao 0.5 proficiency. Why 0.5? That's naturally because the hens that are currently being raised are not yet laying eggs. It's not considered a complete farming practice. So, only half the proficiency. And when all these chickens laid eggs, it would mean that Chen Xiao had completed a complete act of farming. It would then give another 0.5 proficiency. And if Chen Xiao were to raise broilers, when the chickens grew to a state where they were mature enough to be killed, it would give Chen Xiao 1 point of proficiency in its entirety. Depending on the animal, the farming proficiency was given in different ways. However, all in all, it was that for every additional animal Chen Xiao raised, he had 1 point of proficiency. However, in order to fully gain the full 1 point of proficiency, one would need to raise the raised animal to the mature stage. In that case, I want to raise my skill to level 2. It'll have to wait until 3 months from now, when this batch of chicks grows to the point where they can lay eggs. Thinking about all this, Chen Xiao also murmured helplessly in his heart. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Take your time. There's no shortage of time. Chen Xiao then shook his head again in a relaxed manner. It was only 3 months, he could afford to wait. Okay, time to clean up the chicken poop. These chickens, they can really poop. Sorting out the system. Chen Xiao was again looking at these white lie-hanging chickens that he had raised. These 2 days along with feeding small amounts of glucose and vitamins. These chicks are also out of stress and are all revitalized. It made Chen Xiao completely let go of his heart as well. However, as these chicks became familiar with their environment, they also returned to being able to eat and poop. It's still just over a month old and the chicks have just been dewormed. One chicken can poop close to 40 grams a day. For 10,000 chicks, that's 400 kilograms of chicken manure. That's a lot, no less. Private space. Collect. However, for the current Chen Xiao, this was not a difficult task. The private space directly collected all the fecal discs of chicken manure into the space. Utilizing the ability to control the private space, all the chicken manure is stripped off and stored directly in the private space. subsequently put the manure tray back in place. In this way, the chicken manure is considered cleaned up. It's still convenient. But I guess I'm the only one who uses this godly ability to clean up chicken poop. Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile as he looked at the mountain of points that had been saved in his private space. Afterwards, the movements of his hands continued. In a short time, all the chicken droppings from all the manure trays in the chicken shed were cleaned up. Finally cleaned up. But we also need to hurry up and get this automatic chicken poop disposal unit. Using private space to dispose of chicken manure is convenient, but it's a bit too divine. Once or twice can be explained, but not over time. Finished with the chicken manure. Chen Xiao looked at the chicken coop that was once again clean and smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, after adding enough feed to the chicks and turning on the ventilation of the chicken coop, he walked towards the outside of the chicken coop. When he came outside the chicken coop, he rested for a while. Chen Xiao looked at the time. Estimating that his daughter-in-law's lunch was ready, he was ready to go back to eat. Just then, Xiao! Brother Xiao! Suddenly, an urgent shout came from the distance. Dashin? What's gotten into you? Chen Xiao looked up and saw a burly, naive-looking man running towards this side. He. Brother Xiao, Grandpa wants you to go to the village committee. The man called Dashin. When he saw Chen Xiao, he just smiled and said naively towards Chen Xiao. Master looking for me? What is Master looking for me for? Chen Xiao looked at Dashin's appearance, smiled, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. I don't know, but the second and third masters are all there. It's probably something important. Dashin scratched his head in some confusion and said. Yeah, this is the village's leadership team all assembled. It seems like there's really something big going on. Okay. Let's go then. When Chen Xiao heard Dashin's words, a flash of gravity flashed in his eyes as well. Normally, the village council would not have everyone gathered together. The village's smallest matters are decided at the Moncler outlet store word of mouth. So, if it's not something particularly significant, it's hard to see a situation like this where the first, second, and third masters get together to discuss things. Alas! Brother Xiao, don't you care about this chicken? Dashin watched as Chen Xiao said he was leaving, looked at the chicken coop at the back that covered 2 acres of land, gulped, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. It doesn't matter, the chicken can't run away. Chen Xiao laughed and said. Oh, good. Dashin didn't say anything else and led the way first, heading towards the village committee. By the way Dashin, I heard that you got married last year? Where is your daughter-in-law from? While walking towards the village committee with Dashin, Chen Xiao opened her mouth and asked. Dashin was a playmate that he had played with since childhood. He was 2 years younger than himself. Growing up, he was the follower behind Chen Xiao's ass. But then after Chen Xiao went to high school, he had to stay at the commune every week. There was less play between the two. When they went to college, it was hard for them to come back for vacations themselves to learn more. When I was a sophomore, it was hard to be able to come back, and then because I lost my footing and fell into the water, I was saved by my mute daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao temporarily stayed in the village of Yellowfish Beach. Later, Chen Xiao was embarrassed to meet the villagers of Shaojiang village because she had borrowed money from them. So he stayed in Huangyutan village for 2 years, concentrating on fish farming, and didn't come back much. Originally prepared to wait for the fish to make money, come back to the villagers to return the money dividends at the same time, and the villagers to catch up with the old times. But did not expect, and then happened to be reported to the matter. So, for these childhood playmates of Dashin, Chen Xiao hadn't seen them for a long time, only knowing that Dashin and the others had all gotten married. Hey, brother Xiao, Guihua is from Wangjia village. When Dashin heard Chen Xiao's words, he also scratched his head in embarrassment and spoke towards Chen Xiao. From Wangjia village? That's not bad. Chen Xiao thought about the Wang family village, and the corner of his mouth also hooked into a smile as he said. The Wang family village still had a good reputation. Moreover, there are a lot of female dolls. Many of the village folks' daughters-in-law are girls from Wangjia village. The two just talked and laughed while catching up on old times. They arrived at the village committee. Ooh, so many people? And when Chen Xiao arrived at the village committee, looking at the sea of villagers surrounding the village committee, he was startled. 56. This Shaojiang village is not the other Shaojiang village. And the surrounding folks looked at Chen Xiao as he came over. A smile flashed in their eyes, and then one by one, they all put on an indifferent face to stop looking at Chen Xiao and turned their heads away. Brother Xiao, go in by yourself. My mom told me not to talk to you right now. I'll go first. Dashin, who was leading the way for Chen Xiao. At this time, he quietly groped and gave Chen Xiao a word, and walked towards the side of an ant. And that ant obviously saw Dashin and Chen Xiao whispering. Looking at Dashin, who was walking over, she gave him a hard, waiting glance. But didn't say anything. Afterward, he also looked at Chen Xiao with a complicated gaze, and again hummed softly in feigned disgust. Chen Xiao pursed her lips, her heart warming up. This group of mouthy folks. It made him feel cute and depressed at the same time. He obviously cared about himself every day, but he always looked indifferent to himself. As long as one is in need, these guys, one is more enthusiastic than the other. Whether it was transporting chickens or carrying feed for him, there was not a single complaint. Now it was a look of indifference. Obviously still blaming himself for treating them like outsiders. My lords and ladies, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, younger siblings, I'll go in first. Shook his head. Seeing the three grandfathers sitting inside the village committee, it was the village's first secretary, second village chief, and third village head. At this moment, the Grand Master was glaring at him fiercely, signaling for Chen Xiao to hurry in. Chen Xiao hurriedly greeted the crowd and went in towards the village committee with his ass in the air. Looking at Chen Xiao in this manner, but one of the surrounding folks couldn't help but chuckle as well. This was followed by a collection of smiles. First, second, and third masters, you're looking for me? After Chen Xiao arrived at the village committee, he also nonchalantly sat down directly on one side of the desk and carefully asked towards the glaring monks. The second and third moncler jackets looked at Chen Xiao. There were a few smiles in their eyes, and then, they both closed their eyes again, not saying a word. Really? No rules. College is all for nothing. The grandfather looked at Chen Xiao very nonchalantly, directly sat down, helplessly casually lectured. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Alright, I'm looking for you to come over today, just two things. Moncler Outlet Online looking at Chen Xiao's look of a dead pig, he gritted his teeth in anger again. Eyes out of sight and heart out of mind, retracted his gaze and said quietly. What is it? Chen Xiao looked at the eldest and then at the second and third masters who were old and calm. Directly opened his mouth and asked. The first thing is that the policy document you said before about the package of production to the household, surely it can be engaged, isn't it? Moncler Outlet Online, there was no time to waste. While lighting his own dry cigarette, he asked towards Chen Xiao. Yeah, Grandpa. Didn't I tell you before? This policy was issued from above to mobilize the farmers. Link collective and individual returns directly. Just pay enough for the collective and the rest is your own. This way, folks don't have to worry about working for nothing. It's all about farming for yourself, and the more you harvest, the more food you'll have for yourself. This is good for the country and for the people. Chen Xiao nodded and spoke directly towards Secretary Chen. Little rascal, are you sure this won't be labeled as a capitalist tale? This time. The second master opened his eyes and asked towards Chen Xiao. Second master, I'm sure. In fact, this family joint contract responsibility system had its beginnings back in 78. At that time, there was a Xiaojiang village, Xiaojiang village over in Anhui, not us. Chen Xiao hurriedly emphasized. It made the three Moncler outlet store adults all roll their eyes in unison. In 1978, there were villages in Anhui that were very poor. How poor was it? This village was even famous for the nickname Three Reliance Village. These three relies mean that eating food depends on rebates, using money depends on relief, and production depends on loans. Even most of the villagers in this village, most of the villagers have gone out of the village as beggars to beg for food. The villagers of that village, in order to leave Xiaojiang village to survive, is considered to do everything. The entire village, each person's ration for a year, is only 40 pounds or so. This shows how poor this village really is. And just at this time, there were 18 farming families that just couldn't survive. So, betting all their lives, they signed the blood book. Lead the whole village to implement the practice of contracting production to households. Just 1 year later, in the fall of 1979, Xiaojiang village's grain output exploded to over 60,000 pounds. Chen Xiao said this. A sudden strange cry interrupted Chen Xiao. How much? The third master asked with a startled shriek as his eyes snapped open and his voice became a bit strange. The first and second masters also snapped their eyes wide open, staring at Chen Xiao dead on. 60,000 pounds. Enough to be the total of 15 years worth of grain, from 55 to 70. It's even more than paying 12,488 pounds of public grain. It caused a national shock. Chen Xiao said with renewed certainty. Hiss. The three Moncler jackets couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This. The three Moncler outlet store Moncler Outlet Online glanced at each other, and the shock in their eyes could not be suppressed. So, the seeds of the chartered household began to take root. In fact, 2 or 3 years ago, in our province, there were already quite a few villages that started to do this on the sly. Only, until now, the official policy has only been issued. It was determined that the model of contracting production to the household is legal. Chen Xiao looked at the three Moncler outlet store Moncler Outlet Online, smiled, and continued. You're saying that someone in our province has already started doing this? The Moncler Jackets outlet store man keenly captured the meaning of Chen Xiao's words and spoke towards Chen Xiao. Yes. And quite a few. Chen Xiao nodded and said. The first Moncler outlet store was silent and exchanged glances with the second and third Moncler outlet store Moncler Jackets. All with their heads bowed in thought. Until a few moments later. Boss. Do it. I believe in little rascal. Little rascal has been to college and has seen a lot. There won't be any problems. Besides, didn't you and little rascal go to the county to ask about this before as well? The county said it's right, so what's there to be afraid of? The second master gritted his teeth and looked to the first master and said, "Yeah, boss. Now it's just a few more days until spring plowing. We can't delay any longer. Folks have been willing to listen to us all these years though, they're all hardworking. But the folks actually have lumps in their hearts. Why is it that other villages can have food without working, but we have to work hard? So, boss, do it. After this time, folks will have their own fields. Grow food for themselves. The folks have suffered for so long, it's time to be happy." The third master also spoke towards the first master. Chen Xiao looked at all this and did not speak again. He didn't hold a position in the village council right now, so it wasn't good for him to say anything. "Brat, what do you think?" Secretary Chen was silent for a moment before suddenly looking at Chen Xiao and asking, "Grandpa, do it. Now that the policy has come down, what are you afraid of? Even if something goes wrong in the future, it's still a matter of policy, what does it have to do with us?" Chen Xiao pursed her lips and said directly, "Who? Then do it." When the grandpa heard Chen Xiao's words, he also made up his mind completely. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and said, "Tomorrow I'll go to the commune to apply. Lao Er and Lao San, you guys go measure the land. Let's strive to divide the land before spring plowing." The grandfather immediately opened his mouth to clap. "Good. Okay." The second and third masters both revealed smiles as well and opened their mouths to agree. After this matter was taken care of, the 3 Moncler outlet store Moncler Outlet Online also put down a stone. The Moncler Sale outlet store used a match to light a dry cigarette that he had stuffed with tobacco but had not lit for a long time. Next, the second thing. Moncler outlet store said, looking towards Chen Xiao. 57, innate invincibility. Go ahead, Grand Master. Chen Xiao nodded and directly said, "Brat, as you know, our little harbor village, because it's inside a mountain nest, there are very few fields that can be planted. And, because there's no river passing through, there's also a shortage of water. Before that, there weren't many people in our village, and everyone who worked hard couldn't go hungry. But over the years, because we've had a better life than people from other villages, it's made a lot of people marry into our village. It's also made the population of our village skyrocket. Now, the village fields, too, are gradually failing to feed the people of our village. Even if we distribute the fields to the townspeople this time, one family will only get 1 or 2 acres. Even though the folks work hard, they can still feed their families. But it's just food. With only this 2 acres of land, the village will never have a way out for dolls your age. Moreover, most of these dolls, too, are already married and will have dolls of their own in the future. When their dolls grow up in the future, this little field won't be able to support a family of 5 or 6. But if we give them a share of the field, there will be no field left in the village to share. So it can't go on like this. I've called you here today, and that's why I want you to come up with some ideas in this matter. How to solve the problem of the village dolls' work." Moncler outlet store. While smoking a cigarette, he spoke towards Chen Xiao. "This is indeed a problem." Chen Xiao's brows furrowed when he heard this. The geographical location of Little Harbor Village was really not that good. Not only is it in a mountainous area, but there are not many fields that can be planted. In the past, there were only a few dozen families in Xiaojiang Village, so it was easy to feed them all by planting these fields. But over the years, more and more people are marrying into Little Harbor Village. Some families are even divided because of the large number of people. There are now close to 100 families in Little Harbor Village. On average, a family must have 4 members. The food produced in the village is actually almost not enough for the village people to feed themselves. And now as the children of Chen Zhao's generation grow up and get married again, immediately the village's population, once again, was going to see a major explosion. As a result, the village of Little Harbor will soon face starvation. To know, the village of Little Harbor hasn't gone hungry a few times since the founding of the country. Even with the bad policies before, the people of Xiaojiang Village had not gone hungry much. But now, policies are better, but they are going hungry because there are too many people in the village. Therefore, Secretary Chen also had to make early plans for the young people in the village. Wait. Perhaps, I do have a way. Chen Xiao thought for half a day, and suddenly, he seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. Afterward, he looked at Secretary Chen and said, "Grandpa, I really do have an idea. However, it may have to wait for a while, I have to go and feel out the situation." Chen Xiao spoke towards Secretary Chen. "What method?" Secretary Chen froze, then stared tightly at Chen Xiao and asked. "It's like this." Next, Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen, as well as the second and third masters, all spoke their thoughts. By the time Chen Xiao came out of the village committee, it was already more than 2 hours later. Phew! Finally got it done. I'm starving. After rubbing his temples, Chen Xiao prepared to head towards his home. But just then, "Brat!" Behind him came Secretary Chen's voice again. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Chen Xiao twisted his head to look and watched as Secretary Chen slowly walked towards himself. Nothing much, just asking you, how are those chickens of yours doing? Is there any problem? I see that those chicks didn't have much spirit before. Secretary Chen asked Chen Xiao with some worry. Don't worry, Grandpa. Chickens have no problem. We bought originally dewormed chicks, but also on the road because of transportation some stress, only no spirit. The past 2 days have been adjusted over, back in spirit. Chen Xiao said with a smile. That's good. But do you have enough feed to raise so many chickens? Are you sure that Jin Juanfu will come back for you? It's been 2 days now, and there's no movement. Secretary Chen again asked towards Chen Xiao with some worry. The feed can still be eaten for 10 days. No problem. Don't worry, Grandpa, this Jin Juanfu will definitely come back to me. That Jin Juanfu is asking for trouble by doing business with the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. With my understanding of those people from Yellowfish Beach Village, their greed is embedded in their bones. Will try to take advantage and screw people over. Even if they have money, it's impossible for them to take it out painfully. Even if they are forced to take the money, it will be all sorts of nitpicking, and it's a little less if they can take a little less. This Jin Juanfu doing business with Yellowfish Beach Village will only have one downfall, seemingly doing a big business, but in the end, nothing can be earned, and may even lose quite a bit. So, if he wants to stop his losses in time and bleed himself back, he must come to me. The one who raises chickens on a large scale in the county, besides Yellowfish Beach Village, is us. If he doesn't want to sell those chicken feeds to Yellowfish Beach Village, he can only sell them to me. He has no choice. Chen Xiao spoke chestily towards Secretary Chen. With regards to Jin Juanfu, he had never doubted that Jin Juanfu would not come back for himself. He knew exactly what the group of people in Yellowfish Beach Village were like. In order to take advantage of them, they don't know any rules. Kim Jun-bak was bound to come to himself whenever he wanted to stop his losses in time. It's just a matter of whether it's sooner or later. Since that Jin Juanfu's business with Yellowfish Beach Village will be cancelled, why don't you go look for that Jin Juanfu? We'll buy the feedback sooner and have peace of mind. Otherwise, if anything happens, I don't know if he can afford to lose it, but you can't. When Secretary Chen heard Chen Zhao's words, his heart was also put down. Afterward, it was again unable to resist urging towards Chen Xiao. Grandpa, that's not good enough. Now, if my guess is right, I guess Jin Juanfu already regrets it. But he hasn't come to me yet for one reason, he's fighting me in the ring. Because. Now just whoever finds the other first means whoever needs the other more, and that means the ring is lost. And the consequence of losing is that the price of chicken feed is set by the one who wins. When that happens, it's going to cost a pretty penny. The game of the business world is nothing but a game of importance between supply and demand. Who needs the other more, who falls into the wind? The initiative goes to the other. Just like now, if Chen Xiao had taken the initiative to go to Jin Juanfu, it also meant that Chen Xiao couldn't carry it anymore and needed Jin Juanfu's fodder even more. Jin Juanfu would be able to use this to pin down Chen Xiao and give Chen Xiao a very high price. Chen Xiao also had to hold his nose and admit it. But if Jin Juanfu had taken the initiative to find Chen Xiao, that would mean that Jin Juanfu could not carry on for various reasons and had to sell the chicken feed for cash as early as possible. Otherwise there will be consequences he can't afford. Chen Xiao was likewise able to use this to pin down Jin Juanfu and offer an extremely low price. So, it wasn't just a ring battle between the two now. It was more of a game on the level of interest. Only, both before and now, Chen Xiao had never worried about losing this ring. Because 58, Chen Xiao will definitely have to come to me. Don't forget all that knowledge the system gave him. It's got all kinds of chicken feed ratios and ways to make it. Even if you really can't carry on a little bit in the end, you can still go out and buy your own corn, bran, and soybean residue to make your own chicken feed. It's just that the cost is slightly higher. But it's also much lower than Kim Jun-bak's 10 cents for this price. With the technology in hand, he's not worried about anything. Not to mention that now, Chen Xiao had the ability of private space. He could go out and buy cheap fodder. He could have shipped it back by himself. Even more so without Kim Jun-bak. Only, if possible, he still wanted to buy feed from Jin Juanfu. Because, this involved a step in his layout afterward. A layout that would make him a fortune in bucks. So, he never worried that it would only be Kim Jun-bak who would end up in a hurry. So that's it. Okay, then you're on your own. I'm too old to play with these doorways. Anyway, just do it at your own discretion. Secretary Chen heard that there was this kind of doorway in here. Some depressed muffled voice said. Chen Xiao had grown up and was running things that were not for him to meddle with anymore. LOL. After saying that, it was turning around and getting ready to go back to dinner. Moncler, why don't you go to my place to eat? My daughter-in-law meal is ready. Phoo. We've lost a lot of money this time. 30,000 fish fry, 2,000 chicken fry. That's a full $1,900 down. And it just went down the drain? And in a warehouse in the county. Jin Juanfu's face was also gloomy now. Next to him, a junior who was counting the accounts. After counting the accounts, his face was a bit ugly as he spoke towards Jin Juanfu. I also didn't expect that, after years of hunting geese, I was actually pecked blind by a goose. This time, I actually ran into such a bunch of scum. As Jin Juanfu listened to his little brother's words, his heart was even more torn with regret. It was thought that this time, this business, was a big business. That's why he made such a big deal out of it. For all that, 30,000 fish fry and 6,000 chickens alone would make him a fortune. After all. For others, it's 10 cents or more to buy one fry. But for myself, I have connections and access, and I can pick them up in large quantities for only 6 cents. And he sells it to Yellowfish Beach Village for 10 cents, and he nets $1,200. Chickens are even cheaper. A chicken, he took the price, but also only 5 cents to 6 cents. In this way, 6,000 chickens, how can he earn a few $100s? Now it's good. Torn up with Yellowfish Beach Village. Unless he really turned around and sold these feeds to Yellowfish Beach Village. Otherwise, the money was designated as unrecoverable. This is tantamount to the fact that he didn't earn a single penny, but also poured in close to $2,000. Took half of his family's money out of him. How can he be happy with that? The violent hatred made him want to lead his men to kill the entire Yellowfish Beach Village cleanly. Brother Fu, why don't we just go back and sell this fodder to that Yellowfish Beach Village? Otherwise, we definitely won't be able to collect this money back. The little brother who was counting the money next to him couldn't help but persuade towards Jin Juanfu. No way. Those scumbags from Yellowfish Beach Village, if I do turn around and get them, they'll be able to get the price down to 4 cents. By then, let alone making money, I'm afraid we can lose so much that we'll have to pawn our pants. Jin Juanfu, however, balked. But Brother Fu, if we don't go back to the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, we'll lose even more. We got all this feed on credit from the county feed mill. We still owe the feed mill close to $10,000. If we don't sell these feeds, we won't even be able to pay back the money from the feed mill. By then, not only will these feeds be smashed into our hands, but also, this line of the feed mill will have to come to an end. The little brother who was counting the money heard Jin Juanfu's words, but he couldn't help but say with some anxiety. Hearing the words of the account-counting junior, Jin Juanfu couldn't help but curse out again. Could he not know about these situations? Of course he knows. But what could he do? Originally, he thought that this business could make a big profit, eat meat himself, and let his brothers drink some soup. Now, not to mention eating meat, is his own, cannot drink soup. He still has to cut the meat to feed the wolves. Originally, he thought that Chen Xiao was also going to raise chickens. He was able to use Chen Xiao as a guarantor. The big deal was to turn around and sell the feed to Chen Xiao. This can also stop the loss in time. Moreover, Chen Xiao raises more chickens and has a bigger business. He can earn more. But because of Yellowfish Beach Village, he had completely offended Chen Xiao. This led to Chen Xiao now disengaging from him, preferring to go out of town to buy chicks instead of looking for him. His idea of selling feed to Chen Xiao was also dashed. It could be said that because of Yellowfish Beach Village, he not only missed out on bigger business on Chen Xiao's side. At the same time, I've lost money on my business. Thinking of this, he once again couldn't help but curse out. Scumbags. A bunch of mongrels. Kim Junbok cursed at the top of his lungs. And the little brother who was counting the money looked at Jin Juanfu's appearance, slightly silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Brother Fu, weren't you investigating that Chen Xiao before, who was also raising chickens? Can't we sell this chicken feed to Chen Xiao?" The counting junior opened his mouth towards Jin Juanfu and asked. Of course not. That Chen Xiao now has another way, of course not. Wait. Kim Junbok subconsciously said. But said this. He suddenly froze. The whole person also calmed down quickly. The grumpiness on his face suddenly disappeared. Narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. No. Perhaps, we are really able to sell our feed to Chen Xiao. And, at a decent price. Kim Junbok pursed his lips and muttered. Right. That's right. Kim Junbok's gaze grew brighter. Opening his mouth, he murmured, although Chen Xiao's chicks were bought from overseas, it's really not certain that this feed can be bought from overseas as well. The price of the feed is a big difference throughout the southwest region. The final combined cost, naturally, depends on the transportation distance. The closer the distance, the lower the combined cost of a pound of chicken feed will naturally be. Thinking of this, Kim Junbok's eyes flashed a little light. That's right. 10,000 chickens, over the course of a year, requires hundreds of tons of chicken feed. If you buy it from outside the country and ship it by train like he does, the cost can be too high. The price of a pound of chicken feed is at least 12 cents. This price is not normally high. And, not to mention out of town. It's that he buys chicken feed from the city and delivers it to our county, and the combined cost of a pound of chicken feed reaches 10 cents. That's not a bad price. If I were to buy chicken feed from me, I'd let him have it for a penny and sell it to him for 9 cents, and it would be a bargain for him. So it's only cost-effective for this county to buy it. In other words, if Chen Xiao wants to buy relatively inexpensive chicken feed, she'll have to come to me. Jin Juanfu thought of this. The whole person was calmed down. Even the color of excitement raised on his face. 59. How dare you come to me? The county itself is the biggest second-hand dealer with the widest range of channels. That's right. Chen Xiao is not a cutie. It's naturally impossible to let go of cheaper fodder. Instead, he goes out of town and spends more money on expensive feed. Moreover, this Chen Xiao has raised 10,000 chickens, and the need for chicken feed can be even more urgent than in Yellowfish Beach Village. As long as he wants chicken feed, he'll have to come to me. That's right. That must be it. I guess Chen Xiao is also waiting for me to find him. He took the people of Yellowfish Beach Village to raise fish before, so he obviously knows what kind of bastards the people of Yellowfish Beach Village are. So, he's waiting for me to find him. Thinking of this, Jin Juanfu's entire body was excited. There was even an exquisite light in his eyes. However, I can't take the initiative to find him. I have to wait for him to come to me. As long as he comes to me, I'll be able to set a good price. That way, not only will I not lose money this time, I'll actually be able to make a big profit. Kim Jun-bok's eyes narrowed slightly. It was just like what Chen Xiao had said earlier. In this business, whoever approaches the other party first loses the right to speak. Therefore, whether it was Chen Xiao, Jin Juanfu, or Yellowfish Beach Village, all of them now had to play the ring with patience. Yellowfish Beach Village is convinced that Chen Xiao does not have enough capital to eat Jin Juanfu's goods, and they are waiting for Jin Juanfu to turn back to them. And Jin Juanfu was convinced that Chen Xiao's need for chicken feed was more urgent than his need to sell chicken feed, so he was waiting for Chen Xiao to go back to him. And Chen Xiao, also waiting for Jin Juanfu to get up and find him. However, looking for him or not, it didn't have much of an impact on Chen Xiao. Because Chen Xiao, with her personal space, is not afraid of all of Kim Jun-bok's tactics. That's right. As long as the chicken feed is in my hands, if Chen Xiao wants to buy chicken feed in large quantities, he can only come to me. If he doesn't buy chicken feed, the chickens he raises will die. Chen Xiao, Chen Xiao. I'd like to see how long you can carry on. The next 2 days. It was as if everything fell into a state of calm. Chen Xiao is raising chickens in peace, waiting for Jin Juanfu to come to her door. The people of Yellowfish Beach Village are also raising chickens and fish in peace, waiting for Jin Juanfu to come to their door. Jin Juanfu, on the other hand, was waiting for Chen Xiao to find him. It was like being stuck in a weird cycle. However, both Yellowfish Beach Village and Jin Juanfu were getting more and more anxious the longer they waited. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, was not the least bit panicked. He continued to leisurely raise chickens while having a good time with his mute daughter-in-law. Old Branch, do we have to wait any longer? The fodder we have on hand will be used up in 2 more days at most. This Jin Juanfu, he hasn't come by now, has he already sold the feed to that Chen Xiao? Yellowfish Beach Village. The captain of the first team asked somewhat anxiously towards Wen Zai-san. Impossible. But without waiting for Wen Zai-san to speak, the captain of the second team next to him just couldn't help but directly say, the people we sent over to keep an eye on Xiaojiang Village, up until now, we haven't found that Jin Juanfu going to look for Chen Xiao. The road into Xiaojiang Village is just that one, there is no large-scale transportation of fodder. So the two definitely didn't strike a deal. The captain of the second team looked at the captain of the first team and spoke directly. Then why hasn't that Kim Jun-bok come to us now? The first team captain couldn't help but ask towards the second team captain. The second team captain was also a bit dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at Wen Zai-san. Don't worry. Chen Xiao can't eat the goods that Wen Zai-san is holding. Moreover, I've also already inquired, the feed that Jin Juanfu took was on credit from the county feed mill. If he can't sell these feeds as soon as possible, and the county feed mill asks him for the debt, he may not be able to carry it. Wen Zai-san's expression at this time was also a bit cloudy. He was now also a little afraid to be so sure that Jin Juanfu would come back to find himself. After all, in his original idea, by now Kim Jun-bok would have turned back to himself long ago. But now, Kim Juanfu hadn't moved a bit. This caused him to drum in his heart as well. Old Branch, is it really okay? But this time, the captain of the second team was no longer so sure about Wen Zai-san's words. Instead, he confirmed with some uncertainty. Tell you what, send someone over to find Kim Jun-bok. Just say that if he pulls the feed over now, we'll still charge it 6 cents. And, with the money for the chickens and fry, settle it all at once. Wen Zai-san was also drumming in his heart. After thinking about it, he still relaxed his tone and spoke towards the captain of the second team. The captain of the second team also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly spoke. Good. Then simply I'll go. After all, Kim Jun-bok and I know each other too. Brother Fu, do we have to wait any longer? The county feed mill has already called twice. That old Zhang is in a hurry. If we don't make a decision, I guess that old Zhang really won't be able to carry on. And at the state-run hotel too. At this time, one of Jin Juanfu's men also asked towards Jin Juanfu. When Jin Juanfu heard his henchman's words, his face also became a few more points gloomy. But still, he gritted his teeth and said, "Tell old Zhang to hold on a little longer. Just wait a few more days. Wait a few more days, and that Chen Xiao definitely won't be able to hold out any longer. He bought enough feed for about 10 days last time he was in the county. Another 3 or 4 days and he'll have to buy feed for later. As long as we hold out until this time, that Chen Xiao definitely won't be able to carry on and come to me." Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth. Kim Junbok's men sighed mentally as they looked at Kim Junbok's appearance. There was some helplessness. Kim Junbok's left and right approach was basically like dancing on the tip of a knife. They weren't really that agreeable. But, Brother Fu, what if this Chen Xiao, when the time comes, goes out of town to buy fodder? Jin Juanfu's men couldn't help but remind towards Jin Juanfu. Impossible, this Chen Xiao is not a cutie. There's no way he's going to travel far and wide to spend more costs to buy feed from out of town. I'm his best bet. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he spoke. Then, Brother Fu, if that Yellowfish Beach Village person regrets it and comes to you, would you still sell the fodder to the Yellowfish Beach Village person? The henchman thought about it and again couldn't help but ask. Not for sale. This batch of goods, even if I smash it into my hands, there's no way I'll ever sell it to those scumbags again. At the mention of Yellowfish Beach Village, Jin Juanfu instantly had red eyes and firmly said, "Then what if Yellowfish Beach Village is bought at the original price? Will you not sell it either?" The henchman looked at Jin Juanfu's look of being overwhelmed by anger, and again, he couldn't help but say, "This." Kim Junbok froze. The anger on his face gradually disappeared, and a few rays of deep light flashed in his eyes. Stuck in thought, he didn't reply for a long time. The henchman didn't speak again either, just sat in his place, quietly drinking his wine and eating his food. In this way, an unknown amount of time passed. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. "Drinking, Jean?" A voice with a hint of levity rang out. Kim Junbok looked up. Instantly, his eyes turned red and he stared dead at the figure that walked in through the doorway. 60, Chen Xiao is broke? How dare you come over to me? Jin Juanfu narrowed his eyes, not hiding the threatening tone in his tone. "Brother Jin, look at what you said. Isn't this me coming over to give you a way out because you're really not doing well?" The Yellowfish Beach Village's second team leader, on the other hand, smiled disdainfully and directly said, "I guess, Brother Jin, you didn't sell your feed to that Chen Xiao, did you?" The captain of the second team was very self-conscious and sat down opposite Jin Juanfu. Very nonchalantly, he asked directly. Kim Junbok didn't say anything, he just narrowed his eyes and looked at the captain of the second team with an even more menacing gaze. "Brother Jin, your current situation has already been anticipated by our old branch secretary. Don't say if that Chen Xiao will buy your fodder. Even if he wants to buy it, I'm afraid he won't be able to afford it. That Chen Xiao was borrowing money all over that small harbor village when he took us to raise fish before. And then later on, because he was caught, he forfeited all his property. Now it would have been poor as hell. Now even if we borrow money from the people of Little Harbor Village again, I'm afraid we won't be able to come up with $10,000. So your idea of selling the fodder to that Chen Xiao should be put away for a while. He can't afford it. Right now, in the entire county, the only people who can eat your feed are us, Yellowfish Beach Village." The captain of the second team nonchalantly poured himself a glass of wine. While eating his food, he sipped his wine and spoke smugly. It looked like he had Kim Junbok in his grasp. Kim Junbok still didn't say anything, just still staring straight at the second team leader. Kim Junbok's men, looking at the second team captain's appearance, had a flash of pity in their eyes and said nothing. "So, Brother Kim, don't say I'm not righteous, I've come this time to really show you a clear path. Our old branch secretary said, send the fodder to our Yellowfish Beach Village, still according to what the old branch secretary said before, the price of 6 cents. We'll take it all. This time, settle it all at once. How about it, Brother Jin? I didn't swindle you, did I?" The captain of the second team had a smug look on his face, the corners of his mouth dripping with oil as he ate the dishes on the table and drank his wine. Toward Kim Junbok with a generous look, he said, "Ha! Good. That's so nice." Kim Junbok was exasperated and laughed at the second team leader's words. Previously, he had clearly agreed on a price of 8 cents, but now the price was temporarily pressed down to 6 cents not to mention. "It also looks like a handout to yourself." Kim Junbok really can't stand it anymore. It was clear that his current situation was entirely caused by the lack of credibility of Yellowfish Beach Village. Now it still dares to flaunt itself in front of itself? Pa! The next moment. Without hesitation, Kim Junbok was a hard slap. Ah! Whoa! The captain of the second team was gleefully eating his food when he was directly whistled away by a slap, crashing the entire state-run restaurant tables and chairs flying about. You! What are you doing? Kim Junbok, are you crazy? You don't want to sell your feed? The captain of the second team's brain buzzed at the slap. It took a few moments before he came back to his senses in a trance. Terrified, he looked at Kim Junbok-do, who stood up and took a step towards him. "Yo! Didn't you say you were going to give me a way out? What are you begging for mercy now? Kim Junbok sneered as he looked at the terrified second team leader. Kim Junbok. The old branch secretary of our village has said that this is the last chance. You, how dare you do this to me? Jin Juanfu, let me tell you, back there, if you just come to Yellowfish Beach Village and beg me, we won't take your feed. Your batch of feed, just wait for it to smash in your hands. The captain of the second team cowering and retreating towards the back while screaming in terror towards Kim Junbok. Ha! While Kim Junbok listened to the second team captain's threats, he remained unimpressed, continuing to walk forward with a cold gaze. After coming to the captain of the second team, boom! Ah! Kim Junbok nonchalantly kicked up. Then, there was a punch and kick to the captain of the second team without the slightest bit of retention. Until the second team leader's nose was bruised and swollen and dying. Only then did Kim Junbok let out a long breath. The depression in his heart dispersed quite a bit. Then squatted down. Directly pulling the second team leader's hair, he lifted his head up. Looking at the second team leader's nose and face, he grinned and said, "You go back and tell that old thing. This batch of fodder, I will not sell it to him even if I smash it in my hands and lose money. We have a long day ahead, let's play slowly. I hope none of you from Yellowfish Beach Village will come to the county. Otherwise, I'll beat up everyone I see. Get out." After Kim Junbok finished speaking, he was the one who pulled the second team leader by his hair and threw him straight out of the state-run hotel. Subsequently, looking at the surrounding crowd that had already gathered around to watch the show, his fierce gaze swept, waved his hand and said, "Alright, I'll disperse. What, you guys also want to get beaten?" Jin Juanfu gave a threatening cry towards the surrounding crowd watching the show. The crowd instantly scattered in a flurry. In this era, although the law was strict, the law enforcement was not that strict. Not to mention, in this era, there are law enforcers who are involved in gangs. So, chaos is the norm. Group fights and whatnot are almost commonplace. Even in the countryside, firefights between two villages are common. So, most ordinary people in this day and age have to learn to live with their tails between their legs. Jin Juanfu, you wait. The captain of the second team was thrown out the door. Again, he looked at Kim Junbok in shock and anger, opening his mouth and preparing to say something. But when he saw Kim Junbok turn his head again, he was scared and hurriedly closed his mouth. One rolled over and was running towards the outside of the county. Bah! Bastard! Kim Junbok sneered at the fleeing second team leader and spat. Re-entering the store. Send a few men, keep an eye on Yellowfish Beach Village, and when you see them alone with someone out of the village, give me a hard time. Men, women, and children, beat them up. Back at the store, Kim Junbok spoke directly towards his men who had rearranged the tables and chairs of the state-run restaurant and ordered. Good. Brother Fu, I'll remember. The henchman nodded. Then, with some hesitation, he said, "But Brother Fu, do you think that the man from the Yellowfish Beach Village, what he said could be true? That Chen Xiao, is it true that he doesn't have much money, that's why he didn't come to you?" The henchman couldn't help but ask. His words caused Kim Junbok to freeze as well. Afterwards, a few colors of worry flashed in his eyes. Thinking and thinking. He still clenched his teeth and said, "I'll go find Chen Xiao to try to get a word in." With that, he also turned around with a flourish and walked towards the outside. "Grandpa, this chicken raising thing, the folks take 40%, it's already the biggest share I can give. If it's any more, I won't be able to pay back the loan." Little Harbor Village Council. Chen Xiao looked at the unsatisfied Secretary Chen in front of him and spoke helplessly. 61, can't eat? No. Is too little. But hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen was even more dissatisfied. "I'm not saying that you're giving folks a small share, but too much." Secretary Chen spoke directly towards Chen Xiao. What? And listening to Secretary Chen's words, Chen Xiao jerked his head up and was momentarily a bit dumbfounded. "I say, the share you give to the folks, it's too much." Secretary Chen rolled his eyes, knocked on his dry cigarette, and spoke towards Chen Xiao. "Brat, I know you have a guilty conscience in your heart towards the townsfolk. But you can't be so reckless. Even if we do as you say, and count all the money that folks lend you as shares, then the folks would have lent you less than $15,000 in total. You had a loan of $100,000 before. Counting this $15,000 in your chicken raising costs, it's just a 15% share. You're giving folks 40% now, isn't that nonsense? Do you think the folks are all people who like to take advantage of things? We in Little Harbor Village have never done anything so unruly." Secretary Chen was very dissatisfied as he spoke towards Chen Xiao. "Not. Moncler Outlet Online, where are you guys like this? There are still too much of your own share." Chen Xiao was a bit touched. Again, he was a bit helpless and said, "Because before, he had borrowed a lot of money from the villagers of Little Harbor Village. I was going to pay them back after I finished raising fish. But I didn't expect that the money earned would be confiscated before it was even warm in my hands. As a result, he was unable to pay back the folks in Xiaojiang Village. So, In gratitude and compensation to the folks of Little Harbor Village. In the chicken raising business this time, Chen Xiao allocated a little more share to the people of Xiaojiang Village as much as possible, giving a portion of his share to the people of Xiaojiang Village. But didn't expect it. This extra share that I purposely gave myself. But it made Secretary Chen and the villagers of Xiaojiang Village unhappy, feeling that Chen Xiao had belittled them. Chen Xiao was helpless and warm in her heart at this. Bringing the right person to make money was really an incomparably enjoyable thing. Who doesn't want to make more money? But even if we wanted more, we, the people of Little Harbor Village, walk the talk and do the right thing. What kind of person is you? Giving away more money to the villagers out of thin air? You're happy to give it away, but the folks aren't sure they'll receive it. You just behave yourself. How much should be how much? If it's yours, it's all yours. When you make money, folks get their share, and folks are happy. When no money is made, folks don't blame. Secretary Chen gave another lecture towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao could only lower her head and listen to Secretary Chen's reprimand. Yes. Grand Master. I know. Chen Xiao responded helplessly. This was followed by, then, if the village produces the land, the village takes a 20% share, that's always okay, right? Chen Xiao was again speaking towards Secretary Chen. That's not a problem. Even though that little mountain nest was discovered by you, it ultimately belongs to the village and the country. I can't say anything, just watch it. Anyway, from now on, that little mountain nest will be yours forever. A 20% share is $20,000, but it's enough to bag that little valley to you for the rest of your life. For this, Secretary Chen didn't have any opinion. While smacking his dry cigarette, he spoke towards Chen Xiao. Okay. It's settled then, folks lend me $15,000 for a 15% share ratio. The village put up the land, accounting for 20% of the share ratio. I put up the lion's share of the money for a 50% share. The remaining 15% of the proceeds are used to distribute to the folks who contributed to help in the chicken raising process. Looking at Secretary Chen, his brows were furrowed again. Chen Xiao hurriedly continued to speak. Grandpa, don't refuse either. These past few days, the folks have gone to a lot of trouble for my chicken raising. I can't let the folks put in effort for nothing, can I? When Chen Xiao finished speaking, she was looking straight at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen frowned and smacked his cigarette halfway. In the end, he sighed and said, "All right, anyway, I can't say anything about you, so you can see for yourself." Secretary Chen shook his head, too lazy to say anything more. Okay. Then, Grandpa, this collective enterprise division contract, you help me stamp it. Chen Xiao was also relieved to see Secretary Chen nodding his head. Afterward, he pushed this collective industry contract, which was written on the spot, in front of Secretary Chen and said, "Okay." Secretary Chen was also not ambiguous, swept a glance at the contract written by Chen Xiao, did not find any problems, is to take out the village official seal, directly stamped on it. Okay, that Moncler, nothing more today. You keep this contract too. I'll just go back first. We haven't cleaned up the chicken poop yet today. Chen Xiao didn't waste any time after he finished his business. Standing up and collecting the contract, he just walked towards the outside. Secretary Chen looked at the way Chen Xiao shrugged off and left, and was too lazy to say anything about Chen Xiao. With a disgusted wave of his hand, he ignored Chen Xiao and went to pack up the contract and official seal. And Chen Xiao had just left the village committee. A voice came from outside. "Brother Xiao, someone from the county is here to see you." Dashan's somewhat naive voice came. Chen Xiao looked up and saw Dashan leading a burly man to the entrance of the village committee. Phew! Isn't this Boss Jean? A rare guest. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu, who had arrived at Little Harbor Village, and his eyes flashed as he opened his mouth with a smile. "Comrade Chen Xiao, don't laugh at me. I came here today to find you to apologize." As Jin Juanfu listened to Chen Xiao's words, a bitter smile flashed across his face as he spoke towards Chen Xiao. "Apologize? Ah. That depends on whether Boss Jean has the sincerity to apologize." Watching Jin Juanfu get straight to the point, Chen Xiao did not waste any time. While nodding towards Dashan, he signaled for Dashan to go first. While coming to Jin Juanfu's side, he raised his hand and guided Jin Juanfu towards his house. "Comrade Chen Xiao, let's not beat a dead horse. Just say it. I have 50 tons of chicken feed on hand right now, and there are 6 more batches to follow, totaling 350 tons of chicken feed. Can you stomach it? At what price are you going to eat it?" Jin Juanfu sighed and asked directly towards Chen Xiao as he walked away. While listening to Jin Juanfu's words, Chen Xiao shook his head in disappointment. "Can't you?" Kim Junbok's heart sank as he looked at Chen Xiao's appearance. It couldn't help but ask. In his heart, could it be that the old thing from Yellowfish Beach Village really guessed right? Chen Xiao has no money now? Can't eat his goods? No. Chen Xiao, however, shook his head again and said, "It's not that I can't eat it, but it's too little." Chen Xiao said with a smile while walking. "Lass?" Jin Juanfu's pupils suddenly shrunk. Flames instantly rose in his eyes. Then, "Comrade Chen Xiao, you plan To ask for how much chicken feed? Goo-doo. Jin Juanfu stammered a bit and even couldn't help but gulp. 800 tons. Can we get it? Chen Xiao stopped and turned his head to look at Jin Juanfu. 62. Jin Juanfu's choice. Thump, thump, thump. Kim Junbok instantly froze. The heart beat frantically. 800 tons. This number was stimulating all his senses with an extremely frantic frequency. Until a few moments later. He didn't come back to his senses. With a fiery expression, he stared at Chen Xiao and said, "There's no problem with the goods. I can definitely get them for you. It's just that. Can you really eat it? And, as far as I know, you raise 10,000 chickens, so even if it's for 2 years, you can't use that much feed, can you? Are you really not teasing me?" Jin Juanfu forced himself to keep his composure and asked towards Chen Xiao. "Don't worry, as long as your goods are delivered, I'll settle your bill on the spot. Everything is the same as before. As for what I'm going to buy so much feed for, you don't have to worry about that. It's my business," Chen Xiao said as he leisurely sat down on a nearby rock and said. "What about the price?" Kim Junbok's heart was beating more and more violently. But still, he forced himself to keep his composure and asked. 6 cents. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu, smiled, and spat out a number. "Wow." And as soon as Chen Xiao said this, instantly, it was like a pot of cold water was poured on Jin Juanfu's head. The entire person was instantly a penetrating cold. With an ugly face down, he looked at Chen Xiao and said, "Comrade Chen Xiao, this is a bit excessive. 6 cents, are you asking me not to earn a single cent?" Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with a somewhat indignant gaze. He had already thought about it when he came. Chen Xiao would definitely rip himself off hard on the price of chicken feed. But how could it not be expected? Chen Xiao's knife actually came down so hard. It was even the same price as the maliciously oppressive price of the Yellowfish Beach village. That's a bit of taking advantage of the fire. Old Jin, let's not talk in the dark. First of all, I dare say that at this price, you'll definitely make a profit. But it's just that you'll earn less. Chen Xiao listened to Jin Juanfu's words but was unimpressed. Still speaking with a smile. After saying that, he saw that Kim Junbok was about to open his mouth to say something. Chen Xiao waved his hand, signaling that he would finish first. "Secondly, you don't say that I took advantage of the fire. You also robbed me before, relying on the Yellowfish Beach village to back you up, directly asking me for 10 cents. This price, but want to be ruthless enough. Now, it's my turn to make a bid, you have to pay something, right? You added 2 cents on top of my offer from Yellowfish Beach Village, now it's my turn to make an offer, and I'll subtract 2 cents on top of Yellowfish Beach Village's offer. Not too much, right?" After Chen Xiao finished speaking, he just calmly looked at Jin Juanfu without saying anything else. Jin Juanfu was somewhat dumbfounded by Chen Xiao's words. The indignant look on his face also disappeared. Only some complexity and a bitter smile remained. It was only after a moment that he helplessly said, "Comrade Chen Xiao, are you people who have gone to school really smart to this extent? Obviously you gave me a price I can't accept, I should be angry at you, but now I can't be angry at you. If this doesn't go the way you say, I'll feel a little sorry for you myself if I don't accept the price." Jin Juanfu spoke towards Chen Xiao with a bitter smile. Seriously. He was comfortable working with Chen Xiao. Because Chen Xiao was very disciplined and knew how to make concessions. But don't think that Chen Xiao is an ingrate who was willing to let others take advantage of him at will. If he really provoked Chen Xiao's tactics, really can let himself a share of the cheap cannot take advantage of, and even backward paced part of the interests. Moreover, not only was he able to take advantage of himself, Chen Xiao was also able to make him hate Chen Xiao. He felt that Chen Xiao's methods were quite frightening every time. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Thought Chen Xiao was really a quality collaborator. Things aren't over yet. Chen Xiao, however, shook his head. These words also caused Jin Juanfu to become solemn once again. "This price, it's just the foundation. If we do reach cooperation, there are still a few more requirements. The first requirement is that the 800 tons of feed must all arrive within a week. Of course, I won't lose you a single penny of the bill that should be settled," Chen Xiao said while looking at Jin Juanfu. And Kim Juanfu's gaze flashed, not agreeing or refusing. Instead, he continued to ask. "Secondly, your feed, within this month, must all be sold to me, not to anyone else. And you can't tell anyone else about our chicken feed business. I think, this condition, Yellowfish Beach Village also mentioned it to you before, right? You should have agreed to it, right?" Chen Xiao spoke. With a light smile, he looked at Kim Juanfu. Kim Junbok didn't say anything, just remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until a few moments later that he said, "Comrade Chen Xiao, I need to go back and discuss this with my brothers. The price you gave, as well as these demands, all need me to think about it." Kim Junbok couldn't make up his mind after all. He needed to go back and settle a score. And also needed his brothers to come up with a plan. "Ro. Please feel free." Chen Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Jin Juanfu also sighed and said, "Good, then Comrade Chen Xiao, I'll leave first." After saying that, he nodded and turned towards the road outside the village. "Next, it's up to you to choose. Kim Junbok, don't let me down." Chen Xiao squinted at Jin Juanfu's back. In the bottom of his heart, he muttered, "M." Just then, a dark whimper sounded next to him. Chen Xiao turned his head to look. He saw that the mute daughter-in-law had already come to find herself. A smile appeared on Chen Xiao's face. "Daughter-in-law, I have good news for you. If nothing else, we'll be able to save tens of thousands of dollars on our chicken feed back there, I reckon. Even if nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to make a quick profit of tens of thousands of dollars by taking advantage of this matter." Chen Xiao instantly pulled the mute daughter-in-law into his arms and smiled as he spoke towards her. The mute daughter-in-law was instantly agitated, gesticulating with her hands to express herself in sign language. "Ah Xiao, you. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao with little stars in her eyes. He. Silly daughter-in-law. Looking at his silly daughter-in-law with her eyes full of little stars, Chen Xiao's eyes were full of favor. Lowering his head was a kiss to the dumb daughter-in-law. Kissed the dumb daughter-in-law dizzy. Only then did he take the mute daughter-in-law's little hand and go back toward home. "Well, can you get feed over at the county feed mill?" When Zai-san looked at the captain of the first team who hurried back from the county and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Old branch secretary, the county feed mill said that their feed is specialized in supplying various farms. If we want to buy feed, we have to have a note. If we don't have a strip, we can't sell us a single pound of feed. And, even if there were strips, you'd have to wait in line. To get the feed, you have to wait at least a month and a half. The captain of the first team panted and spoke towards Wen Zai-san. How did this happen? Wen Zai-san's brows furrowed deeply. Yesterday, after the captain of the second team came back from being beaten up and swollen, the entire Yellowfish Beach village was outraged. Wen Zai-san even said in anger that he would never buy feed from Jin Juanfu even if he died. And don't even think about the money for the chickens and fish fry that Kim Junbok sent earlier. 63, Jin Juanfu, this is extortion. But without Kim Junbok, their feed would have lasted the chickens and fish for another 2 days at most. What about the chicken feed and fish feed after that? Naturally, you'll have to figure it out on your own. The first solution they came up with was naturally the county feed mill. Since Jin Juanfu was able to take goods from here, they naturally assumed that they would be able to take goods as well. But now, listening to the words of the captain of the first team, Wen Zai-san finally realized why Jin Juanfu was able to cover the sky with one hand in the county. Old branch secretary, it seems that we can only go find Jin Juanfu. Otherwise, those 2,000 chicken fry and 30,000 fish fry will all starve to death. And we still have 4,000 chicks that we haven't bought yet. Now, with Jin Juanfu's people watching, we can't even buy chicks in the county. The bruise on the second team's captain's face hadn't gone down at this point. Hearing the first team captain's words, he still couldn't help but smile bitterly as he spoke towards Wen Zai-san. It seems it can only be this way. Wen Zai-san also had a disheveled look on his face. He had thought Jin Juanfu had already dropped a couple $1,000 on this business. Not to mention the fodder smashed in his hands. Chen Xiao definitely didn't have that much money to eat all that fodder. Only people like himself could eat it. So in order not to lose out too badly, they would come begging and sell the fodder to themselves anyhow. But where did he think? This Jin Juanfu was so backbone. He'd rather lose money and die than do business with himself. It made him really scratch his head a bit. It was a game that he gave away. Then, old branch, let's go to that Jin Juanfu. What price do we give him this time? The captain of the second team couldn't help but ask again at this time. Go and see. After a moment of silence, the old branch secretary shook his head and helplessly said, Brother Fu. This Chen Xiao offered 6 cents. That Yellowfish Beach village is also priced at 6 cents. This price is too low. Isn't there any way out? At the State Hotel, Kim Junbok and a group of his men are discussing the matter. There's definitely no way out on Chen Xiao's side. I understand Chen Xiao as a person. The price he bites on will definitely not change. As for this Yellowfish Beach village, Jin Juanfu said this without continuing. A color of indignation flashed in his eyes. Whether or not Yellowfish Beach village will raise the price is not mentioned first. What's happening now is that both sides want you to specialize in feed, boss. This is forcing boss you to take sides. So, boss, it's up to you now. Whether or not to continue this business with Yellowfish Beach village or to do this business with this Chen Xiao. One of Jin Juanfu's men wearing glasses pushed his glasses and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Then definitely side with this Chen Xiao. This Chen Xiao we did business with for 2 years before. The reputation is very good. And this time, we bought more feed than this Yellowfish Beach village. Although we earn less at 6 cents, we'll still be able to earn some if the volume is so large. Of course we are choosing this Chen Xiao. The glasses henchman's words had just fallen. The voices of other henchmen rang out next to them. The other henchman nodded along. Obviously, the Yellowfish Beach Village incident had really made them learn from their mistakes. Good. Then, Kim Junbok actually had a choice in mind. Hearing the words of a group of his men at this time, it strengthened his choice even more. At that moment, he clenched his teeth and prepared to make sure. But just then, "Boss! The Yellowfish Beach Village people are coming!" A loud shout suddenly came from outside. It made everyone instantly turn their heads to look. Then, they saw Wen Zaisan leading the captains of the 2 brigades of Yellowfish Beach Village. One after another, they walked into the state-run hotel from outside. "Old thing! How dare you come to me?" Jin Juanfu saw Wen Zaisan at the head of the group. His eyes narrowed and a flash of hostility flashed under his eyes. "Little Jin, what are you talking about? I came here today, but I want to persuade you one last time. Don't ever get on the wrong side. There are people who can't eat all that fodder you have." When Zaisan looked at the crowd of strong men, thinking of what happened to the captain of the second team before, a touch of fear also flashed under his eyes. Afterward, swallowing his saliva, he braced himself and leaned on his old man to speak. "I don't know if Chen Xiao can eat my goods, but I know that people will at least pay my bill. As for you," Kim Junbok said, standing up. Moving the bones of his entire body, he looked like he was about to strike. "Little Jean, that's a bit of a slanderous statement. We, Yellowfish Beach Village, when did we not pay your bills? Didn't I say before that I would settle your bill as soon as you unloaded the goods? You're the one who didn't want to, and pulled the goods and left." Wen Zaisan, however, continued to speak with a stiff upper lip. "Ha!" And listening to Moon Jae-san's words, Kim Junbok all but laughed in exasperation. If Moon Jae-san hadn't changed his mind on the spot and lowered the price, how could he have turned his head and left? And now he's still here? He didn't bother to say anything and prepared to go up and move his muscles. "But, and don't say I didn't give you a chance, little Kim. I know you're not happy with the previous price. Well then, we charge chicken feed at 7 cents. Fish feed at 6 cents. That way, you won't lose money and you'll make a little profit. That's always okay, isn't it?" Moon Jae-san looked at Kim Junbok, who looked like he was ready to try. He also clenched his teeth in fear. Afterward, it hurriedly opened its mouth. Kim Junbok's movement stopped. Frowning, he looked at Moon Jae-san. "I didn't expect Wen Zaisan to really raise this price." Without moving, he made a wink towards one of his men next to him. That henchman understood and began to calculate the profit in the middle. Looking at Kim Junbok, who had stopped moving, Moon Jae-san was also relieved. A smug look flickered in his eyes. But there were no words. He knew that Jin Juanfu was settling this score. Until a few moments later. That henchman finished counting and came to Jin Juanfu's side. "If Yellowfish Beach Village charges at 7 cents, if they want 300 tons of chicken feed, we can make $12,000. It's barely enough to cover the costs in the middle this time. We can only make sure we don't lose money. But Chen Zhao's side, although it's 6 cents, wants 800 tons of feed, we can make 16,000 yuan. It's still $4,000 more than Yellowfish Beach Village. However, Yellowfish Beach Village still needs fish feed. It also makes some money. The profit is almost equal. A few $100 difference at most." The henchman whispered in Kim Junbok's ear. Kim Junbok immediately narrowed his eyes and understood what the henchman meant. With that, he turned to Moon Jae-san and said nonchalantly, "Wen Zaisan, 7 cents? You're dismissing a beggar? I'll give you, now, 9 cents. Below 9 cents, I won't sell you a single pound of this feed." Jin Juanfu looked at Wen Jae-san sarcastically and said, "No way." Man Jae-san instantly red-warmed and shouted towards Kim Junbok. "Jin Juanfu, we had a deal before. Chicken feed is 8 cents. Fish feed is 7 cents. Now you're being extortionate. Malicious extortion. You have no honor." Man Jae-san screamed and cursed loudly towards Kim Junbok as if he had responded to the situation. 64, the final choice. Extortion? Ha! And looking at the suddenly angry Moon Jae-san, Kim Junbok all but laughed. "So you also know that this is extortion? You also know that it's dishonorable? Then how come you didn't know it was dishonorable when you pressed me for a price?" Kim Junbok sneered and looked at Moon Jae-san. "You." Wen Zaisan was instantly a bit dumbfounded. The old face was bashful and a bit hot. Annoyed, he looked at Kim Junbok. Finally, he broke down and said, "Kim Junbok, I'm giving you one last chance. 8 cents. Just the same price we had before. If you are willing, then you are willing. If you're not willing, there's no need for us to do this business. If you're willing, pull the goods to the village by tomorrow afternoon. After we inspect the goods, I will naturally settle the bill for you. Whether it's the money for the chickens and fish fry from last time, or the money for the feed. All settled at once." being so sarcastic by Jin Junfu. Moon Jae-san couldn't stay here any longer. Speaking toward Kim Jun-bak. Turning around, he was about to lead the two captains towards the outside. Ha! And the few burly men who brought Kim Jun-bak over. On the other hand, they subconsciously blocked Jin Junfu. What else do you guys want? Wen Zai-san subconsciously said as he looked at the several strong men blocking his way. But the few strong men just looked at Jin Junfu and waited for orders. Let them go. Jin Junfu was silent, or spoke. A few burly men directly made way. Humph. Only then did Wen Zai-san let out a cold snort and walk towards the outside. Big brother. If it's at the original price, this business of ours, we can do it. Wen Zai-san led the people away. The henchman with the glasses finally stopped suppressing his excitement and headed towards Wen Zai-san. I just did the math. If we go by 8 cents for chicken feed and 7 cents for fish feed, we'd make $18,000 on chicken feed. Fish feed will also make $5,200. That's more than Chen Zhao's side makes. Even if we take out the costs and favors, our profit is still substantial. Kim Jun-bak's men spoke excitedly towards Kim Jun-bak. Yeah. Big brother, let's just sell this lot to Yellowfish Beach Village. This time, they definitely won't dare to default on feed money. As long as we can settle the account, it's a good deal. The surrounding group of henchmen also looked at Jin Junfu with eager eyes and said. But Jin Junfu was silent as he listened to the words of his men. Now, there were two choices before him. One was to sell the feed to Qin Shao. With 800 tons of feed, he could make $16,000. The other is to sell to Yellowfish Beach Village, chicken feed plus fish feed, a total of more than 400 tons, he will make $23,200. Both choices are single choice. He chose Yellowfish Beach Village, which would definitely not allow him to sell the fodder to Chen Shao. If he had chosen Chen Shao would not have allowed him to sell the fodder to Yellowfish Beach Village either. It could be said. The multiple choice question, obviously. He should choose Yellowfish Beach Village. Because this business is more profitable in Yellowfish Beach Village. However, he was unable to resist saying, everyone, what do you think, Yellowfish Beach Village, is it really believable? If we send the feed to Yellowfish Beach Village tomorrow, and they maliciously suppress the price or are unwilling to settle the bill, what should we do? Jin Junfu stroked his chin and couldn't help but ask towards one of his men. Then wouldn't we just haul the goods and sell them to that Qin Shao? The little brother next to him directly said. Don't think so well. Jin Junfu, however, laughed bitterly. Before, I just wanted to play both sides of the fence, and now the result is that Chen Shao also gave me a 6-cent price. If we go to Yellowfish Beach Village tomorrow, and Yellowfish Beach Village doesn't settle the bill, and we turn around and sell it to Chen Shao, I dare say that Chen Zhao's price will, once again, be lowered. We still have nothing to say. At that time, do we sell or not? Kim Jun-bak said helplessly. Right now, he had sort of already suffered the loss of left and right once. He didn't want to eat it a second time. Moreover, if he ate it a second time, he would be completely bankrupt. So, this time, the choice was especially important. The surrounding group of henchmen and juniors also understood Jin Junfu's concerns. One by one, they were also in a state of hesitation. Until a few moments later. Jin Junfu sighed and spoke, brothers, I think that, this time, we should choose Chen Shao. Jin Junfu spoke towards the crowd. Looking at the unwillingness that flickered in the eyes of the crowd, he continued, although we don't earn much on Comrade Chen Zhao's side. But there's just one win. That's safety and trustworthiness. By choosing Comrade Chen Shao, this money, we are sure to earn it. Although the profit is somewhat less, but, in the end, we won't lose money, there's still money to be made. However, if it's Yellowfish Beach Village, we'll have to gamble once more. If we lose the bet, we'll really have nothing. Kim Jun-bak said. Looking at the group of men who also sighed, he said. Finally made up his mind. So, I've still decided that I'll go with Comrade Chen Shao. Old branch, that Jin Junfu, will he really come to us to continue this business? While heading towards Yellowfish Beach Village, the captain of the second team couldn't help but ask towards the old branch secretary while doing so. It will definitely come. When Zai-san sighed and said firmly. That Kim Junfu was holding down so much fodder, besides us, only Chen Shao can eat some of it. But, I bet the price that Chen Shao gave Kim Junfu was not high. Otherwise, Jin Junfu would have sold the chicken feed in his hand to Chen Shao by now. Why wait until now? Even if Chen Shao is broke, he still has the money for this batch of chicken feed, right? But why hasn't it been sold until now? There's only one reason I can think of, the price is too low. And now we're giving higher prices and buying more feed. How could Jin Junfu sell to Chen Shao at a lower price? He's not stupid. Man Jae-san said with conviction. Hearing Wen Zai-san's words, the captains of Team 1 and Team 2 also relaxed. And, not to mention, there's more than just chicken feed in this batch of Jin Junfu's feed. There's also fish feed. He can sell chicken feed to Chen Shao, but what about fish feed? He still has to smash it into his hands. Isn't that still losing money? When Zai-san spoke towards the two with a glint in his eyes. The two heard it. Some smiles even lifted up on their faces, and they also became more and more confident. When Zai-san saw this, he also smiled. Again, he urged. Alright, hurry up. If you don't hurry, you won't catch the next shuttle. We'll just go back and wait. That Kim Junbok, he'll definitely bring the feed tomorrow. Sure. Going to sell it to me? I have to make it clear to you, if I find out that you've sold these feeds to someone else besides me, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Little Harbor Village. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu while replenishing the feed for the chickens and opened his mouth. There was a smile in his eyes. This bet. Obviously, he won the bet. 65, lay out. Just waiting for Yellowfish Beach Village to get into the pot. Don't worry. I, Jin Juanfu, still have a reputation for doing business. You know that. Since I promised to sell the feed only to you, I won't go back on my word. It's just that this time, I've kind of lost a lot of money. Jin Juanfu sighed as he looked at Chen Xiao with a smile on his face. Chen Xiao listened to Jin Juanfu's words and gave him an odd look. He then said, Loss? You won't lose any money. I probably know in my heart how much you've earned. Minus the money you gave those channels of yours a cut, and the money you gave to your men. I'll bet you're getting at least $4,000 for yourself out of this business of mine. That's no loss. Chen Xiao, however, was chesty. Jin Juanfu was even more helpless as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. Looking at Chen Xiao, he said, You, a college student, are a bit too smart for your own good, aren't you? How did you know the base price of the feed I took? How could he not have expected that Chen Xiao had guessed the base price of his take feed long ago? From the beginning, he had been in Chen Xiao's palm and hadn't escaped to go there. He was also helpless. He's kind of been in the business for quite a few years. But there aren't many people who have him in the palm of their hands based on their brains alone. Chen Xiao was considered one of them. What made him the most terrifying was that Chen Xiao was counting on him so much, and he still had no reason to be angry. Because he was the one who had counted on Chen Xiao in the first place. Chen Xiao was just fighting back. He even had a sense of powerlessness in the face of Chen Xiao. The base price of your take is actually not hard to guess. Specifically how to guess, I won't tell you, you won't understand if I say it, it's financial knowledge. You don't have the foundation, you can't learn it. All in all, I didn't let you lose money, you still have money to make, isn't that good? Chen Xiao shook his head and lightly smiled towards Jin Juanfu. You're horrible. Kim Junbok spat out helplessly. Then he said, Actually, if you want to say that it's earned, it's not really earned. After all, Yellowfish Beach Village even bought 50 tons of fish feed from me. You don't raise fish, all this fish feed, it comes down to $5,000, I'm kind of smashing it into my hands. Plus the chickens and fish fry that have already been sold to Yellowfish Beach Village before. I'm sure I won't get this money back, another $2,000. $7,000 lost inside and out. It's a loss. Kim Junbok did the math and said with a bit of a headache again. Then do you want to erase these losses, or even make another big profit? And listening to Jin Juanfu's words, Chen Xiao suddenly hooked the corner of his mouth. Mysteriously, he said towards Jin Juanfu. Ha? Erasing losses? Make a big profit? How else can I make a killing besides this business of yours? How much can I make? Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with some bewilderment. Don't worry about that. If I say I can make you a big fortune, I'm sure I can, at least $10,000, if not more. It's up to you whether you dare to believe me or not. Chen Xiao said confidently. Jin Juanfu was a little hesitant. Truth be told. After this incident, he's a little afraid to fold. After all, the loss was too great this time. He wants to grow peacefully for a while. But Chen Xiao's words were really tempting. $10,000. That's more than enough to make up for all the losses he's incurred in this business. Moreover, it was still Chen Xiao who had said this. It was even more tempting. Because Chen Xiao's methods, he had sort of seen it. Without moving a muscle, he and the Yellowfish Beach Village were counted to death. He had a lot of faith in Chen Xiao's ability. So, thinking about it, he couldn't help but speak up. So what am I going to do? Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with a warm gaze. If you believe me, today, and for the next 2 days, you will do 3 things. The first thing, trust your acquaintances on the business and industry side, do a business license for an agricultural franchise store. At the same time, rent the store. Chen Xiao spoke directly towards Jin Juanfu. A business license? What is this for? Jin Juanfu was a bit confused. Don't worry about it for now, just do as I say. You'll find out later. Chen Xiao said confidently. Good. I'll go back and do it. Before tomorrow, I will definitely be able to get my hands on it. Jin Juanfu was also unambiguous and firmly memorized Chen Xiao's words. What about the second thing? Jin Juanfu opened his mouth again and asked. Continue to acquire fish feed from the feed mill. The more the better, the more you collect, the more you earn. Up to 150 tons. Chen Xiao was smiling again as he spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Ah, collecting fish feed? How can I do that? Who will you sell the fish feed to? Yellowfish Beach Village? Now that I've done business with you, can they be willing to buy my fish feed? And, even if they are willing, there's no way I can't make a lot of money at the price they give, right? Kim Junbok couldn't help but ask again. It's still the same thing, believe me, go hoard. Chen Xiao still did not explain and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Okay. I'll get it. Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth and in the end decided to trust Chen Xiao and opened his mouth to agree. Third thing. Spread the word about selling me your feed. Especially, make sure to spread the news to Yellowfish Beach Village. Chen Xiao was serious again. This is not a problem. It's just that, why do we have to tell Yellowfish Beach Village? Jin Juanfu was a bit puzzled. Chen Xiao looked at him without saying anything. Jin Juanfu instantly understood in seconds. Good. I won't ask. Okay. There's one more thing. Chen Xiao saw that Kim Juanfu was so uptight. It also smiled. Then he added. What is it? Kim Junbok asked towards Chen Xiao. Today plus tomorrow for 2 days, make sure to get me more than 500 tons of feed. Can it be done? Chen Xiao asked seriously towards Jin Juanfu. 500 tons? That's not a problem, I've already negotiated with the county feed mill. Go over and haul it anytime. The county feed mill still has a lot of feed stocked up for me. But the problem is, if I haul it, how do I transport it to your village? I've seen it before, the road that leads to your village has long been blocked. Kim Junbok asked suspiciously. He didn't ask Chen Xiao again what he was so eager to get 500 tons of feed for. No need to haul it to the village. I've rented a depot in the county, and by 6 o'clock this evening you'll deliver the first batch of feed to one of the depots at this location. I'll meet you there with the money. Chen Xiao said, pulling out a note from his shirt pocket and handing it to Jin Juanfu Dao. Jin Juanfu looked at the note that Chen Xiao had prepared long ago and looked at Chen Xiao again. Helplessly, he said, it seems that you already knew that I would definitely choose to do this business with you in the end, right? Jin Juanfu was truly convinced of Chen Xiao. After such a long time, he had never really seen such a calculating person. Alright, get going. Don't ever be late. Chen Xiao did not respond, but only hooked the corner of her mouth and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Alright. At 6 o'clock this afternoon, I will send at least 200 tons of feed over there. Just wait for the delivery. Kim Junbok didn't waste any time either. Putting away the note. Speaking towards Chen Xiao, he turned around and just left. This thing, it's half done. Next, it's up to the group of scumbags from Yellowfish Beach Village. When Zai-san, it's my turn now, don't let me down guys. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. In the bottom of his heart, he murmured. Now that the setup has been laid out, we're just waiting for the big fish from Yellowfish Beach Village to get into the pot. 66. 3 things. Daughter-in-law. Come on, let me hug you. Back home. Chen Xiao then saw the mute daughter-in-law who was busy in the kitchen. Hurrying over. Hugged his silly daughter-in-law from behind. The mute daughter-in-law, who was frying vegetables, was violently hugged by Chen Xiao. Her cheeks instantly reddened. Subconsciously, she rubbed against Chen Xiao's face. This was followed by gesturing sign language towards Chen Xiao. Ah Xiao, don't make a scene first, I'm cooking. The mute daughter-in-law blushed and gestured towards Chen Xiao. I don't know why. She always felt that after coming out of the detention center, Chen Xiao was even more clingy to her than before. Though she was quite happy too. But it just felt a little strange. Barf. Okay. Then you cook first, I'm going to go wash up. Chen Xiao also kissed his silly daughter-in-law fiercely. Then he turned around and walked towards the outside. Only then did the mute daughter-in-law continue cooking her own meal. Not long after, several dishes were brought to the table. And Chen Xiao was also done washing up. Sitting down at the dining table, he ate his meal. While eating, he asked toward his mute daughter-in-law, Daughter-in-law, how much money is left from our loan? Chen Xiao asked towards the mute daughter-in-law. The mute daughter-in-law hurriedly put down her bowl. From the inner room, she found the passbook for the loan. Show it to Chen Xiao. Afterward, a small bookkeeping book was pulled out and shown to Chen Xiao as well. Chickens cost $9,000, wrapped a train, and spent $1,000. Buying feed cost $2,400. Before that, I built a chicken coop, bought plastic wrap and the bamboo baskets and stuff that folks make to raise chickens, as well as those wooden chicken manure trays that I made. It cost a total of $300. It cost $300 to rent the warehouse. It cost a total of $13,000. $87,000 left. This money, it's enough. Chen Xiao looked at the balance on it, and his eyes flashed with a refined aura. It wouldn't be long before this money, out of thin air, would come out a bit more. Ha ha ha. As the mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao's serious work, another burst of little stars rose in her eyes. It couldn't help but giggle. Silly daughter-in-law, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and eat. Chen Xiao looked at his silly daughter-in-law looking at him and giggling. Couldn't help but laugh and said, "Aha!" The mute daughter-in-law hurriedly nodded and ate her meal. Chen Xiao also put down her account book and passbook. Eating up. While eating, he spoke toward his mute daughter-in-law. "Daughter-in-law, I'm going to the county town this afternoon. I won't be back until the evening. This afternoon, the chicken shed is all yours. If you're too tired, go get help from Dashin's daughter-in-law. Don't carry it alone. Got it?" Chen Xiao commanded toward the mute daughter-in-law. When the mute daughter-in-law heard this, she hurriedly nodded. She also patted her full breasts, indicating that leaving it to her. Chen Xiao was assured that it was. Silly daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao looked at her silly daughter-in-law's silly appearance. The color of doting in his eyes increased. It was really good for him to see his silly daughter-in-law again. All right. That's 230 tons of chicken feed. It's been a busy afternoon, but we've pulled it all in. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In a warehouse on the edge of the county. Jin Juanfu stood in front of Chen Xiao sweating profusely. Pointing towards the goods that were finishing being unloaded towards the warehouse, he spoke towards Chen Xiao with some apprehension. Obviously, because of what happened in Yellowfish Beach Village, he was also a little worried that Chen Xiao was like the people in Yellowfish Beach Village. Not giving him the check. Okay. I'll give you the check. Chen Xiao scrutinized the chicken feed and made sure there were no problems. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. Subsequently, there was no hesitation either. Carrying a bag directly, he came to Kim Juanfu. Directly opened it, revealing piles of $10 bills inside. That's right. It's the $10 bill. In this day and age, there were no $100 denomination bills. A $10 bill for the Great Unity is the largest denomination. $100 10s in a pile. $1,000. Inside this, there were dozens of piles of bills. All this money made Jin Juanfu and Jin Juanfu's minions look straight in the eyes. 230 tons of chicken feed at 6 cents a pound. That's a total of $27,600. That's $27,000. This is $600. Are the accounts okay? Chen Xiao counted out 27 piles from it and drew out another $600, handing it to Jin Juanfu and Jin Juanfu's little brother while speaking towards Jin Juanfu. After all, 27 piles of money, Kim Junbok can't take it all by himself. No problem. No problem. Of course, no problem. Sure enough, it's better to do business with you. Kim Junbok took the money and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but speak towards Chen Xiao. These are all false. Sending another 270 tons of chicken feed tomorrow is the real thing. See the rest of this money? If you got 500 tons of chicken feed together tomorrow, the rest of this money is yours too. Chen Xiao smiled and shook her head, pointing at the 30 or so piles of money left in the bag towards Jin Juanfu. Good-oo. Jin Juanfu instantly gulped and immediately assured, "Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will definitely gather the remaining 270 tons of feed." Jin Juanfu spoke seriously towards Chen Xiao. Okay. Well, that's settled. How are you doing on those things I told you about last today? After settling the main matter, Chen Xiao asked towards Jin Juanfu again. The business license is already in hand. The store is right next to that state-run hotel. Jin Juanfu immediately spoke towards Chen Xiao. While saying that, he pulled out a business license from his own bag, showing it to Chen Xiao. This era, everyone is still afraid to do business because of previous policies. Therefore, very few people have business licenses. For the kind of Jin Juanfu for self-employed business license, naturally, they are begging for it. On the same day, I got a self-employed business license. Okay. What about the fish feed thing? Chen Xiao asked again. I took another 50 tons from the county feed mill. Now I have 100 tons in hand. Another 50 tons on credit tomorrow, that's 150 tons. Jin Juanfu spoke towards Chen Xiao. Good. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Finally, again, he asked, what about the news? Has it been released? Aha! It's already been released. If there are no surprises, it's already spread to Yellowfish Beach Village by now. Jin Juanfu said with another nod. That's good. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu appreciatively. This was what he appreciated about Jin Juanfu. Doing things in a thunderous manner, not dragging his feet. If my guess is right, tomorrow morning, the people from Yellowfish Beach Village will come looking for you. It must be to ask you to break the contract with me and sell the fodder to them. It might even be coming to you with money. I suppose you know how to do that? Chen Xiao asked towards Jin Juanfu again with a smile on his face. Don't worry. I, Kim Junbok, am a man of honor, a mouthful of spit. If I say I'll only sell to you, I'll only sell to you. Jin Juanfu immediately assured towards Chen Xiao. Aha! Chen Xiao nodded, sort of satisfied. Then it was followed by, if my guess is right, tomorrow, the people from Yellowfish Beach Village will still threaten you with the fish feed matter. I'll only tell you one thing, if you want to make money, no matter how the Yellowfish Beach village threatens you tomorrow, these fish feeds, don't sell them. Chen Xiao spoke seriously towards Jin Juanfu. 67, Moon Jae-san is here again. Ha! This. Jin Juanfu heard Chen Xiao's words. His eyes lit up. The loss of fish feed was a sore point with him. If Yellowfish Beach Village really wanted to buy his fish feed, it would definitely be the best of both worlds. But now, Chen Xiao was asking him not to even sell the fish feed. This made him a bit hesitant. Anyway, I should have warned you already. The rest is up to you. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu's appearance and shrugged indifferently. This calculation of his was to make up for Jin Juanfu's loss. If Jin Juanfu didn't listen and couldn't make any money, it wouldn't be his fault. I believe you. Don't worry, I would never sell this fish feed without you. Kim Junbok finally gritted his teeth. Okay. After the next batch of chicken feed is delivered tomorrow, I'll talk to you about the latter. The corner of Chen Zhao's mouth hooked up. Again, he spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Good. I'll go first then. Jin Juanfu also knew that Chen Xiao was kicking people out. Taking a deep breath, he looked deeply at Chen Xiao. He then turned around and led his men and minions, all towards the outside. Boom! Until the door to the warehouse was slammed shut. Only then did Chen Xiao grin, revealing a smile. A color of excitement and thrill flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. This time, it's a big profit. I was thinking before that 8 cents a pound for feed would be acceptable. Now it's good for 6 cents a pound. That's a full 2 cents less. That's a savings of $9,200 on just those 230 tons of feed. This is like directly saving $1 million. Not to mention, when tomorrow's feed is delivered, it'll save another $1 million. This wave. No loss. It's been so long. Chen Zhao's calculations had finally paid off. Previously, in his conception, the price of the feed was acceptable at 8 cents. It was at this price that he had originally gone to Jin Juanfu. But didn't expect it. Jin Juanfu dared to belittle himself for the sake of Yellowfish Beach Village. Then he himself will have to have some fun. So, it's only in the past 2 days that I've been fighting with Kim Junbok. Finally, got the price of the feed down to 6 cents. Saved myself $20,000 straight away. That's $20,082. Will purchasing power, compared to later generations, that's almost 2 million. That's how much was saved. How could he not be happy? And that's just the beginning. Wait 2 more days, after the big fish, Yellowfish Beach Village, takes the bait. I'm going to bite down hard on some meat. Afterward, Chen Xiao thought about the subsequent plan. Essence blossomed in his eyes. Muttering. It wasn't until a few moments later that he calmed down. Then, stepping forward, he waved his hand. The rest of the money on the ground was directly put into the private space. Then, came back to the feed. With a wave of his hand, he received all the feeds into his private space. Only then did he take one last deep look at the empty warehouse. He turned around and headed outside. What? Kim Juanfu sold the feed to Chen Xiao? And Yellowfish Beach Village. At this moment, when Zai-san heard the news from the captain of the first team, he instantly stood up in shock. He then said incredulously, "This Jin Juanfu, is he crazy? Is he, really, unwilling to do business with us even at a loss?" When Zai-san panicked. How could he not think of that? Kim Juanfu was able to be capricious to such an extent. Wasn't it just that he punked him a little? I'm not the one who's not punking him now. What's the big deal? This Kim Juanfu, his heart is too small. For the sake of making money, can't you take a little bit of heat? How much money does Chen Xiao have? Can you afford to eat his fodder? How much money can he make by selling to Chen Xiao? He can't afford to lose money. He must be crazy. Fumi Jae-san muttered in panic for a long time. Until a few moments later. Only then was Jin Juanfu unable to resist asking again, that Jin Juanfu, how much fodder did he sell to Chen Xiao? When Jaison's eyes stared deathly at the captain of the first team and opened his mouth to ask. Exactly how much, we don't know. But all we know is that Jin Juanfu made 2 trips back and forth with the same fleet of cars that brought us feed last time. Our guess is that it's estimated at 200 tons. The captain of the first team gulped and spoke towards Wen Zai-san. That's impossible. Wen Zai-san immediately spoke with certainty. Although I don't know how much Jin Juanfu sold Chen Zhao's feed for, it must not be less than 6 cents. Even if we calculated at 6 cents, 200 tons of feed, that's still $24,000. Where can Chen Xiao get that much money? A bluff. It must be a bluff. When Zai-san spoke excitedly. While speaking, he kept pacing around the room, suppressing a bit of panic. The captain of the first team and the captain of the second team looked at the agitated Moon Jae-san. They really didn't know what to say. Until a few moments later. When Zai-san suddenly stopped and said, "No. Tomorrow, we'll go look for this Jin Juanfu again. We must make him deliver the goods to us as early as possible." When Zai-san spoke towards the first and second team leaders. Good. The two looked at each other and could only nod. When Zai-san looked at the two of them, and only then was he slightly relieved. Continuing to murmur with certainty. Don't worry, they must be bluffing. It must be. What? Chen Xiao really ate 230 tons of feed? That's impossible. Where did he get the money? How can someone from Little Harbor Village have so much money? You must be lying to me, right? And early the next morning, when Jaishan was the one who brought the two brigade captains and came to find Jin Juanfu. And Jin Juanfu, too, had been waiting for them here for a long time. As soon as he came over, when Jaisen couldn't help but ask Jin Juanfu if he really sold the fodder to Chen Xiao and how much he sold. Unexpectedly, he got an answer that made his scalp tingle. Chen Xiao had actually eaten that batch of fodder, or had eaten it with real money. This left him brain dead. Couldn't believe it. Yo! Still dreaming? Look at that. This is the bill Comrade Chen Xiao settled for me yesterday. Seriously, Comrade Chen Xiao is much more forthcoming than you guys. But Jin Juanfu was the one who opened the large bag that was placed on the table, revealing the piles of money inside. The money instantly made when Zai-san's three people's eyes go straight. Unbelievably, they looked at the money. Surprisingly, this Chen Xiao. Where did this Chen Xiao get the money? How could he have so much money? When Zai-san froze in place. Bastardly, he muttered. Kim Jun-bak, however, didn't bother to pay attention to him and simply said, "Alright. I don't have time to bull with you guys here. It's time for me to go to the county feed mill to pay off my debts. Stay by yourselves," Kim Jun-bak said, re-zipping his bag. Then he was ready to walk towards the outside. Wait. But the next moment, Moon Jae-san spoke violently and stopped Kim Jun-bak. What's going on? Want to mess with me? Kim Jun-bak raised his eyebrows and looked at Moon Jae-san. 68, Moon Jae-san, do you have to drive everyone to death? No. Of course not. When Zai-san hurriedly waved his hands to show that he was harmless. Afterwards, he barely revealed a smile with a hint of flattery and said, "Brother Jean, look, since you can sell the feed to Chen Xiao, how about selling us a share as well? How about that? Just follow the price I told you yesterday. Chicken feed is 8 cents. Fish feed is 7 cents. Surely this price is higher than the one Chen Xiao gave you? Well, want to do this business?" Moon Jae-san spoke in a low voice towards Kim Jun-bak. Moon Jae-san is not a cutie pie. He also understands. Kim Jun-bak, who had now made a deal with Chen Xiao. There is no longer any worry about selling the feed. It's simply not something he can hold. Quite the contrary. The village of Yellowfish Beach, which will soon run out of chicken feed and fish feed, is the one being held hostage. The 30,000 fish fry in the fish pond and the 2,000 chickens that have already been raised are waiting for the feed to come off the pot. He had to speak in a low voice towards Jin Juanfu. Excuse me. I signed an exclusive agreement with Comrade Chen Xiao. I can only sell my feed to him. Kim Jun-bak, however, without the slightest hesitation, directly rejected Moon Jae-san. The bottom of his eyes was a flash of admiration. He was admiring Chen Xiao more and more. Counting on it. All of this had been calculated by Chen Xiao. Whether it was when Zai-san coming to him or wanting him to break his contract to sell fodder to Yellowfish Beach Village. All of them made Chen Xiao calculate clearly. This means. It even gave him a creepy feeling. Brother Jean. I know you're angry at our Yellowfish Beach Village. But, in business, harmony breeds wealth. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Sell us a share of the feed, you can make a little more money too. You can't live with money, can you? Are you worried that we won't settle the bill? Don't worry. Look, here's the money for the chicken and fish fry, and the first batch of feed. We brought it all. I can give you the money now if you can deliver the feed today. Well, Man Jae-san said, taking a bag from the nearby captain of the first team. He opened it and revealed the piles of cash inside. Good-oo. Looking at the cash that Moon Jae-san had brought, truth be told, Kim Jun-bak's heart was moved. But thinking of Chen Zhao's reminder to him yesterday, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about it. I, Jin Juanfu, am a man. A man of his word. If I said chicken feed is exclusively for Comrade Chen Xiao, I'll sell it exclusively to Comrade Chen Xiao. You guys just forget about it." Kim Jun-bak directly turned his head and spoke again. You. Seeing that Kim Jun-bak actually refused again, Moon Jae-san couldn't help but sink his face. Kim Jun-bak, I've given you the good words, and I've given you the benefits that should be given. Do you just have to drive everyone to extinction? Moon Jae-san's face was grim as he questioned towards Kim Jun-bak. Yo, now you know that this is a drive to kill? Why didn't you think so when you screwed me over before? Kim Jun-bak couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Moon Jae-san, who couldn't pretend anymore. You. Moon Jae-san's face became even more ugly. Then, he couldn't help but say, Jin Juanfu, don't forget about those chicken fry and fish fry that you've already sent to our Yellowfish Beach Village. Don't you want the money for those chicken fry and fish fry? We're not asking you to only sell us the feed, you just need to sell some to us at the same time you sell the feed to Chen Xiao. I'll settle this chicken and fish fry money for you. When Zai-san gritted his teeth and threatened towards Jin Juanfu. Since I made a deal with Comrade Chen Xiao, I didn't expect to get my money back for the chickens and fish fry. Think of it as me, Jin Juanfu, doing charity and rewarding you beggars. Hearing Wen Jizen's words, a flash of anger flashed in Jin Juanfu's eyes and he directly said, "You." When Wen Jisen heard Kim Junbok's words, a flash of anger was also visible to the naked eye on his face. Then as if he remembered something, his eyes rolled again and said, "What about the fish feed? Chen Xiao can buy your chicken feed, but he won't buy fish feed, right? If the fish feed doesn't sell, it will be smashed in your hands, right? Kim Junbok. I'll make it clear to you, if you don't sell us chicken feed, then those fish feeds, there's no way we're going to want them either. Don't forget, the fish feed we need in a year is not a small amount. Should we make money on this fish feed? You watch." Moon Jae-san was threatening towards Kim Junbok again. Kim Junbok didn't speak again. He just narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Moon Jae-san. It was expected again. Predicted again by Chen Xiao. Moon Jae-san's threat was truly predicted by Chen Xiao. Jin Juanfu only felt an electrifying sensation all over his body that made his scalp tingle. At this moment, he really saw what is called play in the palm of your hand look. Right now, Yellowfish Beach Village was being played by Chen Xiao. It can't even struggle. Everything was calculated to death by Chen Xiao. This made him feel the terror of Chen Xiao's methods. Well, should you be willing now? Since you're willing, now put. Moon Jae-san looked at Kim Junbok's appearance and a smug smile once again rose on his face. Then he spoke towards Kim Junbok. However, before he could finish, Kim Junbok spoke up, "Excuse me. I'm not for sale." Kim Junbok said directly. Are you crazy? When Jaisen completely exploded and questioned Jin Juanfu loudly, "Do you really want to sell those fish feeds?" When Jaisen's eyes stared like bronze bells. The voice was as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Questioning towards Kim Junbok. "Old thing, let me make it clear to you. You came to see me today, Comrade Chen Xiao has long predicted it. So, he warned me long ago. Buying feed from me, you might as well forget it. Alright, I'm off. Make yourselves at home." Kim Junbok, however, ignored him. He said calmly, then directly carried his bag and headed outside. Moon Jae-san's gaze was dead set on Kim Junbok's back. There was an extreme color of resentment in his eyes. Resentment towards Kim Junbok. And also resentment towards Chen Xiao. How could he not have expected that Chen Xiao would be able to guess that he had come to find Jin Juanfu? And even made preparations early. Making all his plans busted. "Old Branch, what should we do now?" The captain of the second team gulped. He couldn't help but ask toward Wen Zai-san. "Go back to the village first." Wen Zai-san gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words. Afterward, he was the first to walk towards the outside. "How much chicken feed is left in the village? How much fish feed is left?" "Back to the village." Wen Zai-san was the first to ask towards the village chief. "Old Branch Chief, right now, chicken feed and fish feed, there's less than a ton left. It'll last another day at most." The village chief reported at once. "Now, where else can I buy fodder other than from Jin Juanfu?" Wen Zai-san couldn't help but feel his heart sink as he listened to the village director's words. Once again, he opened his mouth and asked. "We only have one feed mill in the county, and the feed in it is still specialized in supplying the county's farms. If we want to buy it, we need to have a license to approve it. And, even with a warrant, the price of a pound of feed is 10 cents. Not only that, but we have to wait more than a month before we can get the feed. So it's simply too late." The village director thought about it and spoke directly. 69, Yellowfish Beach Village reported again? Then again, he looked down at the notepad in his hand and continued, "There are several small feed stores in the county. Our guys have already been there. But the feed in those feed stores has been bought out. According to the information we've inquired about, those feeds were all bought by Chen Xiao." The village director carefully glanced at Wen Zai-san and spoke again. "Chen Xiao. It's Chen Xiao again. Damn thing. It's not enough that he betrayed our Yellowfish Beach Village. Is he still going to drive us to extinction?" Hearing it was Chen Xiao again. Wen Zai-san was furious. He couldn't help but break out in curses. It wasn't until a few moments later that he calmed down a little. "And?" he asked again, toward the village director. "And, just collect them individually from one commune to another. But because there are no specialized feeders in any of the communes, even if you go door to door to collect fodder, you won't be able to collect much. I'm afraid the rate at which we collect fodder won't be enough to feed these chickens and fish. Not to mention, the price of collecting feed from these retailers is very high. The price of a caddy is estimated to be more than 10 cents. The village director said again helplessly. Fumi J-san was completely silent. Truly, he didn't know what to do. The village chief looked at Wen Zaisan's appearance and also said helplessly, I see, this Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu are just in collusion. They are just teaming up to make a deal and cut off our way of life. Really? I don't know what's wrong with the policy now, they're clearly speculating. Don't arrest them either. Isn't this letting the capitalist tail grow? The village chief muttered in complaint. But hearing his words, Wen Zaisan was the one who instantly lit up. I have an idea. Wen Zaisan excitedly stood up and said, What way? Moment. The village chief and the two brigade leaders looked fiercely at Wen Zaisan. The director is right. They're speculating. We'll sue tomorrow. Wen Zaisan said excitedly. Old branch, will this work? That Chen Xiao, isn't it already legal? The captain of the first team said blankly. Stupid. Wen Zaisan, however, hated it and said, Chen Xiao is legal, but that Jin Juanfu is not. A second-hand dealer like Jin Juanfu is a typical speculator. For Chen Xiao to do business with this kind of person, that's definitely considered speculation as well. Let's sue them tomorrow. Definitely one lawsuit at a time. If they dare to cut off our life, I'll make it hard for them too. Chen Xiao, if you dare to harm us like this, I'll definitely send you back to prison. Wen Zaisan murmured in a sinister voice. His eyes were filled with resentment. Well, here's today's money. 6 o'clock that night. Chen Xiao once again came here to this warehouse he had rented. After counting the goods sent by Jin Juanfu, nodded with satisfaction. Then he gave the rest of the money directly to Kim Junbok. Good. Kim Junbok took the money. But looks a little silent. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu's appearance and asked with a raised eyebrow. It's not a big deal. It's just that. That fish feed, can it really make money? I've stocked up on 150 tons now. I'm afraid. Jin Juanfu asked towards Chen Xiao with some apprehension. So it's this. Chen Xiao was instantly enlightened. Looking at Jin Juanfu's apprehensive look, he thought for a moment and said, Tell you what, you sell half of this fish feed to me. We'll make money together if we make money later. If we lose money, you buy me your half of the fish feed as well. I'll collect it and I'll make up the money for you. How's that? Chen Xiao's eyes flashed toward Jin Juanfu. Is this okay? Kim Juanfu was a little hesitant. How could such behavior be seen as a sign that he did not trust Chen Xiao? So it couldn't help but be a bit hesitant. Why not? Just give it to me. Chen Xiao directly said. These fish feeds, according to his plan, were able to make a lot of money. If the plan goes well, it can be said to be able to make a lot of money. Since Kim Junbok was afraid, he deserved to make some money on top of the fish feed business as well. Even if he didn't make any money, the fish feed was in his own hands. One has privacy. Save it in your private space, and there's no fear of these fish feeds going bad. Putting it in the future, it is also able to be sold. You can't lose money by any means. Therefore, he did not have the slightest psychological burden. Alright then. I'll have someone pull half of the fish feed over here. Jin Juanfu's gaze flickered as he opened his mouth. Truthfully, the fish feed thing, there was no Chen Xiao involved before. He did have a bit of panic in his heart. Because he didn't dare to fully believe Chen Xiao when he said he could make money with these fish feeds. And Chen Xiao wouldn't let him sell the fish feed. If in case he didn't make any money, these fish feeds were put into his hands, it would be a proper loss. Now with Chen Xiao involved, and Chen Xiao to give him a bottom, he is not afraid of anything. Okay, 75 tons of fish feed. According to your base price, 5 cents a catty. A total of $7,500, no problem? Chen Xiao directly took out another $7,500 from his bag and handed it to Jin Juanfu and said, No problem. I'll arrange for someone to pull the feed. Jin Juanfu immediately looked shocked. He then went off to the side to arrange for his little brother to pull the goods. It was only a few moments later that he walked back in. Chen Xiao, that Wen Zaisan really did come to me today. I sent him away. What happened after that? Jin Juanfu asked towards Chen Xiao with gusto. He really wanted to see what happened to Yellowfish Beach Village now. He also wanted to see how Chen Xiao was going to take Yellowfish Beach Village down later. If I'm not wrong, tomorrow, someone will come to your door to arrest you. In the name of speculation. Chen Xiao was the one who suddenly spoke in a shocking manner. What? Jin Juanfu was instantly stunned. To say that a two-timer like him was most afraid of what? Isn't it the people of the Special Leading Group for Combating Speculation? His kind of second-guessing is, to put it nicely, called the business practice of buying low and selling high. To put it badly, it's speculation. Especially in this day and age, his second-hand business is typical of speculation. If he gets caught, there's only one thing that can happen to him. Reform through labor to death. What's the panic? Chen Xiao, however, frowned and exclaimed. It instantly woke up Jin Juanfu. This, what should we do? Jin Juanfu said with some six-leggedness, Why don't we run? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but say. Run, my ass. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu and became even more speechless. Then he directly said, if I'm not wrong, that group of people from Yellowfish Beach Village will definitely go and report us for speculation. It's just their common tactic. I could have been reported in by them before. Speaking of this, a flash of sarcasm flashed across Chen Xiao's eyes. He then looked at Jin Juanfu. But don't be afraid. Chen Xiao patted Jin Juanfu's shoulder. Remember the business license I asked you to get yesterday? The corner of Chen Xiao's mouth hooked up in a smile and said, 70, Chen Xiao, you're speculating again? Votes plus chapter. Business. Business license? Jin Juanfu had been a little flustered. But when he heard Chen Xiao's words, he instantly woke up. It was as if he had realized something. A look of joy would gradually appear on his face. That's right. You're now self-employed or a produce franchise. Buying and selling feed, that's normal business practice. Not only is it not speculation, but it is protected business behavior. It's taxable in the future. What else are you afraid of? The corner of Chen Xiao's mouth hooked up as he spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Good. Kim Junbok looked at the chesty Chen Xiao. Was truly stunned. Stuttering, he asked, so, the day before yesterday, you had already speculated on this result, right? Jin Juanfu felt that he had already overestimated Chen Xiao enough. But there was no thought. Still underestimated. 2 days ago, Chen Xiao was able to surmise what was happening now. And had laid out the plan early. This kind of tactic was really scaring him. It's not that difficult. Chen Xiao, however, shook his head indifferently. Then he said, so, when the people from the Speculation Special Rectification Leadership Working Group arrest you tomorrow, you can just show them your business license. And, if my guess is good, we should all be called to the county government by the county party secretary tomorrow. You don't have to worry about the things behind us. Chen Xiao continued arranging towards Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with some trepidation and nodded solemnly, good. Right, and also, if there are no surprises, these fish feeds will be sold tomorrow. I'll remind you when it can be sold. As for the price, you bite the bullet at 12 cents. And, sell 150 tons at a time. No sale for less. No selling lower. Got it? Chen Xiao was speaking towards Jin Juanfu again. What? 12 cents and sell them all at once? Can this be sold? Jin Juanfu was shocked and couldn't help but say. Don't worry, if I say I can, I can. Just watch my eyes tomorrow. Chen Xiao confidently spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu could only nod helplessly. Good. You're Kim Junbok, aren't you? Someone reported you for speculation. Come with us for investigation. Sure enough. Early the next morning, Du Yunpeng, the head of the county's Speculation Special Rectification Leading Working Group, it is with a few people, directly came to the store that Jin Juanfu newly rented. Directly towards Jin Juanfu. Yes. Kim Junbok looked at a few people in uniform. Mentally, he sighed. Once again, Chen Xiao predicted it. There was also little resistance. Directly following Du Yunpeng towards the outside. Not long after, the group arrived at the office of the working group on speculation. Before he even entered, he heard Chen Xiao's voice coming from inside. Team leader Du, you're finally back. Why did you get me to investigate again? I'm operating legally now, with a license. All sales and purchases are protected by the law. You can't catch me alone in this bullying. Chen Xiao's voice was filled with aggression. This made Jin Juanfu a little surprised. He had never really seen such a Chen Xiao. All right. Just brought you back to ask some questions. Isn't this someone reporting you? It's normal workflow for us. Du Yunpeng looked at the aggrieved Chen Xiao and said helplessly. Someone reported me again? That must be that group of guys from Yellowfish Beach Village, right? Chen Xiao listened to Du Yunpeng's words and pretended to look confused. Then, it was followed by a certainty. Then, gritting his teeth, he spoke, this group of guys, do they still want to pit me enough? Do they have to put me to death? Chen Xiao spoke through gritted teeth. Afterwards, Chen Xiao also looked directly at Du Yunpeng. Team leader Du, tell me, what did they report me for this time? Could it be speculation again? Chen Xiao asked with a burning gaze towards Du Yunpeng. It's still true. They reported you and this Jin Juanfu, dumping control materials and speculating. Looking at Chen Xiao, he lightly guessed that it was the people from Yellowfish Beach Village who had reported him. Du Yunpeng was also helpless. There was no time wasted, and he spoke directly. Kim Juanfu? Boss Jin? When Chen Xiao heard Du Yunpeng's words, he then turned his head towards the door with a bewildered expression. As if surprised, she said, yeah. Boss Jin, you're here too? What? Is it hard to believe that you've been reported too? Chen Xiao asked with a curious expression. As if she really didn't know anything. Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao's out-of-this-world acting skills and really didn't know what to say. He could only force a smile and said, yeah. I didn't know what was going on and I was called in for an investigation. Team leader Du, this is excessive, isn't it? Boss Jean and I, this was never speculation. Isn't this a slander? Chen Xiao frowned at Du Yunpeng and said with dissatisfaction. But, that old secretary from Yellowfish Beach Village said that you and Jean Juanfu privately traded state-controlled materials. Buying low and selling high. And the amount involved is tens of thousands of dollars. This is serious speculation. Du Yunpeng skimmed his mouth non-committally, then directly said. Because of the lesson from the last time, this time, Du Yunpeng did not dare to directly lock Chen Xiao up. Instead, he first questioned it in his office. Nonsense. When Chen Xiao heard this, her eyes widened violently and she said with an angry face, slander. This is slander. Team leader Du, where is the person they reported? Where? I want to confront him face to face. Chen Xiao angrily shouted towards Du Yunpeng. Xiao Wang, go call Secretary Wan and the others over. Du Yunpeng also shrugged. Afterward, he directly said towards a staff member next to him. Yes. That staff member immediately stood up and headed outside. It wasn't long. He came into the office from outside with 3 men. It was Wen Zaisan and the captains of the 2 brigades from Yellowfish Beach Village. Wen Zaisan. Do you want to be shameless? I led you guys to make money from fish farming before, and you backstabbed and reported me. And now you want to slander me? As soon as Wen Zaisan came in, Chen Xiao just looked furious and questioned towards Wen Zaisan. Humph. Chen Xiao. I slandered? Wen Zaisan looked at Chen Xiao's furious look, and the color of triumph flashed in his eyes as he immediately said, Chen Xiao, do you dare to say that you didn't buy and sell chicken feed in large quantities with this Jean Juanfu? Wen Zaisan directly questioned towards Chen Xiao. Bought it. Chen Xiao frowned and spoke directly. You dare to say that you guys aren't trading privately? When Wen Zaisan heard this, a smug look emerged on his face without hiding it, and he pursued towards Chen Xiao again. On the other hand, Du Yunpeng's face turned serious. It's a private transaction. Chen Xiao frowned tightly, but once again said. You dare to say that what you're trading is not controlled materials? Wen Zaisan was trembling with excitement. Once again, he questioned towards Chen Xiao. Du Yunpeng even stood up? His eyes were firmly fixed on Chen Xiao. It's controlling supplies. Chen Xiao once again opened his mouth to admit. Du Yunpeng's hand was hidden behind his waist? 71. Wen Zaisan went to sue again? Tickets plus chapter. Then you still dare to say that you are not speculating? Wen Zaisan was thoroughly excited and questioned towards Chen Xiao. Of course we're not speculating. Chen Xiao said rightfully. Ha! You admit it. Fumi J-san was about to burst out laughing. But suddenly reacted. He was like a goose with his neck pinched. The entire person was frozen in place. Du Yunpeng was also at a loss. Dumbfounded, he looked at Chen Xiao and froze. You still dare to argue here? You've admitted to these illegal acts of yours, and you still dare to say you're not a speculator? The next moment, Wen Zaisan was directly anxious. Toward Chen Xiao is what he said. It's true that we're not speculating. Chen Xiao once again said with an innocent look. You. Wen Zaisan was so angry that he had high blood pressure. Shivering and pointing at Chen Xiao, he was so angry that he couldn't say a word. Chen Xiao, what the hell is going on? Du Yunpeng also couldn't help himself and directly asked towards Chen Xiao. Team leader Du, we are all legitimate business practices. Chen Xiao turned his head and spoke towards Du Yunpeng. While saying this, he took out his business license. Look, this is the business license of our collective enterprise in Xiaojiang village. This I know. But this is not a reason for you to conduct a private transaction. Du Yunpeng waved his hand and said directly. But, Boss Jean also has a business license. Chen Xiao again turned his head to look at Jean Juanfu. Jean Juanfu also understood and pulled out a business license from his pocket and gave it to Du Yunpeng. You have a business license? And Du Yunpeng looked at Jean Juanfu's business license and was confused. Looking at the innocent-looking Chen Xiao. Another look at Kim Juanfu who had little expression. Finally, he looked at Moon Jae-san, who had frozen in place. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Team leader Du, Boss Jean runs a specialty store for agricultural products. It's not illegal for me to go to his store to buy feed, right? Chen Xiao asked directly. No offense. Du Yunpeng said somewhat breathlessly. We're trading privately, that's normal, right? Chen Xiao said again. Normal. Du Yunpeng was even more speechless. Although feed is a controlled material, but Boss Jin's store is a specialty store for agricultural products, trading feed is also permitted, right? Chen Xiao was staring with wide eyes again, asking towards Du Yunpeng. Aloud. Du Yunpeng couldn't even help but twist his head away. Helplessly, he said. Then is this trading behavior of ours considered speculation? Chen Xiao asked as she did so. While wearing, if anything, a smile, he looked towards Wen Zaisan who was beside him with a face that was hard to see. Doesn't count. Du Yunpeng sighed and was helpless against Chen Xiao's darkness. But still, he came to a conclusion and said. Wen Zai-san, do you hear me? Our trading behavior is normal business behavior. Not considered speculation. Only then did Chen Xiao sneer and open his mouth towards Wen Zai-san. You guys. Wen Zai-san felt like his brain was about to explode. It was as if all the blood in his entire body had rushed into his brain. It was so high that he was in raw pain. The extreme anger made him almost lose his mind. Finally, he roared angrily. Collusion between government and business. You are collusion between government and business. I will sue you. I'll go to Secretary Fong. To sue you. Wen Zai-san said. Turning violently, he quickly walked towards the outside. This. Du Yunpeng looked at Wen Zai-san's back. He also looked at Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu and really didn't know what to do. Team leader Du, Boss Jin, and I, can we go? Chen Xiao then looked at Du Yunpeng and said. Go. Du Yunpeng was speechless as he waved his hand and rolled his eyes. Good. Only then did Chen Xiao lead Jin Juanfu towards the outside with a smile on his face. That when Zai-san went to the county party secretary, what should we do next? It wasn't until he was out of the speculative strike office that Kim Jun-bok took a long prominent breath. Toward Chen Xiao, his eyes burned as he asked. Next, it's time for the main event to begin. Everything is up to me. Chen Xiao looked in the direction of the county government, the corner of his mouth hooked up. Secretary Fong, you must make a decision for us. That Chen Xiao and team leader Du are just colluding. Officials and businessmen are colluding. They're working together to bully our Yellowfish Beach village. When Zai-san came to Secretary Fong's office. Again, he looked like he was begging Secretary Fong to make a decision and said, Chen Xiao and team leader Du are colluding with officials and businessmen? What's this about? Secretary Fong looked at Wen Zai-san in front of him and frowned. He had a vivid memory of Wen Zai-san's credulity. Therefore, did not believe Wen Zai-san at first. Secretary Fong, you don't even know. That Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu are clearly doing speculative business. Let's go report it. But that team leader Du, he even said that Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu's deal is legal. Isn't that talking nonsense with his eyes wide open? This is collusion between government and business on their part. You must make a decision for us. When Zai-san pretended to look unsteady as he was about to kneel down towards Secretary Fong. Secretary Wan, you'd better sit down first. Secretary Fong looked at Wen Zai-san's appearance and helplessly got up to support him, helped him to the sofa next to him and said, Secretary Wan, how about this, I'll call that Jin Juanfu that Chen Xiao told you about over here. Let's sit together and talk, okay? After Secretary Fong helped Wen Zai-san sit on the sofa, he spoke towards Wen Zai-san. Wen Zai-san opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He could only let Secretary Fong call and notify the side of the Speculation Special Crackdown Leadership Working Group. Notify that side to have Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu come to his office. Secretary Fong then took his seat, paying no more attention to Wen Zai-san and dealing with his own work. Until a few moments later. Secretary Fong, you're looking for me? Phew. Wen Zai-san, you really came to sue? Really? Chen Xiao walked in from outside with Kim Juanfu's figure. As soon as he came in, he saw Wen Zai-san sitting on the sofa, his head lowered as he thought about something, as well as the two brigade captains next to him who were like two door gods. Immediately sneered. Chen Xiao, speak properly. When Secretary Fong heard Chen Xiao's words, her gaze flashed and she gave an angry lecture and said, Yes. Secretary Fong, I'll say it properly. Chen Xiao hurriedly opened his mouth and responded. While speaking, one side skillfully took out 2 cups from the cabinet and poured 2 cups of water. 1 cup for himself. A cup for Kim Jun-bok. This skillful movement of Chen Xiao really startled Jin Juanfu. Hurrying in fear and trepidation, he received Chen Xiao's cup of water. I called you here today for 2 things. Regarding Chen Xiao's self-centeredness, Secretary Fong was not surprised. Putting down the documents in his hand, he took a sip of tea and spoke towards Chen Xiao. You say. Chen Xiao also took a sip of water and directly said. 72, Chen Xiao must give up the feed. First thing, how are your chickens doing? Secretary Fong did not deal with what Wen Zai-san said first, but asked Chen Xiao first. It's not bad. It's already on track. Chen Xiao shrugged and said. When will it be able to generate revenue? Secretary Fong asked again. Half a year, I guess. About half a year's time we'll be able to generate a stable income. Chen Xiao pursed her lips and fudged the time. That's fine. When Secretary Fong heard this, he was slightly relieved. In less than a year, he would be transferred. Whether it's a high promotion, or a flat transfer, or a decentralization. It all depends on how Chen Xiao and Yellowfish Beach Village perform. However, he was relieved on Chen Xiao's side, but Yellowfish Beach Village. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Wen Zai-san, who lowered his head and didn't say a word. Only then did he continue to speak. Then the second thing. Just now Secretary Wen said that you and this comrade Jean are speculating? And team leader Du is harboring you? Secretary Fong asked directly towards Chen Xiao. Bull. Chen Xiao directly said with disdain, Secretary Fong, don't be fooled by this old man. Chen Xiao immediately spoke nonchalantly. Exasperated, Wen Zaisan raised his head violently but did not dare to say anything. Speak properly. And Secretary Fong almost choked on the water, glaring fiercely at Chen Xiao and speaking towards him. Yes. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and said helplessly. It was said before at team leader Du's place. Boss Jean and I, it's normal business behavior. I have a business license, and Boss Kim has a self-employed business license. He's a produce franchise, I buy feed from him. It's legal and protected by law. So what we're doing is not speculation. Just now is said very clearly, this old old man, is just dead set against it. And has to come to sue, wasting our time. Chen Xiao briefly spoke towards Secretary Fong. Secretary 1, is this what Chen Xiao said? When Secretary Fong heard this, his gaze also flickered. He then frowned and looked at Wen Zaisan questioningly. Indeed. But. Wen Zaisan opened his mouth unwillingly, but when he said this, he again changed his words, but they are business transactions on the surface. But in reality, it's still speculation. Wen Zaisan gritted his teeth. Secretary 1, this is a bit incomprehensible to me. Boss Jean and Chen Zhao's documents are all in order, how does that constitute speculation? Secretary Fong frowned. Because, this Jean Juanfu only sells goods to Chen Xiao. But doesn't sell goods to anyone else. On the surface, it's a business transaction, but in reality, it's a business transaction to cover up his own speculative behavior. Wen Zaisan looked at Chen Xiao with resentment and gritted his teeth. Injustice. As soon as Wen Zaisan's words fell, Chen Xiao couldn't help but cry out in a ghostly manner, startling Secretary Fong. He couldn't help but glare hard at Chen Xiao before speaking, and where is it wronged? Boss Jean never said that he was going to sell the goods only to me. Chen Xiao said with an aggrieved face. Watching Chen Xiao act out again, Jean Juanfu almost didn't laugh out loud. Hurriedly bowing his head, he dared not think of anything. Nonsense. Obviously I went to him yesterday to buy feed and he said that he only sells his feed to you. Isn't that speculation? Wen Zaisan instantly stood up and spoke angrily towards Chen Xiao. Boss Jean, was it Secretary Wen who said this? Secretary Fong asked directly towards Jean Juanfu. Secretary Fong, no. It's undeniable that all the goods I have now are sold to Comrade Chen Xiao. However, I'm not selling exclusively to Comrade Chen Xiao, but the amount that Comrade Chen Xiao wants is too large. Therefore, I can only supply Comrade Chen Xiao with the entire cargo. On the way here, Chen Xiao had already taught Jean Juanfu how to deal with various problems. At this time, answering them was a breeze. You're bull-ting me. If that's the case, then let me ask you, if I buy chicken feed from you now, do you sell it? When Jai-san listened to Jean Juanfu's nonsense and instantly became so angry that his entire body was shivering. That's not really possible. Kim Junbok, however, shook his head and said, Look, you still say you guys aren't speculating. When Jai-san shouted excitedly as if he had caught Jean Juanfu's pigtail. Boss Jean, why not? Secretary Fong frowned at the complacent Wen Zaisan and couldn't help but ask towards Jean Juanfu. Because, the chicken feed in my store has all been sold to Comrade Chen Xiao. Even the chicken feed for the next month has been booked by Comrade Chen Xiao. If Secretary Wen wants to buy it, he'll have to wait for a month from now. Jean Juanfu opened his mouth to explain. Chen Xiao stood to the side and did not say a word, just drinking water in an old-fashioned manner. 1 month? After a month, the chickens are starving to death. How can I still raise my chickens? I don't care, you must sell me the chicken feed today. When Zaisan was getting mad. Couldn't help but yell loudly. And when Secretary Fong heard Wen Zaisan's words, he couldn't help but frown in his heart. To know. This Yellowfish Beach Village is the second move he laid down. Even condescended to Chen Xiao for this. If the Yellowfish Beach Village did not raise chickens, it would be a loss. Boss Jean, can't you really blend it out at all? Secretary Fong couldn't help but ask towards Jean Juanfu. Secretary Fan, it's true that you can't deploy it, Comrade Chen Xiao bought too much. Jean Juanfu spoke helplessly towards Secretary Fong. How much did he buy? Can you not be able to deploy it at all? Secretary Fong glanced at the aging Chen Xiao and asked suspiciously towards Jean Juanfu. This. Jean Juanfu glanced at Chen Xiao as if he was pretending to ask for her permission. When he saw Chen Xiao nod, he then said, 800 tons. What? 800 tons? And as soon as Jean Juanfu said this, when Zaisan directly exploded, Chen Xiao, can you buy so much feed to use it up you? When Zaisan's eyes reddened as he questioned towards Chen Xiao. Yeah. Chen Xiao, how many chickens have you raised? Do you use so much feed? Secretary Fong was also puzzled and asked. Secretary Fong, that's not much. It's just the amount of chickens I've raised for 2 years. It's not enough for me, I'm going to buy some more. Boss Kim. Chen Xiao said and turned his head to look at Jin Juanfu again, looking as if he was going to place an order now. No way. Wen Jaisan was so shocked that he couldn't help but scream out in shock. Wen Zaisan then looked at Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong, Chen Xiao is maliciously hoarding fodder. It's trying to put our Yellowfish Beach Village chicken raising business to death. You must decide for us. Wen Zaisan cried out again towards Secretary Fong. Chen Xiao looked at Wen Zaisan's appearance and skimmed her mouth in disgust and disdain. This. Secretary Wen, after all, people are doing normal business behavior, how can I help you? Secretary Fong was also helpless. Opening his mouth, he spoke. Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao must give up some of it. Wen Zaisan gritted his teeth and said towards Secretary Fong. 73, forget it if you don't want to. This. Secretary Fong looked at Jin Juanfu. Secretary Fong, don't look for me, all of my fodder now has been bought by Comrade Chen Xiao. You'd better look for him. Jin Juanfu's eyes flashed as he spoke towards Secretary Fong. He was now vaguely aware of the setup that Chen Xiao had laid out. Although it was only vaguely felt. But he already had a feeling that his scalp was tingling. Chen Xiao. Secretary Fong could only look at Chen Xiao. No way. Chen Xiao said without hesitation, then glanced at Wen Zaisan before looking at Secretary Fong. I do know that Boss Jin's first customer was not me. Rather, it's Yellowfish Beach Village. But before, Yellowfish Beach Village was unruly, and when Boss Jin delivered the goods, they were unwilling to settle the bill. It made Boss Jin lose thousands of dollars in money for chickens and fish fry for nothing. The character of Yellowfish Beach Village is too bad. I don't want to be pitted by the people of Yellowfish Beach Village again. Chen Xiao directly said. Doing business, you can't rush up. You have to be aggressive. You. While listening to Chen Xiao's words, Wen Zaisan instantly burst into a rage and stared at Chen Xiao with both of his eyes. But nothing could be said. These are the facts. Chen Xiao. Secretary Fong had no choice but to call out to Chen Xiao once again. Only then did Chen Xiao shut her mouth. Secretary Fong looked at Wen Zaisan. Secretary Wen, how about this, you guys simply trade here with me. The payment for the goods will be cleared. I'll be the guarantor. If you have any problems, you can come to me, is that okay? Secretary Fong said towards Wen Zaisan. This. Okay. Wen Zaisan hesitated for a moment but still agreed. When Secretary Fong saw that Wen Zaisan had agreed, he was relieved and again looked at Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao didn't say a word. Secretary Fong frowned and spoke. Chen Xiao, can it work? Secretary Fong, you also know what my situation is with Yellowfish Beach Village, do you think, can I be willing? Chen Xiao at this time, but seriously towards Secretary Fong said. This. Secretary Fong frowned as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. For the grudge between Chen Xiao and Yellowfish Beach Village, he was considered to be the one who understood it most clearly. It was reasonable for Chen Xiao to have grievances now. But Moon Jae-san was, after all, another pawn that he had supported. He didn't want Wen Zaisan to fall just like that. He could only say, Chen Xiao, this matter is all in the past. What should be dealt with, hasn't it already been dealt with? Be generous. Now, you are all advanced enterprises in our county. For the better and faster development of our county, you should support each other. You can't live in hatred all the time, can you? Secretary Fong persuaded towards Chen Xiao. There was really some helplessness. Secretary Fong, don't talk about these falsehoods. I didn't spend 15 days in jail for nothing. Want me to forgive? Fine, then show your sincerity. Chen Xiao said, looking towards Wen Zaisan. For the feed I transferred to Yellowfish Beach Village, add 2 cents a catty to the price I bought it for. Chen Xiao directly said. The figure is poor. After laying out for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. Plus 2 cents? How much is that? Secretary Fong subconsciously asked. 12 cents. Chen Xiao directly spat out a number. Instantly. Bull. How can it be so expensive? You're robbing me while I'm on fire. You're extorting. Wen Zaisan instantly rounded his eyes. Angrily, he screamed towards Chen Xiao. Secretary Fong, look, is this your sincerity to make me put down my hatred? Chen Xiao directly turned his head to look at Secretary Fong and said. This. Secretary Fong's person was numb. Looking at Wen Zaisan, he looked at Chen Xiao. He really didn't know what to do. And Kim Junbok, who had been silent, finally realized everything. He finally saw Chen Xiao's layout. It could be said. Chen Xiao either fought with himself before. Or buying 800 tons of feed from himself. Or the things you make yourself do later. None of it was just a matter of fighting for the initiative on feed prices. The fight for feed price initiative is just the smallest of layouts. In fact, the most important thing is all about the present. Kill the pig. And the pig that was killed. It was the village of Yellowfish Beach. Chen Xiao is trying to slaughter Yellowfish Beach Village with a vengeance. Moreover, is in front of the county party secretary, reasonable and legitimate slaughter Yellowfish Beach Village a knife. But also Yellowfish Beach Village had to swallow the bitter fruit. This is the killing pan. A pig-killing plate that belongs exclusively to the village of Yellowfish Beach. Secretary Fong. He's lying. He bought the feed for a price that was clearly not 10 cents. He's lying. When Zai-san spoke anxiously toward Secretary Fong. Bull. I clearly bought it for 10 cents. Boss Kim is here, and you're still throwing dirt on me? Boss Jean, tell me, what price did I pay for the feed with you? Chen Xiao directly cursed back. Then he swore and asked Jin Juanfu. 10 cents. Jin Juanfu only felt that he was a newbie in front of Chen Xiao. Very well behaved, he said. Collusion. Secretary Fong. They're in cahoots. They're cheating you. When Zai-san was going crazy. Speaking towards Secretary Fong. Secretary 1, that's enough. Secretary Fong was also impatient and gave a low, cold voice. It's you who wants to find Chen Xiao to transfer the fodder. It's also you who's saying the price is high now. What? Is it hard to believe that you want Comrade Chen Xiao to give it to you for free? Secretary Fong lectured directly towards Wen Zai-san. Me. Wen Zai-san stuttered in anger. He wanted to say something, but was unable to say it. Only after a few moments did he calm down a bit and said, but Secretary Fong, this price of 12 cents is too high. If this price, I might as well go to the county feed mill to buy, the county feed mill only 10 cents. Why should I buy from him? Then go to the county feed mill. It's just as well, the secretary is here, so let him give you a note. You just go and buy it. Chen Xiao instantly interjected, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. You. When Zai-san gritted his teeth in anger, Chen Xiao was clearly eating him up. Knowing that even if there are strips, go to the county feed mill, no 1 or 2 months cannot get the goods. When we get the goods, the chickens are starving to death, what do we need feed for? Then I won't buy it. We haven't paid for the chickens and fish fry anyway. Even if the chickens and fish fry die, we won't lose. When Zai-san looked at Chen Xiao's emboldened appearance, he was completely furious. Toward Chen Xiao. Oh. That's great, then I don't have to transfer the feed. Then, Secretary Fong, will leave first. Chen Xiao instantly had a happy look on her face and said, about to leave with Jin Juanfu. You. When Jai-san instantly became anxious and subconsciously said, wait. What again? Chen Xiao responded in annoyance. But in the bottom of his heart, he was smiling. This was all within his expectations. When Jai-san would never dare to give up this batch of fodder just like that. He wouldn't dare to let the chickens and fish he's raising now just die. Because. 74, no money? It's okay. You can get a loan. These chickens and fish fry, although he did not spend money. However, it is about the plan to pay off the debt of Yellowfish Beach Village. The village still has a debt of tens of thousands of dollars on its head. If they can't pay it back, the 30 acres of fish ponds in their village will be auctioned off. They did remember that Chen Xiao had said that they could make at least $100,000 this year from fish farming. If the fish pond is such a golden egg-laying chicken is gone, they could die of regret. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about rebuying chickens and fish fry to raise again when this batch of chickens and fish fry died. But then, where to get the new fry from? Where will the feed come from? We still have to find Jin Juanfu. But now, Jin Juanfu and Chen Xiao are in cahoots, as if they are wearing the same pants. He didn't think that Jin Juanfu would continue to do business with them. So, this batch of feed transferred by Chen Xiao, he must eat it. It must also be eaten in front of the county party secretary. Otherwise, after leaving this office, Chen Xiao will absolutely not hesitate to backtrack and not do this business. Or just keep dragging it out, waiting for their Yellowfish Beach Village chickens and fish to die before agreeing. He knew that Chen Xiao would definitely be able to do such a thing. So, don't look at him screaming as if he was quite tough. But in reality, there is no bottom at all. And now, all of this was again calculated by Chen Xiao and ruthlessly held. It was even more suffocating that when Zai-san wanted to vomit blood. Because, he could kind of see it. Chen Xiao was seeing that their Yellowfish Beach Village did not have a way out, and was using this to rip off his Yellowfish Beach Village. And this knife, ruthless and poisonous. When Zai-san could only look at Secretary Fong again, Secretary Fong. This price, it's really too high. How much do you want for it? Secretary Fong looked at Wen Zai-san and asked directly. 8 cents. When Zai-san immediately said. No way. But the next moment. Chen Xiao's voice came. Secretary Fong turned his head to look and saw Chen Xiao's righteous indignation. Secretary Fong, I bought the feed for 10 cents and transferred it to him for 8 cents? Not only did I make no profit, I also lost 2 cents out of thin air? Secretary Fong, this is killing me. Chen Xiao angrily looked at Wen Zai-san and said. That's true. Secretary Fong also knew that doing so was just a bit too much. With that, he also directly said, that's it then, 10 cents. Chen Xiao, how much did you buy it? How much did you sell it to Secretary Wen? That's fine, right? Secretary Fong directly clapped his hands. No way. No. But the next moment. When Zai-san and Chen Xiao both said in unison. This caused Secretary Fong to frown once again. Secretary Fong, Chen Xiao really didn't have 10 cents to buy these feeds. Don't you be fooled by him. When Zai-san anxiously spoke towards Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong, this is just the cost of the feed, there's also the shipping costs. Hiring a truck costs money too. I spent a lot of money hiring a car to transport all this feed. That's all the cost. 11 cents. That's the minimum price. If it works, if it doesn't, forget it. Chen Xiao directly said. Secretary Fong looked at the two people who were each talking sense. One head was two sizes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and looked at Wen Zai-san Dao. Wen Zai-san, you first falsely accused people Chen Xiao today. The other Chen Xiao didn't bother with you. Then, you wanted to rob people's feed and I coordinated it for you. She was willing to do the same. Now, they're willing to transfer it to you, but you're still not happy, you want them to suffer. Wen Zai-san, do you still want the feed or not? Secretary Fong couldn't help it either. He directly lectured towards Wen Zai-san. Wen Zai-san anxiously tried to say something, but the next moment. I don't care if what you say is true or not. Anyway, it's now at the price of 11 cents as Comrade Chen Xiao said. This feed, take it or leave it as you like. Anyway, I'll mediate this once, and if anything happens after that, don't blame me for not seeing you. Secretary Fong was too lazy to continue pestering Wen Zai-san. Directly clapped his hands and said, Me. Want. Wen Zai-san was so angry that his teeth were almost clenched. Looking fiercely at Chen Xiao, he could not wait to eat Chen Xiao alive. And when Chen Xiao heard his words, the corners of his mouth hooked into a silky smile. This bureau. It's done. About to collect. Straight away, how much do you want? Chen Xiao said with a meaty look on his face. It's going to be 30 tons. Wen Zai-san pursed his lips and his eyes flashed before he spoke. Are you tricking me? Chen Xiao was instantly displeased and directly said. What's wrong? Secretary Fong looked at Chen Xiao in confusion. 30 tons, why bother looking for me to transfer it? He just went to one commune after another to buy that much, right? Isn't this just fooling me? Or is he trying to buy a little for a while? That's even worse. Out of this office, I wouldn't believe any fart they make from Yellowfish Beach Village is true. Who knows if he'll screw me over if he asks me for fodder in the future. Secretary Fong, let's forget about this. Chen Xiao said directly. It's not. I just want this one time. After that I'm going to the county feed mill to get it. When Zai-san anxiously opened his mouth to explain towards Secretary Fong. Then why don't you just go to the county feed mill and buy it, why come to me? It's a waste of my time. Boss Jean, let's go. He knew exactly what Wen Zai-san was playing at. It is just to use the 30 tons of feed to respond to emergencies. The emergency is until a month and a half later, when you go to the county feed mill to pick up the goods. But this was not what Chen Xiao wanted. He couldn't not see blood when his knife was raised. With that, Chen Xiao also looked like he was too lazy to continue staying here. Turning around, he prepared to leave. Stop. And looking at Chen Xiao about to leave like that. Wen Zai-san was anxious. Shouting towards Chen Xiao Gaoshang. Then directly said, how much do you want to transfer? Wen Zai-san gritted his teeth. 500 tons. All of it. Take it if you can, forget it if you can't. Chen Xiao said indifferently. You. Wen Zai-san was instantly enraged. Understood. He finally gets it. Chen Xiao was just trying to slaughter him. Ruthlessly slaughter him. It's revenge. Chen Xiao's revenge on him in Yellowfish Beach Village. Secretary Fong, this is revenge on his part. This is blackmail. Naked blackmail. When Zai-san couldn't help himself and complained towards Secretary Fong. Then don't buy it, if you don't buy it you won't be blackmailed. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. Secretary Fong looked at Wen Zai-san and then at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, aren't you being too harsh? Secretary Fong obviously also saw that Chen Xiao was trying to ruthlessly draw blood on Yellowfish Beach Village. He couldn't help but ask. Secretary Fong, ruthless or not I don't know. But 500 tons of fodder, how can I make him come and mess with me within this year? Otherwise, when he comes back to me the next time he runs out of feed again, will I transfer it to him or not? By then, transferring it, I'm speculating. There's also the possibility of being pitched a meal by him. If I don't transfer it, he'll come back to you to complain. I'll have to come over again. Isn't it troublesome? I don't want to get into this kind of trouble again. Anyway, if you want to buy it, it's 500 tons of feed for 11 cents. Take it or leave it. Chen Xiao said indifferently. 75, big kill. This. Secretary Fong was also helpless. He could only look at Wen Zai-san once again. Squeak. Wen Zai-san looked at Chen Xiao. His teeth were about to be clenched. But really, I don't know what to say. In the end, one could only say with a hoarse voice. Secretary, it's not that I don't want it, but we, Yellowfish Beach Village, don't have that much money. 500 tons of feed at 11 cents, that's 110,000. Where are we going to get that kind of money to go? Wen Zai-san said in a hoarse voice. he still accepted it. Because he had no choice. The village of Yellowfish Bank also had no choice. So there's no money? That's not good enough? But don't wait for Secretary Fong to speak. Chen Xiao, however, spoke again. What do you mean? Wen Zaisan twisted his head around and looked at Chen Xiao as he asked. Loan. Chen Xiao said directly, then looked at Secretary Fong. Isn't that the loan I took to raise chickens? Now Secretary Fong is here. Secretary Fong will be your guarantor. You can also take out a loan. Take out a loan to raise chickens, and when the chickens lay eggs, sell them and pay the credit union back is all. Chen Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The bottom of his eyes, however, flashed with an exquisite aura. He naturally knew that it was impossible for Yellowfish Beach Village to come up with so much money. So, this was long thought out. Let's get a loan from the village of Yellowfish Beach to slaughter yourself. And this loan thing isn't just about harvesting enough money for yourself, either. It was also a new round of layouts for him. Only this time, the target wasn't just Yellowfish Beach Village. A loan? Wen Zaisan instantly brightened up when he heard Chen Xiao's words. It was also instantly understood where Chen Xiao got so much money from. It turned out to be a loan. The mind was instantly clear. And that, in turn, made his heart turn over in a small way. Looked to Secretary Fong. A loan? That's fine. Secretary Fong pondered for a moment and also spoke. Then he looked at Wen Zaisan and said, then, I'll make a call to the bank, and you go and apply for the loan. This way, you won't be short of money either. The feed thing, that's always taken care of, isn't it? Secretary Fong asked towards Wen Zaisan. It can work. Then take out a loan. Wen Zaisan thought for half a day and made up his mind. Then he added. But I have conditions. Wen Zaisan looked up at Secretary Fong again and said. What conditions? Secretary Fong frowned. This Wen Zaisan, could it be that he had mistaken the conditions? He's the one who's short of money, and he's helping him with a loan. Not himself begging for a loan. And you're offering terms? This Jin Juanfu must provide me with as many chicks as Chen Xiao. Also, enough fish feed. Wen Zaisan said directly towards Secretary Fong. You'll have to ask Boss Jin about that. Secretary Fong looked directly towards Jin Juanfu. No way. I'm not willing. However, Jin Juanfu was direct. Ha? Unwilling? His words made Secretary Fong freeze. You don't even want the business delivered to your door? Secretary Fong, it's like this. Chen Xiao spoke again at this time. You actually don't know. Actually, Boss Jin's seller in the beginning was not me. Rather, it was this Moon Jae-san. Boss Jin's chickens and fish fry, as well as chicken feed and fish feed, were actually sold to Wen Zaisan first. But this Wen Zaisan is too unruly. After Boss Jin delivered the chickens and fish fry, Wen Zaisan reneged on the bill. And used it to force Boss Jin to send the feed over. Said he'd settle the bill when the feed was delivered. But after the feed was delivered, Wen Zaisan was still unwilling to settle the bill. Boss Jin had to leave without saying anything before he forced Wen Zaisan to be willing to settle the bill. However, Wen Zaisan then forced Boss Jin to lower the price on the spot. Give the negotiated price of the feed and cut it by another 2 cents. Or else he wouldn't settle the bill. Boss Jin was so angry that he just left. That's why Boss Kim did business with me. Until now, this Wen Zaisan hasn't paid for all those chickens and fish fry that Boss Jin sent. It's like Boss Jin lost a few $1,000s for nothing. Not to mention, the fish feed he got for Wen Zaisan was also smashed in his hands, another loss of tens of thousands of dollars. If it wasn't for me, his chicken feed would have been smashed in his hands too. He would have lost tens of thousands of dollars again. If you were Mr. Kim, would you still do business with such a person? Chen Xiao unmercifully and directly exposed Wen Zaisan's bottom. Me. You. Wen Zaisan didn't expect Chen Xiao to reveal his past just like that. Wanting to retort. However, was unable to say a single word. The old face was bashful and red. Wen Zaisan, is that really the case? When Secretary Fong heard Chen Xiao's words, his face also turned cold as he asked towards Wen Zaisan. Wen Zaisan didn't say anything and just lowered his head. Wen Zaisan, Wen Zaisan. You are truly a talent. Secretary Fong was all laughed out of anger. He knew that Wen Zaisan had poor character, but he didn't think it could be as bad as this. He now doubted whether supporting Yellowfish Beach Village was the right choice. That, I'm willing to settle the bill for Boss Jin right now. I brought all my money. And I promise that this will never happen again. Wen Jaisen couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. He could only stutter and say, cut. Who believes that? Chen Xiao said with a disdainful cut. Chen Xiao. Secretary Fong glared fiercely at Chen Xiao, causing Chen Xiao to shut his mouth. Boss Jin, Secretary Wen has already given me assurances, do you think it will work now? Secretary Fong was again asking towards Jin Juanfu. Secretary Fong, I'm really sorry. The store is small and the profits are thin, we can't afford to be swindled again. Kim Junbok said with a helpless look. Chen Xiao nodded with satisfaction in his heart as he watched Kim Jun-bok soar in his acting skills. Jin Juanfu. I've already guaranteed it. What more do you want from me? When Man Jae-san heard Kim Jun-bok's words, he was again so angry that his ears smoked and he couldn't help but say, "You shut up." Secretary Fong disliked Wen Zai-san fiercely. Only then did he look at the silent Jin Juanfu again and said, "Then Boss Jin, what do you think before you're willing to do this business?" Secretary Fong asked helplessly. "This? I don't know." Jin Juanfu said with a feigned look of confusion. "This?" Secretary Fong was also helpless. It really didn't know what to do. "Secretary Fong, how about this, let Boss Jin do the same as me. We're in your office right now, talking about the unit price and the number of transactions. Man on the spot in the mountains to give us the money. Settle it all at once. We'll go back and give him the goods." "Well," Chen Xiao suddenly rolled her eyes and opened her mouth to propose. "Boss Jin, what do you think?" Secretary Fong thought for a moment and looked at Jin Juanfu. "This? I believe Comrade Chen Xiao." Jin Juanfu pretended to look like he was cowering and said, "All right, then it's decided." Secretary Fong also ignored Wen Zai-san's willingness to speak and directly clapped his hands. Then towards Jin Juanfu, he asked, "Boss Jin, your chickens, how much is one? And how much is the fish feed?" "Chickens are 10 cents each. Fish feed is 12 cents a pound." Kim Jun-bok directly quoted the price. Bull. Obviously the fish feed was only 7 cents before. When Man Jae-san heard Kim Jun-bok's offer, he instantly exclaimed again and said, 76, harvest. Great harvest. You're dreaming. The county feed mills are charging 10 cents to pick it up, and Boss Kim is selling it to you for 7 cents? Wouldn't that be a loss?" Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and directly spat out. "No. Secretary Fong, believe me. It's really not true. It really is 7 cents. When Zai-san anxiously explained towards Secretary Fong. "But, for this price, do you want it or not?" Secretary Fong wasn't in the mood to mess around with Wen Zai-san and directly said. Wen Zai-san now had no credibility with him. Secretary Fong doesn't believe anything he says. "I want." Wen Zai-san was choked and didn't catch his breath for a long time. In the end, he can only spit out 2 words in a stifled manner. "Actually, fish farming is the center of gravity for the entire village of Yellow Fish Beach as opposed to chicken farming." He hadn't forgotten what Chen Xiao had said earlier, that if he continued to raise fish this year, he would be able to make $100,000. So, fish feed is the top priority. Even if he knew the price was ripping him off, he had to take it. "How much do you want?" Kim Jun-bok asked directly. 150 tons. Moon Jae-san said in silence. "Good." Hearing that it was the same number of fry as Chen Xiao had expected, Jin Juanfu's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura as he continued to speak. "At the same time, you must also pay back the money owed to me for the chickens and fish fry before." All of this was exactly as Chen Xiao had predicted. "Good. However, you have to continue to provide me with 8,000 chicks." When Zai-san also said. "Good. The chickens and fish fry from before. A total of $3,200. After that there are 8,000 more chicken fry, it's $800. Plus 150 tons of fish feed, that's $36,000. That makes a total of 40,000 whole dollars. Check out." Kim Jun-bok also didn't waste any time and directly headed towards Moon Jae-san. "Good." When Jae-san gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time. Only then did he let the captain of the first team next to him hand over his bag. Trembling, he counted out $40,000 from it and handed it to Kim Jun-bok. $40,000, when Jae-san is still able to take it out now. After all, Yellow Fish Beach Village had saved a total of more than $70,000. It could still afford to pay that much. The goods are paid for. The goods will be delivered today. Jin Juanfu immediately grinned widely and said. "Then it's mine. 500 tons of chicken feed, $110,000. Get a loan." Chen Xiao spoke toward Wen Zai-san again. Wen Zai-san did not speak and looked towards Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong didn't waste any time either. Directly picking up the phone, he went to the credit union and explained the situation. "Okay, you go now. Finish the loan early and give the money to Chen Xiao. When you get back, pull back what you want. This matter, let's call it a day." After making the call, Secretary Fong could be considered relieved and sat back in his seat. When Zai-san didn't say anything. He just took the 2 captains and walked towards the outside. "All right, you 2 rest here for a while. When Zai-san comes back later, after settling the bill, all of you get the hell out of here. You guys are annoying me to death with this." Secretary Fong spoke unflinchingly towards Chen Xiao. He then sat back down and rubbed his temples with a headache. Chen Xiao hurriedly sat down on the sofa with Jin Juanfu looking like a good boy. It was just that Jin Juanfu's entire body couldn't stop shivering from excitement at this time. It made Chen Xiao disgusted and didn't bother with him. Until 2 hours later. Only then did Moon Jae-san's disheveled figure appear at the door again. Boom! A large traveling bag was thrown in front of Chen Xiao. Opening it, he said, "Here's the money for the chicken feed." Wen Zai-san's eyes were as spiteful as ghosts. Hate gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Being slaughtered already made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Being slaughtered by Chen Xiao even made him hate Chen Xiao so much that he wanted to eat him alive. "I'll order." Chen Xiao, on the other hand, was not the least bit impressed. Opening his bag, he counted the money minutely. Not a single one. Next to him, Kim Junbok looked at the densely packed money in the bag and was almost dumbfounded, constantly swallowing his saliva. Until a few moments later. Only then did Chen Xiao sort of finish counting the money. Zipping up the large bag, he then looked over at Man Jae-san. "Good. No problem. Come with me to get the goods later." Chen Xiao lifted her travel bag and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. 500 tons of chicken feed cost himself $60,000. Now it's 110,000 in exchange, netting $50,000. And 75 tons of fish feed. Collected it for $7,500, turned it around and sold it for $18,000. Net profit $10,500. The two businesses, chicken feed and fish feed, raked in a total of $60,500. And it was the meat bitten off the yellow fish beach village that he ate with particular vigor. This was the gain that Chen Xiao had brought about by laying out for so long. "Alright, go back when you're done. I'm still busy." Secretary Fawn waved his hand this time and said irritably. "No." Chen Xiao, however, spoke violently again. "What else do you want to do?" Secretary Fawn was all but helpless as he looked at Chen Xiao and asked. "Below is the delivery, you have to go over and watch. In case we deliver the goods, and the people from Yellow Fish Beach Village behind us falsely accuse us of not delivering the goods, then won't we get screwed again?" Chen Xiao directly said towards Secretary Fawn. "You." Wen Zai-san instantly had another look of anger appear on his face. It was just about to say something. But he was interrupted by Secretary Fong. "Okay, just in time for dinner. I'll come with you guys. By the way, you're in charge of lunch for me. And of course, don't get me any big fish or meat. Don't make me do anything against organizational discipline. I'm tired enough from working on this thing of yours today." Secretary Fong directly interrupted what Wen Zai-san wanted to say, rubbing his temples. While standing up, he spoke towards Chen Xiao. "Got it. There is no big fish and meat, there are a few home-cooked stir-fries. Boss Jean, just next to your store is not a state-run restaurant? I'll leave it to you." Secretary Fong, "A meal at a state-run restaurant isn't a violation of discipline, is it?" Chen Xiao immediately lowered his eyebrows and spoke towards Secretary Fong. While saying this, she carried a bag of money and followed Secretary Fong towards the outside. And when Zaishan was also leading the two brigade leaders towards the outside. "Well, order the goods properly. Don't say we fudged it." Out of the county hall. Clerk Fong also transferred 2 cars, pulling a group of people to the warehouse that Chen Xiao had rented. Chen Xiao opened the warehouse, revealing the 500 tons of chicken feed that was neatly stacked inside, as well as 150 tons of fish feed. No more, no less, just right. Wen Zai-san was suffocating as he listened to Chen Xiao's yin and yang. But looking at Secretary Fong, who didn't say a word on the side. It was also only possible to bring the 2 captains over to inspect the goods. Another 10 minutes or so of busy work passed. Only then did Man Jae-san come back again. Nodding toward Secretary Fong, he said, "Secretary Fong, there's no problem with the goods." "Okay, as long as there's no problem with the goods. Now, you two sides are considered to have cleared the air. This matter, too, is settled here. No problem, right?" When Secretary Fong heard this, a smile appeared on his face as well and said, "No problem." Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu immediately nodded and said, "No problem." When Zai-san also nodded, then looked at Jin Juanfu and said, "Jin Juanfu, you can always send these feeds to our Yellow Fish Beach village now, right?" "What? You still want Boss Jean to deliver for you?" "When Zai-san, you're being a bit of a bully. This 650 tons of feed, do you know how much it costs to deliver? And you're asking people to deliver it to you? They won't do this business? Get your own car to deliver it." 77. Take stock of the harvest. Chen Xiao instantly widened his eyes toward Wen Zai-shan Dao. Chen Xiao. Don't you go too far." Wen Zai-san's face was completely gloomy as he gritted his teeth towards Chen Xiao. "I'm going too far?" Chen Xiao listened to Wen Zai-san's words and feigned a look of "I'm confused." He looked at Wen Zai-san and then at Secretary Fong. "Secretary Fong, it's hard to believe that all deliveries in our county are made without money or indicators?" Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask. "Of course not." Secretary Fong looked at Wen Zai-san and Chen Xiao and again couldn't help but sigh. "If you want to deliver goods within the county, you need to have a transportation index, and a ton of goods costs 30 cents a kilometer." Secretary Fong opened his mouth and spoke. "Hear that? Wen Zai-san. Delivering goods costs money and, well, targets. With your empty mouth, you're asking Boss Jean to give you free deliveries? Why is your face so big? Chen Xiao sneered and looked at Wen Zaisan. Wen Zaisan's face was as gloomy as water. Staring at Chen Xiao, he was panting with anger. However, not a single word could be said. Until a few moments later. Only then did he grit his teeth and say, "How much does it cost?" Wen Zaisan asked through clenched teeth. "Didn't Secretary Fang say just now, 1 ton of cargo, 30 cents a kilometer? From here to your Yellowfish Beach village, it's more than 40 kilometers anyhow. 650 tons of cargo, 40 kilometers, that's $7,800. Boss Jean, is this price okay?" Chen Xiao said and looked at Jin Juanfu. "Ah. No problem. No problem at all." The new recruit, Jin Juanfu, hurriedly opened his mouth to respond. In reality, the price of the fleet he had organized himself was not really that high. Usually delivering goods is just a 10 cents or so. There is a profit to be made even if. Now, 30 cents, or 650 tons of cargo. That's a big profit. Not to mention, in reality, whether it was the previous sale of fodder, the offer given to Wen Zaisan, or the offer given to Chen Xiao. Actually, the shipping costs are all counted in this feed price. Shipping is not counted separately. But now, that's another $7,800 in shipping out of thin air. That's a lot of money, so why not? So, he just quietly watched Chen Xiao's tawdry maneuver and didn't say a word. "Chen Xiao, you're not finished, are you? A delivery and you want me to pay $7,800? Why don't you go rob?" Wen Zaisan couldn't hold back any longer and cursed towards Chen Xiao. "Wen Zaisan, you really don't know any better. This is a normal offer, okay? You're just going to the county's automobile fleet, it's the same price, and you still have to ask for an indicator. 650 tons of indicator, you just want this indicator, you have to spend a lot of money, right? We are now quoting 30 cents is considered cheap. That's the price anyway. If you're willing to pay it, Boss Kim will deliver it to you. If you're not willing to pay, Boss Jean is happy to be free," Chen Xiao said indifferently. "You." Wen Zaisan looked at Chen Xiao, who could barely hide his smugness. He gritted his teeth in hatred. However, there was not a single thing that could be done about it. The situation was stronger than the people. What could he do when he was taken? Send. In the end, he could only clench his teeth and say. The voice was almost like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "Pay up then. Cheap." Chen Xiao, however, glanced at him disdainfully and spoke. Wen Zaisan's gaze was somber, deadly, staring at Chen Xiao for a long time. Only then did he tremblingly start counting money again from the bag he was carrying. This time, almost counted the money out of the bag. Only then did he grit his teeth and count out 8 piles of money. Pulled another 20 out of it. Only then did he hand the money to Chen Xiao. "Give it to me for what?" "Give it to Boss Jean. It's not like I'm the one making the delivery." Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and said directly. "You." Wen Zaisan was again shivering with anger. Only then did he give Chen Xiao a fierce glare, handing the money to Jin Juanfu tremblingly. "Good. The money has been received, I'll have someone come over and deliver it for you." Jin Juanfu smiled with his gums showing. When he received the money, he just patted his chest and spoke towards Kim Juanfu. "All right. Nan Jae-san, just wait here. Later on, Kim Junbok's convoy will arrive. We're going to eat first. I won't invite you. After all, looking at you, I can't eat." Chen Xiao looked at Wen Zaisan's suffocating appearance. The corners of his mouth slightly hooked up once again. Towards Wen Zaisan, he let out a sarcastic cry, and then, he ignored the way Wen Zaisan was trembling with anger. Once he turned around, he lowered his eyebrows towards Secretary Fang and said, "Secretary Fang, let's go eat." Secretary Fang looked at Wen Zaisan, sighed, and didn't say anything. He knew. This dispute between Chen Xiao and Wen Zaisan. Chen Xiao won. And, the win was beautiful. As for giving Moon Jae-san the reins and all that, Secretary Fang isn't that stupid. Before, he was trying to support Yellowfish Beach Village to make an industry. Told Wen Zaisan about Chen Xiao's chicken raising business. It's already sorry for Chen Xiao. Not to mention that before, Chen Xiao even told him that the above will soon promulgate a policy. Chen Xiao's previous behavior is not speculation. He still had Chen Xiao arrested. This was also his way of apologizing to Chen Xiao. Again and again and again. He's already apologized to Chen Xiao twice. If he pulls the plug again now, then it would really incriminate Chen Xiao to death. If anything goes wrong on Chen Xiao's side, then he really will have to steal a chicken. Go! Secretary Fang shook his head, ignoring the pleading-like gaze that Wen Zaisan threw at him again. Turning around, he headed towards the car. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu also hurriedly followed. Only the three of them, Wen Zaisan, were left behind, dumbfounded as they watched the two cars leave just like that. Until a long time later. Only then did Wen Zaisan's voice hoarsely roar. "It's all a bunch of damn Had dinner with Secretary Fong. Sent Secretary Fong away. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu came to the store that Jin Juanfu had rented. After closing the outside door, they began to count the money. Finished counting. Kim Junbok's eyes struggled for a moment. In the end, it was a matter of gritting his teeth. Put on the table, inside the big pile of money he brought back. Parted out a small half. It was pushed in front of Chen Xiao. Comrade Chen Xiao, this is the money you earned from your half of the fish feed. It's a total of $18,000. You count it. Jin Juanfu said, with a look of reluctance and regret in his eyes. He really regretted it now. 150 tons of fish feed at 12 cents a pound. That's a total of $36,000. The cost was 5 cents a pound, and after costs, the profit was a whopping $21,000. If he hadn't sold half of the fish feed to Chen Xiao before because of his distrust of Chen Xiao, then now, that's $21,000 of profit, and it's all his. However, just because he was worried about Chen Xiao's miscalculation, he didn't dare to trust Chen Xiao completely. Only then did he agree to sell half to Chen Xiao, resulting in half of those profits having to be given to Chen Xiao. Every time he thought of this, he regretted it so much that he wanted to give himself a few slaps. Just now, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of just returning the cost of the fish feed to Chen Xiao and coveting down the profits himself. But 78, please, take us. And he knows it. If he dared to covet this money now, in the future he and Chen Xiao would be enemies. If he had been an enemy with Chen Xiao before, he might not have cared. But now, watching with his own eyes as Chen Xiao did all the math and held the people of Yellowfish Beach Village at bay. He also watched with his own eyes as Chen Xiao cut his flesh on Yellowfish Beach Village, and Yellowfish Beach Village had to take the initiative to let Chen Xiao cut his flesh. He was truly scared. Afraid to make an enemy of Chen Xiao. Therefore, he thought and thought, but still held back his greed. Giving the money to Chen Xiao. Moreover, now that he had seen Chen Xiao's methods, he actually had some other ideas. Open. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu, who had given his money after several hesitations, and nodded with satisfaction. He had actually prepared for the outcome of Jin Juanfu coveting away the money. But the thing that he didn't expect was that Kim Junbok was really able to hold back his greed. This made him have to look high on Jin Juanfu. Afterward, glancing at the remaining stacks of money in front of Jin Juanfu, he smiled and said, "How about it, you got your money back this time, right? Back to the capital. Not only did I get my money back, but I also made a profit. It's a big profit." Jin Juanfu glanced at more money in front of Chen Xiao. Exhaling deeply, he spoke. "Before, I was in business with Yellowfish Beach Village's chicken fry and fish fry, plus feed. In total, it's just $66,600 of business. After removing the profit, in the end, I'll only be able to make $24,440. But there's a lot of people to split those profits with. There's the county feed mill, there's the people behind me, and there's the people under me. I don't make much at all on my own, just a couple $1,000s to hold out." Speaking here, he looked at Chen Xiao with admiration in his eyes. "But now, just from the fish feed alone, I've earned $10,500. Plus the 800 tons of chicken feed I sold you, I can make $16,000. That's already $26,500. Plus you just negotiated another $7,800 for shipping. That's a net profit of $34,300. Discounting the money that was divided among them, I, personally, would have made at least $15,000. That's almost double all the money I made before. Chen Xiao, you really are just one word. Bull." Jin Juanfu said and gave a thumbs up towards Chen Xiao. There was admiration in his eyes. Earlier, he had chosen to sell the feed to Chen Xiao, who had offered a lower price. It was all ready to not make any money this time. After all, 800 tons of chicken feed, in Chen Xiao's case, would only make $16,000. Not to mention his own, even if he gave it to others to share, it was not enough. One can only suffer a little loss. Not to mention, there's fish feed pressed into your hands. It's even more to be smashed in the hand. Another few $1,000s to lose. Just how he didn't expect. After doing business with Chen Xiao, not only did he not lose money, instead, he made a huge profit. Even made close to $10,000 more than before. And, it's still money earned from the Yellowfish Beach Village. This was even more pleasurable for him. Previously, the Yellowfish Beach Village had pitted him, causing him to be pitted and almost bankrupt. Now it's good. The wind and water have turned. Not only did they screw the Yellowfish Beach Village, but they also made a ton of money off of them. This is simply magical. Nothing, just some basic economics. Chen Xiao shook his head, not caring. "Well, since the accounts have been settled, I'll leave first. There's still 300 tons of chicken feed in the back, don't forget," Chen Xiao said, loading up the money and standing up to say. "Wait." Just then, Jin Juanfu, however, suddenly stood up and called out to Chen Xiao. "What's wrong?" Chen Xiao asked as she looked at Kim Juanfu curiously. Jin Juanfu did not say anything. It just drew out 4 more piles of money, or $4,000, from his own pile of money. Pushed it in front of Chen Xiao. What is this for? Chen Xiao looked at the $4,000 and frowned. This is the shipping fee you just negotiated for us. Actually, our shipping costs aren't that high. Usually when you deliver to someone, it's just about 12 cents to deliver. This half should be yours. Jin Juanfu spoke earnestly towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked towards Jin Juanfu, narrowing his eyes. I'm afraid, all this money of yours is not just for this matter, right? You have something to beg me for? Chen Xiao asked meaningfully. Just now, Jin Juanfu was willing to give himself the money that belonged to him. Chen Xiaogao gave him a look. However, this did not mean that Chen Xiao would believe that Jin Juanfu would take the initiative to give himself money. If Jin Juanfu took the initiative to send money to himself, he must have something to ask for. Jin Juanfu will not do business at a loss. Sure enough, it still can't escape your eyes. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw that Chen Xiao had instantly guessed his purpose. Afterward, he adjusted his emotions again and said, You're right, I do have something to ask of you. Of course, this matter, whether you help or not, all this money is yours. I was right before, half of the shipping cost is indeed what should be given to you. Jin Juanfu spoke towards Chen Xiao. Go ahead, what is it? Chen Xiao looked at the $4,000 on the table. Sitting back down again, he opened his mouth and asked. I am asking you to take me and my brothers. Jin Juanfu pursed his lips, or took a deep breath and said. Take you guys? Chen Xiao's brows furrowed in some confusion. That's right. Jin Juanfu nodded solemnly, then said, the market was not liberalized before. I led my brothers to be born into the black market business every day. Putting my head on my pants for a few dozen dollars a day. But it's all about survival, so you can't say anything. But not anymore. Jin Juanfu said and looked at Chen Xiao seriously. Nowadays, the above encourages economic development, and things like doing business have been relaxed quite a bit. What used to be a black market has now shifted into a legal market. However, those like us who do the business of buying low and selling high are still considered speculation. It's against the law. Now that the social situation is better, I don't want to let my brothers follow me into death to make money anymore. I want my brothers to be able to earn money peacefully and safely. I want brothers to be able to make money and have a peaceful life. I know you are a college student, understand the policy interpretation, but also have the means and ability. So, I beg you, take us. As long as you're willing to take us, we'll listen to you from now on. Jin Juanfu said sincerely towards Chen Xiao. This was what Kim Jun-bak was thinking about earlier. Through this thing. Jin Juanfu sort of saw what Chen Xiao was capable of. After the new policy was enacted earlier, he knew that he and his brothers could not go on like this. He wanted to find a way out. But how would he know which way to go when he was already uneducated? Until now, he saw Chen Xiao's means. Only then did he see hope. 79. The whole layout in detail 1. How much do you trust me? Chen Xiao looked straight at Jin Juanfu for a long time before suddenly asking. Conviction. Kim Jun-bak took a deep breath and said firmly. The corner of Chen Xiao's mouth hooked up slightly as he spoke again. Then you know. Hanging? Daughter-in-law, I'm home. Until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Chen Xiao was only considered to have returned to Shaojiang village from the county. At this time, the mute daughter-in-law had already returned from the chicken coop to cook for Chen Xiao. After hearing Chen Xiao's voice. Then he ran out with a frying spatula in surprise. Seeing Chen Xiao, the smile in the mute daughter-in-law's eyes increased. Gesturing with her hands, she expressed her meaning towards Chen Xiao. Xiao, you're hungry, right? The food will be ready soon. The water is already pumped, so wash your hands and get ready to eat. Wendy finished gesturing sign language. The mute daughter-in-law was then running towards the kitchen again. This dumb daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao looked at the mute daughter-in-law who ran out in a flurry of wind just to take a look at herself. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop the smile from curling up. Murmuring. As he did so, he pushed the door into the courtyard, carrying the large bag containing the money. Yummy. By the time the rice was served, Chen Xiao's mouth was also full of oil from eating it. Ha. The mute daughter-in-law was also grinning silently as she watched Chen Xiao gorge himself. Afterward, she took small bites of her own rice again. Until the food was almost gone. It was only then that Chen Xiao slowed down and said toward his mute daughter-in-law, I've done something big these past few days. Do you want to know, what have I done? Chen Xiao's eyes rolled as he spoke towards his mute daughter-in-law. Well. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao with a face that wanted to show off. It also hurriedly nodded its head. Hey! Look what's in this bag. Chen Xiao looked at his dumb daughter-in-law and smilingly pushed the large bag that was placed at his feet over to his dumb daughter-in-law and said, Well. The mute daughter-in-law looked at the big bag in confusion, and then at Chen Xiao. Only then did she ambled over and unzipped the large bag. And just as soon as he pulled away, his mute daughter-in-law's big eyes went wide. Breathing was disorganized. Dumbfounded, he looked at the bag full of money. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Ah, daughter-in-law, are you dumb? Chen Xiao couldn't help but grin as he looked at his mute daughter-in-law. The next moment, the mute daughter-in-law woke up. Lifting her hand violently, she quickly gestured sign language towards Chen Xiao. Ah Xiao, you took out the entire amount of the loan? The mute daughter-in-law subconsciously asked towards Chen Xiao. Of course not. We had $87,000 left on our loan before. Now in this bag, there's $132,000 lying around. Not only that, but in our bank book, there's $19,500. With all this money, plus the money in our passbook, we now have a full $151,500. It can be said that excluding the remaining $87,000 of the previous loan, we now have a full $64,500 more. Chen Xiao smiled as he spoke towards his mute daughter-in-law. Ah, how come there's so much extra money all of a sudden? Ah Xiao, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? But the mute daughter-in-law was even more anxious when she heard Chen Xiao's words. Gesturing quickly towards Chen Xiao, she said in sign language. There was a worried look in his eyes. Obviously, it was afraid that Chen Xiao would not be able to think of doing something illegal for the sake of money. Don't worry. Silly daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao stretched out his hand, grabbed the silly daughter-in-law's somewhat rough little hand, and smiled. This money, which came fair and square, was obtained under the witness of the county party secretary, and there is no problem with it. Chen Xiao placed the dumb daughter-in-law's small hand in front of her mouth and kissed it, speaking. The mute daughter-in-law sighed in relief. There was also a look of joy on her face. Another hand gesticulated. That's good. But Xiao, how did you let all this money suddenly increase by tens of thousands of dollars? The mute daughter-in-law asked curiously. Of course I earned it through your husband's ingenuity. Chen Xiao said proudly. The mute daughter-in-law looked at this smug look of Chen Xiao, her big eyes filled with little stars. But Xiao, how did you earn it, to be able to make so much money at once? That's too much. The mute daughter-in-law gesticulated with sign language and looked at Chen Xiao with bated breath. This has to start when I went to buy chickens and came back with Moncler outlet online. Chen Xiao began to give the mute daughter-in-law a detailed account of the previous reckoning. In reality, the beginning of all reckoning. It all started when Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen came back from buying chickens. In fact, from the time the two returned, Chen Xiao found Jin Juanfu in the county. Through Jin Juanfu's short conversation and Jin Juanfu's attitude, it was already guessed that Yellowfish Beach Village was going to raise chickens and fish. Also guessed that the Yellowfish Beach Village and Jin Juanfu negotiated an exclusive feed supply agreement. Otherwise, Jin Juanfu would not have that attitude towards himself. So, guessing all of this, Chen Xiao determined to take advantage of the Yellowfish Beach Village's greedy and advantage-loving nature. To ruthlessly pit the Yellowfish Beach Village's plan. However, if you want to pit Yellowfish Beach Village, then you have to win over Jin Juanfu. Let Jin Juanfu break the contract with Yellowfish Beach Village. But, if one were to talk to Kim Junbok directly about this matter, as Kim Junbok had shown before, he would definitely take the opportunity to charge himself a very high unit price for the feed. After all, he himself has a grudge against Yellowfish Beach Village. Himself and Yellowfish Beach Village are natural rivals. And Jin Juanfu is sitting on this banker. Whoever wants to sign an exclusive supply agreement with Jin Juanfu will have to pay the highest price. In the end, it would undoubtedly be Chen Xiao and Yellowfish Beach Village sniping at each other, while Jin Juanfu, the fisherman, would benefit. This was not what Chen Xiao wanted to see. Although Chen Xiao wanted to ruthlessly pit the Yellowfish Beach Village, it didn't mean that he was willing to give away his money to others. So, Chen Xiao had an idea then. Jin Juanfu, it is a must to fight for, but to fight for, one must also pay attention to the ways and means. One cannot take the initiative to find Jin Juanfu. Instead, he must let Jin Juanfu come to himself, and let Jin Juanfu take the initiative to come to himself for this business. But how to achieve this result? Chen Xiao chose betting on the humanity of Yellowfish Beach Village. As Chen Xiao, who had dealt with Yellowfish Beach Village for 2 years, he knew that the people of Yellowfish Beach Village were filled with that kind of greedy and advantageous nature in their bones. He was more than 90% sure that the deal between Jin Juanfu and Yellowfish Beach Village would never go so smoothly. It would definitely be yellow. Because the people of Yellowfish Beach Village will definitely try to take advantage of Jin Juanfu in this business. And with the intelligence of the Yellowfish Beach Village people, there are only 2 ways to take advantage of Jin Juanfu in this business. One is that Jin Juanfu delivers the goods without paying and keeps dragging his feet. The other is that the goods are delivered, dead price, betting that Jin Juanfu cannot afford to lose the money, willing to lower the price to make peace, long live capital preservation. So, either one. Kim Junbok ended up with only one choice. Give up doing this business with Yellowfish Beach Village. Because 80, the whole layout in detail too. Yellowfish Beach Village people know that the cheapest feed on the market is 5 cents, but do not want to get such a cheap feed. The middle of the labor fee is also a lot of money. Therefore, the Yellowfish Beach Village maliciously lowered the price to 6 cents. Looks like they did not let Jin Juanfu suffer. But in reality, because Jin Juanfu dredge relationship labor fee, this price, this business, Jin Juanfu has eaten a big loss. Unless the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, just like Qin Shao, buy 700 to 800 tons of feed at a time. That would allow him to make that little bit of profit. But how much can the village of Yellowfish Beach buy? Of course not. They just have 6,000 chickens, and all that feed, it's enough to last them 3 years. There's no need for that. So, Jin Juanfu, who is already going to lose money, has only one way to go. That is to give up the business. Even if the fodder smashed into his hands, he wouldn't this business. And this time, if he wanted to resell this batch of feed and recoup a little bit of his loss, then he could only look for Qin Shao. At this time, the first purpose of Qin Shao was reached. Getting Jin Juanfu to take the initiative to come to himself to do this business. At the same time, Jin Juanfu came to himself against the Yellowfish Beach Village layout, also completely unfolded. Jin Juanfu coming to Qin Shao was the first step in the layout. After Jin Juanfu found Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be generous enough to give Jin Juanfu a concession. The same price of 6 cents was offered to Jin Juanfu, the same as the price pressed by the village of Yellowfish Beach. However, the amount wanted but reached 800 tons. This amount of feed, even if it was only 6 cents, gave Jin Juanfu a bit of a profit. That's the hope. But Kim Junbok was still unwilling. He needed to deliberate carefully, and he also needed to simmer Qin Shao for a while. Because he also knew that Qin Shao was in immediate need of chicken feed. As long as he stayed up for a while, and stayed up until Qin Shao didn't have any chicken feed left in his hands, Qin Shao will have to approach him and take the initiative to increase the price, and at this time, the pricing right, it is back in his hands. But Qin Shao had naturally calculated this point. After all, who would not want to make more money? But Qin Shao was not worried. Because what Jin Juanfu didn't know was that the system had just given itself a private space. With a private space to protect him, he had long since had no worries. What's more, even if Qin Shao didn't have any personal space, Qin Shao was certain that Jin Juanfu couldn't survive himself. Because the news that he and Secretary Chen had just bought back a trainload of chicken chicks from out of town could not be hidden from Jin Juanfu. This news was enough to make Jin Juanfu impatient. Because Jin Juanfu would speculate that if Qin Shao could buy chickens from abroad, could he also buy feed? This will make Jin Juanfu anxious. At this point, all it takes is a fire to completely ignite Jin Juanfu, so that he won't dare to stay up any longer. This fire. It's the village of Yellowfish Beach. Because before, Qin Shao was in the county and ran through all the feed stores. Emptied the entire county of bulk feed. The village of Yellowfish Landing had previously been in the feed business with Jin Juanfu and did not worry about running out of feed. Definitely won't prepare much feed. At most, there will be enough for a few days. But now with the business between them and Kim Junbok yellowed, the shortage of feed becomes a big problem. So, Qin Shao guessed, they will definitely go to Jin Juanfu's door. But Yellowfish Beach Village will not be enough to take advantage of the situation. That is to wait until they are going to die. They only know regret. The people of Yellowfish Beach Village at this time, even if they approached Jin Juanfu, they would not restore the original price and continue to do good business with Jin Juanfu. Instead, they would definitely be on their high horse, looking like they were giving Jin Juanfu a handout, and continue to force Jin Juanfu to sell the feed to them at a low price. And just as Qin Shao thought, the captain of the second team approached Jin Juanfu, looking like he was giving alms, and asked Jin Juanfu to sell the fodder to them. He ends up getting brutally beaten by Jin Juanfu. This is the final fire. Kim Junbok couldn't help himself. Prepared to accept this business from Qin Shao. And Qin Shao guessed that Yellowfish Beach Village would definitely approach Jin Juanfu again and, moreover, would restore the original price. Because Yellowfish Beach Village couldn't carry it. Huan Yutan Village is burdened with a huge external debt. It is impossible to allow the chicken and fish farming work just yellow. So there was no feed for them right away. Must be getting anxious. And this, too, was the most crucial part of this layout of Qin Shao. Jin Juanfu's choice was related to Qin Zhao's layout afterward. Sure enough, Moon Jae-san approached Kim Junbok at the first opportunity. However, and yet, it didn't just go back to its original price. Instead, it was raised to 7 cents. Only after seeing Kim Junbok's reluctance did he revert to the original price of 8 cents. This time was when Kim Junbok made his final choice. When Yellowfish Beach Village reverts to its original price, Jin Juanfu will definitely earn more than if he did business with himself. But he himself is a better person and more trustworthy than Yellowfish Beach Village. So the final choice would depend on Jin Juanfu. And as to whether or not Kim Junbok will choose himself in the end. Qin Shao was actually only 7% sure that Jin Juanfu would choose himself. Because he still knew Jin Juanfu somewhat. In his bones, Jin Juanfu was very bloodthirsty. Sometimes, even if he suffered a little loss, he wouldn't let himself be aggrieved. Therefore, Chen Xiao bet that Jin Juanfu would continue to maintain this bloodlust. However, because of this time's business, it was just too big. Chen Xiao didn't dare to give a 100% guarantee. But he didn't care. If Jin Juanfu didn't choose himself, he still had a backhand and other layouts. Fortunately, in the end, Jin Juanfu still chose Chen Xiao. Even if he suffered a little loss, he didn't want to aggravate himself. Chen Xiao won the bet. And up to this point, the pieces needed for the layout were all in place. Next, it was time for the hunt. And the hunt is on. Naturally, it's the village of Yellowfish Beach. Chen Xiao was certain that the Yellowfish Beach village without the feed supply must be anxious crazy, will break the boat, and himself and others fish death net. But, how can he and Kim Jun-bok die? Can't it be an armed fight? That's naturally impossible. Kim Jun-bok's minions are still quite numerous, and they're all tough fighters. The people of Yellowfish Beach village unless they don't want to live anymore. Otherwise, there would never be a martial arts fight. Then there's only one way. Whistleblowing. That's right. It's just reporting. Because, the only thing that is not compliant about Chen Xiao doing business with Jin Juanfu is Jin Juanfu's second-hand selling tactics of buying low and selling high. In this day and age, it is cut and dry speculation. And Chen Xiao, who is doing business with Jin Juanfu, is also bound to be speculating. Therefore, the first time Chen Xiao finalized the business with Jin Juanfu, he let Jin Juanfu ask for a relationship to do the business license of an individual. As long as there is this business license, Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu's last bit of shortcomings in doing business have all been plugged. Up to this point, the whole bureau had its final moment of harvest. 81. Detailed explanation of the whole layout 3. The next day, when Zai-san did report the two men. But because of the filling in of this omission, the dealings of the two men, that was a normal business tactic, without the slightest violation of the law. And that is not the point of the day. The point is, Chen Xiao knew that when Zai-san reporting the two of them was not when Zai-san's true purpose. Rather, he wanted to borrow team leader Du's hand to get fodder from Jin Juanfu. Get enough feed. He'll definitely continue to be a demon. Sure enough, when Zai-san saw that the report failed, he immediately went to the county party secretary to sue. But again, suing is only on the surface. The actual purpose is to get fodder through the hands of Secretary Fong. Because he knows the only way he could get large quantities of fodder quickly was to get it from Jin Juanfu. He wanted to use Secretary Fong's power to pressure Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu, forcing Jin Juanfu to sell him fodder. But this was the ultimate goal of Chen Xiao's calculations. In front of Mr. Fong, a seemingly fair fodder sale was completed. By exposing Moon Jae-san's false accusations and business dealings with Jin Jun-bok. So that when Zai-san in front of Secretary Fong lost the initiative and word's credibility. Next, when Kim Juanfu was trying to get Chen Xiao to transfer the feed to him. Chen Xiao also knew that Secretary Fong, as the one who supported Yellowfish Beach Village as an industry, would definitely be biased and pull the strings to let himself transfer the feed to a part of Yellowfish Beach Village. Chen Xiao then began to sell misery again, saying that the grudge between himself and Huan Yu Tan village dead and not willing to transfer the feed. Because of what happened to Chen Xiao, Secretary Fong already had a guilty conscience towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao is here again, selling misery. Naturally, Secretary Fong doesn't dare to force it. Thus, Chen Xiao let this transaction completely turned into when Zai-san and Secretary Fong begging Chen Xiao to transfer the feed. Chen Xiao completely grasped the initiative, as well as pricing rights. Next, everything went well. Chen Xiao knew that neither Yellowfish Beach Village nor Secretary Fong would let both of Yellowfish Beach Village's industries go yellow. After all, one had an external debt on it. One has sunk costs already. They don't have a choice. Therefore, Chen Xiao directly quoted a high price, forcing Wen Zai-shan to accept it. And even though Secretary Fong knew that Chen Xiao was pitting Yellowfish Beach Village, he couldn't say anything because of Chen Xiao's previous sellout and acquiesced to Chen Xiao's price. And the matter of Yellowfish Beach Village not having enough money was also something Chen Xiao had anticipated. So, in due course, the matter of being able to take out a loan was exploded. When you kill a pig, you have to squeeze the last drop of blood out of it. Let Secretary Fong guarantee a bank loan for Yellowfish Beach Village. In this way, not only have the money earned for themselves, it also puts the village of Yellowfish Bank in even greater external debt. At the same time, the layout for the next step against Secretary Fong, the guy pulling the strings, has also begun. This Secretary Fong, seemingly on good terms with himself, in fact, twice secretly poked and prodded himself. Chen Xiao can never forget. Chen Xiao doesn't have much of a broad mind, mainlining a narrow mind. He will not let go of this Secretary Fong. The two of them were not relatives, why should they tolerate him to assassinate themselves? That's all. Everything went well for the rest of the day. Sold all 500 tons of feed collected for 6 cents and turned around and sold all of it for 11 cents to the village of Yellowtail Beach. The difference was enough to make $50,000. At the same time, also took the opportunity to sell all the fish feed as well, bringing Jin Juanfu is also a big profit. As for the shipping costs later, that's purely a windfall. It's also a small profit. So far, this bureau against the village of Yellowfish Beach is completely over. Himself and Jin Juanfu, eating with their mouths full of oil. And Yellowfish Beach Village, out of nowhere more than a foreign debt. And, of course, an extra 650 tons of feed. Just these feeds, I'm afraid that in the end, they will have to return to Chen Zhao's hands. Because Chen Zhao's new layout has already started again. Don't forget, Jin Juanfu had asked Chen Zhao to bring him along. Chen Zhao is the most helpful person in the world. So this time, not only did I earn back $64,500 at once. And, this money, it's still earned back from Yellowfish Beach Village. This is the price they have to pay for daring to screw us over before. Chen Zhao spoke painfully toward the mute daughter-in-law. When the mute daughter-in-law heard Chen Zhao's words, her large eyes narrowed as well, and her mouth was tinged with a bright smile. She also hated the Yellowfish Beach Village. Because of Yellowfish Beach Village, Chen Zhao had been sent to prison. Chen Zhao also lost his college degree. He also carries a resume of having committed a crime. Every time she thought of this, she was regretful and resentful. Regretting that she had encouraged Chen Zhao to bring the people of Yellowfish Beach Village to make money, and resenting the greed and greedlessness of the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. At this moment, when he heard Chen Zhao bite off a piece of meat from the Yellowfish Beach Village people, he was also overjoyed. Daughter-in-law, don't worry. This is just the beginning. I'll be back later. Chen Zhao was about to say the follow-up plan when he suddenly remembered something. Turning his head furiously, he looked at his new daughter-in-law and said, Daughter-in-law, if I continue to do something to Yellowfish Beach Village in the future, will you be unhappy? Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask. This was also what he was worried about. Because, after all, the mute daughter-in-law is from the village of Yellowfish Beach. If he continued to take revenge on the people of Yellowfish Beach Village, what if the mute daughter-in-law was unhappy? The mute daughter-in-law hurriedly raised her hand and gestured in sign language. Xiao, it's okay. The people of Yellowfish Beach Village bullied you, and I hate them too. I'll support you in whatever you want to do to them. The mute daughter-in-law was very serious as she gestured towards Chen Zhao. Then I'm relieved. Daughter-in-law. Don't worry, I won't spare a single person from Yellowfish Beach Village. This time, it's just an appetizer. For future games, we'll play with them slowly. Only then did Chen Zhao let out a long sigh of relief and spoke with a smile. However, the bottom of her eyes were flickering with extreme hatred. Everything that happened in his last life was like a maggot in his tarsus, making him never forget it. On the contrary, the memories of the last life became more and more clear. Every time I think of the last life, this stupid daughter-in-law of his, every day with a big belly, while working in the county to pay his debts, while in the village of Yellowfish Beach and that group of scumbags to give himself a claim. In the end, she even died in the river. Chen Zhao then hated his teeth. The bones in her body itched. Everything in his last life was thanks to the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. He will not forget. Never forget. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Zhao in this hideous state. A flash of fear and worry flashed in her eyes. Hurrying to stand up and walk over, she tightly hugged Chen Zhao. She knew. Chen Zhao had hatred in her heart. Always knew it. She didn't know how to dissolve the hatred in Chen Zhao's heart. She only knew that she accompanied Chen Zhao in whatever she did, and she supported Chen Zhao. This was what she owed Chen Zhao. It's fine, daughter-in-law. I'll be fine. The sudden warm embrace also made Chen Zhao wake up. The extreme hostility in her eyes slowly dissipated. With a single reach, he brought the mute daughter-in-law back into his arms, kissing his dumb daughter-in-law fiercely before murmuring, but heartily. It had already begun to brew the next step in the plan against Yellowfish Beach Village. Yellowfish Beach Village, I've continued to make my move. You've got to hang in there. This game, if I don't play to break up your family, how can I live up to the hospitality you showed me in my last life? 82. The village of Yellowfish Beach is still not honest? Chen Zhao. Kim Jun Bak. It's all. And in Yellowfish Beach Village, at this moment, when Zai-san was going crazy with anger. Although enough fodder was bought back. But it was bought back at which unimaginably high price. He just thought with his toes and knew that he must have been counted by Chen Zhao and Jin Juanfu in a joint effort. However, Chen Zhao is nakedly masculine. Chen Zhao is betting that he doesn't dare to give up the chicken and fish farming industry, because Chen Zhao knows that Yellowfish Beach Village is carrying a debt on its back. Ungrateful. This is ingratitude. Damn Chen Zhao. If it wasn't for our Yellowfish Beach Village saving him, he would have died in the gutter long ago. Now this not only betrayed our Yellowfish Beach Village, but also threw the debt on the heads of our Yellowfish Beach Village people. This is just as well. Surprisingly, he's still counting on us like this. Pit us against our money. Chen Zhao, you shall not die. When Zai-san was frantically hurling curses at the Yellowfish Beach village committee. His eyes were red. He didn't expect it. How could he not expect that Chen Xiao could be poisonous to such an extent? Surprisingly, he had set up such a big game for them in Yellowfish Beach Village. How dare Chen Xiao? It is not that the Yellowfish Beach Village is worried about Chen Xiao made a mistake, only to report him a little. Chen Xiao is fine. How can Chen Xiao be so ungrateful? Surprisingly, he put such a pit in Yellowfish Beach Village. He could not figure out how. Old Branch, what should we do next? We've taken out another $100,000 in loans, and with the loans plus the money owed to the government, we owe a total of more than $150,000. With so much foreign debt, can we pay it off? The captain of the second team looked at Wen Zai-san. The previous color of admiration was also gone from his eyes. At this time, there was a sense of anxiety in his eyes as he asked towards Wen Zai-san. Panic what? Wen Zai-san heard the words of the second team leader, but he was even more upset, and sternly scolded, "We have a $100,000 loan on us, Chen Xiao has the same $100,000 loan on him. He's not even in a hurry, what are we in a hurry for?" Wen Zai-san said as he looked at the second team leader in dissatisfaction. Hojo. Although I didn't think before that Chen Xiao could raise 10,000 chickens in one go, but now, when that Jin Juanfu sends us the chicks, we'll likewise raise 10,000 chickens. We both raise 10,000 chickens, can we still earn less than Chen Xiao? Wen Zai-san said as he glared fiercely at the captain of the second team. Besides, Chen Xiao just raises chickens and doesn't even worry about paying back the loan. We don't just raise chickens, we also raise fish. Fish farming is our main industry. Don't forget, but Chen Xiao said that fish farming can make a net profit of $100,000 this year. We'll definitely be able to pay back the loan sooner than Chen Xiao. Not to mention, there's the fish farming industry to back it up, what are you afraid of? When Zai-san questioned towards the second team leader one after another. The second team captain was somewhat speechless and could only lower his head. In his eyes, however, there was a flash of indignation. But Old Branch, this time, are we just going to let it go? The captain of the next team, who had a stifled look in his eyes at this time, couldn't help but ask towards Wen Zai-san. Forget it? How is it possible to forget about it? Chen Xiao dared to victimize our Yellowfish Beach Village like this, we can't just let it go. And that Jin Juanfu, wearing the same pants as Chen Xiao to pit us. I'll make sure they don't get a good death. Wen Zai-san's eyes flashed with hostility as he spoke viciously. But Old Branch secretary, they're getting complacent right now. Do we have anything on them? How can we get back at them? The captain of the first team listened to Wen Zai-san's words, and his eyes flashed with a fiery color. He couldn't help but ask towards Wen Zai-san. Don't worry. I already have an idea. Wen Zai-san, however, narrowed his eyes and said, Old Branch secretary, what solution do you have? The captain of the first team brightened up and hurriedly asked after him. The breaking point, or Jin Juanfu? Wen Zai-san leisurely said. Kim Jun-bok? What does that mean? The captain of the first team was a bit confused. We originally wanted to make it impossible for Chen Xiao to raise chickens by monopolizing the seedlings and feed in the entire county. But I didn't expect that Chen Xiao, this ungrateful man, would dare to backhand us. Let us now have no way to take them on top of the chicken fry and feed business. So, it's impossible to continue to deal with them from the top of the chicken fry and feed business now. When Zai-san leisurely said this and paused. Only then did he narrow his eyes and speak, however, since Chen Xiao raises chickens, then he definitely has to sell eggs, right? And if Chen Xiao sells eggs, then there's only one way to get Jin Juanfu to sell them for him. When Zai-san's eyes flashed with a fine light as he said this. But as long as Jin Juanfu dares to collect Chen Xiao's eggs in large quantities and sell them, it's speculation. When the time comes, we'll report him once more. I'll see how he can still defend himself. When Zai-san gritted his teeth and said fiercely. But Old Branch secretary, have you forgotten? That Jin Juanfu has already set up an individual store, it's legal for him to do business with Chen Xiao now. The captain of the first team couldn't help but scratch his head and spoke towards Wen Zai-san. You're silly. It's legal for Kim Jun-bok to do business with Chen Xiao, but it's not legal to do business with anyone else. The captain of the second team had understood what Wen Zai-san meant by this time. With a refined glint in his eyes, he spoke towards the first team leader. Doing business with Chen Xiao is legal, but doing business with others is not? What does that mean? The captain of the first team was even more confused. Confused, he asked. What the Old Branch secretary means is that Chen Xiao has a business license for a collective enterprise, and Wen Zai-san has a business license for a self-employed person, so it's legal for the two of them to conduct business with each other. But, Chen Xiao raised 10,000 chickens, and when it comes to the egg-laying period, even if a chicken lays one egg under 2 days, that's still 5,000 eggs a day. 5,000 eggs, do the math, at least 500 pounds. With so many eggs, that self-employed store of his can't sell them all in one day. So, if Jin Juanfu wants to sell all of Chen Xiao's eggs every day, he'll have to continue to use his previous path. Take these eggs and distribute them to the stalls and vendors in the various markets. This is like, Kim Jun-bok is doing wholesale business with these vendors. But that would be illegal. Because, although Kim Junbok has a business license, will these vendors have business licenses? Of course there can't be. Even if we let them get a business license, it's impossible. They're all small businesses, and it's too costly to find connections to get a business license. There's no need. So, Jin Juanfu and these vendors are just speculating. As soon as we report it, Jin Juanfu will definitely be arrested. Chen Xiao won't be able to sell her eggs. All the eggs, then, are smashed in the hands. So that Chen Xiao won't make a penny. By then, the chickens Chen Xiao raised will be raised for nothing. Jin Juanfu was also caught in jail. 2 birds with 1 stone. The second team leader explained towards the first team leader. There was also a twinkle in his eyes. 83, yes. Wonderful. Old Branch, you're too good. The first team leader's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the second team leader's words. With glowing eyes, he looked at the old man, Wen Zai-san. Just a little trick. Wen Zai-san waved his hand in disdain and said. But right at this moment, the captain of the second team couldn't help but say, but old branch secretary, in this way, Chen Zhao's eggs really can't be sold. But we can't sell our eggs either. What can we do? The captain of the second team couldn't help but ask towards Wen Zai-san. Don't worry. We had anticipated this situation. As long as we mobilize our folks and go to the county to sell the eggs to those market vendors. Wen Zai-san said with confidence. Ah? We also sell to those vendors? But old branch, in that case, wouldn't we also become speculators? The captain of the first team was instantly shocked in his heart when he heard Wen Zai-san's words. He couldn't help but say. No. The old branch thinks right. We have a different status from Kim Junbok. Jin Juanfu is not a farmer, and buying low and selling high to dump supplies is speculation. We are farmers, selling eggs is considered self-production and self-sale. When the vendors collect the eggs, they are also considered self-selling for their own use. So it's not considered speculation. The captain of the second team also reacted furiously. With a more refined light in his eyes, he opened his mouth. When Jai-san looked at the second team leader in admiration. There were some things that were easier to say to a smart person. A little goes a long way. Awesome. It's awesome. Old branch, you're awesome. The captain of the first team couldn't help but stagger. These tactics, even if he were to think through his head, he would definitely not be able to come up with them. When Zai-san and the second team leader were both ignoring him. The second team captain couldn't help but ask again at this time. But old secretary, if we can do this, so can they in Little Harbor Village. In the end, aren't Chen Zhao's eggs still able to be sold? The captain of the second team couldn't help but say. Road. But, faced with the question from the captain of the second team, Moon Jae-san just smiled and spat out a word. Road. Hiss. Right. Little Harbor Village is in a mountain nest. There's no road. It's farther and takes longer than our trip to the county seat. We can naturally be the first to go and talk business with the vendors in the county and sell them the eggs. That way, by the time the people from Little Harbor Village come, the vendors will have collected enough eggs, too. Chen Zhao's eggs still won't sell. Awesome. The captain of the second team also couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Not only that. When Zai-san was however shaking his head again, don't forget, we still have fish. You all saw how sought after Chen Zhao's fish were in the county before. What if we take the sale of fish and ask those vendors in the county to do exclusive business with us for eggs? What do you guys say, will Chen Xiao still be able to sell his eggs? When Zai-san, however, spoke again with a burning gaze. The captain of the first team and the captain of the second team both froze in unison. Granted, joy bloomed in their eyes. The captain of the first team couldn't help but say. In that case, it's impossible to sell any of Chen Zhao's eggs. His loan, he won't be able to pay it back either. How are you doing on what I asked you to do? A few days later. Chen Xiao once again came to the county and found Jin Juanfu. After finding Jin Juanfu, Chen Xiao directly opened his mouth and asked. Don't worry, it's all done as you said. I've already asked those guys under me to get individual business licenses for each category. 2 stores for each category. There will never be any problems. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Jin Juanfu patted his chest and assured towards Chen Xiao. That's good. Once these business licenses are done, you'll have no worries at all. Chen Xiao was also relieved to hear Jin Juanfu's words. A few days ago, Jin Juanfu asked Chen Xiao to take him and his brothers. Chen Xiao agrees. Because Kim Junbok's addition to the team had a very important role to play in his next layout. So, when Kim Junbok asked him what to do, Chen Xiao just gave him that. Let his little brother rent some ordinary front rooms, preferably long-term, from various places in the county. Then get business licenses for each of the different categories. Department store retailing, non-staple foods, agricultural and handicraft products, cultural goods, hardware and home appliances, chemical products, etc., etc., etc. As long as you can handle down the sales category business license, at least 2 for each category. Jin Juanfu is now doing the same. But still, Jin Juanfu really didn't know what Chen Xiao wanted to do. Chen Xiao, can you tell me, what exactly are you trying to do by asking me to do these business licenses? To make such a big deal out of it? Kim Jun-bak asked, somewhat unable to resist. You don't think that Yellowfish Beach Village got screwed over by us once this time? They're just going to let us off the hook like that, right? Chen Xiao asked towards Jin Juanfu with a smile as he listened to his words. Ha? What? They still want to seek death? But what can they do to us? Jin Juanfu asked towards Chen Xiao in doubt. I'm asking you, if you hadn't asked me to take you before. When our feed business is done, what are you going to do later? Chen Xiao asked towards Kim Juanfu. Naturally, I'm continuing to do what I did before. Kim Jun-bak said as a matter of course. Buy low, sell high, speculate? Chen Xiao laughed. Of course not, haven't I already gotten a license now? How can it be considered speculation? Jin Juanfu said even more rightfully. You're doing business with me, so naturally it's normal business behavior, not illegal. But those vendors in the market that are under your control, do they have business licenses? If they don't have business licenses, they can be speculating. No one reports it, so naturally it's no big deal. But we're a thorn in the side of the people of Yellowfish Beach Village. Do you think that Yellowfish Beach Village will let go of this opportunity to report you? Chen Xiao smiled and said towards Jin Juanfu. So that's how it is. Jin Juanfu was instantly enlightened. However, he was still a bit puzzled, but, just for the sake of defending against the group of guys from Yellowfish Beach Village, to make such a big deal about more than 20 business licenses, isn't that too? Jin Juanfu didn't say any more. But the meaning was clearly expressed. It was the feeling that Chen Xiao was making a bit of a fuss. Old Jin, let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought about the second-hand business of buying low and selling high that you used to do? What is the essence of this business? Chen Xiao was unimpressed and continued to ask towards Jin Juanfu. The essence of this business? The essence is to turn left hand to right hand and earn the difference in price. Kim Jun-bak scratched his head. Wrong. Chen Xiao, however, shook his head. The essence of your business is actually sales. Taking the goods of those who sell, and selling them to those who need them. Chen Xiao said simply. So simple? Jin Juanfu was confused. Half the time, he couldn't react. Could he not understand this reasoning? It's that simple. Chen Xiao smiled and said, but since it's so simple, what's the most important thing about being a salesman? Chen Xiao again opened his mouth towards Jin Juanfu and asked. What is the most important thing? Jin Juanfu was a little confused. He had never thought about this aspect before. 84, new model. It's a sales network. Chen Xiao smiled. Sales network? Kim Jun-bak was confused as he listened to this unfamiliar term. Let me ask you, before, when I was raising fish, you took away my fish and then, how did you sell them? Chen Xiao directly opened his mouth towards Jin Juanfu again and asked. Of course it's to distribute the fish to those juniors under me, and then by the juniors, to the vendors in one market after another. That way, the fish are sold. Kim Jun-bak pursed his lips and spoke. It's called a sales network. You distribute the fish to your minions, in turn, give the fish to the vendors. Isn't that a network? A sales network. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu with a smile and said. So, this is the sales network. When Jin Juanfu heard Chen Xiao's words, it dawned on him that he had a clear perception of this sales network at his disposal. It can be said that you've been in the market business for so many years, this sales network has long been laid out. But because of the wrong form, this sales network of yours is not legal. That is, it's also a supersized speculative criminal gang. Am I right? Chen Xiao watched as Jin Juanfu gained a basic knowledge before continuing. That's right. Jin Juanfu pursed his lips and sighed helplessly. You asked me to take you before, you actually wanted me to take you to make this sales network legal, so that all those men of yours, legally able to earn money, that's right, right? Chen Xiao opened her mouth again and asked. That's right. Kim Jun-bak nodded. Gradually, a look of clarity grew in his eyes. So, that's the most important reason I asked you to get a business license. Chen Xiao smiled. Those underlings of yours are actually the most crucial nodes for the transshipment of goods by the sales network under your control. If you let those underlings of yours handle these business licenses, then it would be legal for them to redistribute the goods you distribute to them to the market vendors. In this way, your entire sales network, too, is completely cleansed. In the future, whatever business you do, you can do it openly and honestly. Because, this can all be legitimate business behavior. Chen Xiao explained a little bit to Jin Juanfu the key issue here. So, turned out to be so simple? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It really didn't occur to him. The way to get him and his brother ashore would be so simple. It's that simple. Chen Xiao laughed. However, although my men have run a business license, those vendors they control do not have a business license, so isn't it still considered speculation for them to give goods to vendors? Kim Jun-bak again couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Who said they were vendors? Those people are clearly customers of their own stores. One opens one's own store to do business, people come to one's own store to buy things, and one is willing to sell things. Reasonable and legal. You're saying they're vendors, coming to their own place to get goods to sell out? That's none of my business, all I know is that they were customers who came to my store to buy something. Chen Xiao simply gave Jin Juanfu an example. Buy? Kim Junbok felt that there was something wrong somewhere. That's right, just buy. Chen Xiao nodded, then said, from now on, your sales network should never be like the old haystacks. You give the goods directly to those vendors without them having to bear the cost. Only let them sell it, and after they sell it, you give them a percentage according to the quantity. This method won't work. From now on, vendors will have to pay to take goods from you. It becomes normal trading behavior. You give them a wholesale price, and it's up to them whether they make more or less when they take it back. In this way, you are able to guarantee a stable income, and the vendors, selling their goods, are more passionate. After all, when they used to sell goods, it was according to the quantity sold, and you gave them a commission. They couldn't make much money, so they naturally didn't feel anything. But now, when they sell goods, they are making money for themselves. They'll be much happier. Chen Xiao spoke seriously towards Jin Juanfu. This is the equivalent of package production to the household? Jin Juanfu probably understood what Chen Xiao meant. It was actually the same policy as the policy of contracting production to households. Before, Kim Junbok has a large number of people under his control. Whether it's receiving or selling goods, it's actually all run by Jin Juanfu alone. The bulk of the money earned also goes to Jin Juanfu. And the people under him all earn commission based on their performance. This makes Kim Junbok a lot of money though. But the limitations are also great. This model is like eating a dead wage. It leaves his handlers with no incentive to make money. Also, in case something happens, Kim Junbok has no resistance to risk. Just like this time with the Yellowfish Beach Village. But it's different now. Chen Xiao directly turned Jin Juanfu into a first-level distribution wholesaler. Jin Juanfu is responsible for setting a wholesale price. Those juniors are the secondary dealers who come to get the goods at the wholesale price. Small stalls and vendors, which are the final sales network, come to take goods at the wholesale price set by the secondary distributors here at Jin Juanfu's little brother. Sell it yourself. Sell high or low, at your own discretion. It's also up to you to decide how much you want to make. It's really just the later dealer model. And this way, those minions of yours, when they get their stores up and running, these stores all over the county will be your regular sales network points from now on. Whether you're receiving or selling goods, these will be your constant sales points from now on. There's a point of contact for those who come to let you receive goods, or who come to you to buy goods. It's going to make your business, dabbling in it, whiter and whiter. Chen Xiao opened his mouth towards Jin Juanfu and spoke of the benefits that this model would bring. Jin Juanfu's eyes were also getting brighter as he listened. The entire person was agitated. He finally saw what the future direction of these things he was doing was. This way, not only will the business you're doing be legitimate, the business you'll be able to do will be hundreds of times greater. And the money you make will be less, though each business may seem like less. But collectively, it looks like you'll make hundreds of times as much. And when you have this sales network completely laid out, then we can take the next step. Chen Xiao finished smiling towards Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao eagerly and couldn't help but ask, then what's the next step? You'd better follow what I'm saying now and set up the sales network first. When the time comes, I'll let you know. Chen Xiao smiled. The next step concerned an important step in his layout. Naturally, he couldn't tell Kim Junbok so easily. I know, I'll build this sales network starting today. 3 months at the most, and you'll have the results. It definitely won't let you down. Kim Juanfu assured towards Chen Xiao. Okay. When you've set up this sales network, we might, perhaps, even make a profit from Yellowfish Beach Village. Chen Xiao smiled and said towards Jin Juanfu. And pit them against a wave? Kim Junbok was shocked. You'll see when the time comes. Well, that's it for this matter. I have one more thing to ask you for. Chen Xiao shook her head without elaborating. Instead, he said towards Jin Juanfu. What is it? Kim Junbok immediately said. Can you help me find a more reliable construction team? That road in our village, it's time to repair it. 85, pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. Boss. It's not good. Our claws are on point. Someone reported those stalls and vendors of ours, and now Zhou Laolu and all of them have been taken away. A few days later, Kim Junbok was having a meal with a few of his men at a state-run restaurant. Just then, a junior ran hurriedly and shouted towards Jin Juanfu. What? What's going on? Didn't I say, let them get their own business license? Kim Junbok listened. He instantly stood up and couldn't help but say. Claw. It's the vendor at the forefront of their sales network. Responsible for selling the various things they got. It's the most fundamental force of this sales network of Kim Junbok. This. The junior brother was a little hesitant when he heard Jin Juanfu's words. After a few moments, he still spoke. Brother Jin, I gave them all a word. But you need to have a store to get a business license. But renting a store costs money. So Zhou Lao Lu and the others. The little brother said this, somewhat unable to continue. Nonsense. Kim Junbok heard. He was even more furious and slammed the table. They've made a lot of money with us over the years, haven't they? For a business license, you can just rent a random store. It doesn't cost much at all. Not to mention, I've even decentralized them now. They take the goods from me and then price and sell them themselves. They make even more. So little for renting the store. Won't they spend that little? Kim Junbok gritted his teeth in anger. How could he not have thought of it? It had only been a few days since he had laid out his sales network, and he had encountered this kind of thing. Previously, Chen Xiao had given him the word that after thoroughly laying down the sales network, even more so, he gave him the subsequent detailed operational steps. He followed Chen Xiao's instructions at the first opportunity. Let those stalls and hawkers that his little brother had mastered go rent a store and then run a business license. He had thought that it was a very easy thing to do. After all you need for a business license is a fixed place of business. Just find a random place and rent a store for a month. Within that month, get the business license. And all will be well. After all, in this day and age, the control of business licenses is not that strict. And renting a smaller store, a couple bucks a month tops. A business license is less than $1. It's only a couple bucks total. It didn't cost anything at all. Not to mention, now with his standardized pricing and release of goods, these vendors are pricing their own goods to sell. They are making several times the amount of money they were making. But Kim Junbok never expected. For this amount of money, these people are not willing to spend it. Spoiled his big thing. How many were taken? Kim Junbok fumed. The surrounding crowd was silent, not saying a word. It wasn't until after the slice of class that Jin Junfu calmed down, before he asked towards his little brother again. About 20 or so. The little brother stammered. 24? Kim Junbok frowned as he pursued the question. 27. The junior brother gritted his teeth and spoke. Doesn't any of these guys under your hand listen to you? All captured? Or didn't you tell them about this? Kim Junbok asked through gritted teeth. Boss, I promise, I've made it clear to them. It's really because they don't want to. Boss, you can't accuse me wrongly. The little brother hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. You gave them the word and they still won't do it? How do you manage people? Jin Juanfu heard this, but he was even more angry. Slapping the table just couldn't help but say. Brother Jin, you can't really blame him for this. It's not just him, those vendors under my hand, and those under the hands of other brothers, are also dead set against spending those few dollars to get their business licenses done. For these guys, $6 or $7 is enough to get a family through the month. That one page of the business license costs $6 or $7. They don't spare it. Right at that moment, a svelte man wearing glasses who accompanied Kim Junbok to dinner. Standing up, he unhurriedly stopped the fuming Jin Juanfu and opened his mouth. Are they stupid? Do they only care about immediate interests? Kim Junbok still couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. He was unable to figure out how. Obviously getting a business license was just a one-time thing. These people, for the sake of a small advantage, are not even concerned about their own safety. Isn't this picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? The Svengali man didn't say anything else. Just remained silent. He knew. There was no way to communicate with Kim Junbok, who was now in a rage. Sometimes after waiting for a few moments. Only then did Kim Juanfu ask again. Did you find out who reported it? Kim Junbok asked. But in the back of his mind, he already had some guesses. I've inquired, it's those people from Yellowfish Beach Village. The junior brother hurriedly spoke towards Jin Juanfu. It's really them. Kim Junbok's teeth creaked at the roots. Couldn't help but say. Old 3, last time I asked you to take someone to stand guard outside Yellowfish Beach Village. Are those people still there? Jin Juanfu's eyes were crimson as he turned his head to look at the other burly man who accompanied him to dinner and asked directly. Brother Jin, it's all there. The burly man stood up and directly said. Then you go and surround the Yellowfish Beach Village right now, Jin Juanfu immediately commanded towards the strong man. But just at this moment. Brother Jin. I suggest that you take it easy for now. The svelte man who was wearing glasses before, however, interrupted at that moment and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. 4 eyes, what do you have in mind? Jin Juanfu didn't get angry when he was interrupted. Instead, he cautiously asked towards the Sven man. Quite simply, I feel that this matter is not that simple. Moreover, the matter of retaliating against Yellowfish Beach Village is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, what about the brothers who were captured by the speculative working group? 4 eyes pushed up his glasses and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. What to do? Of course it's to find a way to fish for someone. Kim Jun-bok subconsciously said. 27 people. Brother Kim, can you fish them out? Four Eyes asked directly towards Jin Juanfu. Walking around, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Jin Juanfu clenched his teeth and still opened his mouth. However, visible to the naked eye, a color of flesh pain flashed in his eyes. How much will that cost? Four Eyes asked back in a calm voice. Jin Juanfu didn't say anything. Obviously. The cost of this is, well, immeasurably high. Jin, you actually have two choices. Four Eyes looked at Jin Juanfu's appearance and smiled. Two choices? What do you mean? Kim Jun-bok asked as he frowned towards Four Eyes. Brother Jin, one option is for you to spend a huge amount of money and choose to fish for people. And the other choice is. When Four Eyes said this, his eyes flickered as he looked at Jin Juanfu and said, give up on these people and let them go to jail. 86, go to Chen Xiao, he knows what to do. That's impossible. And upon hearing Four Eyes' other option, Jin Juanfu immediately said without hesitation. Give up? That's absolutely not possible, they're all brothers. I can't do this. Isn't that betraying your brothers? They've been with us for so many years, and now we say sell and sell them? Then am I still human? Four Eyes, in the future, don't say such words. Jin Juanfu spoke sternly towards Four Eyes. But Brother Kim, there's a growing crackdown on speculation up there. Under our hands, there are more than 400 small vendors. Today, something happened to the vendors under his hand, and you found someone to broker a deal. What about tomorrow, when the vendors under another brother's hand are in trouble again? You'll find someone to fix it again? What about the day after tomorrow when another vendor under me has an accident? You'll find someone again? At this rate, will you make enough money to feed the mouths of those hungry wolves? Four Eyes heard Jin Juanfu's words. But he opened his mouth and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. So what do you say? They've been with us for so many years, it's hard to believe that we're really going to send them to the prison? Jin Juanfu listened to Four Eyes' words. But he gritted his teeth. I don't know what to do. But Four Eyes shook his head as well. You. This made Jin Juanfu frown. Four Eyes was talking so vigorously since he didn't have any ideas? But someone knows what to do. Four Eyes, however, laughed again and spoke. Who? Jin Juanfu raised his eyebrows and subconsciously asked. Chen Xiao. Four Eyes' gaze flickered as he turned toward Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao? Jin Juanfu froze, then a look of realization flashed across his face. That's right. It's Comrade Chen Xiao. Four Eyes nodded and confirmed, in fact, I expected this situation to occur now. It's just that I didn't expect that it would be so fast. Four Eyes opened his mouth again and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. And, I dare say, this result, not only I expected it. Chen Xiao must have predicted it as well. Four Eyes said with great certainty. Chen Xiao expected it too? Why is that? Jin Juanfu was puzzled. Actually, before. I was a bit puzzled. It's certainly a good thing that Chen Xiao asked us all to get individual business licenses. For us, although it costs some money to apply for these business licenses, it's not a lot of money, and it's all acceptable. But for those vendors under our hands, they are saving money by the penny to save money. Would they be willing to spend $5 or $6 for a piece of paper? Definitely not. So, this way, all of us who follow you must be safe. But this is also tantamount to transferring the dangers we have to face onto these vendors. And I was able to think of all these situations, would Chen Xiao not be able to think of them? I think he should have guessed that this would be the result long ago. It's just that he should have had another plan. That's why I didn't get involved. Four Eyes' gaze flickered with essence as he spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Counting? Are you saying that Chen Xiao is counting on me? He wants to harm me? Jin Juanfu keenly captured the dangerous message revealed in Four Eyes' words. Narrowing his eyes, he asked. No. Quite the opposite. Chen Xiao has some calculations though. But he should be helping us. Only, how Chen Xiao wants to help, I don't know. Four Eyes spoke seriously towards Jin Juanfu. Phew. Kim Jun-bok then breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xiao's tactics earlier had left a huge shadow in his heart. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed a bit afraid of Chen Xiao. Especially when he heard that there was a possibility that Chen Xiao was counting on him. He was even a bit more emboldened. Now that he heard Four Eyes say that, he relaxed a little. Then what should we do now? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. You need to go find Chen Xiao. If nothing else, Chen Xiao should have figured out what to do long ago. Four Eyes immediately said without hesitation. When Jin Juanfu heard this, his gaze also flickered. Directly, he said. Okay. I'll go find Chen Xiao. Slow down. Right. Slower. Yes. Poor. And at that moment, Chen Xiao was working with a construction team on the only road leading to Xiaojiang village. They are busy clearing the earth and rocks from the landslide above the road. Little by little, the only road leading out of Xiaojiang village is being cleared. A few days ago, Chen Xiao found Jin Juanfu and made connections to find a construction team. It was to open up this road that was blocked by mudslides and landslides and mudslides. After all, sell your own eggs afterward or remodel Little Harbor Village. Both need a road to the outside. Otherwise, nothing can be done. It's just a shame that we have to keep a dirt road for now. If you want to repair it into a concrete road or asphalt road inside the county, it's hard to find a construction team. Let's see if we can find a construction team in the city. Chen Xiao watched as a group of people busied themselves on this road. A few days in the world. After a variety of large instruments had entered the field, the construction was unusually fast. 2 more days of worldly work at most. The road, it's going to be reopened. But looking at the pitted dirt road, Chen Xiao still couldn't help but think regretfully. Although with a road, it would be much easier to get in and out in the future. But a potholed road like this still isn't exactly convenient transportation. Brat, this road, 2 more days before it's dredged, right? How much did you spend to hire these people? Just then, Secretary Chen came to Chen Xiao's side. Opening his mouth towards Chen Xiao, he asked. Chen Xiao didn't say anything. Raising a hand. $500? That's okay, not too expensive. Secretary Chen then sighed in relief and opened his mouth. But the next moment, $5,000. Chen Xiao spat out 3 words. Instantly, Secretary Chen stiffened in place. A moment later, he came back to his senses. Nothing was said. Just took the dry cigarette out of his mouth. Knocked the tobacco out of it. Without saying a word, he raised his dry tobacco pole and was about to strike towards Chen Xiao. AI. Grandpa, what are you doing? Chen Xiao hurriedly twisted his butt to avoid it. Brat, you don't consider money as money, do you? Do you know that the $100,000 is a loan? You're wasting that money? When the time comes, what if you can't pay it back? Ha! Secretary Chen took a dry cigarette and kept smoking it towards Chen Xiao. Grand Master, don't be impulsive. I've already repaid the loan. I've paid it all back. Chen Xiao hurriedly shouted. What? The loan is paid off? What did you pay it back with? And listening to Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen was confused. Looking at Chen Xiao, he said with a bewildered expression. It's a long story. Chen Xiao heard Secretary Chen's words and said with a small chin, very proudly. Brat! Hurry up and say it. Long story short. Secretary Chen once he saw Chen Xiao's face. Again, he laughed and cursed and said. 87, Yellowfish Beach Village. Is good people The short answer is that I pitted Yellowfish Beach Village. Pit came with a lot of money. Not only did it allow me to pay back the loan with interest, but also, the rest of the money that was left over allowed me to follow up on the feed costs for the chickens, as well as the costs of this construction team, which were all sufficient. Even I, myself, have set aside a few $1,000s. Used for expenses. It's just about what I owe the folks, and when the chickens lay eggs and make money, then, I'll pay them back in dividends. Chen Xiao shrank his neck and spoke carefully. That's right. 2 days ago. Chen Xiao thought about it, but he still repaid the loan with interest. He pitched in a lump sum of $64,500 from Yellowfish Beach Village, with $151,500 in hand. And the loan, because it was borrowed for a short period of time, with interest, was $100,000 and a few $100s. So, Chen Xiao bit his teeth and gave it back directly. After paying off the loan, there was still $51,200 left. He bought another 350 tons of chicken feed. It cost $42,000. There's $9,200 left over. Now I've hired this construction crew, which cost me $5,000. Chen Xiao still had $4,200 left on hand. It's safe to say, this one pits the village of Yellowfish Beach. Not only did he pit himself out of a year's worth of chicken farming, he also pitched out the money for building roads for the village. Not only that, even pitched in with the money he needed to live on, and raising chickens that can continue to produce money in a steady stream in the near future. The village road, moreover, can be convenient for themselves and the villagers. And the money left in their own hands, well, eating meat really smells good. Think of it this way. The people of Yellowfish Beach Village are great people. Even if they take out a loan, they'll support Little Harbor Village to become rich. Chen Xiao's heart grew more and more complacent. Now, all that was left was the $14,000 owed to the folks. Although Chen Xiao had given that money to the folks for their shares in chicken farming. But the favor is priceless. A drop of kindness is returned by a spring. Chen Xiao still intends to return one more share of money to the townspeople. This was to repay the folks for the kindness they had shown him over the years. But as for paying back the loan, the reason is also simple. It's because he took out a previous loan with interest. That's right. It's because there's interest, which upsets Chen Xiao. In fact, in this year, a batch of tens of billions of dollars of interest-free loans were issued from above. It is to stimulate domestic economic development. And that loan, at a later date, was not repaid by a lot of people. But there was no forced repossession from above, and there were no penalties. The loans, so to speak, are just plainly giving out money. So much for comparison. One's previous loan, not only at interest, must be repaid. This made Chen Xiao very upset. So, for this batch of interest-free loans, Chen Xiao naturally won't let it go. Just before, this batch of loans has not been allocated quota to their own location on this county. And now, well, I guess it's about time. Pitted from the village of Yellowfish Beach? How did you pit it? Tell me in detail. Speaking of pitting Yellowfish Beach Village, Secretary Chen will not be sleepy. Earlier, he had heard with his own ears the matter of Wen Zaisan from Yellowfish Beach Village badmouthing Chen Xiao in front of him. So, for the village of Yellowfish Beach, it is also hated to the teeth. Can't figure out how people can be that bad. Here's the thing. Chen Xiao was very proud to give Secretary Chen a clear account of this wave of his calculations. Hearing it, Secretary Chen was dumbfounded. This is a pitfall of more than $60,000? Secretary Chen gulped and spoke in disbelief. Or what? Master, how hard can it be? Just a bunch of guys who don't know anything and are full of greed. This is also a self-inflicted evil. Chen Xiao shook his head. You kid, that's a scary tactic. Did you learn all this in college? Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao with a complicated gaze. In the past, Chen Xiao was still a silly boy. How did he become so powerful? There's what you learn in school and what you figure out on your own. Can a school teach you how to screw people? Of course not. Chen Xiao said with a smile. That's right. When he was in school, he went to dabble in the finance department. Learned the nature of finance. A buy low, sell high approach to overdrafting future information. And as for applying these means in practice, this is what one has pondered and researched in the 2 lifetimes before and after crossing over. Then how come I didn't see that you had this talent for calculating people before? Secretary Chen raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. Grand Master. You also don't think about it, the villagers of Shaojiang village have treated me so well, who can I count on? Who do I have to count on? Why should I count on them? Can't I just have fun with Dashin and the others? Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and was speechless. You kid. Listening to Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen pursed his lips, the worry in his heart once again letting go. There was no way for him not to worry. The main reason was that Chen Xiao's methods were too frightening. But as long as Chen Xiao didn't have any malicious intent towards the people of Little Harbor Village, then he would never have to worry. That's right, Grand Master. In the next few days, can you have a few people from the village go and help my daughter-in-law? I'm here repairing the road these days, and I'm the only one who can work on the chicken coop. 10,000 chickens, my stupid daughter-in-law probably has to be exhausted every day. Not to mention, she has to bring me water and food at noon and in the afternoon every day. Grandpa, help me find some people to help her. Chen Xiao was speaking towards Secretary Chen again. Hey! You brat! Kinda love your daughter-in-law. Alright, I'll go back and have Rua and the others go and give your daughter-in-law a hand. Secretary Chen said smilingly towards Chen Xiao. What? Let them Then they'll fight with my daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao was instantly anxious. Hurrying to speak. Now you know you're afraid? Who made you say, when you were little, that you wanted to marry Luya and the others, but now you're marrying someone else? They are waiting for you to come back from college to marry them. Well now, you've come back with a mute daughter-in-law. Who do you blame? You're on your own. Anyway, now that it's spring plowing, the only ones who are idle in the village are the bratty, stinky girls who used to follow your ass. You use them, don't you? Secretary Chen, on the other hand, looked at Chen Xiao with a smirk and bellyache. Chen Xiao was truly helpless. When he himself was small, he was the king of the children in the village. His batch of kids basically grew up playing along behind his ass. As a kid, he let the bravado go. He wanted to marry Rakma, who was following him, as his first wife. The rest of the girls are their own little wives. It was supposed to be bragging words as a child. Who would have thought it? Rakma and the others, they really like themselves. But when he came back, has brought back his new daughter-in-law. So, it's been a while. Rakma and the others, they didn't pay attention to themselves once. Usually, when they saw themselves, their faces were so black that they couldn't wait to eat themselves alive. Now Secretary Chen even transferred these guys over to help the new daughter-in-law. Then there's going to be a fight. How can you stand it when your stupid daughter-in-law is all alone and can't speak? Chen Xiao was a little worried. Don't worry. Luya and the girls have grown up too. Won't fool around. Secretary Chen could see that Chen Xiao was genuinely worried. It also smiled and opened up. 88, your daughter-in-law has come to see you. Okay. Then master, you must explain to them, chicken raising matters, must listen to my daughter-in-law. There are too many chicks in this batch, so you have to pay attention to every aspect of raising them. The slightest mishap will result in a large number of deaths. Chen Xiao still couldn't help but warn. Ro. I got it. See how worried you are. It's not like sixth girl and the others don't know any better. They don't have so many bad intentions. It's just that they're not comfortable in their hearts. Secretary Chen rolled his eyes and said directly. Chen Xiao was then slightly relieved. Secretary Chen then was again looking at the construction team that was dredging the road not far away and said, Brat, have you ever thought about what you're going to do in the future? Secretary Chen asked towards Chen Xiao. Thought about it. Chen Xiao's mouth hooked up and said, Do what? Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao curiously. I want to make our Xiaojiang village the #1 village in the country. The village is paved with asphalt roads. Straight to every house. Everyone has a villa and all the latest appliances. Water pipes are also connected to every house. There will never be a shortage of water again. Bathe every day, even build swimming pools in the villas to swim in. Everyone has an automobile for traveling in their homes. No one will worry about not having enough to eat anymore, and everyone will be able to enjoy life. This road is where it all began, Chen Xiao said with a somewhat mesmerized gaze. This was his goal. He was reborn and came back with two biggest goals. One is to make his stupid daughter-in-law able to live a good life. The other is to make Little Harbor Village a true first village in the country. You kid are still quite capable of dreaming. You're not even talking about the first village in the country anymore, you're trying to create a fairy village. Secretary Chen listened to Chen Xiao's words. A flash of relief flashed across his eyes. But after hearing it, he couldn't help but sputter. Grandpa, I knew you didn't believe me. You watch. Soon I'll do it all. Definitely. Chen Xiao had also anticipated Secretary Chen's disbelief. He didn't argue and said with a smile. Then you might as well keep dreaming. Look, that daughter-in-law of yours is bringing you food. I don't care to get into it with you, I'll just go back first. Secretary Chen said with a smile. Afterward, he was heading back towards the village. And Chen Xiao also saw the mute daughter-in-law who had come from the mountain forest carrying a bamboo basket with great difficulty to look for herself. Daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao hurriedly greeted her. The mute daughter-in-law saw Chen Xiao. A smile instantly filled her face. The large eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. While gesticulating, he said that he had come to bring food and water to Chen Xiao. While doing so, he accelerated his speed and walked over. Daughter-in-law, didn't I tell you? No need to bring me food. I'm going to eat at the county state restaurant with the construction team later. You deliver like this every day, and twice a day. It's too tiring. Chen Xiao heartbreakingly put down the bamboo basket carried by her foolish daughter-in-law, gently rubbing the stupid daughter-in-law's shoulders where the bamboo basket had strangled her. The mute daughter-in-law looked at Chen Xiao's heartbroken appearance, and her eyes were infatuated. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, she quickly gesticulated again. Xiao, going to the county for a meal with so many people will cost a few $dozen. It's too expensive. I cook for myself, it's less than $10 for a day's meal. We're not short of money now, but we still owe folks money. Gotta save it. The mute daughter-in-law seriously gestured toward Chen Xiao. But if you get exhausted, it's saving more money than I can accept. Chen Xiao held his foolish daughter-in-law tightly into his arms. Somewhat covetously, he said. The mute daughter-in-law, however, waved her hand and gesticulated quickly again. Xiao, I'm not tired. The mute daughter-in-law was a bit confused by Chen Xiao's intimate movements. Unconsciously, she said. Silly daughter-in-law. Chen Xiao's face rubbed and rubbed against his foolish daughter-in-law's neck, greedily inhaling the flavor of his daughter-in-law's body. The mute daughter-in-law hugged Chen Xiao back and stopped saying anything. It just foolishly allowed Chen Xiao to do her bidding. Daughter-in-law, just now I've already asked Grandpa to get a few people to go over to the chicken coop to help you. Otherwise you'd have to go raise so many chickens and cook and deliver food to me every day. You're too tired. I can't stand it. A moment later, Chen Xiao raised his head and spoke earnestly towards his mute daughter-in-law. The mute daughter-in-law hurriedly raised her hand and tried to gesture something. Chen Xiao, however, grabbed her small hand. Don't say you're not tired. Be a good boy. Chen Xiao said in a domineering voice. The mute daughter-in-law could only extinguish her intention to refuse. But the person Moncler outlet store for you can be a little conflicted with me, and probably a little conflicted with you, too. If they bully you, don't put up with it. Tell me when I get back. I'll teach them a lesson for you. Don't worry, don't be afraid, they won't have bad intentions, they just don't feel good in their hearts. If they really bully you, you tell me, I'll go and solve it. Don't put up with it, okay? Chen Xiao earnestly instructed towards her mute daughter-in-law. Although he trusted the character of the people of Little Harbor Village. But still, he was afraid that his daughter-in-law would be bullied. The mute daughter-in-law nodded. Her eyes looked at Chen Xiao with fascination. The two of them warmed up for a few more moments. Only then did the mute daughter-in-law go back with the basket she had used to deliver the last meal. Only then did Chen Xiao greet the people in the construction team. "Masters, take a break. Come and eat." The crowd of the construction team heard this. All of them were also brightened up. Stopped living. Gathered towards Chen Xiao's side. "Eating is not active, there is something wrong with your mind. Not much time." The construction team's crowd in Chen Xiao were all carrying a large porcelain bowl each. Inside was a bowl full of rice and meat dishes. It was a joy to eat. "Master Lu, this road, will it be able to be opened tomorrow?" While eating, Chen Xiao asked towards Master Lu next to him. "Boss Chen, don't worry. There's an excavator and 2 tractors. The whole road is pretty much cleared now. Just the last few miles to go. If we can't clear it tomorrow, we don't want our construction fee." Master Lu heard Chen Xiao's words. Immediately, he patted his chest and assured. The eyes were also full of laughter. For a boss like Chen Xiao who took care of food and drink, and also had meat dishes and meat meals for every meal, they still cherished it. "This won't do. Can I make you guys work for nothing? Ha ha ha. It's okay, if we can't finish tomorrow, we'll just keep working. I'm not rushing you." "No rush," Chen Xiao said smilingly. "Boss Chen, you're this." Master Lu listened to Chen Xiao's words and fiercely gave a thumbs up towards Chen Xiao. "You're welcome. By the way, Master Lu, do you know anyone who can pave asphalt roads?" While eating his meal, Chen Xiao asked. "Tarmac? Comrade Chen Xiao, you want to tar this road?" Master Lu couldn't help but be staggered as he asked. 89. Jin Juanfu is looking for it, to save or not to save? Yes, in the future this road is bound to run the car. We have a lot of rainy days here again. When it rains on this dirt road, it's full of potholes. You can't run the car at all. So, I was thinking if I could tarmac it. Chen Xiao said smilingly. This was something he had thought of before. "Boss Chen, to be honest with you. About the construction team that paved the asphalt road, I really do know them. Moreover, it's my own family's brother. He used to specialize in paving roads, but now he's out on his own. This tarmac, he can pave it." Master Lu pursed his lips and spoke towards Chen Xiao. "Oh? How's the price?" Chen Xiao asked directly without saying anything. "That's what I'm going to say. Tarmac costs a lot and is expensive." Master Lu spoke earnestly towards Chen Xiao. "How high is it?" Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. "Paving a tarred road is paid for by the square. For a square, it's $30. This road you have into the village is about 30 kilometers. Just paving it at 3 meters would be 90,000 square meters. It comes down to $2.7 million. That's not a low price." Master Lu spoke very seriously towards Chen Xiao. 2,700,000. Surprisingly high. Chen Xiao frowned. Feeling somewhat incredulous, I didn't realize that it would take so much money to build roads in this era. And that's just the price of the top asphalt layer. The concrete layer laid underneath costs even more. It's $60 for 1 square meter. Master Lu was again heading towards Chen Xiao. "What? The cement layer is more expensive than the asphalt layer?" Chen Xiao couldn't help but stare. "Yes. Because the asphalt layer is only 7 or 8 centimeters thick. It doesn't cost much. But the concrete layer is different, it's a road base, it's a meter-thick layer of concrete. It costs a lot of material. It costs more. So the price of a concrete road looks like it's going to be higher than an asphalt layer." Master Lu explained towards Chen Xiao. "So that's how it is." Chen Xiao then realized. He then smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that with this amount of money I have, for a while, I still can't think of repairing the asphalt road." Chen Xiao had thought that he had made over $60,000 and had gotten rich overnight. Unexpectedly. The money for road construction doesn't even amount to a fraction of what it could be. More than 30 kilometers of tarmac. That works out to over $8 million. $60,000 of your own. Even if it went up 100 times, it wouldn't be enough to build the road. That's the way it is with infrastructure, the cost is high. The price is high. There's no way around it. Master Lu also said with a smile. "I see. It's better to make money. Make money like crazy. I must make enough money to pave this road." Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and firmly said. He. Master Lu didn't say anything as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. He only felt that Chen Xiao was a bit whimsical. $8 million, it was a number he didn't even dare to think about. Let alone making that much money. Yet Chen Xiao wants to make so much money to use to build roads for the village? How can that be? Chen Xiao. Busy? Chen Xiao was figuring out how to keep getting money. Just then, a voice came. Chen Xiao twisted his head to look. He saw a truck parked on the dredged road. A burly figure stepped down from the vehicle and called out towards Chen Xiao. It was none other than Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao instantly brightened up. No, the opportunity to make money has come. Chen Xiao instantly had an idea in his heart. Carrying her rice bowl, she stood up and walked over. Coming? Have you eaten? Just in time, here's another meal, my daughter-in-law made it, have some? Chen Xiao said smilingly towards Jin Juanfu. Good. Jin Juanfu was not polite and took the rice bowl and chopsticks handed over by Chen Xiao and again asked, you knew I was coming to find you? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask as he looked at Chen Xiao with an unsurprised look. Those stalls and vendors of yours, something's wrong, isn't it? Chen Xiao smilingly asked directly towards Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao, you are truly divine. How come you know everything? Jin Juanfu froze and smacked his lips to resist saying. Of course I know. This sales network model I was telling you about earlier. If these stalls and vendors are obedient, then there is no worry. But if they don't listen and don't apply for business licenses, then it's like they're the ones who have to bear all the crises. And Yellowfish Beach Village has bitten off more than it can chew, so how could something not happen? Chen Xiao laughed. When Jin Juanfu heard this, he looked at Chen Xiao with heartfelt admiration. Only then did he sigh and said, it's still true. I'll get all these vendors to get business licenses like you said. But these guys, in order to save this amount of money, none of them did it. Now, a bunch of them have been arrested. Now, I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to save them or not. Kim Jun-bak's gaze flickered as he spoke helplessly. A light flashed under Chen Xiao's eyes. As soon as Jin Juanfu spoke these words, he knew. This was Jin Juanfu's test of him. He wanted to test Chen Xiao's attitude towards this matter. Jin Juanfu's heart was already determined to save those people. But he wanted to see what answer Chen Xiao would give him. It was about how good or bad his partnership with Chen Xiao would be afterward. If Chen Xiao chose to let him save, then it would show that Chen Xiao was a person who valued love and justice, and he wouldn't have any doubts about Chen Xiao in the future. Much less would he worry about Chen Xiao selling him out. If Chen Xiao told him not to save, then he could only maintain a superficial partnership with Chen Xiao. Because Chen Xiao, who was not sentimental and righteous but had such insidious and terrifying methods, made it difficult for him to feel at ease. So, he needs an answer. Save for sure. Chen Xiao laughed and didn't care. Jin Juanfu was now with himself, and it was like he was putting his life on the line. It was understandable that he was testing himself. Phew. Once Chen Xiao said this, Jin Juanfu instantly let out a long sigh of relief. However, how to save it, and to what extent, needs to be thought about. Chen Xiao, however, smiled again. These words, again, made Jin Juanfu's heart lift. What do you mean? Kim Jun-bak asked with some bewilderment. I'm asking you, what if you rescue these people and they get caught again? What are you going to do? Keep saving? Chen Xiao smiled and asked towards Jin Juanfu. Kim Jun-bak was silent. He didn't know what to do either. If he knew what to do, he wouldn't have asked Chen Xiao to bring him along. More than 20 people went in this time. He's going to have to put up a lot of favors and money if he wants to save these people. This one time, it was enough to break his bones. And what if it happens again? Even if he wanted to save it, could he? And if you just save it this time, I'll bet the vendors you control will be even more fearless and indifferent. Because they'll think, it doesn't matter if they can't catch them, you'll have you fishing for them anyway, so what do they have to fear? Chen Xiao spoke again just then. Am I to give them up then? Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with a somewhat complicated gaze. 90, blocking the gate of Yellowfish Beach Village? Of course not. Chen Xiao, however, shook her head. It has to be saved, but not just like that. We must make these vendors pay a price. Make these vendors realize that there is a price to pay for not listening to you. That's how you can maximize the benefits of what you've given this time. Chen Xiao spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Pay the price? Pay the price how? Chopping off one of their fingers? Kim Jun-bak spoke subconsciously. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu speechlessly. He knew that Jin Juanfu had been more or less involved in the dark side of business over the years. This was also the reason why he had to take in Jin Juanfu. Because, in this day and age, poor mountains produce unruly people, and violent crime is commonplace. If you want to make money, you don't need to be armed. It is not possible. Both yourself and your daughter-in-law have to be protected. As for the crackdown a year from now, Chen Xiao believed. When that time comes, he's all tuned up. Kim Jun-bak is a serious businessman himself. Still need to be afraid of a severe crackdown? But now, how could Chen Xiao not have thought? This guy was so ruthless even to his own people. You say? Hey. Kim Jun-bak looked at Chen Xiao's speechless eyes. He also felt that his proposal was a bit too much. Hurrying to scratch his head, he said with a silly smile on his face, what is the most important thing for these vendors who like to take small advantages? Chen Xiao shook his head and spoke directly towards Jin Juanfu. What's most important? Of course it's money. Kim Jun-bak said directly. That's not right. Then we have to start with the money. Make these vendors lose a ton of money, make their bones hurt in the flesh, in order for them to remember this lesson. Let them know that there are some small advantages that they can't covet and that they'll only lose more if they do. It also lets them remember that what you say to them is for their own good. That way, it'll minimize your losses and maximize the gains against this thing. Chen Xiao spoke towards Jin Juanfu. Make them lose a large amount of money? How is this going to work? Ask them either? Kim Junbok was a little confused. Of course not. LOL. There are 3 ways. Listen to me. Chen Xiao delicately gave Jin Juanfu a few ways that he had prepared long ago. The more Jin Juanfu listened, the brighter his eyes became. The way he looked at Chen Xiao, he also became more and more impressed. Until a few moments later. He listened to it. Wonderful. Frozen place for a long time. But a moment later, he couldn't help but ask again. But Chen Xiao, won't this centrifuge these vendors against us? I'm the one who originally led them to make money all these years. But now, they are being made to bear this price themselves. What if they are dissatisfied with me and don't want to follow me? Kim Junbok again couldn't help but say. So, this time, it's also a screening. Let those who only want to take advantage of you but are not willing to listen to you leave. Make this sales network of yours more streamlined and elite. Chen Xiao spoke seriously towards Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu listened with a seeming understanding. Chen Xiao didn't explain much either. Instead, he continued. In fact, you should have noticed that from the time you started the business license process. You and your men, and the vendors. It's practically all pure business now. Your men take goods from you and need to pay money. Those vendors who take goods from your men need to pay the same. Isn't this a simple form of buying and selling? It's no longer in the form of a gang like it used to be. Chen Xiao smiled and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. This. Kim Junbok froze. Now turn your head and think about it. It's still true. On some level. Him and his men, and the vendors who are in charge. It's gone from a collective to an individual. Actually. On some level. His men, and the vendors, even if they didn't get their goods from him, they'd get their goods from someone else. Because it's all legal transactions. Himself, the boss, doesn't seem to have that kind of need to exist anymore. Besides, he wasn't the only one in the county who was a 2-bit dealer. There are several others, all eyeing him. All dead ringers. These henchmen of his are now legitimate businessmen, and it's legal to do business with him. It's also legal to do business with other second-hand dealers. Just in case these guys rob him of these men. Then he'd be a bare-bones commander. This so-called sales network would be completely broken. This caused Kim Junbok to steeply develop a strong sense of crisis. Will they betray me? Jin Juanfu asked towards Chen Xiao with his face all a little pale. It depends on your ability. Chen Xiao, however, was not in the least bit anxious and said towards Jin Juanfu. My ability? What do you mean? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. In this day and age, a self-employed merchant who wants to do business. The first thing to consider is the issue of security. You act as an umbrella for these merchants. As long as they want to do business peacefully, they are bound to be dependent on you. That's one of the reasons you made it impossible for them to betray. Chen Xiao smiled and explained towards Jin Juanfu. But that's something that those nemesis of mine can also do. Jin Juanfu frowned and couldn't help but say. So it comes down to the second point. Binding of interests. And that's the most important means of keeping everyone loyal. Chen Xiao smiled and said towards Jin Juanfu. Bundle of interests? Jin Juanfu was a bit bewildered. That is, if you can make them more money, they themselves follow in you. Chen Xiao said simply. So that's how it is. But how do I make these people earn more money? Kim Junbok said with some bewilderment. You've done it now. You've given these vendors themselves the pricing power to sell their goods. So that they can be free to make more money. And, if they listen to you and get a business license, there won't be any problems officially. Even if there is a problem on the official level, you can still protect them. And again, you can protect them at the gray level. What are they following you for? Isn't it just to make money? By following you, they can do business peacefully and make more money by following you, so why would they betray? Chen Xiao smilingly explained towards Jin Juanfu. This. Jin Juanfu's entire body instantly became permeable. Dumbfounded, he looked at Chen Xiao. He didn't react for a long time. He hadn't thought. Chen Xiao was able to calculate so deeply. Calculating everything, into it. The survival issues he was worried about, in Chen Xiao's eyes, were all minor issues that were no longer in his eyes. Jin Juanfu was silent for a moment. Good. I understand. I'll go back now and do as arranged. Kim Jun let out a long breath. With that, he was about to get up and leave. Wait. Chen Xiao, however, called out to him again. What's wrong? Jin Juanfu turned his head in bewilderment. Finish the rice. My daughter-in-law made it, don't waste it. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and pointed at the rice that Jin Juanfu had put aside. Oh. Okay. When Jin Juanfu heard this, he also grinned widely and smiled as he squatted down and ate his meal with Chen Xiao. While eating his meal, Jin Juanfu seemed to have thought of something else and couldn't help but ask. Right, we were reported this time, or Yellowfish Beach Village did it. I'm going to find someone to block Yellowfish Beach Village's door. What do you think? Jin Juanfu asked towards Chen Xiao. 91, Yellowfish Beach Village, perhaps, this is a good thing. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and said, in this day and age, violence can solve most problems though. But, I can guarantee that how happy you are now, how miserable you'll be later. You don't think that the state will let these offenses continue, do you? Chen Xiao reminded towards Jin Juanfu. Ah? The country will take action against us people? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but gulp. Of course it will. And, it will be quick. Chen Xiao's gaze flashed and said. For another year or so, all criminal offenses involving blackness would be cracked down on. The vast majority of those with cases on them will have to go in. Serious ones, just wait to be shot. So, what about that? Could it be that Yellowfish Beach Village is screwing me over so much that there's nothing I can do about it? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but clench his teeth. Don't worry, over at Yellowfish Beach Village, there's no need for us to do anything. They'll just come begging for us. What happened in Yellowfish Beach Village this time was within Chen Xiao's expectations. However, this did not mean that Chen Xiao did not have the idea of retaliating against Yellowfish Beach Village. However, for the Yellowfish Beach Village's retaliation, Chen Xiao's bureau had been laid long ago. Now, it was only waiting for the harvest. That'll do. I believe you. Jin Juanfu was relieved when he heard Chen Xiao's words. A smile appeared on his face and said. Regarding Chen Xiao's revenge on Yellowfish Beach Village, he believed that Chen Xiao was more active than him. Chen Xiao's hatred for Yellowfish Beach Village was far beyond him. The two of them chatted as they ate their meal. Finished the meal. Kim Jun-bak also left. Chen Xiao looked at the departing car with an essence in his eyes. This bureau, it has been laid. Next, just wait for the harvest. As long as everything goes well, the entire county will be my backyard. It's not like this asphalt road can't be fixed. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes and muttered in his heart. After a moment, shaking his head, he again turned his head to look at the construction team on the other side who had already rested for a while after eating. Masters, let's get to work. Old branch. Old branch. It's no good. The assholes following Kim Jun-bak have business licenses. Our report, again, has been dismissed. Instead, the vendors were arrested. What can we do? Yellowfish Beach Village. The captain of the first team ran back in a panic, anxiously speaking towards Wen Zai-san. What? Kim Jun-bak's people all have business licenses? And as soon as Man Jae-san heard this, in an instant, the entire person froze. After a moment, the color of anger flashed in his eyes and he said, Chen Xiao. It must be Chen Xiao. This damn thing, it must be this gang's Kim Juanfu. Otherwise, with that uneducated guy Kim Jun-bak, how could he know these things? Damn Chen Xiao. Ungrateful. Betraying our Yellowfish Beach Village, not to mention helping the people who harmed us. When Zai-san hissed angrily. The extreme resentment in his eyes almost turned into substance and could not be dissolved. Almost instantly, he could tell. The matter of obtaining a business license was definitely Chen Xiao's idea for Jin Juanfu. Because, although Kim Jun-bak seems to have a ton of minions, but there are only one or two educated ones. And the ones that can keenly capture the situation in the country. It is even more unlikely to have. Otherwise, why would one need Chen Xiao's reminder before going for a business license? So, only Chen Xiao. Only Chen Xiao, a college student. Only Chen Xiao, a college student who could see the future direction of the country 2 years ago, was able to see at a glance the loopholes in all of this with Kim Jun-bak. Only then would he remind Jin Juanfu to let his little brother apply for a business license. And Chen Xiao's reminder. It also made his previous calculations fall completely flat. He had previously wanted to use the charge of speculation to send Kim Jun-bak and Kim Jun-bak's men to jail. Then do the egg business with those vendors later. But how could he not expect that? Kim Jun-bak and Kim Jun-bak's men didn't send it in. Instead, they sent in the vendors. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. The idea of getting back at Kim Jun-bak fell through. Instead, he cut off his own back. This made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Old secretary, what should we do now? The captain of the first team couldn't help but ask towards Wen Zai-san. Fumi Jae-san was a little silent. The captain of the second team, who had hurriedly arrived, also did not say a word, waiting for Wen Zai-san's answer. Wait. Perhaps, this is not a bad thing. Fumi Jae-san pondered carefully for a while. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes narrowed and said, What do you mean? The captain of the second team asked with some confusion. Perhaps it would be a good thing to send these vendors in. When Zai-san narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. He then looked at the captain of the first team. Are you sure that you reported Kim Junbok and those men of Kim Junbok, but it was the vendors that ended up being arrested? Moon Jae-san opened his mouth and asked. Old secretary, do you still not trust me? After I reported that Jin Juanfu, I followed team leader Du to arrest him. Only to find out in the end that Jin Juanfu and those Jin Juanfu's men all had business licenses. All legal transactions. Would have thought this business was a bust this time. But instead, they found a group of vendors who bought things from the stores under Kim Junbok and then sold things privately. Just went along and arrested these people. The captain of the first team spoke towards Wen Zai-san. That's right then. I dare say that these vendors are definitely those vendors under Kim Juanfu's hand. When Wen Zai-san heard this, but his eyes narrowed and he said seriously. Ha! The captain of the first team was a bit bewildered. What the old secretary means is that these vendors, who go to the store run by Jin Juanfu's men to buy things, are, in fact, going there to pick up goods. And then take them out to sell them privately. This also means that these stall vendors are, in fact, people under Kim Junbok. And these people who were arrested are actually people from Kim Junbok's gang. The captain of the second team was also keenly aware of the problem. Without waiting for Wen Zai-san to speak, he opened his mouth towards the second team leader. So that's how it is. The captain of the first team then realized, and then said, but what kind of good thing is this? With so many vendors under Kim Juanfu's hand, what's the point of arresting just a few? The captain of the first team was puzzled again. The captain of the second team was also a bit puzzled. Nah. It's of great use. Wen Zai-san, however, flashed his eyes and said, don't forget where all those debts on us to the government came from. Wen Zai-san spoke, nudging the two men. And Wen Zai-san spoke these words. The captain of the second team instantly seemed to have thought of something, and a thoughtful look surged in his eyes. 92, this time, let Jin Juanfu die. The debt we owe? Wasn't that pushed on us by Qin Xiao? The captain of the first team said with some bewilderment. That's not what the old secretary meant. But the captain of the second team shook his head. What the old secretary meant by that is that when you are caught committing the crime of speculation, you have to confiscate the illegal proceeds and pay a fine. The debt that we owe on us is actually the money that Qin Xiao speculated on before and had to confiscate the illegal proceeds. Now, Jin Juanfu's men have been arrested. That means that these people not only have their money confiscated, but they also have to pay a fine. And, as the captain of the second team said this, his eyes flickered and glanced at Wen Zai-san before he continued, and there's going to be jail time. Wen Zai-san nodded in satisfaction at this. So that's how it is. The captain of the first team then realized. But then, he was puzzled again, but this time, only 20 or so people were arrested. That Jin Juanfu has hundreds of stall hawkers under his hand, this is just one cow and nine. It doesn't have any effect on Kim Junbok at all. The captain of the first team couldn't help but say again. The impact can be great. The second team captain, however, laughed and said, because, if Jin Juanfu were to give up these people, naturally, the impact would not be great. But as long as Jin Juanfu wants his people to continue to follow him well, then he must save these people. Whether it's a fine or a jail sentence, Kim Junbok has to help these people out. Otherwise, his men, too, won't remain loyal to him. But the cost of consumption is great if you save someone. Just this batch of people, if Kim Juanfu wanted to save them, he would have to break his bones. It can be said that we didn't let Kim Junbok and Kim Junbok's men go to jail this time though. But, it also made it so that all the money Kim Juanfu made from us had to be spit out. The captain of the second team narrowed his eyes and slowly said what Moon Jae-san had expressed. Excitement flickered in his eyes. So that's it. This thing is surprisingly really good. The captain of the first team also completely understood the meaning expressed by Wen Zai-san. He couldn't help but murmur in shock. Not only that. It's going to cost Kim Junbok a lot to save him this time. Then what if we continue to report these vendors? With a smug smile raised on his face, Wen Zai-san spoke towards the two. The captain of the first team and the captain of the second team both lit up. The second team captain even couldn't help but say, then it won't take more than a few times before Jin Juanfu is sure to die. If Jin Juanfu chooses to save people every time, then he will be dragged to death by these vendors. If Jin Juanfu doesn't save people, then these vendors will be centrifuged. This gang of Jin Juanfus will also exist in name only. Therefore, no matter which one Jin Juanfu chooses, it will be a death. The captain of the second team stated Moon Jae-san's final reckoning. Excitement flickered in his eyes. This is a young conspiracy. Kim Juanfu's inescapable young plot. The captain of the second team spoke excitedly. It's so awesome. Too awesome. The captain of the first team would only shout 666, gulping and looking at Wen Zai-san in admiration. Alright. This is nothing. Wen Zai-san, however, shook his head with a modest look. Send someone to do it. Jin Juanfu dared to partner with Qin Xiao to harm our village. Then there is only one thing that will happen to him. Death. This time, we'll let him die without a burial place. After he dies, next, it will be Qin Xiao. This damn thing, betraying our Yellowfish Beach village and harming us like this. He must not be allowed to live. When Zai-san gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with the ultimate color of resentment. The two captains glanced at each other. Both then said, "Yes. You only have half an hour. In half an hour, you must leave." Du Yunping looked at Jin Juanfu and the few people Jin Juanfu brought before him. Sighing, he still opened his mouth. "Team leader Du, thank you so much." Jin Juanfu hurriedly nodded his head and spoke towards Jin Juanfu. "You. Forget it. You tell them yourself." Team leader Du knew that these people were Kim Juanfu's people. It was tempting to say something to Jin Juanfu. In the end, after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Shook his head and walked out. "Boss Jin. Save us. Boss Jin, you must save us. Boss Jin, you can't leave us alone." As soon as team leader Du left, 27 vendors locked up in a holding cell. All of them flocked to the railing, and one by one, they all looked pleadingly at Jin Juanfu Dao. "All right, all shut up." Kim Junbok turned his head and looked at the group of small, cheap vendors. "Straight away," he yelled. Instantly, everyone shut up. All of them looked at Kim Junbok timidly. "I told you guys before to get a business license, why didn't any of you do it?" Jin Juanfu stared at the group with a cannibalistic gaze and asked. Boss Jin, this. Didn't it used to be fine without a business license?" "Yes, Boss Jin, so a piece of broken paper, but it still needs money. And renting a store, it's too expensive." "Yes, Boss Jin, renting a store and applying for a business license will cost $5 or $6. That's enough to feed our family for days." The group of people heard Jin Juanfu say this. One by one, they all couldn't help but call for poverty towards Jin Juanfu. "Poor." They all said poor. "You're the only ones who are poor. Look at all the hungry old peasants in the surrounding communes and villages. Are you hardly poorer than they are?" Kim Junbok was even more furious as he listened to these people's cries of poverty. He couldn't help but shout. The crowd instantly rushed to close their mouths again, not daring to speak. "And have I, Jin Juanfu, treated you all badly over the years? The money you all earn every month is no less than the factory workers, right? And you guys are still here yelling at me about being poor?" Kim Junbok said as he gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to have the slightest retort. The group of followers behind Jin Juanfu also shook their heads helplessly. A business license plus the cost of renting a room is only $5 or $6. That's just 1/8 of what you guys make in a month. You're not willing to pay that? Do you know that it's that piece of paper that will allow you to do business in a dignified manner without worrying about being caught? With that piece of paper in place, you are selling goods in front of team leader Du. He won't even care about you, he might even look for you to buy things. Now it's good. A few dollars for a license you won't do. Do you know how much you'll be fined, just for the fine, if you're caught this time? $500. The confiscated goods, plus the confiscated money. How about adding the fine for speculation? For each of you, at least $500. $5 you won't pay, now one of you will be fined $500. Are you happy now?" Kim Junbok gritted his teeth and stared deathly at the crowd in front of him. 93, Chen Xiao came up with the solution. Hiss. Instantly, the crowd all paled in unison. Unbelievably, they looked at Jin Juanfu. This. Boss Jin, we don't know. We really don't know. Yes, Boss Jin. How could we be fined so much money for selling just that little? Boss Jin, we really don't know. Where did we get that much money? Everyone was in a hurry. One by one, they all looked at Kim Junbok anxiously. Hopefully, what Jin Juanfu said was false. "Ha! Do you guys think that it's going to be okay with just a fine? Not only will you be fined, but after the fine, you'll go to jail. Everyone, you'll have to go to jail for 6 months. Now, are you happy?" Kim Junbok looked at the group of vendors who were finally getting anxious. Couldn't help but sneer this again. "What? You have to go to jail even after paying the money? This, Boss Jin, you must save us. Boss Jin, my family's mother-in-law and children depend on me, you must save me." Moment. Everyone was ghostly wailing and pleading towards Kim Junbok. They even couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow towards Jin Juanfu. They were finally afraid. Phew. And look at the group. Kim Junbok finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. These were the words that Chen Xiao had taught him to say. It was to let these vendors know how serious the consequences would be if they didn't listen to him and didn't get a business license for a few dollars. Otherwise, he took it on himself and settled the matter without a word. It would only make these people feel indifferent and that it didn't cost much. Go out and think nothing of it. And now, with Kim Junbok having made it clear what this matter has caused, wait until these people go out. Only then will they tell these things to other vendors. It's only then that other vendors will be willing to spend the money and get a business license. This is what Chen Xiao told him. It was impossible to change the small vendor's mentality of taking advantage of speculation by persuasion. People can't be taught by teaching others, but things can be taught once. As long as there are these 27 killed chickens, the remaining hundreds of monkeys will take warning. When the time comes, if anyone is still cheap enough not to get a business license, Jin Juanfu would be justified even if he didn't care about them. Kim Junbok even remembered. Chen Xiao said, this is called using the interests, forcing the stubborn to progress. Also said, the crisis brought about by the village of Yellowfish Beach this time is more than just a crisis. It is an opportunity. A chance to enable him to rescreen his men and streamline the entire organization. Now, Kim Junbok looked at the crowd that had finally gotten impatient. He realized what Chen Xiao meant when he said, people can't be taught, but things can be taught once. However, Chen Xiao's approach to this matter was more than that. Honestly speaking, the trouble you guys have gotten into this time is too big. If I wanted to solve it for you guys, I'd have to break my bones. Kim Junbok said with another sigh as he looked at the crowd that begged him. Boss Kim. Save us. Please. Boss Jean. We really know we're wrong. We went out to save the business license. You must save us. Boss Jean, we've been with you for so many years. You can't give up on us. As soon as the crowd heard Jin Juanfu say this, all of them were also in a hurry. Hurrying towards Jin Juanfu, he cowed out and said, shut up. Did I say I'm giving up on you guys? Kim Junbok was listening to someone who was all about moral abduction. With a glare, he blurted out again. Swish. Instantly, everyone's mouths were closed. Only then did Kim Juanfu continue, so, I'll give you guys a few choices. The first choice. You guys follow the normal process. Pay your own fines and do your own jail time. When I get out, I'll continue to take you with me and won't give up on you. Kim Junbok first calmly stated the first approach towards the crowd. This, Boss Jean, this definitely won't work. I still have an old mother to support at home. Yes, Boss Jean. My daughter-in-law would definitely divorce me if she knew I was in jail. Right, Boss Jean. We can't live without us in our family. Instantly. The men were again in a hurry. Various pleas were made towards Kim Junbok. So, there is a second option. Kim Junbok directly spoke again, you guys pay the fine yourselves. I'll find connections so that you guys don't have to go to jail. But after you get out, you'll have to give me 20% of the profits from your future purchases. Jin Juanfu directly said. Ha? We pay the fine? We don't have that much money. Boss Jean, aren't we paying the fine ourselves? Why do you still want the profits from our business? Yes, Boss Jean. Since we've been told to pay it ourselves, why do you still want the money we'll earn in the future? Once the second approach of Kim Junbok came out, the crowd couldn't help but speak with dissatisfaction. What? You guys think that there's no cost for me to find connections, don't you? You think I'm a big leader? I can let anyone out or put anyone in jail? I'd still have to nod my head and beg my grandparents, send money and gifts, so that they'll be magnanimous and let you out. Do you think that all of these costs come from the wind? Kim Junbok dared to be disgruntled once he heard this group of people. With his eyebrows raised, he couldn't help but swear. The group instantly shut up, not daring to say anything more. Finally, one of them said on behalf of the crowd. But Boss Jean, we don't have that much money. All the money we've earned over the years has been used to support our family. Can't get $500 at all. The man spoke towards Kim Junbok with a sad face. Kim Junbok couldn't help but shake his head as he listened to the man's words. Sure enough, everything was just as Chen Xiao had predicted. These people, they wouldn't agree to this approach. He didn't say much. Straight away, he spoke again. Third way. I'll pay for you guys to pay the fine. And also find connections so that you don't have to go to jail. However, after you get out, you must follow my requirements and buy a store and business license in a specific location. Do a specific business. Of course, you pay for these. But I'll take 60% of the profits you make from opening this store. Kim Junbok again spoke calmly and said the third method. The crowd frowned. At first, when they heard Kim Junbok say that he would cover the fines and not have to go to jail for them, one by one, they were all happy. But hear the back. The group was again dissatisfied. Brother Jean, isn't this going to cost quite a bit more? It costs $300 to $400 to buy a small store now. Where do we have that kind of money? Not to mention, we bought our own store and got a business license, and we have to give you such a large share of the profits, we just can't live. That person who spoke on behalf of the crowd, spoke again. The tone was not without a few complaints. 94, last program. So what do you guys want? You don't listen to anything I tell you. Now make a mistake. And I have to pay your fines out of my own pocket? And then I'm going to make connections so that you don't have to go to jail, so that you can get out and continue to do business in peace. Then who's going to make up for my losses? Ha! It sounded like the group only wanted to take advantage of the situation and didn't want to touch any of the losses. Kim Jun-bak was all pissed off and laughed. If only these people had listened to their orders from the beginning. Go spend a few bucks and get your business license. And how did it get to this point? Since you didn't listen to yourself and now you've made a mistake. And you want to make yourself responsible for them for nothing? Are you kidding? Kim Jun-bak gritted his teeth and questioned towards the crowd. The crowd's eyes flickered. Not a word was spoken. Still guessed right by Chen Xiao. These people, indeed, are still unwilling. Chen Xiao, this brain, how on earth did it grow? How can it know everything? Kim Jun-bak looked at the group of people who didn't say a word, but just looked dead set against it. In his heart, he also sighed. Somewhat helplessly. In his heart, he was admiring Chen Xiao more and more. One last way. A moment later. Jin Juanfu had no choice but to take out the last method given by Chen Xiao. It was also the last method he wanted to use. Everyone's gazes were instantly directed towards Kim Jun-bak. I'll pay the fine for you guys. And also so that you guys don't have to go to jail. Or even, I'll lend you money and you'll buy the store and run the business license. I'll supply the goods. And you guys, you only need to sell the goods in this store. And part of the money you make needs to be used to pay me back. As Kim Jun-bak said this, he glanced at the crowd with a complicated gaze. He pursed his lips and stopped. So how much can we take? The crowd's eyes instantly all lit up. All of them were looking at Kim Jun-bak with burning eyes. 5 points profit. Kim Jun-bak said calmly. This era. There are actually strict rules about recruiting for the self-employed. A self-employed person cannot recruit more than 8 workers. More than 8, that's exploitation. So, that's why Kim Jun-bak had to let these people get their own business licenses. Because, as long as the business license was issued by Jin Juanfu, these stores, they all belong to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu wants to hire someone to watch the store. The maximum number of people he can hire is 8, which means he can only open 8 stores. That's not enough for the whole county. So, it can only play the role of these ordinary vendors. 5 cents profit? How is this going to work? How much money can this make? Doesn't that mean we won't be able to make any money in the future? The crowd was instantly displeased. They couldn't help but speak towards Kim Jun-bak in dissatisfaction. Then how much do you guys want? Kim Jun-bak's face sank. Sneering, he opened his mouth and asked. At least share 30% of our profits. The man subconsciously said. The surrounding crowd instantly nodded as well. Then why don't I just give you all my money, wouldn't you all be happier? Kim Jun-bak was exasperated and laughed, directly sneering. It was clearly this group of people themselves who didn't listen to Kim Jun-bak. It ended up leading to the arrest. Owners now pay their fines and make connections to save them. And he wants to lend them money to buy a store and run a business license. It can be said that all of these costs were borne by Jin Juanfu. And these people only need to sell goods to Jin Juanfu and take 5 cents of profit. But these people are still heartbroken. Ask Kim Jun-bak for 30% of the profit. How can they ask for that? Kim Jun-bak is a cutie. What? Why give it to them? The crowd shut up instantly. All of them looked at Kim Juanfu with flickering eyes. Have you guys gotten one thing wrong? I come to see you now and give you these solutions. You guys don't think I can't get away from you, do you? Kim Jun-bak looked at the crowd. Again, he couldn't help but ask rhetorically. The crowd didn't open their mouths, they all looked at Kim Juanfu with flickering eyes. You guys say. I'll pay for my own store and get my own business license. Supply this store myself. Can't I just hire someone and sell me goods? How many people would be willing to sell me goods for a $20 salary? Why must I spend tens of thousands of dollars invested, at such a great cost, to get you out and to put you on the payroll? I can save a lot of money if I don't save you guys. Why must I save you all? Jin Juanfu's voice calmed down. Toward the crowd, he once again asked rhetorically. This. The crowd also reacted instantly. A look of trepidation surged up on their faces. Yup. Since Kim Jun-bak bought his own store and got his own business license, who can't you find to sell your goods? Why must it cost so much to get them out to find them? Are they so irreplaceable? Who are they to ask Kim Jun-bak for this 30% profit? I'll give you the plain truth. I'm willing to save you now and give you a bite to eat purely for the fact that you followed me for so many years. But, even if I don't save you all, no one can say I did wrong. Because, I've already given you guys a heads up. To get a business license, it was your own disobedience that led to your arrest. To put it bluntly, it is you yourselves who deserve it. Anyway, now, these are the 4 ways. I've made it clear to you all. These 4 scenarios, I'll also talk about them to the others when I go out. Only, their percentage will be higher than yours. 3 days later, I'll come and wait for your answers. And of course, you guys don't even think about playing with my brain. You know my methods. Kim Jun-bak didn't pay any more attention to this group of insatiable vendors. He directly turned around and left with his people. Ugh. While walking, Kim Jun-bak couldn't help but sigh. He thought of what Chen Xiao had said to him earlier. In fact, now that you have this sales network, just choose to attach it under our Little Harbor Village collective enterprise. You can hire people without fear, and these ordinary vendors, they won't be as important. You can actually leave them alone. Not to mention, you've already told this group of people about the business license beforehand, and it's up to them to bear the consequences of their disobedience that led to this. It's only for the best if you don't save them. And no one will say anything about you. However, since you must save them, on an emotional level, I will help you. But you will definitely regret it. You treat them as brothers, but they won't treat you as a brother. These were the exact words Chen Xiao said to him. 95. Follow-up program. At the time, he didn't believe it. He thought that these vendors had been with him for some time and must have treated him as a brother. But now think about the group's reaction. I'm afraid they're treating themselves like cash cows and ingrates. Kim Jun-bak is really a bit regretful. Big brother, do we leave them alone? Four Eyes pushed up his glasses. It couldn't help but ask towards Kim Jun-bak. Pipe. But I am really going to meet Chen Xiao again. By the way, convey those programs I mentioned earlier to all the vendors as well. However, for those vendors who haven't committed any offenses, the profit-sharing ratio for each method increased the profit by 5 cents. Well, doesn't it feel pretty frustrating? Chen Xiao looked at Kim Juanfu, who was sitting across from him, eating his meal in silence. Amusingly, he opened his mouth and asked, Chen Xiao, you say, how can they be like this? I obviously treat them all as my best brothers. How can they think of ways to screw me over? Kim Jun-bak sighed and couldn't help but look at the sunset outside the door. Human nature is like this. The ancients have told us this. The world is full of profit, and the world is full of profit. Chen Xiao gave his mute daughter-in-law a chopstick of food. Under the gaze of her mute daughter-in-law's smiling face, she gently spoke towards Jin Juanfu. So, your willingness to take me is actually for the sake of profit, isn't it? As if he was enlightened, Jin Juanfu could not help but ask towards Chen Xiao. The main reason is of course this. Just like when you asked me to take you guys, wasn't it for the greater good? Chen Xiao didn't deny it either and smiled. Yeah. I'm actually looking for you for the greater good. When Jin Juanfu heard Chen Xiao's words, a flash of gloom also flashed in his eyes as he said. But then, he couldn't help but ask, but there are so many second-hand dealers like me in the county, why do you have to find me? I've treated you like that before because of Yellowfish Beach Village. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but say again. Because you wanted to save the vendors who were taken. Chen Xiao heard Jin Juanfu's words. But he put down the bowl and said solemnly. So you didn't consider me one of your own until I approached you yesterday? Kim Jun-bak froze as if he had realized something and couldn't help but say. It was a few days ago when Chen Xiao agreed to take him. But it wasn't until yesterday that he came to Chen Xiao to settle the matter of the vendors. That's right. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu, a flash of complexity in his eyes as he said, yesterday, when you came to me for a solution, I knew that you were testing me. But how am I not testing you? Chen Xiao smiled. Testing me? Test me for what? Kim Jun-bak was a bit confused. Testing you to see if you would save those vendors. Chen Xiao smiled, and you chose to save them with almost no hesitation. I'm very satisfied with your choice. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu seriously and said. But didn't you say that it was a stupid choice for me to save them? Kim Jun-bak couldn't help but say. But it's precisely because of this that it reflects your nature. A nature that values love and loyalty. Chen Xiao said seriously. To save this group of people, the price you have to consume is enormous. In terms of money, it's impossible to save these people without $30,000. But these people, the profit they can offer you, even if it's for 10 years, won't make this $30,000. It's a total loss. Not to mention, you can actually give them up, and, well, give them up without any pressure. Because they're the ones who didn't listen to you, and that's what led to their capture. Even if you didn't save them, no one is qualified to blame you. Chen Xiao said. The gaze became more and more serious. But you still chose to save them. Even at great cost. Chen Xiao spat out the last words. This was what he valued most about Jin Juanfu. Sentimentality and righteousness. This was the final reason Chen Xiao finally decided to give him her trust. So that's how it is. Jin Juanfu then realized, then scratched his head in embarrassment and said, but this is something that I, as the boss, must do. Who would want to follow me if you're heartless? Kim Jun-bak said smilingly. The heart was also a lot more comfortable. Being sentimental at all costs may seem silly, but it's an unspeakably noble quality. This is what I value most about you. And what dares me to trust you completely? Chen Xiao nodded and said. It seems that this big old man of mine really does have some advantages. Jin Juanfu heard Chen Xiao's words. He couldn't help but grin. Smilingly. But don't be complacent. If one day, let me find out that you're using my trust to screw me over. Trust me. I won't let you off the hook. But then Chen Xiao reminded towards Jin Junfu. Chen Xiao. I swear with you here. If one day I betray you, I'll rip my head off and use it as a wine pot for you. Jin Junfu also seriously assured towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Junfu's appearance and listened to Jin Junfu's words. Nothing more was said. Just a slight hook at the corner of his mouth. Eat. My daughter-in-law's braised pork is especially delicious. Eat more. Saying this, Chen Xiao picked up the bowl and continued to eat. Jin Junfu also ate his meal with a smile. The mute daughter-in-law heard Chen Xiao's words. The smile on her face became even wider. Without saying a word, he gave Chen Xiao 2 big piles of meat. Chen Xiao also gave the mute daughter-in-law 2 piles of meat. Only then did she look at Jin Junfu while eating. You came to me today because those people still chose the 4th option, right? Chen Xiao asked towards Qin Junfu. That's right. Although they haven't made up their minds yet, I can almost guess that after 3 days, they will definitely choose this one. But if they choose this one, and let's not talk about the money it will cost to save them. The money to buy the store alone is not something I can afford. According to your plan, you have to open 150 stores in the county at the same time, with 3 stores in a group, and distribute them to every population center in the county. On the market now, a good big store, a few $1,000s. The average store, thousands of dollars. The poorer stores also have to be $300 or $400. If we want to buy 150 stores, just based on the worst, it'll cost us $40,000 to $50,000. I can't even come up with that kind of money. Kim Jun-bok said helplessly. That's right. This is Chen Xiao's subsequent plan. To turn these men of Jin Junfu's into department stores spread all over the county. This era. People buy things, in addition to going to the supply house, is to go to the department store. Or maybe the food market. But,